Chapter 3489. Duan Lingtian's victory over Ouyang Su, who was a 4-star god of war, had shocked everyone. Not only were the young geniuses shocked, but even the heavenly emperors were shocked as well. They did not expect Duan Lingtian, who was only slightly over 600 years old, to be so powerful. Previously, they were already shocked when Su Li broke through and became a 4-star god of war. They had never heard of a 600-year-old 4-star god of war in the history of the Devata realms. Currently, Duan Lingtian was even more heaven-defying. Although he was about the same age as Su Li, he was already a 5-star god of war. He easily defeated Ouyang Su, the young genius from the solitary destructive heaven, who was a 4-star god of war. Brother Feng, you've really recruited a good disciple. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, sighed emotionally as he looked at Feng Qingyang. Although Feng Qingyang only smiled modestly and remained silent, anyone with a discerning eye could see the glint in the depths of his eyes. It was obvious he was not as calm and indifferent as he appeared when he heard Ding Fu's praise. It seems that none of us will challenge you anymore. Tang Sanpao shook his head and said. Now that Duan Lingtian had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war, the weakest among them was a 4-star god of war. Therefore, it would be easy for them to obtain a spot in the 4th round of the Devata realms. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that no one would challenge them. Not only would they lose, but they might even be injured. After all, even Ouyang Su, the 4-star god of war, was severely injured by Duan Lingtian. Even with the high-grade healing pills from the Title Temple, it would take a few days for Ouyang Su to recover from his injuries. However, since Ouyang Su had displayed the strength of a 4-star god of war, it would not be difficult for him to obtain a spot in the 4th round. Moreover, after he had temporarily advanced to the 4th round, no one would challenge him anymore. Even if the Title Temple wanted to send a 4-star god of war to the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, no one would have any objections. Boring, boring. 2 days later, Tang Sanpao shook his head and said impatiently, during the 4th stage of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, although there were occasionally some people who displayed extraordinary strength, the strongest among them were only 3-star gods of war. Those who were strong had already advanced to the next stage and displayed strength equivalent to a 4-star god of war. Although they felt it was pointless to continue watching since they had no chance of being challenged, they could not leave. According to the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, they had to stay here until the battle ended. Otherwise, if someone were to challenge them and they weren't there, how would that be? Of course, Duan Lingtian had already begun to close his eyes and meditate a day earlier. Naturally, he didn't dare to reveal the godhead of a supreme powerhouse in public. After all, even his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, wouldn't be able to protect him. Time flew. In just a blink of an eye, another few days had passed. At this time, the 4th stage of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was coming to an end. Fewer and fewer people were challenging the participants. Naturally, there were also many people who had used up their 10 chances to challenge the participants. Let's end this quickly. I'm looking forward to the 5th round of the Battle of the Geniuses. Many young geniuses who had not advanced to the next round had similar thoughts. Of course, there were also many young geniuses who watched every single battle with great interest. For example, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi. Their strengths were inferior to any of the people battling in the field, so they were able to obtain some inspiration from various aspects by watching the battles in the field. It's over. Finally, after a few days, the 4th stage of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses finally came to an end. In the next month, the 100 participants who have advanced to the next round can rest well. The 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will begin in this place. Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the Title Temple, who was in charge of overseeing the Battle of the Geniuses, announced loudly. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses came to an end. Duan Lingtian and the others returned to their accommodations in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Just as they were about to leave, Tang Sanpao called out to Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Ling Juyun. Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi did not return with them. All of them knew their limits and knew that the three of them were destined to not be in the same circle as Duan Lingtian's group. "What's the matter?" Su Li asked as he looked at Tang Sanpao. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jiun looked at Tang Sanpao curiously. "Do you know about the primeval precipice in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven?" Tang Sanpao asked. Duan Lingtian and the others shook their heads when they heard Duan Lingtian's question. A few days ago, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven announced that anyone who enters the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will be allowed to enter the primeval precipice. Tang Sanpao's eyes lit up as he said, "Now that we've obtained the right to enter the primeval precipice, what do you think? Shall we go and have a look?" "What's that?" Su Li asked. "Really? You don't know about the primeval precipice?" Tang Sanpao's eyes widened in disbelief. The primeval precipice was left behind by the first Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven. It's said that the first Heavenly Emperor became a supreme powerhouse. However, this is only a legend. Nobody knows if it's true or not. After all, the first Heavenly Emperor never appeared again. He's the one who left the primordial precipice behind. It's said that he devoured the souls of powerhouses who comprehended the profundities of the laws and left them on a cliff in the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. Duan Lingtian said. Although that place isn't as direct and straightforward as the titled God Emperor's law chamber, which directly helps you increase your comprehension of the laws, for those who have never been there before, their comprehension of the laws will still be greatly improved. The higher the comprehension ability, the more benefits there will be. Tang Sanpao said. There is such a place? After hearing Tang Sanpao's words, Su Li was tempted. Even Duan Lingtian and Ling Jiun were a little tempted. Where is the primordial precipice? Su Li took the initiative to ask. Come with me. Earlier on, I had already discovered the location of the primordial precipice. Earlier, I saw Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Shenyuan Heaven, and Zhong Guiyu, the reclusive sexless cultivator, heading in that direction. It's obvious they're heading to the primordial precipice as well. After saying that, Tang Sanpao led Duan Lingtian and the others to the other side of the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. This was a remote mountain range. Occasionally, they would see the patrolling elders and disciples of the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. Usually, each patrolling elder would bring 10 patrolling disciples with him. When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived, they were stopped and questioned. After their identities were confirmed, they were allowed to leave. Soon after, under Tang Sanpao's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at a huge mountain shrouded in clouds. The mountain towered into the sky like a pillar that supported the heavens, and it was shrouded in clouds from halfway up the mountain. That was no ordinary cloud. With a single glance, one could tell that it was a cloud formed by an array formation. Outside the huge mountain, there were even more patrolling guards from the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. It's really heavily guarded. Tang Sanpao sighed. The primordial precipice is a treasure of the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. Every heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven treats it like a peerless treasure. I didn't expect the current heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven to be so generous as to allow us to enter. Of course, some people say the title temple must have offered a hefty reward for the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven to allow outsiders to enter. If that's the case, the title temple has done a good deed. Tang Sanpao said. The title temple? Duan Lingtian frowned. Although he did not have much contact with the title temple, based on what his master Feng Qingyang had told him, the title temple was not a selfless and generous force. Even the title temple held the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses to recruit young geniuses from various Devata realms to join the title temple. Rumor had it that some sexless geniuses with no background would be forcefully imprisoned by the title temple. The title temple would use a secret technique to plant restrictions in their bodies to force them to work for the title temple. In short, the title temple was not a good organization. Are all of you participants in the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? Soon after, a patrolling team from the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others and blocked their path. Yes, Tang Sanpao nodded. Wang Ku, bring them to the people from the Tidal Temple. The leader of the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven said to a disciple from the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. The disciple quickly led Duan Lingtian and the others to the other side of the mountain. When they arrived at the other side of the mountain, Duan Lingtian and the others saw some people who had also entered the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had arrived before them. Tathagata? Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw the people from the Tidal Temple. One of them was none other than Tathagata, the palace master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the Yellow Origin Heaven. Meanwhile, Tathagata seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze as well. His sharp gaze pierced through the void and instantly landed on Duan Lingtian. When he saw Duan Lingtian, a hint of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 3490. Duan Lingtian did not expect Tathagata would be here as well. However, when he thought about Tathagata's identity, he felt relieved. Since they had advanced to the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, it was only natural that the Tidal Temple would send people to maintain order and verify their identities. Gentlemen, as long as your identities are verified by the Tidal Temple, the people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven will bring you to the primeval precipice. A disciple from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven who led Duan Lingtian and the others here said to Duan Lingtian and the others. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, Tathagata was here to verify their identities. However, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Why would Tathagata, the palace master of a Tidal Temple's branch of the Tidal Temple, be here to verify their identities? When Duan Lingtian recalled how Tathagata had targeted him earlier, he quickly sent a message to his master, Feng Qingyang. Master, I'm preparing to enter the primeval precipice. The people in charge of verifying the identities of those who enter the primeval precipice are led by Tathagata, the palace master of a Tidal Temple's branch of the Tidal Temple. I find it strange that a palace master of a Tidal Temple would personally come here. Normally, a vice palace master of a Tidal Temple would be able to handle this. Duan Lingtian voiced his concerns. Previously, Tathagata dared to probe him in front of his master, Feng Qingyang. Now that his master was not around, there was no telling what Tathagata would do. However, he did not know why Tathagata was targeting him. Could it be because he had successfully cultivated the flaming yellow physique? In any case, for safety reasons, Duan Lingtian had informed his master, Feng Qingyang, about this. Based on his master's relationship with Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, it should not be difficult for him to enter the primeval precipice. It was just as Duan Lingtian had thought. Almost as soon as he sent the message, his master, Feng Qingyang, went to look for Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, was the one who allowed the 100 participants to enter the primeval precipice. To Ding Fu, the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven was his home, and the primeval precipice was his backyard. Originally, Duan Lingtian thought that if he wanted to enter the primordial precipice, it would not be so smooth. Perhaps Tathagata would make things difficult for him. But to his surprise, Tathagata let him in directly without any intention of making things difficult for him. Could it be that he wants to do something inside? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Before entering the primeval precipice, he sent a message to his master. Then he entered the primeval precipice with Su Li, Ling Juiyun, and Tang Sanpao. The primeval precipice was located on a steep cliff surrounded by clouds and mist. To get close to it, one had to have someone from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven open a gap in the formation. Without someone from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, even a god would not be able to enter. After all, the formation was set up by the first heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Moreover, when he set up the formation, he had been a god for many years and was considered a powerhouse among gods. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the formation, his eyes lit up. The clouds and mist had completely disappeared, and a natural gigantic mountain peak appeared in front of them. The mountain was lush with greenery, birds chirping, and flowers blooming. "They're up there," Tang Sanpao said as he looked up at the sky. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Suli followed his gaze and saw familiar figures at the top of the mountain. Since they were too far away, they looked like tiny black dots in the sky. Almost everyone is here. When Duan Lingtian arrived near the primeval precipice, he discovered there were already 70 to 80 people gathered here. Many of them were injured during the last stage of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. However, even though they were injured, they still managed to make it here. Duan Lingtian could understand why they were so stubborn. Although these people were injured, this was a rare opportunity to enter the primeval precipice. Perhaps they would be able to gain some insights and improve their strength. Perhaps they would be able to achieve better results in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The laws contained in the primeval precipice are all in different places. Let's split up and look for them. After Duan Lingtian's group arrived at the primeval precipice, they noticed this problem. Suli frowned as he spoke. All right. Duan Lingtian and the others nodded. Duan Lingtian. A familiar voice rang in the air when Duan Lingtian was about to search for the primeval precipice that contained the law of space. Duan Lingtian instinctively looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar face. Yu Dongfang. It was none other than Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Shenyuan Heavenly Palace. Duan Lingtian, you're stronger than I thought. Yu Dongfang approached Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to possess the strength of a 5-star god of war when you're only slightly over 600 years old. When I was your age, I'm afraid you could easily defeat me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. You're quite strong as well. You're still hiding your strength. You're at least a 5-star god of war, right? Yu Dongfang smiled and said, I look forward to our duel. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and said, I still have to look for the primeval precipice that contains the law of space, so I won't chat with you any longer. All right. Yu Dongfang replied and left. He was also looking for the primeval precipice that contained the law of space that he was skilled in. At the peak of the giant mountain, the primordial precipice wasn't all together. Each primordial precipice could only allow one person to comprehend the primordial precipice. If someone was on a primordial precipice, as long as someone's consciousness touched it, the others couldn't explore that primordial precipice. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had also sensed the fluctuation of the law of space on the primeval precipice. However, there were already people on the primeval precipice. Although the law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws and there were not many people who had comprehended it, the participants of the Battle of Geniuses this time were the most outstanding young geniuses under the age of 1000 in the Devata realms. In particular, there was only one person in each Devata realm who was qualified to enter the Battle of Geniuses. Over there. After a while, Duan Lingtian sensed the fluctuation of the law of space again. Then, he saw a primeval precipice that was devoid of people. He quickly moved over and occupied the primeval precipice. After observing his surroundings, it was not difficult to see a few people in front of the primeval precipice. The primordial precipice was actually a special precipice in front of the cliff. It was sparkling and translucent, and there was a special power pulsing within it. One could vaguely see some light on its surface. For example, the primeval precipice that Duan Lingtian was standing on was emitting a faint gray light. This was the color that appeared when one merged the law of space's space elemental profundity with one's celestial origin energy. I can comprehend the law of space just by using my divine consciousness. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian divided a portion of his divine consciousness and merged it with the primeval precipice. The other portion of his divine consciousness remained vigilant of his surroundings. Moments later, after Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness entered the primordial precipice, an image appeared in his mind. An old woman in green was fighting with a burly middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was skilled in the law of earth. His entire body was airtight, and it was difficult to injure him. However, in front of the middle-aged man who was skilled in defense, the green-clad old woman merely raised her hand, and 9 spatial rifts appeared around the middle-aged man. 9 cross-dimensional /profundity appeared and shot toward the middle-aged man. Bang! 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 In the beginning, the middle-aged man managed to block the old woman's attack. However, the old woman's figure flickered and turned into nothingness. Then, the 9-dimensional slash attacks fused together with the much dimmer spatial light. The moment the old woman appeared behind the middle-aged man, she grabbed the condensed attack in her hand and slashed at the middle-aged man's head. Swoosh! Bursts of earthy yellow light appeared around the middle-aged man's neck, forming an airtight defense. Even then, it was useless. Buzz! Although the old woman's attack could not penetrate the middle-aged man's defenses, it was still able to cut through the middle-aged man's defenses. In the end, it successfully severed the middle-aged man's head. Fusion of 4 profundities. It's the fusion of the law of space's transportation profundity, teleportation profundity, cross-dimensional slash profundity, and distortion profundity. After all, even among the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, there were very few people who could comprehend the fusion of 4 profundities from a law. Once one comprehended the fusion of 4 profundities from a law, even if one was not a divine beast or a mutant, one would still be able to become an 8-star god of war. If one had mastered the fusion of profundities from a law, one would have the strength of a 9-star god of war. Swoosh! After the old woman killed the middle-aged man, the scene in Duan Lingtian's mind changed to the scene above a lake. It was still the old woman, but her opponent had changed. In the end, the old woman still managed to kill her opponent. Swoosh! 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 The changes in the images allowed Duan Lingtian to gain a deeper understanding of the old woman's technique. The primordial precipice is really a good place. Multiple battles with the same person are equivalent to multiple floating image pearls that record the same person's battle. The value of a set of floating image pearls is comparable to an ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Chapter 3491. Duan Lingtian sighed as he stood in front of the primordial precipice. After Duan Lingtian entered the primordial precipice, Tathagata, the hall master of the title temple's Xian Yuantian Heaven Hall, did not personally verify Duan Lingtian's identity. After all, other people could do the same. How confident are you? A figure stood near the primordial precipice. Even the people from the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven did not notice him. At this moment, he was looking at Tathagata, the hall master of the title temple's Xian Yuantian Heaven Hall. Don't worry, Vice Hall Master Su. I'm 90% confident. Tathagata replied confidently. You're not 100% confident? The person standing in front of Tathagata was none other than Su Konghai, the Vice Hall Master of the title temple's main hall. Tathagata was the one who had planned this. However, Tathagata had invited him to oversee the situation in case Feng Qingyang arrived too early and delayed his plan. He needed more time. For this reason, Tathagata had invited Su Konghai here in hopes that Su Konghai would be able to delay Feng Qingyang at the critical moment. This was to prevent Feng Qingyang from arriving too quickly and ruining his plan. Naturally, Tathagata would not tell Su Konghai that he was planning to possess Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Su Konghai was unaware that Tathagata's body was currently being controlled by Yahiko from the undead world. Yahiko was very cunning. He knew the title temple would not let go of Duan Lingtian, who had mastered 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth so easily. For this reason, he had told Su Konghai that he would capture Duan Lingtian and send him to the main hall. In fact, he had already made up his mind. As long as he could successfully abduct Duan Lingtian, he would find a place where no one could find him. After 100 years, his divine soul would recover and he would possess Duan Lingtian. Then, he would release Tathagata to bear the brunt of the title temple's wrath. As for Feng Qingyang's anger, it was difficult for him to transfer it to Tathagata. He knew this very well. Feng Qingyang and the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan Heaven, Gongsun Shenyuan, were old friends, so he believed Gongsun Xuanyuan's words. Gongsun Shenyuan also knew that Yahiko had taken control of Tathagata's body. On the other hand, the title temple would not believe Gongsun Xuanyuan's words so easily. Even if they did, they would not give up so easily. Actually, I'm 100% sure, but there's always the possibility of an accident, so I can't be too sure. Seeing that Su Konghai was frowning with dissatisfaction, the Buddha, or Master Yahiko, narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Yes." Su Konghai nodded. "Prepare yourself and make a move as soon as possible. As you said, Feng Qingyang left a divine soul imprint on Duan Lingtian. If you make a move on him, Feng Qingyang will know immediately and rush over." "Understood." Master Yahiko nodded before he left. He immediately went to look for the elder of the primordial heaven, who was in charge of controlling the primordial precipice formation. "I would like to enter the primordial precipice formation." The elder of the primordial heaven frowned when he saw Master Yahiko. He said hesitantly, "Temple Master Tathagata, the primordial heaven's heavenly emperor palace has only agreed to allow 100 young geniuses to enter the primordial precipice formation. I'm afraid you can't enter." Tathagata was not surprised to hear the elder's words. He smiled faintly and said, "Elder, I'd like to enter the primordial precipice formation to take a look at my disciples. I want to see if I can give them some pointers while they're comprehending the primordial precipice formation. Can you do me a favor?" Tathagata said as he took out a ferrule from his spatial ring. "This ferrule is an emperor-grade celestial weapon that I used in the past. Although its artifact spirit is injured and it'll take many years to recover, we Celestials don't lack time. If you're willing to do me a favor, this ferrule will belong to you. What do you think?" A bright smile appeared on Tathagata's face when he finished speaking. The elder of the primordial heaven's heavenly palace's eyes lit up when he heard Tathagata's words. However, he said warily, "Temple Master Tathagata, I'm afraid you don't just want to enter the primordial precipice formation to give pointers to your disciples, right? An emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Even if the artifact spirit was injured and it would take many years to recover, Tathagata was right. I like to talk to smart people." Tathagata smiled. "Does it matter to you what I do in the primordial precipice formation? If something happens, you can just say that I forced you to enter the primordial heaven's heavenly palace. Even if you can't handle it, don't tell me an emperor-grade celestial weapon isn't enough for you to leave the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven and escape punishment," Tathagata asked. On Tathagata's face, there was also a victorious smile. He did not think Tathagata would refuse. An emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit was extremely tempting to an ordinary titled celestial emperor. It was worth it even if he had to betray the heavenly palace of a Devata realm. The elder of the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven's expression changed several times before he finally accepted the ferrule. "Thank you, Temple Master Tathagata." As soon as he finished speaking, the elder of the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven opened the formation and allowed Tathagata to enter. "Temple Master Tathagata, please enter." "All right." Tathagata nodded. A hint of greed could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he flew into the primordial precipice. It was as though there were precious treasures waiting for him inside the primordial precipice. After entering the primordial precipice, Tathagata concealed himself so that no one would be alerted. Not long after, he found traces of his target this time. A handsome young man in a purple robe with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes stood in front of a primitive precipice, comprehending the law marks left behind on the precipice. The faint aura of the law of space spread out from the precipice. "This body is much stronger than mine." The greed in Tathagata's eyes surged. He waved his hand, and in an instant, 36 golden beads flew out. They floated in the air in a very orderly manner, forming some kind of resonance with each other. Swoosh! Thus, a formation was set up. Duan Lingtian, who was comprehending the primordial precipice, sensed something amiss with his divine consciousness and quickly regained his senses. With just a glance, he saw the formation that enveloped him and a large space around him. There was also a familiar figure, Tathagata, the hall master of the Tidal Temple's Xian Yuantian branch temple. Hall Master Tathagata? Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Tathagata with a grave expression. "Why are you here?" "I'm here for you." Tathagata stared at Duan Lingtian with shining eyes. He was like a wolf that had not eaten for a long time and was drooling over Duan Lingtian. "I want to know, Why are you targeting me? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly. This was something that had been bothering him for a long time. Targeting you? Tathagata was stunned for a moment before he shook his head. No, you're wrong. I'm not targeting you. I'm just interested in your body. And your comprehension of the four Taos of heaven and earth. As his voice fell, the greed in Tathagata's eyes, or more accurately, in Master Yahiko's eyes, was undisguised. You want to possess me? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He finally understood why Tathagata dared to probe him in front of his master when he knew he had the flaming yellow physique. It turned out that he wanted to possess him. Yes. Yahiko answered again. However, because my soul was injured by your master Feng Qingyang, I have to wait for 100 years before I can possess you. For the next 100 years, I will imprison you in my small world. I know you have Feng Qingyang's soul imprint on you. However, even if his soul imprint is here, he won't be able to save you this time. Master Yahiko took a step forward and said coldly, I know you have Feng Qingyang's soul imprint. I will destroy his soul imprint so that at most he will know that his soul imprint was destroyed here, but he won't know who destroyed it. By the time he comes, I will have already left. Yahiko smiled brightly. In the future, when I possess your body and master two of the four Taos of heaven and earth, coupled with my own means, once I become a god, I will use your body to kill Feng Qingyang. That scene will be wonderful. I'm looking forward to it. Yahiko's eyes flashed. Now, I will destroy the soul imprint Feng Qingyang left on you and imprison you. If you don't want to suffer, you'd better cooperate. As soon as Master Mi Yan's voice fell, the spirit array that enveloped the area suddenly activated, and from his body, waves of extremely terrifying oppressive force swept out. The formation was used to prevent the soul imprint Feng Qingyang left on Duan Lingtian from transmitting information to the outside world. As long as the information was not transmitted, Feng Qingyang could only sense where his soul imprint was destroyed, but not what happened. He did not want to expose himself for the time being. However, Duan Lingtian remained calm as he faced Yahiko. Thank you for answering my question. Duan Lingtian's calmness was beyond Yahiko's expectations. At the same time, he could not help but have a bad feeling about this. Almost at the same time, he felt an ominous premonition. Whoosh! The ear-piercing sound of a sword whistling in the air was earth-shattering. Then, the 36 dazzling pearls that formed the formation shattered, and the formation was destroyed. In the next moment, a figure appeared next to Duan Lingtian. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at Mi Yan. Naturally, whether it was Duan Lingtian or Feng Qingyang who had just appeared next to Duan Lingtian, Yahiko was none other than Tathagata, the hall master of the title temple Xian Yuantian subtemple. Chapter 3492. Feng Qingyang. Yahiko's expression changed drastically when he saw Feng Qingyang. He could not figure out how Feng Qingyang managed to arrive so quickly. After all, he did not even have the time to remove the soul imprint that Duan Lingtian had left on Duan Lingtian. Could it be that Feng Qingyang had been protecting Duan Lingtian all this while? Duan Lingtian was merely a true disciple. No matter how outstanding Duan Lingtian was, it was impossible for him, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, to sacrifice his time and freedom to protect Duan Lingtian. Why are you here? Yahiko's expression was unsightly. Fear could be heard in his voice when he spoke. If I wasn't here, I'm afraid you would have succeeded, right? Feng Qingyang took a deep look at Guru Mihia. He had arrived a long time ago, so he had heard everything Guru Mihia said. Naturally, he did not know who Guru Mihia was. He only thought that Guru Mihia was Tathagata. Humph! Yahiko snorted coldly. His expression was unsightly as he prepared to flee. However, in front of the well-prepared Feng Qingyang, how could he run away so easily? Since you're here, why don't you stay? As soon as Feng Qingyang spoke, khaki-colored sword rays flashed in the air and formed a huge cage that trapped Yahiko. Facing Feng Qingyang's attack, Lord Mihiko's expression turned solemn. However, he was also a god. Even though he was facing a powerful enemy, he didn't panic. He raised his hand, and the kasaya on his body swelled up. Then, he turned into a ray of golden light and flew out. He wanted to open a path and escape. Yahiko did not have any techniques to fight Feng Qingyang. If he was at his peak, he would not be afraid of Feng Qingyang. However, the problem was, not long ago, his divine soul had been injured by Feng Qingyang, which greatly affected his strength. Now, even a person who had just become a god could probably beat him. Under such circumstances, unless he was an idiot, it was absolutely impossible for him to face Feng Qingyang head-on. What a strong power! When Master Mihiko made his move, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the power contained in that golden light. If it fell on him, he was afraid that he would die without a doubt even if he used all his skills. However, he soon saw that such a terrifying power was easily blocked by his master, Feng Qingyang. Even Master Yahiko couldn't break through the cage formed by the sword light. Boom! Rumble! A series of earth-shattering noises spread out in a timely manner, attracting the attention of everyone within the primitive precipice. Only the people outside the primitive precipice were unable to detect the abnormality due to the isolation of the formation from the outside world. It didn't take long for all the young geniuses to gather at the place where Feng Qingyang trapped Yahiko. Nearly 100 young geniuses had gathered at the same place. Su Li, Ling Juiyun, and Tang Sanpao were all present. Zhong Guiyu and Yu Dongfang were also present. It's Tathagata, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's Xian Yuan Heaven branch. Hall Master Tathagata, the Great Sun Celestial Emperor, is actually trapped by the Wind Heavenly Emperor. The Wind Heavenly Emperor is so powerful. Didn't Hall Master Tathagata say he's going to fight the Wind Heavenly Emperor in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? He's so weak, but he still dares to challenge the Wind Heavenly Emperor? The group of young geniuses recognized Duan Lingtian, Feng Qingyang, and Tathagata, who was trapped by Feng Qingyang's technique. Lord Heavenly Emperor. Many of the young prodigies were nurtured by the Tidal Temple. They stepped forward and bowed at Feng Qingyang before they asked, "May I know how our Tidal Temple Master Rulai has offended you? Lord Heavenly Emperor, please have mercy on us." Duan Lingtian could not help but marvel at the Tidal Temple's strength. Among the nearly 100 young geniuses who stood out in the Devata realms, more than a dozen of them were from the Tidal Temple. Let alone heaven-grade forces, even the heavenly palaces in the Devata realms would not be able to produce more than 2 geniuses who could make it to the 5th round of the Devata realms Battle of Geniuses. However, Feng Qingyang ignored the young geniuses from the Tidal Temple who stepped forward. His eyes were fixed on Tathagata as he said indifferently, "Tathagata, you'll be the second god Feng Qingyang, kill." The second god he killed. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, not only were the young geniuses shocked, but even Duan Lingtian was shocked as well. Based on his master's words, Duan Lingtian had killed a god before? Feng Qingyang, if you kill me, the Tidal Temple won't let you go easily. Yahiko, who had taken control of Tathagata's body, said in a deep voice. He knew he was no match for Feng Qingyang since his soul was injured. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to escape from Feng Qingyang. He had used all his strength earlier, but he was still unable to escape from Feng Qingyang's attack. In the face of death, he had brought up the Tidal Temple's name. Tathagata, you want to possess my disciple, Duan Lingtian's body? I'm curious if the Tidal Temple will care about the enmity between you and me. However, if the Tidal Temple insists, I, Feng Qingyang, don't mind visiting the Tidal Temple's branch palaces in the Devata realms. Feng Qingyang said indifferently, in the history of the Devata realms, there have been cases where the Tidal Temple's branch palaces were destroyed and the people in the branch palaces were killed. Feng Qingyang, do you want to compete with that person from back then? Yahiko sneered. I'm afraid you're not qualified to compete with him. The Tidal Temple is free to see if I'm qualified or not. Feng Qingyang said indifferently, naturally, you won't have the chance to see him. As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, a yellow light swept out from his body. It was as if a majestic energy had swept out from his body. In the midst of this terrifying energy, sword rays filled the sky, as if they were about to destroy the heavens and earth. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sword chi broke through the void and rushed towards Yahiko. During this process, a series of space cracks appeared in the void, looking ferocious and terrifying. This technique was different from the one Duan Lingtian had used during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. When Duan Lingtian attacked, although spatial tears followed him like a shadow, they were caused by the law of space. However, Feng Qingyang had used his own technique to tear the space apart. In the Devata realms, only god-level powerhouses were capable of such a feat. Even a titled celestial emperor with the strength of a 9-star god of war could not do such a thing. Swoosh, swoosh. Facing Feng Qingyang's attack, Yahiko naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for his death. With a serious expression on his face, his monastic robe expanded again. When he waved it, 2 gigantic blades of light shot out. A series of sizzling sounds could be heard in the void, and then a series of ferocious spatial rifts appeared out of thin air. Needless to say, the spatial rifts were not as wide as the spatial rifts created by Feng Qingyang's attack. In just a blink of an eye, both of their techniques collided. In just a blink of an eye, everything was calm. However, this was, without a doubt, the calm before the storm. After a short stalemate, the attacks of the two finally erupted. An incomparably bright light was emitted, and a frightening pressure caused the expressions of the group of young geniuses present to change. They hurriedly flew backwards, deeply afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as though heaven and earth were falling apart. Then silence reigned. Of course, it was not truly silent. There was still a slight sound of air being torn apart, as well as the sound of space being torn apart. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Feng Qingyang's attack destroyed Tathagata's attack and tore the space apart as it flew toward Yahiko. As Yahiko tried to dodge the attack, Feng Qingyang's attack left many wounds on his body. One had to admit that Yahiko's technique was brilliant. When Feng Qingyang's attack landed, Yahiko managed to avoid being fatally injured. Feng Qingyang, if you dare to kill me, not only you, but your disciples and those who are related to you in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will also be doomed. My elder brother is a god king. As Lord Yahiko's injuries continued to increase, his speed slowed down and his aura weakened. He finally spoke again in a flustered tone. He even mentioned his elder brother and said that his elder brother was a divine king expert. However, Feng Qingyang's expression remained unchanged, as though he did not hear Yahiko's words at all. A threat? If Feng Qingyang, was afraid of threats, he would not have survived to this day. Regardless of whether Yahiko was telling the truth or not, so what if Yahiko was telling the truth? Yahiko was only a god king. Feng Qingyang's true body was only a stone's throw away from breaking through to the god king realm. Kill! Feng Qingyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. It was clear he had no intention of sparing Yahiko's life. Master! Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Qingyang when he was about to kill Yahiko. At this moment, the only person who could stop Feng Qingyang was Duan Lingtian. Master, Yu Dongfang sent me a voice transmission earlier and asked me to plead for mercy on behalf of Gongsun Shenyuan. He said the heavenly emperor of the heavenly heaven, Gongsun Shenyuan, is willing to repay the favor I promised him. Duan Lingtian said, although he had survived back then, it was not because Gongsun Shenyuan and the others wanted to save him. However, it was because of Gongsun Shenyuan, Yu Haoyan, and Gongsun Xuanyuan's actions that he was able to reincarnate. Otherwise, he would have died on Earth a long time ago. Because of this, when Gongsun Shenyuan asked him for a favor, he agreed, because they had indeed indirectly saved his life. He had to repay the favor no matter what. If he didn't report it, his mind wouldn't be clear, and it would negatively affect his cultivation. Of course, Master, if you insist on killing him, there's nothing I can do. I can only return the favor to Heavenly Emperor Shenyuan elsewhere. Duan Lingtian added. Chapter 3493. Yu Dongfang had spoken to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had spoken, and everyone present on the scene could hear his words. Duan Lingtian. Yu Dongfang's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to do something like this. It was true that Duan Lingtian had promised to return the favor to his master. However, based on what Duan Lingtian had said, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, could have ignored Duan Lingtian's words and killed Duan Lingtian. Indeed, if Feng Qingyang insisted on killing Duan Lingtian would not be able to stop him from killing Duan Lingtian. However, based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was as though he was implying that his master could kill him if he wanted to. There was no need for him to listen to him. Was this not a hint to his master that he could kill Feng Qingyang? I'm sure Gongsun Shenyuan had asked you for a favor just for this. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Qingyang smiled faintly and said, perhaps, he knew something like this would happen, so he had a backup plan. Feng Qingyang's words reminded Duan Lingtian of something. Indeed, why would Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Shenyuan heaven, suddenly ask him for a favor? Moreover, it was only after Gongsun Shenyuan had used his divine consciousness to spy on him. If all of this was just a coincidence, it would be too much of a coincidence. Based on what had happened today and what his master had said, he realized that everything was closely related. Heavenly Emperor Gongsun Shenyuan of the Heavenly Emperor of the Shenyuan Heavenly Emperor must have guessed that something like this would happen, which was why he had asked for a favor from him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a feeling as though he had fallen into a trap. He was furious after being duped. After all, if his master had not arrived first, he would not have been able to contend against Tathagata with his strength even if he used all his means. Master, if you insist on killing him, I won't be able to change anything even though I'm your direct disciple. I've never heard of a disciple being able to easily change their master's mind. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his voice turned cold. After all, he was almost consigned to eternal damnation today. Forget it. Feng Qingyang said indifferently, since you promised Gongsun Shenyuan to do him a favor, I'll help you return this favor today. In this world, a debt of gratitude is the most difficult debt to repay. If you can repay it earlier, it's better to do so earlier. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Feng Qingyang removed the sword-light prison that was targeting Buddha Gautama, or Lord Yahiko. It was also a technique that was created by combining the profound meaning of the law of earth with the destruction sword Tao. Tathagata, if there is a next time, I will not hold back. Feng Qingyang said indifferently. Buddha Gautama, whose consciousness was controlled by Lord Yahiko, looked at Feng Qingyang coldly and said, Feng Qingyang, I won't forget what happened today. 100 years later, I'll go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven as promised and fight you to the death. Master Yahiko's best technique relied on his divine soul. Previously, his soul was severely injured by Feng Qingyang, causing his strength to be greatly reduced. Currently, he could not even unleash half of his full strength. For this reason, he felt extremely frustrated when he was suppressed by Feng Qingyang. He could not wait to fight Feng Qingyang to regain his full strength. I'll be waiting. Feng Qingyang's expression was as calm as ever when he heard Lord Yahiko's challenge. His tone was indifferent as though he had just agreed to something insignificant. Humph! Yahiko coldly snorted, turned around and flew away. As for the remaining group of young geniuses, other than those who were familiar with Duan Lingtian, the rest left one after another. Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan of the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan, gave Duan Lingtian a meaningful look before he left. When he sensed Yu Dongfang's gaze, Duan Lingtian looked over and met his gaze. At this moment, Yu Dongfang's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, you've gone too far today. If I meet you in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, I won't show you any mercy. Yu Dongfang's sound transmission caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but laugh. Show mercy? I'm really sorry. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to hold back in front of me. Duan Lingtian replied bluntly. Yu Dongfang, you don't have the ability to hold back in front of me. Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yu Dongfang looked at him meaningfully before he turned around and left without saying anything else. He would wait until they met in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Duan Lingtian, Tathagata, the palace master of Shenyuan Heaven's sub-palace of the Title Temple, wanted to possess you? Su Li and the others greeted Feng Qingyang before they turned to look at Duan Lingtian with a grave expression on their faces. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled faintly. However, it's all in the past now. It's said that Palace Master Tathagata has cultivated the Buddhist golden body and has mastered the infinite Tao of the heaven and earth Tao. Why would he want to possess you? What's his motive? Tang Sanpao asked in bewilderment. Before my master appeared, he told me that after he possesses me, he'll be able to master two of the heaven and earth Tao that I've mastered. Perhaps he has a way to extract my soul's comprehension of the heaven and earth Tao. A hint of fear flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he recalled Tathagata's words. What? He can extract your soul's comprehension of the heaven and earth Tao. Heavens! What kind of technique is that? Is there such a secret technique in this world? Tang Sanpao cried out in shock. His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. This had overturned his understanding of the word possession. Wasn't possession just taking over another person's body? Since when, apart from possessing a person's body, one could also possess the comprehension of the four Taos of heaven and earth in his soul. If one could do that, did it mean one could also possess another person's comprehension of the profundities of a law? Duan Lingtian, is that Tathagata really a human? A human from the mundane realm? Ling Juiyun asked with a slight frown on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He should be a human. Duan Lingtian nodded. As for whether he's from the mundane realm, I'm certain he's from the same mundane realm as Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Shenyuan heaven, and Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor heaven. The speed plane can be considered another of my homeworlds. There's no doubt about that. Duan Lingtian nodded confidently. Now that Duan Lingtian had met so many people from the ancient myths and legends on Earth, he realized many of them were true. Tathagata is a human. At this moment, Feng Qingyang chimed in. 2,000 years ago, I was sent by Gongsun Shenyuan to a god's ruin with him and Yu Hao Tian. Only humans can enter that place. That doesn't make sense? Ling Juiyun said with a frown on his face. According to the notes left behind by a supreme powerhouse in my clan, there's only one race in this world. They only have one chance to possess another person's body. Apart from possessing the person's body, they can also steal the person's comprehension of the laws and the four Tao of heaven and earth. Ling Juiyun said. A note left behind by a supreme powerhouse? Upon hearing Ling Juiyun's words, Su Li and Tang Sanpao looked at him in shock. They did not know about Ling Juiyun's origin. All they knew was that Ling Juiyun was Duan Lingtian's friend. However, since Duan Lingtian had told him about Ling Juiyun's origin, Feng Qingyang was not surprised by Ling Juiyun's words. After all, it was normal for a large clan in a realm of gods to have a note left behind by a supreme powerhouse. Even in the Devata realms, there were a few heaven-grade forces that had notes left behind by their supreme powerhouses. Putting aside the other heaven-grade forces, the Qilin clan definitely had one. What race? Duan Lingtian asked. The Dead Spirit Clan. Ling Juiyun replied. The Dead Spirit Clan? Upon hearing Ling Juiyun's words, Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes slightly. Isn't the Dead Spirit Clan from the Netherworld? Moreover, it's said that the members of the Dead Spirit Clan can't leave the Netherworld unless they become gods. That's right. Ling Juiyun nodded. Indeed, the members of the Dead Spirit Clan can't leave the Netherworld before they become gods. They can't leave the Netherworld on their own, possess someone else, or even live in someone else's body. Before they become gods, they have to rely on the special energy in the Netherworld to replenish their bodies. Without the special energy, it won't take long for them to turn into ashes. Only God-level members of the Dead Spirit Clan are able to leave the Netherworld. The Netherworld. Duan Lingtian had heard of this place before. He knew it was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It was as famous as the Azura Hell. However, in terms of danger, it was far less dangerous than the Azura Hell. It was said that those below the level of gods would definitely die if they entered the Azura Hell. As for the Netherworld, many powerful titled celestial emperors had survived after entering the Netherworld. Therefore, it was not as dangerous as the Azura Hell. However, it was said that even gods would die if they acted recklessly in the Netherworld. Is it possible that Tathagata is no longer the same as before? All of a sudden, Feng Qingyang seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed again as he muttered to himself, "No wonder I feel like he's a completely different person compared to his past self." In the past, Feng Qingyang had met Tathagata for a period of time. At that time, Tathagata was an eminent monk who had attained enlightenment. He had a good temper, was knowledgeable, and was gentle and refined. He gave off the feeling of a spring breeze. However, the current Tathagata gave off an inexplicable sense of ruthlessness. It was as though he was a completely different person. "Come with me to confirm something." Duan Lingtian and the others heard Feng Qingyang's words. Before they could react, Feng Qingyang had already brought Duan Lingtian with him and disappeared like a gust of wind. Chapter 3494. Master, where are we going? By the time Duan Lingtian regained his senses, his master, Feng Qingyang, had already brought him far away from the primordial precipice. The formation that enveloped the primordial precipice was only for outsiders. It was useless for those inside since they could leave at any time. For example, when Tathagata entered the primordial precipice, he needed the people from the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven to activate the formation. However, when he left the primordial precipice, he did not need to activate the formation at all. Did we succeed? After Tathagata left the primordial precipice, he immediately went to look for Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple. When Su Konghai saw Tathagata, his eyes lit up immediately. "You didn't alert Feng Qingyang?" Su Konghai had stayed outside to stop Feng Qingyang. However, until now, Feng Qingyang had yet to appear. "I failed." Tathagata, who was also honored Master Mi Yen, who had regained his composure, turned unsightly when he heard Su Konghai mentioning Feng Qingyang. "How did you fail? Didn't Feng Qingyang not come?" Su Konghai frowned. "Feng Qingyang might have entered the primordial precipice earlier than I did." Honored Master Mi Yen said in a deep voice, "When I was about to attack Duan Lingtian, he appeared. My soul was injured by him previously, and my strength was greatly reduced. I was almost killed by him earlier. At the critical moment, it was Yu Dongfang, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Yellow the Arch of the Heavenly Heaven, who spoke up. He mentioned that Duan Lingtian had promised to do Gongsun Shenyuan a favor. Duan Lingtian spoke up, and that was why Feng Qingyang didn't kill me." Honored Master Mi Yen clenched his fists tightly as he spoke. A hint of humiliation could be seen in his eyes. "Feng Qingyang has been here for a long time?" Su Konghai's expression was grave when his plan had failed. He really values this disciple of his so much. Whenever there's even the slightest sign of trouble, he would always protect him. Looks like it won't be easy to kidnap Duan Lingtian. Both Su Konghai and honored Master Mi Yen thought Feng Qingyang had entered the primordial precipice. They were unaware that Feng Qingyang had entered the primordial precipice from the other side of the primordial precipice 15 minutes before Mi Yen appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Mi Yen was unaware of Feng Qingyang's arrival. Since the primordial precipice belonged to the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven, the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven, Ding Fu, had no choice but to obey his orders. Moreover, Ding Fu had personally escorted Feng Qingyang to the primordial precipice. In fact, the elder from the primeval heaven's emperor palace also informed Ding Fu about Lord Yahiko's actions. After all, Ding Fu had expected Yahiko to do this. For this reason, when Feng Qingyang had approached him, he had immediately sent a message to the heavenly emperor of the primordial precipice. If the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven wanted to bribe the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven, the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven had to send a message to him. Moreover, he would not accept anything from the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven. Naturally, the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven was happy to see this. Not only would they not betray the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven, but they would also be able to obtain treasures from the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven. Master, where are we going? By the time Duan Lingtian regained his senses, Feng Qingyang had already led him away from the primordial precipice. You'll know when we get there. Soon after, under Feng Qingyang's guidance, Duan Lingtian arrived at a spacious courtyard. When he saw the people inside, he immediately knew where he was. This was the residence of Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Shenyuan heavenly emperor. When Gongsun Shenyuan saw Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian, he immediately thanked them. Thank you for showing mercy. He knew Tathagata had survived not only because of Duan Lingtian, but also because Feng Qingyang had shown mercy. If Feng Qingyang had insisted on killing Tathagata, Duan Lingtian would have been powerless. Gongsun Shenyuan, my disciple has returned the favor he owes you. These were the first words Feng Qingyang said to Gongsun Shenyuan. Yes. Gongsun Shenyuan smiled bitterly. He had asked for a favor from Duan Lingtian just in case. He didn't expect to use it so quickly. At the same time, he couldn't help but curse the person who had taken over Tathagata's body. What kind of idiot was he? Was the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven a place where he could make a move on Duan Lingtian? Didn't he know that the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven, Ding Fu, was close friends with Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang? Feng Qingyang looked deeply at Gongsun Shenyuan and said directly, the current Tathagata is no longer the Tathagata of the past, right? Gongsun Shenyuan was taken aback. His eyes narrowed instinctively. Although he quickly regained his composure, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang still managed to see the change in his expression. It seems like I guessed correctly. Feng Qingyang said calmly, if I'm not mistaken, the person in control of his body is a member of the dead spirit clan from the netherworld, right? You noticed? Gongsun Shenyuan didn't intend to admit it, but he was shocked when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. He didn't expect Feng Qingyang to be able to see through this. Tathagata should still be alive, I'm sure of that. However, that person's behavior is completely different from Tathagata's. Feng Qingyang continued, that dead spirit clan member must be after my disciple Duan Lingtian's body, because he can't completely take over Tathagata's body. After all, my disciple Duan Lingtian doesn't just have the flame yellow physique, he has 99 heavenly veins, and he has mastered 2 of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Moreover, his mastery of the law of space isn't low. Yes. At this point, Gongsun Shenyuan didn't intend to deny it. He knew that it would be useless even if he did. Feng Qingyang coming to him to ask this meant that he already had his guesses. It seems like I guessed correctly. Feng Qingyang nodded. At the same time, he frowned and asked, is there no way to separate him from Tathagata's body? Or to help Tathagata expel him? There's no way. Gongsun Shenyuan smiled bitterly. His spirit has already merged with Tathagata's spirit. Unless he's willing to leave, only an ultimate expert can forcefully extract his spirit. Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side, finally understood what his master wanted to confirm. It turned out that the titled God Emperor Xian Yuantian's hall master, Tathagata, was no longer him. Or rather, he was now in a half-possessed state. Normally, Tathagata's will was controlled by the dead spirit clan member, Duan Lingtian. Gongsun Shenyuan looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on his face. If you don't have anything to do in the future, try not to leave the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Even if you want to leave the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, it's best if your master can protect you. Otherwise, the dead spirit clan member will definitely make a move on you. Duan Lingtian did not comment on Gongsun Shenyuan's warning. He was certain Gongsun Shenyuan had already guessed Tathagata's intention when he was probing him previously. However, Gongsun Shenyuan did not warn him. Instead, Gongsun Shenyuan asked him for a favor. It was not difficult to guess that Gongsun Shenyuan wanted Duan Lingtian to be possessed so that his good friend, Tathagata, could regain his freedom. Gongsun Shenyuan must have wanted to help Tathagata find a way out. Gongsun Shenyuan, naturally, knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking when he saw the cold expression on Duan Lingtian's face. A wry smile appeared on his face as a hint of guilt appeared in his eyes. Let's go. Feng Qingyang bade farewell to Gongsun Shenyuan before he left with Duan Lingtian. Did you gain any insights from the primordial precipice? Feng Qingyang asked Duan Lingtian after they left Gongsun Shenyuan's residence. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. However, I was interrupted by the dead spirit clan member at the critical moment. At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer referred to the person who attacked him as Tathagata. This was because that person was a member of the Nether Spirit clan who was occupying Tathagata's body. He was not the real Tathagata. Everything he did was not controlled by Tathagata's will. Continue then, Feng Qingyang said as he escorted Duan Lingtian back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although there was a rule in the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven that young geniuses who entered the primordial precipice were not allowed to enter again, who was Duan Lingtian. With Feng Qingyang's friendship with Ding Fu, it would only take a few words for Duan Lingtian to enter the primordial precipice. The primordial precipice was different from the secret chambers of laws in the Tidal Temple. The secret chambers of laws in the primordial heaven did not consume energy, so there was no harm to the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. After Duan Lingtian entered the primordial precipice, Feng Qingyang did not leave. He hovered in the air outside the primordial precipice. Soon after, a figure appeared next to him. It was none other than Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. How was it? Feng Qingyang asked. After he came out, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple, appeared and met up with him. I'm sure Su Konghai knows about this. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. Perhaps they planned to kidnap junior nephew Duan. Ding Fu said. Under normal circumstances, as a deity powerhouse, Su Konghai would definitely be able to discover Ding Fu, who was hiding at the side. However, where was this place? The heavenly palace of the primordial heaven was the territory of Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven. With the grand formation that enveloped the entire heavenly palace of the primordial heaven, Ding Fu could conceal himself perfectly. As long as he did not act rashly, even a god would not be able to detect him. I'm afraid Su Konghai has been used as well. Feng Qingyang sneered. After learning the motive of the dead spirit clansman who had taken over Tathagata's body, he knew it was impossible for the dead spirit clansman to help the Tidal Temple obtain his disciple, Duan Lingtian. The dead spirit clansman would leave as soon as he succeeded. As for Su Konghai, he was sure the dead spirit clansman had used him to intercept him. Chapter 34:95. However, the Tidal Temple is really stubborn. Back then, they tried to make a move on me, but they failed. Now, they're targeting my disciple. Do they really think that I, Feng Qingyang, am a pushover? When Feng Qingyang reached the end of his sentence, a cold glint shot out from his eyes. It was as sharp as a sword, causing Ding Fu, who was standing beside him, to feel a chill in his bones. He could feel Feng Qingyang's anger. Feng Celestial Emperor, I know you're strong, but the Tidal Temple is too powerful. Don't go head-to-head with them, Ding Fu reminded. Ding Fu warned. He was worried that Zhang Xian would charge into the Tidal Temple in a fit of rage. Based on Feng Qingyang's strength, it was possible for him to do something like that. Don't worry, old brother Ding. Feng Qingyang immediately retracted his cold aura, and a smile appeared on his face. It was as if he was a completely different person from before. Before my real body leaves the Azura Hell, I won't act rashly, Feng Qingyang said. True body. Ding Fu's heart skipped a beat when he heard Feng Qingyang mentioning his true body. His younger brother Feng was an expert in the law of destruction. The law of Earth had a law clone that was independent of the law of Earth. However, the law clone of the law of destruction was usually one with the true body. Younger brother Feng, how strong is your true body now? Ding Fu asked curiously. He could not hold back his curiosity any longer. I can kill Su Konghai as if I'm killing a dog. Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes as a glint flashed across his eyes. Gasp! Ding Fu gasped as soon as he heard Feng Qingyang's words. Su Konghai was the vice hall master of the Tidal Temple. Although there were more than one Vice Hall Master in the Title Temple, the Vice Hall Master was still considered one of the strongest in the Title Temple. At the very least, ordinary gods were no match for Su Konghai. However, his younger brother Feng was telling him that he could kill Su Konghai as if he was killing a dog. How could he not be shocked? Duan Lingtian didn't know about the exchange between Feng Qingyang and Ding Fu. After he returned to the primordial precipice, he continued to comprehend the laws of space contained within the primordial precipice, completely forgetting about the passage of time. Only when Su Li's voice sounded did he wake up. Duan Lingtian, it's time. The 5th round of the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses is about to begin. At this moment, Su Li was standing in the air not far from Duan Lingtian. Beside him stood Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. At this moment, the three of them were looking at Duan Lingtian. So fast! Once again returning to the primordial precipice, Duan Lingtian no longer paid attention to the outside world like before. Instead, he wholeheartedly immersed himself in comprehending the laws of space contained within the primordial precipice, completely forgetting about time. Tathagata had already failed once. At this time, he was not worried that Tathagata would attack again. As for the people from the Title Temple, they would not attack again. Not long after Duan Lingtian returned to the primordial precipice, he received a message from his master, Feng Qingyang, informing him that Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the Title Temple's main hall, was keeping watch outside the primordial precipice. It seemed like Su Konghai was prepared to stop his master, Feng Qingyang, from coming to his rescue. Su Konghai. At that time, Duan Lingtian was filled with killing intent toward Su Konghai. When he was strong enough in the future, he would not let Su Konghai off so easily. Although he knew the Title Temple was plotting something against him, he did not expect the Title Temple would be so crazy as to join forces with Tathagata, or to be more precise, the Title Temple would join forces with the Dead Spirit Clan to kidnap him. Naturally, Su Konghai did not know Tathagata was being controlled by the Dead Spirit Clan, let alone being used by the Dead Spirit Clan. If the Dead Spirit Clan succeeded, they would definitely bring him out of the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. Perhaps they would bring him back to the Dead Spirit Clan in the netherworld and possess him. It feels like only a short while has passed. Who knew a month has passed? Duan Lingtian sighed as he shook his head. You're not the only one who feels this way. We feel the same way as well. Tang Sanpao said with a smile. All right, the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is about to begin. Let's go. All right. When Duan Lingtian and the others left the primordial precipice, they discovered many young geniuses had also left the primordial precipice. For example, Yu Dongfang, the 3rd true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Yellow the Arch-Heaven, was among them. When Duan Lingtian saw Yu Dongfang was looking at him. It was obvious Yu Dongfang had noticed him. Duan Lingtian, I hope we'll meet soon. Yu Dongfang sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian provocatively. Duan Lingtian only smiled indifferently when faced with Yu Dongfang's provocation. He looked away and ignored Yu Dongfang. Yu Dongfang's expression turned unsightly when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring him. His eyes flashed coldly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, they discovered most of the young geniuses had already arrived. Even the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the various title temples were present. Duan Lingtian and the others discovered only one heavenly emperor was absent. It was none other than Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven, was present. Master isn't here yet? Duan Lingtian and the others returned to their original seats under the gazes of the others with doubts in their hearts. Soon after they sat down, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the main hall of the title temple, who was in charge of presiding over the Devata Realms Genius Battle, appeared and announced, "The 5th round of the Devata Realms Genius Battle is about to begin. The rules of the first stage of the 5th round are similar to the rules of the first stage of the 4th round. The title temple will determine the participants. There will be 50 battles and 50 people will advance to the next round. Naturally, in order to make the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses more exciting, We won't pit those who have displayed their strength against those who are already very strong against each other in the first stage of the 5th round. Therefore, young geniuses who are at least 4-star God of War will not be pitted against each other in the first stage of the 5th round. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, a disappointed expression appeared on the faces of many people. Initially, they wanted to watch a fierce battle between two powerful individuals. However, they did not expect the Title Temple would arrange a battle between the strong and the weak. It was not a battle between two powerful individuals, but a battle between two powerful individuals. Among the 100 young geniuses who had advanced to the 5th round, those who weren't even a 4-star war god all had bitter smiles on their faces. It seemed that they would become cannon fodder in the first stage of this round, although they would have the opportunity to issue another challenge later on. However, among the 50 people who could temporarily advance, most of them were 4-star war gods or above. Even if the remaining people weren't 4-star war gods or above, they definitely had the ability of a peak 3-star war god. Under such circumstances, without sufficient strength and confidence, rashly challenging them would only be a disgrace. He might as well not challenge and admit that he was eliminated. It seems that we won't meet for the time being, Tang Sanpao said with a smile. Soon after, the name list appeared in the sky above the arena of the Devata Realm's Genius Battle. There were 5 battles going on at the same time. One of the battles was between Ling Juiyun and a young man called Yuan Tong. As for the other 4 battles, one of them was between Zhong Guiyu and a young genius who had almost been eliminated previously. When they left the arena, it was not only Ling Juiyun and Zhong Guiyu's opponents who had a grim expression on their faces. Even the other 3 people's opponents had grim expressions on their faces. Based on their expressions, one could tell they were the cannon fodder that the Title Temple had chosen. The 5 battles ended in just a dozen breaths' time. Nobody took the initiative to admit defeat. However, they were still defeated very quickly. The weakest opponent among the 5 people who were eliminated was a 4-star war god. Among them, Ling Juiyun and Zhong Guiyu were the fastest to end their battles. The 5 of them successfully advanced to the next round. Similar to the first stage of the 4th round of the Devata Realms, they had only advanced temporarily. However, everyone knew that with their strength, they would be able to advance to the 6th round of the Devata Realm's Genius Battle as long as there were no accidents. Only 30 people would be able to advance to the 6th round. These 30 people were the top 30 in the Devata Realm's Genius Battle. In the past, most of the top 30 people in the Devata Realm's Genius Battle were 4-star war gods. Occasionally, all of them would be 4-star war gods. However, there were also a few 4-star war gods who were unlucky and were eliminated. The reason they were unlucky was because there were more than 30 young geniuses who were 4-star war gods or stronger in the Devata Realm's Genius Battle. Their strength was the weakest among the 4-star war gods, so they could only be eliminated. 10 people at a time. 100 people will only be able to enter the arena 10 times. Among the 10 people who entered the arena the second time, 5 of them were very strong. 4 of them were 4-star war gods or stronger, and 1 of them was an elite among the 3-star war gods. The first 4 people ended their battles quickly while the last person took some time to defeat. Although he was a top 3-star war god, his opponent was also a 3-star war god who was quite strong. The 2 of them were in a stalemate for a while. In just a blink of an eye, another 5 people advanced temporarily. Then, another 10 people entered the arena. Then, another list of 10 people appeared. This time, Duan Lingtian was on the list. Coincidentally, Yu Dongfang, the 3rd true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Shenyuan heaven, was also on the list. Naturally, the 2 of them were no match for each other. However, the expressions of the 2 young geniuses who encountered the 2 of them were extremely unsightly. There was no suspense. Duan Lingtian and Yu Dongfang defeated their opponents with a single move and ended their battle at the same time. After the battle ended, Yu Dongfang glared at Duan Lingtian's departing figure coldly. There's something wrong with Yu Dongfang's gaze? Does he have a grudge against Duan Lingtian? Yu Dongfang's gaze was too obvious. Many young geniuses who were paying attention to him noticed it. Chapter 3496. Duan Lingtian, Yu Dongfang seems to be targeting you. After Duan Lingtian returned, Tang Sanpao glanced at Yu Dongfang, who was about to return to his seat, and said to Duan Lingtian, "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently and did not make any other response. He did not think much of Yu Dongfang. He had heard Tang Sanpao mention Yu Dongfang before. Although Yu Dongfang had only displayed the strength of a 4-star god of war, his true strength was most likely at the level of a 5-star god of war. However, even if Yu Dongfang had improved greatly over the years, he would at most be a 5-star god of war. It was almost impossible for him to possess the strength of a 6-star god of war. Moreover, even if it was possible, so what? This time, Duan Lingtian's greatest opponent was the young genius from the Tidal Temple. However, Duan Lingtian was still unsure of who it was. Among the group of people who had advanced from the 4th round to the 5th round, there were more than 10 young geniuses who had been nurtured by the Tidal Temple. Normally, that person should be among the 10 young geniuses. Among all the young geniuses, the one who has the highest chance of becoming a 6-star god of war should be the trump card of the Tidal Temple. The exploding Yuan immortal fruit was secretly given to that person. Otherwise, the Tidal Temple would not be so generous. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, this was the judgment of his master, Feng Qingyang. At this moment, even he felt the same way. As time passed, Tang Sanpao and Su Li entered the arena one after another. Their opponents were only 3-star gods of war, and they were easily defeated by them. Ling Juyun, you should also be a 5-star god of war, right? Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Juyun. His eyes flickered as he asked the same question he had asked many times. As for Ling Juyun, he ignored him as before. So far, among Duan Lingtian's group of 4, only Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao had displayed the strength of a 5-star war god. Whether it was Ling Juyun or Su Li, they had all displayed the strength of a 4-star war god. There was no doubt Su Li was a 4-star god of war since he had broken through during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. As for Ling Juyun, based on the current situation, many people suspected that he was a 5-star war god. This was because when they saw him fight, they felt that he wasn't that simple. Soon, the 50 people who had temporarily advanced were revealed. However, as the opponents arranged for them were all weaker than them, although they all fought, the strength they displayed was still the same as before. Those who should have hidden their strength still did. Next, the Tidal Temple will sort out the list again. The 50 people will be divided into 25 groups and will fight each other. Although Su Konghai said he would sort out the list again, as soon as he finished speaking, another 10 names appeared in the sky above the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. They're done sorting out the list so quickly? Many young geniuses were shocked when they saw this. Don't they need to think about it? In my opinion, they must have prepared this list a long time ago. They must have guessed that these 50 people would advance in the first stage of the 5th round. I think so too. The people present on the scene were not stupid. It was not difficult for them to figure this out. Among the 50 people, 25 of them will advance temporarily. The remaining 25 people will fight each other to determine the 5 strongest people who will advance temporarily. The 30 people who advance temporarily will become the ringmasters and will be challenged by the remaining 70 people. Each person will have 3 chances to challenge the ringmasters. Su Konghai's voice rang again as he explained the rules of the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I'm afraid many people won't be able to hide their strength anymore. The second stage of the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses caused many young geniuses' faces to light up. Perhaps those who had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war would be separated from the rest, so they would have to fight with the strongest 3-star gods of war. However, there would definitely be battles between 4-star gods of war. Some of the 4-star gods of war might even be 5-star gods of war. It was impossible for them to continue hiding their strength in this stage. Su Li, it's your turn, Tang Sanpao said with a smile on his face. Su Li's name appeared among the 10 names. He was about to go on stage and fight against someone who also had the strength of a 4-star war god. This person was one of the dozen young geniuses from the Tidal Temple. His name was Hong Yuan. Su Li, you're not a match for me. Hong Yuan was a young man dressed in a long grayish-white robe. He had a cold expression on his face as he looked at Su Li, who had just entered the arena. "Even if I'm not a match for you, I still have to try." Su Li's expression did not change. "In that case, let's begin." Hong Yuan nodded. When the battle between Su Li and Hong Yuan was about to begin, Duan Ling Tian's brows furrowed slightly before he finally relaxed. Among the dozen or so people in the title temple, Hong Yuan was one of the few people whom Duan Ling Tian suspected to be the trump card of the title temple. Until the beginning of the battle, Hong Yuan had remained calm and indifferent. He gave off an unfathomable aura. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian felt Hong Yuan was stronger than a 4-star god of war. At the very least, he was not an ordinary 4-star god of war. After that, Su Li was defeated by Hong Yuan in less than 10 moves. This confirmed Duan Lingtian's suspicion. Su Li was defeated. Hong Yuan is at least an outstanding 4-star god of war. Su Li, who had just become a 4-star god of war, isn't a match for him, Zhang Tianyu said with a solemn expression. Soon after, Su Li returned to the arena. However, there was no hint of disappointment on his face. It was as though he did not care about his defeat at all. "How was it?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Su Li. Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi were confused. "Very strong." Su Li's expression turned solemn when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. "I feel like he's still hiding his strength." "What?" Zhang Tianyu and the others were shocked when they heard Su Li's words. "He has already displayed the strength of a peak 4-star god of war. Is he still hiding his strength? Could it be that he's a 5-star god of war?" The three of them were shocked. However, they believed Su Li's words. At the same time, most of the young geniuses present were discussing Su Li's defeat. Su Li was defeated. Although Su Li was defeated, it's still an honorable defeat. Chapter 34-97. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Kongyu made the first move. Just as the crowd had predicted, when facing an opponent like Ling Jueyun, he unleashed a strength that was much stronger than what he had shown before. The strength of a top 4-star war god. Lu Kongyu has indeed hidden his strength. He is not an ordinary 4-star war god. He is a top 4-star war god. With the strength that Ling Jueyun had shown before, he might not be able to defeat Lu Kongyu. However, Ling Jueyun must have hidden his strength as well. While the crowd was whispering, Lu Kongyu had already started fighting with Ling Jueyun. At first, he was evenly matched with Ling Jueyun. After all, the strength that Ling Jueyun had shown at the beginning was only that of a top 4-star war god. The geniuses cultivated by the title temple are indeed extraordinary. It was rare for Ling Jueyun to speak. His tone was indifferent and his voice was not loud, but it was heard by everyone who was watching the battle between him and Lu Kongyu. The people present were not ordinary people. Their hearing was amazing and unimaginable. "Now let's end this." After about 30 moves, Ling Jueyun spoke unhurriedly. At the same time, the aura of death on his body grew stronger. The death doppelganger returned to his body. His entire body was surrounded by a violent black light. At the same time, he expanded and turned into a giant in the blink of an eye. In the giant's hand, a sickle formed by pure energy appeared out of thin air. Once it was formed, it gave people a creepy feeling. Death sickle. Many people could see that the death sickle that Ling Jueyun was using now had integrated other precepts of the Edict of Death. Ling Jueyun has indeed hidden his strength. Guessing was one thing, but witnessing it with one's own eyes was another. Seeing Ling Jueyun reveal the strength that he had previously hidden, many people's eyes lit up. More people's hearts raced as they watched the scene unfold in front of them. Buzz! The death sickle moved. As soon as it appeared, the void trembled as if it would collapse at any time. Lu Kongyu's figure flashed, trying to evade. However, the death god's scythe seemed to have locked onto him. No matter how he dodged, no matter how crafty his movements were, he could not dodge the attack. Drink. In the end, Lu Kongyu roared and used all his means to condense a powerful offensive to meet Ling Jueyun's death scythe. However, Ling Jueyun's sickle of the god of death was like a peerless divine weapon that could destroy heaven and earth. The moment it touched Lu Kongyu's attack, it was completely shattered. The power of the sickle of the god of death was not much, but it seemed a little dim. However, this consumption was negligible to the death god scythe. Admit defeat. Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the title temple, who was presiding over the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, sent a voice transmission to Lu Kongyu. You're no match for him. We arranged for you to fight him because we wanted to further probe his strength. Now you've completed your mission. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, Ling Jueyun's death god scythe was already closing in on Lu Kongyu. It seemed like Lu Kongyu was about to be killed. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. If Lu Kongyu did not crush his jade token and escape, he would definitely die. At the most critical moment, Lu Kongyu, who was on the brink of life and death, finally crushed the jade tablet with a pop sound. His whole person disappeared into thin air and appeared under the light shield of the formation, escaping with his life. Buzz! Ling Jueyun's death god's scythe seemed to be able to tear through everything as it landed on the formation's light shield. In just a blink of an eye, the death god's scythe shattered the light shield and continued to charge toward Lu Kongyu. It was not that Ling Jueyun did not hold back, but he could not. Lu Kongyu had disappeared in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that he did not even have time to react. Humph! Su Konghai snorted in the air before he made a grabbing motion with his hand. In the next moment, an invisible giant hand appeared and crushed Ling Jueyun's death god's scythe. At this moment, Ling Jueyun finally regained his senses and withdrew his hand. Ling Jueyun victory. A gust of wind blew past, causing Ling Jueyun's robe to flutter noisily. At this moment, he had become the center of attention. Another 5-star god of war had revealed his strength. Up until now, how many people have revealed their strength as a 5-star god of war? The spectator seats were bustling with noise and excitement. Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Duan Lingtian, Zhou Yongqi, Ling Jueyun. There are a few others who might be 5-star gods of war as well. In that case, the number of 5-star gods of war in this Devata realm battle of geniuses is around 10. There might even be more than 10 people. That seems to be the case. In the past, although more than 10 5-star gods of war had participated in the Devata realm battle of geniuses, it was only a minority. Most of the time, there would not be more than 10 5-star gods of war in the Devata realm battle of geniuses. However, before the second phase of the 5th round of the Devata realm battle of geniuses ended, there were already 5 5-star gods of war. Moreover, there were more than 5 people who were suspected to be 5-star gods of war or stronger. Perhaps there will be more than 10 5-star gods of war in this Devata realm battle of geniuses. Many people sighed, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Apart from the group of young geniuses, many heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the title temple's branch palaces were also filled with anticipation. Ling Jueyun, you're really a 5-star god of war. Tang Sanpao was the first to speak after Ling Jueyun returned. He had already guessed Ling Jueyun was a 5-star god of war, so he was not surprised. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Su Li were not surprised as well. On the other hand, although Zhang Tianyu and the others knew Ling Jueyun was not a simple person, they did not expect Ling Jueyun to be a 5-star god of war. What was this? Among the people sitting with them, 3 of them were 5-star war gods. In this Devata realm battle of geniuses, there were only 5 young geniuses who had the strength of a 5-star god of war, and there were 3 of them sitting with them. Regardless of how shocked the 3 of them were, the Devata realm battle of geniuses continued. Soon after, the other 4 battles were over. However, no one displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. There were 2 people who displayed the strength of a top 4-star god of war. Before this, everyone thought they were just ordinary 4-star gods of war. Duan Lingtian, it's your turn. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's name appeared. Duan Lingtian's opponent was a 3-star god of war, just as most people had expected. The title temple would not arrange a strong opponent for a young genius who had already displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. There were 30 spots for people to advance to the next round. Even if a 5-star god of war advanced to the next round, no one would have any objections. However, they still had to go through the motions. I admit defeat. Although Duan Lingtian's opponent was a top 3-star god of war, his strength was only comparable to that of a 3-star god of war. He would not even be able to contend with a 4-star god of war, let alone a 5-star god of war who had already displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he was confident that he would be able to withstand a single blow from him. Duan Lingtian won without a fight. After that, Tang Sanpao entered the arena. The situation was similar. The title temple assigned him an opponent who was also a 3-star god of war. Is this considered the benefit of a 5-star god of war? Many young geniuses said this. Of course, even if it was a benefit, no one was unconvinced. Duan Lingtian's strength was obvious. If one was capable and displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war, one would also receive the same treatment. Yu Dongfang. Soon, the third direct disciple of the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan, Yu Dongfang, entered the arena. His opponent was another young genius nurtured by the title temple. Previously, he had only displayed the strength of an ordinary 4-star god of war. This person probably didn't use his full strength before. Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the young genius from the title temple fought with Yu Dongfang and displayed the strength of a top 4-star god of war. However, even so, he still lost. Yu Dongfang had originally displayed the strength of a top 4-star god of war. However, under the pressure of the young genius from the title temple, he finally displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. This was also the first time he had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. No wonder you dared to challenge me. You really do have the strength of a 5-star god of war. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. He was not surprised by this at all because he had already guessed this would happen. If Yu Dongfang did not possess the strength of a 5-star god of war, how could he be so bold as to threaten to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses? The 6th 5-star god of war has appeared, the third direct disciple of the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan, Yu Dongfang. After Yu Dongfang displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war, it caused an uproar among the crowd. The appearance of another 5-star god of war caused the atmosphere to reach its peak. It was as noisy as a wet market. However, after Yu Dongfang, 2 more 5-star gods of war appeared. However, due to the appearance of Yu Dongfang and Zhou Yongqi, and the appearance of 2 more 5-star gods of war, the commotion was not as great as before. After all, humans were able to adapt to the situation. Once one got used to the appearance of 5-star gods of war, one would be able to calm down. 8 5-star gods of war, Zhang Tianyu said with a sigh. If Su Li's guess is right, Hong Yuan, who defeated him, is also a 5-star god of war. In that case, there are 6 5-star gods of war. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was paying attention to one of the 2 5-star gods of war who had just displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. This person was one of the young geniuses from the title temple. Duan Lingtian suspected that this person was a 5-star god of war. Now that this person had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war, Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. Could it be him? Or Hong Yuan? After Duan Lingtian's observation, he discovered Hong Yuan, who had defeated Su Li, and Sima Rue, who had just displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war, were among the young geniuses from the title temple. Chapter 3498. After Yu Dongfang, there were 2 other young geniuses who had the strength of a 5-star god of war. Apart from Sima Rue, who was nurtured by the title temple, there was another unknown young genius. Most importantly, the unknown young genius was also a woman who was rarely seen in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. She was a beautiful woman with a valiant aura. Her name was Yi Dongli. Although Yi Dongli was a woman, she was dressed in men's tight-fitting clothes that accentuated her perfect figure. Although the commotion caused by the duo's strength was not as great as the commotion caused by Zhou Yongqi and Yu Dongfang's strength, Many people were still talking about them. As expected from the title temple, it's widely acknowledged as the Saint Land in the Devata realms. There are more than a dozen young geniuses who made it to the 5th round. In fact, the total number of people who made it to the 5th round is only 100. Most importantly, there's a 5-star god of war among the young geniuses they nurtured. I don't know why, but I have a strong feeling that there's more than one 5-star god of war among the young geniuses from the title temple. I think there's more than one as well. Where did Yi Dongli come from? A woman who's not even 1,000 years old is a 5-star god of war? I suddenly feel like I've been living like a dog all these years. I agree. In the future, if anyone dares to say a woman is inferior to a man, I'll definitely give them a slap. Soon after, the 25 people who made it to the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were determined. Apart from Duanling Tian, Tang Sanpao, and Zhong Guiyu, these 3 young geniuses who had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war, the other 22 spots were occupied by a few other 5-star god of war young geniuses and a group of young geniuses who had at least the strength of a 4-star god of war. In the 3rd round of the 5th round, 5 of the 75 people who had been eliminated would advance temporarily. They would become ring masters along with the 25 people who made it to the 5th round. As long as they successfully defended their rings, they would advance to the 6th round. Although the competition was intense, the young geniuses who had been eliminated were not as strong as the previous battles. In the end, 5 of them won and obtained a spot. Su Li was one of them. Although Su Li had just broken through to become a 4-star god of war, due to the fact that he had inherited the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's ancestors' legacy, he was able to perfectly utilize the profundities of the law with his sword even though he had yet to master his own Tao. Under these circumstances, although he had just entered the level of a 4-star war god, he was stronger than most 4-star war gods. Of course, if the current him were to encounter a top-notch 4-star battle god, he would definitely be defeated. For example, the genius of the title temple, Hong Yuan, had displayed the strength of a peak 4-star god of war and defeated Su Li. Su Li, looks like you won't have any problems getting into the top 30. Duan Lingtian smiled. Barely. Su Li sighed. To think that before I broke through, I was still wondering if I could enter the top 30 with the strength of a 3-star war god. Now it seems that even a normal 4-star war god would find it difficult to enter the top 30. There are too many outstanding geniuses in this year's Battle of Geniuses. There are more than 44 star gods of war. Zhang Tianyu sighed. Many people think there will be more than 10 5-star gods of war in this year's Battle of Geniuses. The Battle of Geniuses in the Devata realm with more than 10 5-star gods of war is worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. Currently, there are 8 people with the strength of a 5-star god of war. Among the remaining people, there must be some who haven't used their full strength yet. Zhang Tianyu could not help but speculate. The Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses continued. The 30 people who had temporarily advanced would be challenged by the remaining 70 people. Each of them had 3 chances to challenge the remaining 70 people. In the 3rd stage of the 5th round, Duan Lingtian, the young geniuses with the strength of a 5-star god of war, and the young geniuses with the strength of a peak 4-star god of war were not challenged. There were less than 10 4-star gods of war, including Su Li, who were challenged. Their strength had not even reached the level of a peak 4-star god of war. However, after a series of challenges, only one of them was eliminated. Although the 30 of them had temporarily advanced, they had all relied on their own strength to advance. There was very little luck involved, so it was normal that only one out of the 30 of them would be pulled down. The people who have advanced to the 6th round of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses have been confirmed. The 30 young geniuses, please prepare yourselves for the 6th round of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses in the next 3 months. Su Konghai's voice resounded in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. The top 30 will be determined in the 6th round of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. That will also be the last round of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. 3 months later, after the 5th round of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses ended, the 6th round of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses would begin in 3 months. The 6th round of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses would also be the last round of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. At that time, the top 30 would be determined. The young geniuses were excited when they heard Su Konghai's words. After 3 months, no one will be able to conceal their cultivation base anymore. At that time, the top 30 in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses will be revealed. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. It's finally here. I'm really curious who will be the final winner of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. At this moment, the group of young geniuses who had been eliminated from the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses were even more excited than Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses who had advanced to the last round. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Juyun, see you in 3 months. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, Tang Sanpao did not leave with them this time. Instead, after bidding farewell to them, he left on his own. It was as though he had turned over a new leaf. Tang Sanpao must be feeling pressured, right? Is he in a hurry to return to cultivate? Su Li was surprised as well. What do you think? Are you still interested in going to the primordial precipice? Although the title temple only gave us one chance to enter the primordial precipice during the month before the 6th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, if you want to go, I can inform my master and ask him to inform Senior Uncle Ding. It won't be a problem. Duan Lingtian asked Su Li and Ling Juyun. I want to go and have a look. Su Li replied bluntly. What about you? Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Juyun, who remained silent. There's no need for me to go. Ling Juyun shook his head. I've already gained a lot from the primordial precipice last month. I'm going to spend the next 3 months to digest my gains. If you want to go, you can go on your own. All right. As soon as Duan Lingtian nodded, Ling Juyun left on his own. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, I'm looking forward to your performance in 3 months. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi also stood up and prepared to leave. Before they left, they looked at Duan Lingtian and Su Li with a hopeful expression on their faces. All of them hoped that Duan Lingtian and Su Li would shine in the final round of the Devata Realms Genius Battle. After all, they knew each other. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. They hoped that Duan Lingtian would do well in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses and live up to the reputation of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. After the 3 of them left, Duan Lingtian sent a message to his master, Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang also sent a message to Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven. Ding Fu sent a message to Duan Lingtian and Su Li so that they could enter the primordial precipice again. Duan Lingtian, see you in 3 months. Su Li bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he made his way to the primordial precipice. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had returned to the primordial precipice that he had comprehended earlier. It was not wise to bite off more than one could chew. Duan Lingtian understood this principle. In the next 3 months, he planned to stay in the primordial precipice for 2 months to comprehend the law of space. He planned to use the supreme powerhouse divinity to further comprehend the law of space in the primordial precipice. As for the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, it would take some time for him to comprehend them. Therefore, he was not worried about his safety in the primordial precipice for the next 2 months. After all, his master had sent him a voice transmission to inform him that the people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven outside the primordial precipice had been replaced by his senior Uncle Ding. Therefore, no one would be able to enter the primordial precipice without his knowledge. Moreover, in the next 3 months, the primordial precipice would not be open to anyone in the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. 3 months was a short period of time for all the geniuses in the Devata realms to advance to the final round of the Devata realms selection. Everyone hoped to have a breakthrough during this period of time so that they could achieve a better result in the final round of the Devata realms selection. The higher one's ranking was, the better the rewards one would receive. Putting everything else aside, one would be able to stay in the Title Temple's secret chamber for a longer period of time. Master, Duan Lingtian pretended to be obedient and acted against you in secret. I'll definitely humiliate him in the final round of the Devata realm selection in 3 months. Yu Dongfang did not return to the residence arranged for him by the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. Instead, he followed his master to his master's residence. Initially, he had planned to cultivate by himself for the next 3 months. However, his master had asked him to follow him. His master had told him that he had comprehended the sword Tao recently, and if Yu Dongfang could comprehend it in the next 3 months, he would be able to improve his strength. Hearing Yu Dongfang's words, Gong's son Shenyuan shook his head and said, "Don't just set your sights on him, and don't blame him for going against his wishes. If it were you facing someone who wanted to possess you, and facing the same choice, what would you do?" Literature Hall. Chapter 34-99. Although Yu Dongfang could understand Gong's son Xuanyuan's words, he did not intend to let it go. No matter what, since he promised you that he would return you a favor, he did that despite my warning. It's no different from making a fool of you, master. At that time, he must have guessed why you asked him for a favor, but he still did that. A cold light flashed in Yu Dongfang's eyes as he spoke. He exuded a cold aura, causing the temperature in the air to drop. It was as though winter had arrived. Gong's son Shenyuan shook his head, but he did not say anything else. Although Duan Lingtian was not stronger than his disciple, he knew that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. However, he had a feeling that Duan Lingtian was hiding a lot of his strength. He did not see it, but it was a feeling that was similar to intuition. However, in order not to destroy the morale of his disciples, Gong's son Shenyuan did not say anything else. He changed the topic and began to talk about cultivation. Most importantly, he was only one step away from mastering the sword principle that he had figured out. At that time, he would not be afraid even if he were to face Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, who was ranked 4th on the emperor ranking of all heavens. Ding Fu's current strength was only because he had mastered the devouring Tao of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. As long as Gong's son Shenyuan mastered his own sword principle, he was confident that he would not be at a disadvantage in a fight with Ding Fu. Of course, if he wanted to defeat Ding Fu, he would need to improve further. Duan Lingtian is known as a genius in the sword principle. After meeting Feng Qingyang for 100 years, he mastered his own space sword principle with Feng Qingyang's destruction vision. Gong's son Shenyuan sighed. "You should learn from him in this aspect. Of course, it's also because you're not as good as Feng Qingyang. You haven't mastered your own sword principle yet." Upon hearing Gong's son Xuanyuan's words, Yu Dongfang shook his head and said, "Master, everyone has their own fortuitous encounter. Who knows if Feng Qingyang had some kind of fortuitous encounter that allowed him to grasp the power of destruction. Moreover, he must have had a great encounter when he was trapped in the Azura Hell. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come out as a deity," you said. Yu Dongfang said, "Most of the time, luck is also a part of strength." Gong's son Shenyuan shook his head. He had no intention of using this as an excuse to console himself. "I'm not as good as him now. This is a fact. Master, even if you're not as good as him, I'll show everyone in the Devata realms that the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan is stronger than the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of solitary destructive," Yu Dongfang said in high spirits. During the Devata realms battle of the geniuses, the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had arranged 3 residences for the participants. A group of young geniuses living in one place. The heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms were arranged to stay in another place. On the other hand, the high-ranking officials of the Title Temple were arranged in different locations. As the host of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, the Vice Palace Master of the Title Temple's main hall, and the person with the highest status in the Title Temple, Su Konghai had his own private and secluded residence. It was a quiet valley that the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had arranged for Su Konghai to stay in. At this moment, Su Konghai was sitting cross-legged in front of a small waterfall at the side of the valley with his eyes closed. Nobody knew if he was meditating or cultivating. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared not far from Su Konghai like the wind. Looking at him from afar, the figure greeted him faintly, "Martial Uncle Su. Are you confident?" At the same time that Su Konghai asked, he opened his eyes and looked at the other party. "Based on the strength they've displayed so far, I'm 100% confident." The young man said proudly. I don't think there's a second 6-star god of war. Su Konghai said, there's no doubt you'll be the winner. Even if there's a peak 5-star god of war among them, they won't be a match for you. I'm not that optimistic. The young man shook his head. What's wrong? Do you feel threatened? Su Konghai asked curiously. Who are they? 2 people. The young man's eyes gleamed as he said unhurriedly, Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun. Them? Su Konghai was taken aback. Why are you talking about them? You can even say it's Yu Dongfang Zhongguiyu or Yi Dongli. Why do you say they're a threat to you? You know Duan Lingtian. He's only 600 years old, and it's already impressive for him to possess the strength of a 5-star god of war. Even if he has mastered 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, he can't do 2 things at once. I think he's already mastered all the laws of space that he has comprehended. When Su Konghai mentioned Duan Lingtian, there was still a gleam in the depth of his eyes. Apart from that, there was also a hint of greed that was difficult to detect. Yes. The young man nodded. He knew what Su Konghai was talking about. How much do you know about Ling Juyun? Do you know how old he is? Su Konghai asked. Those who participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses are all younger than 1,000 years old. Junior Uncle Su, are you trying to tell me he's younger than Duan Lingtian and Su Li? The young man asked. He's about the same age as Duan Lingtian. They're both 600 years old. Su Konghai's eyes glinted as he said bluntly. Gasp! Almost at the same time as Su Konghai's voice fell, the young man couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His face was aghast, and his eyes also showed waves of shock, unable to calm down for a long time. Junior Uncle Su, how did you know? The young man asked again. Are you mistaken? Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Su Li, it was already shocking for them to possess their current cultivation bases when they were only 600 years old. However, his junior uncle Su said Ling Juyun was about the same age as them. You should know that apart from those who are guaranteed by the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, the participants in the Devata realms Battle of Geniuses were all brought here by the Tidal Temple's branches. Although the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms didn't test their bone age, they would still be tested after the Devata realms Battle of Geniuses ended. Generally speaking, the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms must have tested the age of the heavenly emperors before bringing them to the Devata realms to participate in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. It's basically impossible for the heavenly emperors to cheat. If any heavenly emperor dares to play favoritism in the Devata realms Battle of Geniuses, not only will his reputation be tarnished, but the Tidal Temple won't let the matter rest either. Su Konghai said, if Ling Juyun was brought here by one of the Devata realms Battle of Geniuses, it's only natural that I don't know his exact age. However, the problem is he's with the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. He's with the Tidal Temple's Feng Qing Tian's branch. Feng Qing Tian's branch has tested Ling Juyun's bone age, and it's less than 700 years old. Feng Qing Tian's perception of Ling Juyun's strength is only at the level of a 3-star or 4-star god of war. However, Ling Juyun's strength is at the level of a 5-star god of war. Do you think they're a threat to a 6-star god of war who's less than 700 years old? Su Konghai studied the young man from head to toe. Aren't you worrying too much? Even if you're worried, you shouldn't be worried about the 2 of them, right? They're too young. It's already heaven-defying for them to possess the strength of a 5-star god of war. It's impossible for them to possess the strength of a 6-star god of war. Su Konghai's words were filled with certainty, as if he felt that his thoughts were correct. I hope so. The young man nodded. However, the feeling they give me is indeed different. Junior Uncle Su, you should have heard from my master that I have an innate intuition. This intuition has allowed me to escape from the 9 Serenities battlefield several times. Based on the young man's words, it was obvious he had entered the 9 Serenities battlefield before. I've heard of your intuition before. However, there are always times when intuition is wrong. Don't tell me your intuition isn't wrong? Su Konghai asked. The young man frowned slightly. Sometimes, after my intuition sensed something, I'd leave immediately without checking if there was any danger. At that time, I didn't dare to confirm if my intuition was right or not. Moreover, there was a time when my intuition was wrong. The young man said, "Isn't that enough? Intuition isn't omnipotent." Su Konghai said, "I hope so." The young man nodded. "Moreover, even if both of them are 6-star gods of war, so what? I heard from your master that you've killed 9 6-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, right?" Su Konghai asked. "Yes." The young man nodded. However, those 6-star gods of war were at the bottom of the 6-star gods of war. Even if they were at the bottom of the 6-star gods of war, they were at the bottom of the 6-star gods of war. Even if they were at the bottom of the 6-star gods of war, they were still stronger than peak 5-star gods of war. Su Konghai smiled faintly. "Don't worry. In 3 months, you'll definitely rank first in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. Then, you'll rightfully obtain the Exploding Element Celestial Fruit. Even if Vice Palace Master Lu's granddaughter covets the Exploding Element Celestial Fruit, she won't be able to compete with you. There was only one Exploding Element Celestial Fruit in the Tidal Temple. After the Tidal Temple obtained the Exploding Element Celestial Fruit, many high-ranking officials wanted to obtain it so their descendants could consume it. Among them, a Vice Palace Master with the surname Lu and Su Konghai had the highest status. When the others saw both of them interfering, they could only give up. In the end, both of them were unwilling to give in to each other. Their conflict continued to intensify. Chapter 3500. For this reason, the main hall master of the Tidal Temple had decided to reward the winner of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses to prevent the conflict from escalating. For this reason, Vice Hall Master Lu had no choice but to give up since he knew there was no hope for his daughter. Su Konghai, on the other hand, felt the main hall master of the Tidal Temple was deliberately helping his junior nephew, the young man standing before him, obtain the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Since Su Konghai understood this principle, Deputy Palace Master Lu naturally understood it as well. However, since the main hall master of the Tidal Temple had given him a way out, there was nothing he could do. At the very most, he could only pray that someone else would obtain the Exploding Element Celestial Fruit and obtain the Exploding Element Celestial Fruit. That way, he would be able to feel better. Of course, he only dared to think about all of this in his heart and didn't dare speak it out. Because once he spoke it out, it would cause universal condemnation. Everyone would say that he was an ingrate that sided with outsiders and suppressed his own people. "I must obtain the Exploding Element Celestial Fruit." The young man's eyes shone brightly. Currently, he was only a 9 palaces celestial emperor. If he obtained the Exploding Element Celestial Fruit, he would be able to break through and become a 10-direction celestial emperor and break through to the godly spirit stage. Moreover, he could use the time he saved to comprehend profundities from the law to improve his strength. "Let's go back." Su Konghai smiled faintly. "There's no need to think too much. Don't feel pressured. Duan Lingtian, Ling Juiyun, and the other young geniuses from the Devata realms are destined to be your stepping stones." Based on Su Konghai's words, it was clear he trusted the young man. Duan Lingtian was unaware that the Tidal Temple's trump card had revealed itself and was wary of him and Ling Juiyun. Currently, Duan Lingtian was in the primordial precipice, fully immersed in comprehending the laws of space. Although the space law left behind on the primordial precipice wasn't as profound as the Supreme Master's Godhead, the space law left behind on the primordial precipice took a different path. There were many space law profundities that Duan Lingtian had never thought of before. There were some combinations that he could use right now. However, there were more combinations that she couldn't use right now because she hadn't fused some of the profundities of the law of space yet. People who comprehended any law would fuse different profundities, have different methods, and have different powers. For example, when 2 offensive profundities of a certain law were fused together, their might would become extremely powerful, and it would not be as simple as 1 + 1. However, if the offensive profundities and the speed profundities were fused together, not only would the power be guaranteed, but the speed of the attack would also be guaranteed. The fusion of profundities from a law was ever-changing. For this reason, titled celestial emperors who were proficient in the same law would have different effects when they cast their profundities. It's like this. It's like this. Amazing. It's amazing. Duan Lingtian was so engrossed in the primordial precipice that he forgot about time and everything else other than the law of space. At the same time, Su Li was also immersed in the primordial precipice. Duan Lingtian and Su Li going to the primordial precipice wasn't a secret to some observant people. For example, Lord Tathagata, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple Xian Yuan Heaven's Tidal Temple, and Lord Yahiko of the Dead Spirit Clan, was slightly tempted when he learned that Duan Lingtian had entered the primordial precipice again. Now, Feng Qingyang should be at ease with Duan Lingtian being alone in the primordial precipice, right? Perhaps I'll succeed if I make a move now? Lord Yahiko was still hoping for a fluke. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, before he could put it into action, he completely dispelled this idea. No! It's too risky. Even if Feng Qingyang isn't here, he'll definitely tell the Heavenly Emperor of the Primordial Heaven to take precautions. Based on their friendship, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primordial Heaven will definitely cooperate with him. It seems like I'll have to look for another opportunity in the future. Lord Yahiko could not forget about Duan Lingtian's body. He was willing to pay any price as long as he could possess Duan Lingtian's body. With 99 heavenly veins, he was certain Duan Lingtian would be able to attain godhood. After all, mastering 2 of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth was equivalent to obtaining a pass to become a god, let alone mastering 2 of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Lord Yahiko muttered to himself, "As for Feng Qingyang, when I've fully recovered in 100 years, I'll definitely pay you a visit. If I can kill you, Duan Lingtian will be a piece of meat on my chopping board." Yahiko muttered to himself as his eyes shone brightly. It was as though he could already see the scene of him killing Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian being at his mercy. He could not help but feel emotional. The final round of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses would begin in 3 months. Most of the geniuses who made it into the top 30 felt pressured, so they began to cultivate in seclusion as soon as they returned to their respective realms. Meanwhile, the young geniuses gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to discuss the final round of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. So far, there are 8 5-star gods of war. Do you think there will be more than 10 5-star gods of war in this Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses? I don't think there will be any surprises. I think there will be more than 10 5-star gods of war in this Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Who's going to be the first? I'm not sure. After all, no 5-star gods of war have fought with another 5-star god of war, so it's hard to say who's stronger. Do you think there'll be a 6-star god of war? A 6-star god of war? How dare you think about it? Do you know what it means to have a 6-star god of war who's not even 1,000 years old? The Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses is held once every 1,000 years. There might not even be a 6-star god of war who's not even 1,000 years old in 10 consecutive Devata Realms Battles of the Geniuses. There are more than 10 5-star gods of war in this Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. There might be a 6-star god of war. All of the young geniuses who had been eliminated were looking forward to the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses in 3 months. In fact, they were even more excited than the 30 people who had made it to the next round. Under normal circumstances, 3 months was just a blink of an eye for the young geniuses who had been eliminated. However, 3 months seemed like years to them as they looked forward to the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses in 3 months. Day by day, they counted day by day. Another day passed, another day passed, another day passed. Many people realized that this day was actually so long. Finally, the last round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was about to begin. 3 months had passed since the last round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had begun. Tomorrow is the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I'll send a message to Su Li so he won't miss it. Duan Lingtian had returned from the primordial precipice. He had returned to his wooden house and was comprehending the law of space and the space sword Tao with the supreme powerhouse divinity. It was only a few days ago that he stopped comprehending the law of space and closed his eyes to rest. He knew it would be difficult for him to make any progress in just a few days. It would be better for him to take a break and digest what he had learned recently. It would be helpful for him to improve his strength. Tomorrow is the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? Su Li was surprised when he was awakened by Duan Lingtian's message. He did not expect 3 months to pass so quickly. Hurry up and come out. Don't miss it. Duan Lingtian sent another message to Su Li, urging him to leave the primordial precipice so he would not miss the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Even if Su Li missed the final round, he would still be ranked 30th. However, if he did not miss the final round, he might be able to move up a few ranks and stay in the Tidal Temple's secret chamber for a longer period of time. It's finally time. Tomorrow is the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Let's go. Let's go back and rest. We'll have enough energy to watch the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses tomorrow. You're right. We should rest. We've been waiting for 3 months. Tomorrow was the day of the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The young geniuses who had been waiting for this day for 3 months were no longer in a hurry. After all, it was getting closer and closer. Tomorrow was the day of the Battle of the Geniuses. /B. The next day, the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses began as scheduled. Early in the morning, the spectator seats around the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were filled with people. Their faces were flushed with excitement as though they had been injected with chicken blood. They were the spectators of the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. However, the main characters of the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had yet to arrive. The heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's branches had yet to arrive. Instead, it was the young geniuses who had arrived too early. It was as though they were afraid they would miss out on something. After about an hour, high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's branches began to arrive one after another. Then, heavenly emperors began to arrive one after another. After that, a few of the 30 people who had advanced finally appeared and successfully attracted the attention of many people. Then, more and more people from the 30 people who had advanced appeared. When Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Jueyun, and Tang Sanpao arrived, it caused a huge commotion. Duan Lingtian is here. There's also Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. Out of the 8 people who have displayed their strength as 5-star gods, 3 of them are from this small group. This is unbelievable. The arrival of Duan Lingtian and the others attracted the attention of many people. Chapter 3501. Tang Sanpao was the first person in Duan Lingtian's group to display his strength as a 5-star god of war. Before Tang Sanpao displayed his strength as a 5-star god of war, let alone those who did not know Tang Sanpao, including Duan Lingtian, did not expect Tang Sanpao to be a 5-star god of war. In their opinion, Tang Sanpao was a talkative and easygoing person. Although he did not talk much in front of others, he was especially talkative in front of Duan Lingtian and the others, especially Duan Lingtian. After Tang Sanpao, Duan Lingtian was the second person in Duan Lingtian's group to display his strength as a 5-star god of war. Duan Lingtian. Everyone had heard of his existence long before they saw him. It was all because of the extremely dazzling halo above his head. He was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. There were 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Every heavenly emperor would have a few disciples. However, Feng Qingyang was the only heavenly emperor who did not have a single disciple, let alone a true disciple. For this reason, those who were in the know were shocked when they learned that Feng Qingyang had a true disciple. If it were any other heavenly emperor, even the heavenly emperor ranked first on the heavenly emperor ranking, accepting a true disciple would not be as shocking as the news of Feng Qingyang accepting a true disciple before it was confirmed that he had become a god. This was all because of Feng Qingyang's unique personality. He was very different from the other heavenly emperors. Even Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Shenyuan heaven, who was as famous as Feng Qingyang in the past, had many disciples and 4 true disciples. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had attracted a lot of attention before the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. In the beginning, most people thought Duan Lingtian was lucky to be favored by Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, and become Feng Qingyang's only true disciple. However, Duan Lingtian continued to display his strength during the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. He even displayed his strength as a 5-star god of war before the final round of the Geniuses Battle of the Devata Realms. At this moment, even those who were not convinced that Duan Lingtian was the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had no choice but to accept it. When they asked themselves honestly, none of them had the same achievement as Duan Lingtian at his age. Perhaps only someone as talented as Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was qualified to accept such a monstrous genius as his disciple. If Duan Lingtian is a sexless cultivator without a master, even the heavenly emperor of the G-Brahma heaven, who's ranked first on the heavenly emperor ranking in the Devata realms, would be tempted to accept him as his true disciple. His innate talent is heaven-defying. He's only 600 years old, but he's already a 5-star god of war. Moreover, he's the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. With such innate talent and a master, I'm sure he'll be an earth-shattering figure in the Devata realms in the future. Such a person would definitely make a name for himself in the realms of gods. Many young geniuses sighed as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Zhong Guiyu, the young genius who claimed to be Su Yasi's junior brother in front of Duan Lingtian, and the monstrous sexless cultivator who had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war, could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. It seems like senior sister didn't lie to me. Based on Duan Lingtian's current strength, it seems like he's on par with me. However, it won't be easy for him to defeat me with just this little bit of strength. Unless he's hiding something. Although Zhong Guiyu had such thoughts, he did not think it was possible. Duan Lingtian, who was not even 700 years old, possessed such strength. It was already shocking and heaven-defying enough. Let alone the fact that such a person had never appeared in the history of the Devata realms. Even the strongest powerhouses in the Devata realms who had come from the Devata realms had not achieved such a feat at such a young age. Zhong Guiyu even wondered if there was such a person. In the realms of gods, there was no one who possessed such strength at such a young age. Perhaps there was. After all, many natives in the realms of gods were the children and descendants of gods. They were born with supreme innate talent. Perhaps not. After all, it was too heaven-defying for a 600-year-old 5-star god of war who had mastered 2 of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. There's also Ling Jueyun. While many people were paying attention to Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao, there were also some who were paying attention to Ling Jueyun. They had a deep impression of this mysterious, powerful, and ruthless young man. I wonder where he came from. This time, there are so many genius sexless cultivators who have never been heard of before. They must be the disciples or descendants of reclusive powerhouses or have obtained heaven-defying legacies. Heaven-defying legacies? I'm afraid only the legacies left behind by gods or stronger can nurture such outstanding young powerhouses. At this moment, Su Li was also the focus of many people's attention. Although he was not a 5-star god of war, he was too young. So young that it was shocking. Although he was obviously not as good as Duan Lingtian. Compared to everyone present except for Duan Lingtian, he was not inferior at all. Of course, these people had such thoughts because they did not know that Ling Jueyun's real age was about the same as Su Li and Duan Lingtian. Ling Jueyun, how old are you? At this moment, Tang Sanpao suddenly looked at Ling Jueyun and asked without any warning. Perhaps he had heard many people whispering around him. Or perhaps he had suddenly thought of something. Faced with his question, Ling Jueyun only glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Tang Sanpao smiled brightly. Ling Jueyun, you must be almost 1,000 years old, right? It seems that you are the oldest among us. Tang Sanpao was obviously trying to provoke Ling Jueyun. However, Ling Jueyun did not fall for it and continued to ignore him, which made him a little annoyed. He is about the same age as me and Su Li. Duan Lingtian said. He had a rough idea of Ling Jueyun's age. After all, he and Ling Jueyun had known each other for a long time. Moreover, the sword spirit of his 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang knew Ling Jueyun very well. Less than 700 years old? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tang Sanpao's eyes flashed and asked subconsciously, "Yes." Seeing Duan Lingtian nod, Tang Sanpao sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, he glanced at Duan Lingtian and the other two. "You are a group of perverts. However, you are all younger than me. Shouldn't you call me Brother Tang?" Tang Sanpao's slightly unnatural expression disappeared in a moment. It was like a flash in the pan and was replaced by a mocking smile. This time, not only did Ling Juyun ignore him, but Duan Lingtian also ignored him. As for Su Li, he turned his head away. Tang Sanpao was furious when he saw this. "You all." After Duan Lingtian and the others took their seats, a beautiful figure appeared and attracted the attention of the group. It's Yi Dongyu. Although Yi Dongyu looked ordinary, and her appearance could only be considered delicate, disregarding everything else, just the strength of a 5-star war god was enough to make her the focus of everyone's attention. She was the only woman who had the strength of a 5-star god of war in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. Of course, she was not the only woman who had advanced to this round. There were 4 other women, but the one who had displayed the strongest strength so far was her. Although the other 4 women were more beautiful than Yi Dongli, they were not as attractive as Yi Dongyu at this moment. I've never heard of Yi Dongyu before. A female 5-star god of war who's less than 1,000 years old is extremely rare even in the Devata realms. Many people sighed emotionally. That's right. There might be many female 5-star gods of war who's less than 1,000 years old in the realms of gods, but in the Devata realms, they're as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Although this Yi Dongyu is not an outstanding beauty, if I can become her Dao companion, it will be a great joy in my life. If you want to marry her, you'll have to be stronger than her. When Yi Dongyu entered the square, she received as much attention as Duan Lingtian and the others. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but take a few more glances at Yi Dongyu. Although this woman looked ordinary, she was a 5-star god of war. It was truly shocking. There were indeed many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this world. Previously, before the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, he had asked his master, Feng Qingyang, if there were many female celestials who would stand out in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. However, his master did not say much. In fact, no female 5-star gods of war had ever appeared in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. For this reason, Duan Lingtian could not help but take a few more glances at Yi Dongyu. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, why are you staring at Yi Dongyu? Don't tell me you've fallen for her? At this moment, Tang Sanpao's voice rang from behind Duan Lingtian and Su Li. Let me remind you, a woman like her is a rose with thorns. If you want to tame her, you'll have to at least be stronger than her. Su Li, don't even think about it for now. As for Duan Lingtian, he has a high chance. Tang Sanpao said mockingly. You know her well. Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Tang Sanpao. What? Do you know her? Or, have you ever been with her? A hint of awkwardness flashed in Tang Sanpao's eyes before he smiled awkwardly. Not really. We've only met once. Her master is a godly spirit powerhouse. My master, that old man, when he sees her master, he has to call him martial uncle. This was the first time Duan Lingtian and the others had heard Tang Sanpao say this. Chapter 3502. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, Zhang Tianyu, who was sitting next to him, exclaimed in surprise, No wonder I felt Yi Dongyu was looking at us. I thought she was looking at Duan Lingtian, but now that I think about it, she was looking at you. Looking at Duan Lingtian? Why would she look at him? Tang Sanpao was stunned. Wasn't it obvious? That woman had obviously stared at him a few times. However, he could not help but sigh. Women were indeed vengeful creatures. They had only met once, and it was a small misunderstanding. It had been a few hundred years, but she still remembered it? Duan Lingtian is handsome, Zhang Tianyu said matter-of-factly. Zhang Tianyu said matter-of-factly, Among us men, it seems like only Duan Lingtian's face is the most attractive to women, right? What's with that look? Are you blind? Tang Sanpao glared at Zhang Tianyu. I suspect there's something wrong with your sense of beauty. I'm obviously better looking than Duan Lingtian, and yet you go against your conscience and say he's good looking. What did he give you? If it's not much, I'll give you double. Upon hearing Tang Sanpao's words, not only did Zhang Tianyu roll his eyes, but even Wang Ting, who was standing at the side, could not help but snicker. She felt Tang Sanpao was full of himself. Although Tang Sanpao was not bad-looking, he could not be considered handsome. At most, he was slightly above average. It was about to begin. At this moment, Jenny spoke. Duan Lingtian and the others saw Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Title Temple, who was in charge of presiding over the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, flying toward them from afar. In just a blink of an eye, he looked around and announced, I hereby announce the start of the final round of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Although they knew Su Konghai was here and the first round of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses was about to begin, they could not help but feel excited when they heard Su Konghai's announcement. It was here. It was finally here. The 3 months of waiting had not been in vain. In the final round of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, the Title Temple will no longer list the participants. The participants will be decided by drawing lots. Most of the people present on the scene were already aware of Su Konghai's words. After all, the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses had always had such a rule. This time was no exception. The last 30 participants would draw lots to decide who they would fight in the first round. Do you guys think that in the first round of 30 people there will be a 5-star war god meeting a 5-star war god? Many people were looking forward to it. Based on the current situation, out of the 30 people, 8 of them are 5-star war gods. Therefore, the possibility of the 5-star war gods facing each other is still very high. I hope that the battle between the 5-star war gods won't come too quickly. It's better to leave the best for last. Amidst the whispers of the surrounding young geniuses, Su Konghai had already taken out a large box with only one opening. Inside this box, there are a total of 30 jade pieces, each engraved with a number from 1 to 30. 30. The person who gets 1 will fight with the person who gets 2. The person who gets 3 will fight with the person who gets 4. And so on. Now, the 30 participants who have advanced, come forward. Don't try to use your divine consciousness to check the numbers. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. In the previous Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, it was said that some people had tried to use their divine consciousness to check the jade slips in the box. In the end, their divine consciousness was destroyed by the person in charge of the Title Temple's Battle of the Geniuses. The person's soul was injured, and it was difficult for him to unleash his full strength in the subsequent battles. After that, no one dared to act recklessly anymore. For this reason, as soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the 30 young geniuses who had advanced to the final round, including Duan Lingtian, flew up into the air one after another. When they approached Su Konghai, they behaved themselves and did not dare to act recklessly. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, they took turns to draw lots and received their jade slips. After a short while, all 30 of them received their respective jade slips. What's your number? After Tang Sanpao received his jade slip, he looked at the number on it and asked Duan Lingtian and the others curiously. Ling Juiyun did not say anything. He merely opened his jade slip and saw the number 5 on it. It was obvious he was number 5. His opponent in the first round was number 6. Tang Sanpao immediately looked around and asked, "Who's number 6? No one responded. There's no need to ask. At this moment, Su Li smiled wryly and said, "I'm number 6. In the first round, Su Li and Ling Juiyun were matched up against each other. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect Su Li and Ling Juiyun would meet in the first round of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Duan Lingtian, what about you? We won't meet, right? Tang Sanpao asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not say anything. Instead, he opened his jade slip in front of Tang Sanpao. The number 12 was written on it. It seems like we're not fated to meet, Tang Sanpao said as he opened the jade slip in his hand. It had the word 26 written on it. It was the number 26 of that person. Now, apart from number 1 and number 2, the rest of you can return to the spectator seats. Su Konghai's loud and clear voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian and the others immediately left. Another group of people also left with them. Only 2 people were left in the arena. When they left, Duan Lingtian and the others instinctively turned to look and saw one of the 2 people was Zhong Guiyu. Zhong Guiyu, a seckless cultivator, had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. He had claimed to be Su Yasi's junior brother in front of Duan Lingtian. As for the other person, he had only displayed the strength of a 4-star god of war. Not long after Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the spectator seats and sat down, the 4-star god of war tactfully admitted defeat. Zhong Guiyu won without a fight and obtained the first victory in the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Number 2, Zhong Guiyu wins the first round. As Su Konghai announced, he continued to say, "Now, number 3 and number 4 will enter the arena." This time, the 2 people who entered the arena weren't one of the 8 5-star gods of war. They were 2 people who had previously displayed the strength of a peak 4-star god of war. One of them was even the target of Duan Lingtian's attention. Hong Yuan. He had easily defeated Su Li previously. Su Li felt Hong Yuan had concealed his strength and was most likely a 5-star god of war. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, suspected that he or Sima Rue was the title temple's trump card. Hong Yuan. Perhaps because of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes were fixed on Hong Yuan and the other person when they entered the arena. Hong Yuan is a young genius nurtured by the title temple. This time, his opponent is a seckless cultivator whose strength is at the peak of the 4-star god of war. Many pairs of eyes were focused on the arena. Both of them have something in common. Before this, the strongest opponent they faced was an ordinary 4-star god of war. In other words, one of them might have the strength of a 5-star god of war. However, he hasn't been forced to use his strength. Naturally, it's also possible that both of them are 5-star gods of war. It's also possible that both of them aren't 5-star gods of war. Regardless, we'll find out soon enough. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hong Yuan and his opponent began to fight. Then, just as Su Li had guessed, Hong Yuan's strength was still not at full strength. In the battle with his current opponent, it didn't take long for him to display the strength of a 5-star war god and defeat his opponent in one move. This was the first time Hong Yuan had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war in a Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. Su Konghai was not surprised by this. It was obvious he knew Hong Yuan was a 5-star god of war. After all, Hong Yuan was a young genius nurtured by the title temple. As the vice palace master of the title temple's main palace, it was impossible for him not to know about this. As expected, Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. At the same time, he felt the identity of the title temple's trump card was even more mysterious. After all, until now, Hong Yuan and Sima Rue's strength were about the same. It was hard to tell who was stronger. Number 3, Hong Yuan wins the second battle. As Su Konghai announced, he signaled for number 5 and number 6 to enter the arena. Number 5 and number 6 were none other than Su Li and Ling Jueyun. It's Su Li and Ling Jueyun. Heavens! Isn't their luck too bad? In everyone's eyes, Su Li and Ling Jueyun were friends. But now, in the last round, they were facing each other for the first time. Will Su Li admit defeat? Many people thought so. After all, both of them were not only friends, but there was a huge gap in their strength as well. However, Su Li didn't admit defeat. He still exchanged blows with Ling Jueyun. Of course, just like what most people thought, Su Li lost without any suspense. Moreover, he was defeated within 3 moves. And this was because Ling Jueyun didn't use his full strength from the start. Otherwise, Su Li wouldn't have been able to withstand even one move. Number 5, Ling Jueyun wins the third battle. Su Konghai's voice sounded again. Now, number 7 and number 8 enter the arena. These 2 people were 4-star war gods. In the end, the top 4-star war god won the battle. The other person was eliminated. Moreover, this person might still be a 5-star war god. After all, his opponent wasn't strong. Even if he was a 5-star war god, he wouldn't be able to force him to use his full strength. After number 7 and number 8, it was number 9 and number 10. Still, no 5-star war god entered the arena. These two people were both top 4-star war gods. In the end, they fought for half a day before a winner was determined. Moreover, it was only by a single thought. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would win. Number 11. Number 12. As the battle between number 9 and number 10 ended, Duan Lingtian's number was finally announced. He was number 12. Number 11 was a top 4-star war god. He was another young genius nurtured by the Title Temple. Chapter 3503. Duan Lingtian stood in the middle of the field and stared at the young prodigy from the Title Temple. This young prodigy was a top 4-star god of war. He was one of the more outstanding young prodigies from the Title Temple. Of course, he was not as good as Hong Yuan and Nangong Rui. Whether it was Hong Yuan or Nangong Rui, they had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war so far. As for the young prodigy in front of him, Duan Lingtian did not think he had the strength of a 5-star god of war. This was because he had a hard time fighting against the other 4-star god of war. Even if he tried to hide it, Duan Lingtian was still observing the young prodigies from the Title Temple. Roar! The young prodigy from the Title Temple knew that he was no match for Duan Lingtian. However, he still used all his strength and unleashed his strongest attack. He even let out a roar that sounded like the roar of a wild beast from the depths of his throat. Boom! Boom! The young prodigy from the Title Temple specialized in the law of water. As soon as he appeared, the area around him seemed to have turned into an ocean. Waves of rolling enormous waves that contained extremely terrifying killing intent swept towards Duan Lingtian. These huge waves were different from ordinary waves. Ordinary waves would come one after another. However, these huge waves would occasionally turn into whirlpools that seemed to be able to swallow everything under the sea. The young prodigy from the Title Temple was so desperate because he had received a message asking him to unleash all his strength to see if he could force Duan Lingtian to use his other trump cards. He wanted to see if Duan Lingtian had any other trump cards. However, for a genius from the Title Temple, a top 4-star god of war, it would not be easy for him to force Duan Lingtian, who was currently a 5-star god of war, to reveal his trump card even if he unleashed his full strength. Whoosh! 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 Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian stood in the air. His purple robe fluttered in the wind. His expression was as calm as ever. There was no joy or sorrow in his eyes. Even when the surrounding waves swept over and formed a turbulent whirlpool, the expression on his face did not change in the slightest. When the vast wave came into contact with a 5-meter radius of Duan Lingtian, a shocking scene appeared. It was as though Duan Lingtian had transformed into a huge whale in the depths of the sea. It was as though a whale had opened its mouth and the huge waves were swallowed by it. No matter how many waves came, they would be swallowed by the waves. In the end, the young prodigy from the Title Temple's face. He knew that he would not be able to withstand such a powerful attack. However, Duan Lingtian merely stood there and cast one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, the Tao of control. He controlled the space and allowed the space to absorb his attack. Of the sky was. Admit defeat. A voice rang in the Title Temple's young prodigy's ears again. It was none other than the person who had asked him to test Duan Lingtian's strength through voice transmission. This person was none other than the Vice Palace Master of the Title Temple, Su Konghai. He was the one who presided over the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. The gap between them was too big. Perhaps this battle should not have started in the first place. At this moment, Su Konghai's thoughts ran wild. At the same time, Su Konghai's eyes that were trained on Duan Lingtian turned even more unfathomable. A hint of uncontrollable greed could be seen in his eyes. I admit defeat. The young prodigy who received Su Konghai's order immediately admitted defeat. Number 12. Duan Lingtian wins. Su Konghai's voice rang in the air. Following that, Duan Lingtian and the young prodigy from the Title Temple left the arena. Number 13 and number 14 entered the arena. When the two young prodigies entered the arena, not many people paid attention to them. Most people's attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. What do you think Duan Lingtian's rank will be? He's too young. It'll be good if he can rank in the top 5. It's impossible for him to rank in the top 3. I agree. Although most of them were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength due to his young age, they still felt he was destined to be a stepping stone in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian naturally heard these whispers. However, he did not care. Throughout his journey, he had been looked down upon by so many people that he could not even remember how many times he had been looked down upon. The best way to respond to these people was to show them how ignorant they were with his actions. Duan Lingtian, your ability to control is terrifying. As soon as Duan Lingtian returned, Zhang Tian, you could not help but exclaim in surprise. I feel that although the young genius nurtured by the Title Temple is a peak 4-star god of war, he's like a 3-year-old child compared to you. No matter how much trouble he makes, you can just stand there and neutralize his attacks. Even if he tries his best, it's useless. Wang Ting and He Jianyi nodded in agreement when they heard Zhang Tianyou's words. After Duan Lingtian, the next battle was between two 4-star gods of war. Since one of them had won by a narrow margin, it was certain he was not a 5-star god of war. Even though he had won, it was a close call. He had suffered heavy injuries and was no longer at his peak. If he was a 5-star god of war, would he humiliate himself like that? One should know that if one was injured in such a battle, it would affect one's performance later on. No one dared to conceal their strength in such a battle, lest they fail miserably. Number 15. Number 16. Unsurprisingly, the appearance of number 15 caused a commotion at the scene. Yu Dongfang, the third direct disciple of Heavenly Emperor Shenyuan Yu Dongfang, had already displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. He was number 15. His opponent was a lone cultivator who had displayed the strength of a top 4-star god of war. This person, Duan Lingtian, did not look at Yu Dongfang. His gaze landed on Yu Dongfang's opponent, the young man who had obtained the number 16 jade slip. This person was wearing a grayish-white robe. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. Moreover, he looked a little timid. He was an introverted young man. But now, when facing Yu Dongfang, his temperament had changed. Although he still had a sense of shyness, his erratic eyes were focused. "You're not my match." Yu Dongfang looked at the young man and said calmly. It was as if victory was already in his hands. Perhaps. The young man spoke. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. However, everyone present heard him clearly. "If you don't admit defeat, I'll defeat you myself." As Yu Dongfang spoke, he moved like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he was next to the young man's father. He raised his hands and a vast amount of energy gathered. This person is destined to lose against Yu Dongfang. Yu Dongfang is too strong. Everyone felt that Yu Dongfang's opponent was going to lose. Moreover, until the moment Yu Dongfang gathered his strength, the young man did not move at all. It was as if he was scared out of his wits. However, what happened next was completely out of everyone's expectations. It was as if time had stopped. Yu Dongfang maintained his posture of raising his hand and froze in the air. Even his expression was completely in its original state, giving people a creepy feeling. It's the law of time. The law of time. At this moment, not only did many people in the spectator seats stand up, but even some heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the Title Temple sub-halls stood up in shock. The law of time was the strangest law among the 4 supreme laws. It could control time and catch people off guard. Many people even called the law of time the number 1 law in the world. This was because the law of time was too heaven-defying. How terrifying was the ability to freeze time. Of course, while the law of time was heaven-defying, it was also extremely difficult to comprehend. Even at the beginning, it would take a long time to comprehend. Many people who had comprehended the law of time would switch to other laws when they realized it was too slow. As for the law of time, If one did not comprehend it to a high level, it could only affect ordinary people. This was because the law of time could only affect people who were not strong enough to suppress them. For example, the law of time could freeze time. Unless one had fused many ultimacies together, it could not affect people who had mastered the fusion of many ultimacies and comprehended other laws. However, Yu Dongfang had been frozen in time. Yu Dongfang's strength was obvious to all. He was definitely a 5-star god of war. Someone who could use the law of time to freeze him was at least as strong as him. Otherwise, he would only be able to freeze his body for a moment. It would not be able to last for so long. Chi! Chi! Under everyone's watchful gazes, the eyes of the unprepossessing young man, who everyone had already determined to be a 5-star war god, emitted 2 gray rays of light when Yu Dongfang's body regained its mobility. Almost as soon as Yu Dongfang regained his senses, the 2 beams of gray light shot into his body. In the next moment, before Yu Dongfang could make another move, his body underwent an earth-shattering change under everyone's watchful eyes. First, Yu Dongfang's long black hair turned white in the blink of an eye. Then, it turned completely white. His eyebrows turned white as well. After that, his skin started to wrinkle and age. In the blink of an eye, he had turned from a young man with a strong body into an old man who was incomparably old. It was as though he had been cursed by time. This scene caused most of the people present to subconsciously suck in a breath of cold air. The scene in front of them was too horrifying. As far as I know, someone who can control the law of time to such an extent is at least an elite 5-star god of war. A top 5-star god of war. Tang Sanpeo's voice echoed in the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. Chapter 3504. In the blink of an eye, Yu Dongfang's transformation was shocking. It was as if 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye for an ordinary person. He had turned from a young man in his prime into an old man with 1 foot in the grave. The edict of time. Duan Lingtian stared at the ordinary-looking young man. He had been staring at his opponent the whole time. He had been observing this person for a long time. Every single time, not only his opponent, even the spectators felt that he would undoubtedly lose. However, every single time he would win. This was why Duan Lingtian paid attention to him. He thought this person would lose to Yu Dongfang. After all, Yu Dongfang was a 5-star god of war. He did not expect him to display the strength of a top-tier 5-star god of war. This is the edict of time's vicissitudes in a single thought. Those who are proficient in the edict of time are at least a top-tier 5-star god of war. They are almost invincible among those below 6-star gods of war. Duan Lingtian had heard his master, Feng Qingyang, mention the edict of time's vicissitudes in a single thought. Could make a person's body age and decline with a single thought. It was like an ordinary person turning from a young man to an old man. If an ordinary person was hit by the vicissitudes in a single thought, their lifespan would be depleted. On the other hand, an immortal's lifespan was endless. Although it only affected the various parts of the body and prevented them from using their full strength, it would take a lot of effort for them to return to their original appearance. Bang! When the crowd saw Yu Dongfang turned into an old man by the young man's eyes, they were shocked. Before they could react, the young man pushed out a palm and easily sent Yu Dongfang flying away. Yu Dongfang's body was extremely old, and he couldn't gather his strength anymore. He coughed out blood all the way, and his aura was weak. In the end, Yu Dongfang heavily smashed into the ground in the distance with a thud. Yu Dongfang's body was extremely old. Yu Dongfang fainted after he landed on the ground. Third senior brother. At this moment, a figure flew out from the spectator stand. It was Yu Dongfang's junior brother, Tong Tuesday. He was also the 4th true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan. Tong Tu went down and carried the severely injured Yu Dongfang away. At this moment, the spectators finally regained their senses. Unsurprisingly, a series of gasps could be heard. Dark horse. This was an absolute dark horse. No one had expected that the battle between Yu Dongfang and this unprepossessing young man would end up like this. In fact, Yu Dongfang did not even have the chance to make a move. He was completely controlled by the other party with the law of time, toying with him in the palm of his hand. Of course, at this moment, no one felt that Yu Dongfang was too weak or anything. They only felt that this ordinary-looking youth was too strong. So strong that it was shocking and made their hearts tremble. Didn't this Huang Quanen use the laws of fire when he fought earlier? He's actually proficient in the laws of time. Don't you see? His attainments in the laws of time are even stronger than the laws of fire. Oh my God! This Huang Quanen. Where did this monster come from? Just by relying on the law of fire, he has the strength of a peak 4-star war god. And by relying on the law of time, he has the strength of a peak 5-star war god. A top-notch 5-star war god. It can't be that you don't know that those who can control the vicissitudes in a single thought technique without exception are all people with the strength of a peak 5-star war god, right? This kind of person is recognized as invincible under the 6-star god of war. Invincible under the 6-star god of war? That's Huang Quanen? Naturally, he's invincible under the 6-star god of war without a divine weapon. A divine weapon can break his time shackles. The ordinary-looking youth, Huang Quanen, had attracted a lot of attention earlier. However, at this moment, everyone was paying attention to him, including the vice palace master of the title temple, Su Konghai. Even he was looking at Huang Quanen with a shocked expression on his face. At the same time, Su Konghai and a group of heavenly emperors from various Devata realms sent voice transmissions to Huang Quanen in an attempt to recruit him. Naturally, there were very few people who wanted to accept Huang Quanen as a disciple since most of them knew there was nothing they could teach him. However, Huang Quanen completely ignored the voice transmissions from the crowd. Whether it was the heavenly emperors or Su Konghai, he ignored all of them. Naturally, only Huang Quanen and the group of people who had sent him voice transmissions were aware of this. Otherwise, it would have caused a huge uproar. Who was Huang Quanen? He did not even give face to the vice palace master of the title temple's main hall. At the same time, Tathagata, the palace master of the title temple's Xian Yuan Heaven's sub-palace, looked at Huang Quanen with a hint of greed in his eyes. What a pity. I already have a body that I want. If there's no Duan Lingtian, I'll definitely possess you. Tathagata, or to be more precise, Lord Yahiko, thought to himself as he looked at Huang Quanen. His comprehension of the law of time is not bad. However, it'll take him a lot of effort to become a god. As for Duan Lingtian with his foundation, if I possess him, I might even be able to become a supreme powerhouse in the future, let alone become a god. Unknowingly, Tathagata's gaze had shifted from Huang Quanen to Duan Lingtian. Flames of greed burned in his eyes as though he wanted nothing more than to abduct Duan Lingtian and possess him in public. At this moment, the young geniuses who were watching the battle suddenly thought of something. Including Hong Yuan and Huang Quanen, there are 10 5-star gods of war in this Devata realm battle of the geniuses. 10 5-star gods of war who were younger than 1,000 years old would appear in the Devata realm's genius battle. This was not something that would happen every Devata realm's genius battle. For this reason, the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms had reached a new climax in just a blink of an eye. 10 5-star gods of war. Will there be an 11th one? As more and more people left the stage, another 5-star god of war appeared. Similar to Yi Dongli, she was a woman. She was dressed in a loose gray robe and had a bamboo hat on her head. The woman was wearing a veil and only half of her face was exposed. However, just by looking at her beautiful eyes and willowy eyebrows, one could not help but feel that she had a stunningly beautiful face. Of course, there were also a small number of people who felt that although she had a pair of beautiful eyes and eyebrows, since she was wearing a face scarf, she might have been disfigured or the lower half of her face was extremely ugly. Regardless, not many people paid attention to her. What they were concerned about was her strength as a 5-star god of war. She had easily defeated her opponent, a powerful peak 4-star god of war. Before this battle, this woman hadn't even displayed the strength of a peak 4-star war god. She had only displayed the strength of a relatively powerful 4-star war god. Many people thought that no matter how strong she was only a peak 4-star war god. They did not expect her strength to be so shocking when she revealed her true strength. Another 5-star god of war. Moreover, it's a female 5-star god of war. This Lu Suyen is similar to Yi Dongli. I've never heard of her before. It's said that the Devata realm's battle of geniuses attracts sectless geniuses from various Devata realms. It seems like it's true. Lu Suyen is another 5-star god of war who is less than 1,000 years old after Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Ling Juiyun, and Yi Dongli. 11 5-star gods of war. This Devata realm's battle of geniuses is destined to go down in history. The group of young geniuses present on the scene were excited. Being able to personally witness a Devata realm's battle of geniuses that would go down in history was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Will there be a 12th 5-star god of war? Some people thought. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but think so. However, after 15 matches, no more 5-star war gods had appeared. Moreover, it could be confirmed that no more 5-star war gods would appear. Because even if there was a 5-star war god in this round, it would be very difficult to hide. In the end, 15 people successfully emerged as the victors of the 15 battles. Among them, there were 10 5-star gods of war. Although there were 11 5-star gods of war participating in this Devata realm's battle of geniuses, Yu Dongfang was severely injured and eliminated. It would take a long time for him to recover. Next, the 15 people who were defeated will proceed to the second round. Among the 15 people, there's one person who was severely injured. He's the only 5-star god of war among the 15 people who were defeated. Due to his strength, he can advance to the next round. Does anyone have any objections? If anyone has any objections, you can fight him after he recovers from his injuries. However, it must be a battle to the death. Su Konghai's eyes flashed as he said, I've asked the Heavenly Emperor Shenuan through voice transmission. He said Yu Dongfang is willing to accept the battle to the death. Upon hearing Su Konghai's words, the other 14 young geniuses were rendered speechless. How could they not be willing? Yu Dongfang was a 5-star god of war. Although he was defeated by a top 5-star god of war. Why would he be afraid of them? Su Konghai nodded in satisfaction when he saw no one had any objections. Since no one has any objections, the 14 of you will proceed to the next round. The 7 people who emerge victorious will be ranked 17th to 23rd. When the 14 young geniuses were fighting for the top 7 spots, Tang Sanpao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, do you think Su Li can win? Su Li was one of the 14 young geniuses who were about to enter the next round. It'll be difficult. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he looked at Su Li in the distance. Although Su Li was strong and had entered the top 30 in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses, it would be difficult for him to obtain a spot in the top 30. Moreover, the chances were slim. Literature Center. Chapter 3505. Although Su Li had just become a 4-star god of war and was stronger than an ordinary 4-star god of war, he was not as strong as a top 4-star god of war. It was considered a good result for him to be in the top 30 of the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. It would be difficult for him to be in the top 23. Bang! However, even if it was difficult, Su Li was still fearless. He took large strides forward and was finally defeated by the opponent he drew, a top-notch 4-star battle god. Only the other 6 battles of the other 12 people had also been decided one after another. At this moment, the top 30 of the Devata realm's battle of geniuses had been determined. Swoosh! Names appeared in the sky above the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. They were the names of the top 30 people who had made it to the final round. The first 16 people were the 11 5-star gods of war who had defeated their opponents in the first stage of the final round of the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. They were temporarily in the top 16. The 11 5-star gods of war were ranked in the top 11. From the 17th to the 23rd place, they were the 7 people who had defeated their opponents in the second stage. As for Su Li and the others, they were the 7 people who had been defeated in the second stage. The current ranking is only a temporary ranking. There is no order. Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the title temple who was in charge of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, said loudly, "According to the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, the people ranked 21st to 30th can only challenge the person ranked 20th at most. Only those who successfully enter the top 20 can challenge the person ranked before them. Naturally, they can only challenge the person ranked 10th at most. Only those who defeat the person ranked 10th can challenge the other 9 people in the top 10. When Su Konghai spoke, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, shifted their attention to the 30 names that had already been arranged in order. The person who was temporarily in first place was Zhong Guiyu. After Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao was in second place. Duan Ling Tian was in third place. Zhou Yongqi was in fourth place. Yu Dongfang was in fifth place. Sima Rui was in sixth place. Yi Dongli was in seventh place. Hong Yuan was in eighth place. Huang Quanan was in ninth place. Lu Suyen was in 10th place. 11th place Yu Dongfang. Behind them was a group of peak 4-star war gods. Su Li's name was also at the back. Moreover, Su Li's name was quite close to the front. He was ranked 24th, second only to the 7 people who had won the second stage. Did you notice? At this time, many of the spectating young geniuses discovered some clues, no matter if it's a group of 5-star war gods or a group of 4-star war gods ranking. It's always the person who first displayed a certain level of strength that was ranked at the front. For example, among the 5-star war gods, Zhong Guiyu was the first to display the strength of a 5-star war god, so he is temporarily in first place. Then Tang Sanpao, he is the second to display the strength of a 5-star war god. Behind him is Duan Ling Tian. Through the attention of some observant people, others quickly discovered this point. Like Su Li, he was the first to display the strength of a 4-star war god among the 7 people ranked at the bottom. Thus, he was currently ranked at the top of the 7 and was temporarily ranked at the 24th place. Now, the rankings are out. Su Konghai's voice sounded again. Next, the person who is temporarily ranked at the 30th place, please come out and challenge your opponent. Of course, you can only challenge the person ranked at the 20th place at the very most. After the challenge is successful, if you can maintain your ranking, you can challenge the people ranked from the 4th to the 19th place in the next round. Su Konghai said. The final stage of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses could be considered as the final stage. It could also be said to be the longest stage of the final stage. In this stage, the rule was that the people ranked at the bottom had to challenge the people ranked ahead of them one by one. Of course, they could also choose not to challenge and maintain their original ranking. Under such circumstances, if no one challenged you, you would not be able to challenge anyone else. If someone successfully challenged you and pushed you to the bottom, you would have the opportunity to challenge the people in front of you. However, if the person ranked at the 30th place did not challenge him, he would be the last person ranked at the 30th place because no one could challenge him or even replace him. The person ranked at the 30th place was the last person in the top 30 of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. Swoosh! As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the person ranked at the 30th place, a white-clad young man with a solemn expression, stepped into the ring and looked at Su Li as he said, "I challenge the person ranked at the 24th place, Su Li." As soon as he spoke, an uproar broke out. It seems like he has given up on entering the top 20. It's obvious. If he's aiming to enter the top 20, he wouldn't have challenged those ranked below him. He must be aiming to enter the top 20. After all, the higher one's ranking is, the better the reward from the title temple will be. He's trying to pull Su Li down from the 24th place and replace him. Su Li was the first person to be challenged in the final stage of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. Facing the challenge, his expression remained calm and he faced it calmly. In the end, Su Li barely defeated his opponent and retained his 24th place. However, he was injured in the process. "Are you all right?" After Su Li returned, the worry in Duan Ling Tian's eyes didn't reduce as he asked with concern. Earlier, Su Li had vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood after being hit by his opponent. "It's just a minor injury." Su Li smiled faintly. "Take a healing pill. I'll be fine soon." As soon as Su Li finished speaking, He consumed a healing pill and closed his eyes to heal his injuries. According to the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, those who were ranked at the bottom were not allowed to challenge Suli. Suli had a chance to rest before those who were ranked at the bottom could challenge him again. If someone ranked at the 20th place, those who were ranked at the bottom would not be able to challenge him for the time being since he would have a bye in the next round. Naturally, those who were ranked at the 20th place could challenge those who were ranked at the 19th place. This was one of the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. The same rule applied to those ranked at the 10th and 9th place as well. While Suli was healing his injuries, the person ranked at the 29th place left the ring. He could not challenge Suli, and he was not ambitious enough to challenge the person ranked at the 20th place. In the end, he chose to challenge the person ranked at the 25th place. Their strength was about the same, but the person who challenged the person ranked at the 25th place won in the end. He was ranked at the 26th place instead of the 25th place. As for the 26th place, all three of them were ranked at the 28th place. Then, the people ranked at the bottom continued to challenge the 29th place. The person ranked at the 29th place challenged Suli, who had just recovered from his injuries. This time, Suli managed to hold his ground. Then, it was the 28th place, the 26th place. As for the 25th place, the person ranked at the 29th place, he did not have a chance to challenge anyone since he had already used his chance in the previous round. However, during this time, more than one person had already challenged the person ranked at the 20th place, but all of them failed. In the end, the person ranked at the 22nd place successfully challenged the person ranked at the 20th place and replaced him. The person ranked at the 20th place was ranked at the 21st place, and the person ranked at the 21st place was ranked at the 22nd place. According to the order, the person ranked at the 22nd place could challenge the person ranked at the top. However, according to the rules, the person ranked at the 20th and 21st place had just fought, so he could not challenge them. Under such circumstances, he chose to challenge the person. He could either choose not to challenge. In this situation, unless the person ranked at the bottom replaced him, he would not be able to challenge the person ranked at the top. Or he could choose to challenge the person ranked at the 19th place. If he won, he would replace him. If he lost, he would still be ranked at the 22nd place. Moreover, even if no one challenged him in the next round and replaced him, he could still continue to challenge. I challenged the person ranked at the 19th place. The new person ranked at the 22nd place was obviously someone with ambition. However, even if he was someone with ambition, if he did not have enough strength, he was destined to be useless in the end. The new person ranked at the 22nd place failed his challenge. Number 18. Because number 19 had just been challenged. When it was his turn, Su Konghai allowed number 18 to enter the arena and give number 19 a chance to rest. After number 18 finished his challenge, number 19 could enter the arena and choose his opponent. I challenged the person ranked at the 12th place. Number 18 was a top 4-star war god. He was very ambitious and challenged the 4-star war god who was ranked at the top. Obviously, he was not convinced that the other party was ranked at the top of the 4-star war gods. As for the people ranked at the top 11, they were all 5-star war gods. He knew that even if he challenged them, he would only be asking for humiliation. Therefore, he did not have the intention to challenge them. The person ranked at the 12th place was none other than Meng Fangue. Meng Fangue was the first person to display his strength as a 4-star war god in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. He was a disciple of the Dream Profound sect, a heaven-grade force in the Shen Yuan heaven. He was skilled in illusions. In fact, his strength was not comparable to a top 4-star war god. However, with the help of the Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit, his strength was comparable to a top 4-star war god. Meng Fangue, you're only able to come this far because you come from a good family and have an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. The person who challenged Meng Fangue was a young man in black robes. He had a devilishly handsome face. When he looked at Meng Fangue, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Do you dare to use an Emperor-grade celestial weapon to fight me? Yuan Haojuan? If you want to fight, let's fight. Meng Fangue's face was calm and indifferent. Don't embarrass yourself with this kind of taunting without any skill. So what if I come from a good family? That's because I, Meng Fangue, am reincarnated. You, feel free to hide in a secluded corner and envy me. Meng Fangue. The mobile version of the website. Chapter 3506. Upon hearing Meng Fangue's words, even Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head with a smile on his face. Those who were able to stand out in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses were extraordinary. Meng Fangue might seem like a good-for-nothing rich kid, but the fact that he was able to reach his current height despite being less than 1,000 years old was enough to show how extraordinary he was. Perhaps it had something to do with his background, but it did not matter much. In the Devata realms, there were many people who came from better backgrounds than Meng Fangue, but none of them were qualified to participate in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. There were at least 800 people like that, if not 1,000. After all, there were 81 Devata realms in total. There were only 8 to 10 people in each Devata realm. Could it be that there were not at least 10 people in each Devata realm who came from a better background than Meng Fan? You're seeking death. Yuan Haojuan, a young genius and a top 4-star god of war, had intended to provoke Meng Fangue into not using his emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. However, not only did he fail, but he was even angered by Meng Fangue's words. When Yuan Haojuan made the first move, it was not difficult to see that he was truly enraged by Meng Fangue's words. Unless he's a 5-star god of war, he's bound to lose. Many people thought so. Yuan Haojuan's loss of composure had put him at a disadvantage. Although he had made a move before Meng Fangue, it did not mean he could gain the upper hand by striking first. At this moment, Yuan Haojuan was no longer in his usual state. What happened next was just as everyone had expected. Even though Yuan Haojuan tried to adjust his emotions after rushing out, he was unable to completely calm down in a short period of time. When he realized this, he naturally became even more anxious. The more anxious he was, the more mistakes he made. It was a vicious cycle. In the end, in less than 10 moves, Meng Fangue defeated Yuan Haojuan with his emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit and maintained his current ranking. Number 17. Yuan Haojuan was number 18. After his failure, it was number 17's turn to issue a challenge. However, because Meng Fangue, number 12, had just been challenged, he couldn't issue a challenge this round. Therefore, he could only choose another target. However, he didn't choose number 11 and 10, who were in front of number 12, to look for trouble. A 5-star war god wasn't someone he could fight against. He knew his own limits. In the end, he chose number 13 and successfully challenged him, replacing him. The new number 17. Because number 17 succeeded in his challenge and rose to the top, a new number 17 challenged Meng Fangue after number 17. This new number 17 challenged number 12 Meng Fangue, but he still couldn't shake his opponent's position. Meng Fangue had once again maintained his ranking. Then it was number 16. Number 16 challenged the new number 13, which was the previous number 17, and failed. Number 15 challenged number 12 Meng Fangue and failed. Meng Fangue was strong to begin with. Coupled with the fact that he had an emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit, apart from his unfortunate encounter with Zhong Guiyu in the beginning, he had been undefeated throughout his journey in the Battle of the Geniuses. At this moment, unless there was a top-tier 4-star god of war with an artifact spirit, it would be difficult to shake his position. As for the 5-star god of war, there was no 5-star god of war behind him. Number 14 challenged number 13, but he failed as well. Because number 13 was the previous number 17, he had already challenged number 17, so he could not challenge number 17. Therefore, it was now number 12, Meng Fangue's turn. Number 12. Su Konghai's gaze fell on Meng Fangue. However, Meng Fangue shook his head and said, "I forfeit." What a joke! The 11 people in front of him were all 5-star gods of war. Even if he didn't have all the 5-star gods of war, he would only embarrass himself if he challenged them. After all, he couldn't defeat a 5-star god of war with an artifact spirit. If that was the case, it would be better for him to forfeit. At least, he would not be humiliated or injured. Nobody was surprised by Meng Fangui's forfeit. In fact, they found it understandable. After all, the gap between a 4-star god of war and a 5-star god of war was too wide. Even if Meng Fangui had an extraordinary emperor-grade celestial weapon, he would not be able to defeat a 5-star god of war. After Meng Fangui, it's time for the 5-star gods of war to compete. It's finally time. The most exciting part of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is about to begin. The battle between the 5-star gods of war is about to begin. To the young geniuses present on the scene, the battle between the 4-star gods of war was merely an appetizer. The battle between the 5-star gods of war would be the highlight of the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian, Yu Dongfang is number 11. He'll be the one to challenge you. Su Li's sharp eyes saw Yu Dongfang, who was sitting in the spectator seat opposite them. Yu Dongfang was looking at them indifferently. His eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian as though he had some deep enmity with him. His injuries have healed so quickly. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Yu Dongfang. As expected, Yu Dongfang was staring at him. Previously, Yu Dongfang did not even have a chance to make a move before he was defeated by Huang Quanen. Moreover, due to Huang Quanen's mastery of the law of time, Yu Dongfang had transformed from a young man into an old man with one foot in the grave. However, Yu Dongfang no longer looked like an old man. Instead, he looked like a young man. If an ordinary person was subjected to such a technique, not only would their appearance age, but their body and lifespan would also come to an end. However, Yu Dongfang was not an ordinary person. As a celestial who had endless life, he would only age temporarily, and his body would only deteriorate temporarily. As long as he consumed medicinal pills to replenish his vitality, he would be able to recover quickly. Even if he did not consume any medicinal pills, as long as he was given time, he would gradually recover. The vicissitudes of thought will affect his strength for a period of time. As long as he's given time, he'll be able to recover to his peak. Tang Sanpao said, while Duan Lingtian and Yu Dongfang were staring at each other. Many people were looking at Yu Dongfang in unison. After all, Yu Dongfang was the person who was going to challenge Duan Lingtian. He was currently ranked last in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. Based on the time he displayed his strength as a 5-star god of war, he should be ranked in the top 10. However, since he had been defeated by Huang Quanen in the previous round, the title temple had arranged for him to be ranked last among the 5-star gods of war. Everyone present on the scene thought this was reasonable. Yu Dongfang was speechless. After all, he had indeed been defeated by Huang Quanen, who had comprehended the law of time. Yu Dongfang seems to have been staring at Duan Lingtian since the beginning. Could it be that there's a deep enmity between them? Based on Yu Dongfang's gaze, he'll most likely challenge Duan Lingtian. One was the third true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Heaven, a 5-star god of war. Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He was also a 5-star god of war. Everyone, including the Heavenly Emperors and high-ranking officials from the Title Temple sub-palaces, looked at Duan Lingtian and Yu Dongfang with burning eyes. Brother Feng, I'm afraid this disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Shenyuan Heavenly Emperor will challenge junior nephew Duan. Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang and said with a smile, Junior nephew Duan, did you offend him in some way? I don't know. Feng Qingyang shook his head with a calm expression on his face. It seems like you're very confident in junior nephew Duan, Brother Feng. Upon seeing this, Ding Fu's smile widened as he looked at the arena again. At this moment, Su Konghai's voice rang in the air as everyone looked at him expectantly. Now, let's invite Yu Dongfang, the 11th contestant, to enter the arena. This will be the prelude to the battle between the 5-star gods of war. I wonder who Yu Dongfang will challenge. It was rare for Su Konghai to speak so much. As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion broke out among the spectators. The atmosphere of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was at its peak. Yu Dongfang, Many people looked at the young man with burning eyes. The young man was none other than Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Shenyuan heaven. Who would Yu Dongfang challenge? Based on the current situation, it was most likely he would challenge Duan Lingtian. Indeed, Yu Dongfang's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian as soon as he entered the arena. Shenyuan, it seems like your disciple is determined to fight Duan Lingtian. Yu Haoyan sat opposite Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor, Celestial Emperor of the heavenly emperor of the Shenyuan Celestial Emperor. He glanced at the battle before looking at Gongsun Shenyuan, who was also looking at the battle. It's not a bad thing for a young man to suffer a little. Gongsun Shenyuan said. Oh? Yu Haotian was surprised when he heard Gongsun Shenyuan's words. Shenyuan, based on your words, you're confident in Duan Lingtian? Although Duan Lingtian was from the same hometown as him, there were many people from planet Yanhuang in the Jade Emperor heaven that he ruled. For this reason, he did not feel anything special about Duan Lingtian, who was from the same hometown as him. Compared to Gongsun Shenyuan's disciple, Yu Haotian, he felt Duan Lingtian was a stranger. If he could decide the outcome of the battle, he would rather Yu Dongfang win. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Although Yu Haotian was a heavenly emperor, he was no exception. Duan Lingtian isn't as simple as he seems. Gongsun Shenyuan said as he shook his head. Gongsun Shenyuan shook his head. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, as if he had discovered something, but he wasn't completely sure. I challenge number 3. Duan Lingtian. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yu Dongfang finally spoke. Just as most people had expected, he challenged Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3507. Duan Lingtian was the third person to display his strength as a 5-star god of war among all the young geniuses who participated in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. For this reason, he was temporarily ranked third in the ranking battle of the last round of the Battle of Geniuses in the Devata Realms. Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao, who had revealed their strength as 5-star gods of war earlier than him, were ranked third. Now it was Yu Dongfang's turn to issue a challenge. He was also the last 5-star god of war. He directly challenged Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's expression was calm when he heard Yu Dongfang's challenge. In just a blink of an eye, he entered the ring and faced Yu Dongfang. Duan Lingtian. Yu Dongfang stared at Duan Lingtian as his eyes gleamed brightly. I've been waiting for this moment. I, Yu Dongfang, will defeat you in front of everyone today because I, Yu Dongfang, can't stand some of your actions. All right. Duan Lingtian merely nodded indifferently when he heard Yu Dongfang's challenge. Make your move. Nobody expected Duan Lingtian to challenge Yu Dongfang as soon as he opened his mouth. It was as though he was not interested in chatting with Yu Dongfang at all. The young geniuses were happy to see this. There's no need to waste time if you're going to fight. Yu Dongfang, make your move. Defeat Duan Lingtian and fulfill your promise. Yu Dongfang is so boastful. Will he fail miserably in the end? I don't think so. Yu Dongfang is more than 300 years older than Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he's the most outstanding disciple under Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Shenyuan heaven. He's widely acknowledged as a peerless prodigy in the Shenyuan heaven. Duan Lingtian is not bad as well. He's only slightly over 600 years old. In the solitary destructive heaven, it's hard to find another person who's a match for him under 1,000 years old. While Yu Dongfang and Duan Lingtian were facing each other, the young geniuses began to whisper among themselves. The topic of discussion was always Duan Lingtian and Yu Dongfang. Some of them had confidence in Yu Dongfang. Some of them thought Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning as well. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was no longer like before the Devata Realms Genius Battle. He had proven himself with his strength in the Devata Realms Genius Battle. So what if he was young? He could still rank in the top 30 in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. His strength was comparable to a 5-star god of war. Duan Lingtian. Yu Dongfang's Yu Dongfang said. Yu Dongfang's Yu Dongfang's use. Faced with Duanling Tian's nonchalance, Yu Dongfang felt as though he was inferior to Duanling Tian. He was instantly enraged, and his eyes gleamed coldly. Swoosh! A loud explosion rang in the air as a golden ball of light that looked like a thunderbolt appeared behind Yu Dongfang. It seemed as though it could light up heaven and earth. Bursts of light sprinkled on the bodies of the people present. It was like the scorching sun in the sky pouring down in torrents. At this moment, Yu Dongfang looked like the son of the sun. A dazzling sword-shaped mark could be seen between his eyebrows. It was so dazzling that people did not dare to look at it directly. Swoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, a golden sword ray shot out from between Yu Dongfang's eyebrows. It seemed as though it could annihilate everything. Everything in the surroundings paled in comparison as it shot toward Duanling Tian. However, Duanling Tian remained motionless in the face of Yu Dongfang's probing attack. When the sword light approached, the path of control appeared. Space distorted and folded, forming a rapid spatial vortex that sucked in the sword light, causing it to disappear without a trace. Use your strongest move. Duanling Tian glanced at Yu Dongfang indifferently before he said, "Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to block even one of my moves." What did Yu Dongfang mean? At this moment, Duanling Tian's words were heart-wrenching to Yu Dongfang. Although Yu Dongfang appeared to be calm on the surface, the coldness in his eyes had deepened. It was as if everything he looked at would be frozen. As expected of the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. "You're really confident," Yu Dongfang said. "Since that's the case, I'll do as you wish. Let's settle this with one move." As soon as Yu Dongfang finished speaking, thousands of golden sword rays shot out from the sun-like light behind him. It was like a rain of swords as it shot toward Duanling Tian. Whoosh! 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 After the thousands of sword rays shot out, more and more sword rays shot out from the golden ball of light. It was as though the golden ball of light contained endless sword rays. However, Duanling Tian remained indifferent in the face of Yu Dongfang's sword rays. His Tao of control was like a bottomless pit as it devoured all of Yu Dongfang's attacks. It devoured as many sword rays as it came. "It seems like my first attack won't be able to break through your Tao of control," Yu Dongfang said. Yu Dongfang's voice sounded. His tone was sharp and high-spirited, but there was no trace of panic in it. "If that's the case, I'll break through your way of control first and show you the way of swordsmanship that my master passed down to me." As soon as Yu Dongfang finished speaking, more and more sword rays shot out from the sun-like light behind him. This was because none of the sword rays were destroyed by Duanling Tian's spatial energy anymore. Whoosh! 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 In just a blink of an eye, the arena in the Devata realm had turned into a sea of golden sword rays under everyone's watchful eyes. Yu Dongfang's law of metal and various fused profundities were also fully displayed. Apart from the law of metal, there was also a mysterious energy that was fused with the sword rays that shone brilliantly. "Sword Tao." Duanling Tian smiled faintly. "If I'm not mistaken, this isn't a sword Tao at all. It's only a rudimentary form of a sword Tao." He had used his master Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Tao as a foundation to comprehend the space sword Tao. Therefore, he was very familiar with the progress of the sword Tao. For this reason, he could tell Yu Dongfang had only comprehended the rudimentary form of the sword Tao and had yet to master it. However, if the rudimentary form of the sword Tao was compatible with the profundities of a law, it would still be able to unleash shocking power. Although Yu Dongfang's attack was still brewing, it still gave Duanling Tian some pressure. Naturally, it was only a little pressure. This little bit of pressure did not even cause Duanling Tian's expression to change. So what if it's just a rudimentary form of the sword Tao? I can still defeat you, someone who has mastered the sword Tao. Yu Dongfang smiled coldly. Then, the tens of thousands of sword rays that filled the sky quickly gathered together and transformed into a huge golden net that surrounded Duanling Tian and rapidly closed in on him. Whoosh! 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 The sound of sword whistling rang in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the net of sword rays that surrounded Duan Lingtian rapidly tightened. It seemed like it would not take long before Duan Lingtian was trapped. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sword rays that gathered from all directions gathered together as they neared Duan Lingtian. In the end, it seemed as though Duan Lingtian was trapped in a huge golden ball of light. Duan Lingtian, this is the strongest attack that I can unleash at the moment. Even if a top 5-star war god is hit by this attack, I am confident that I can severely injure or even defeat him. Yu Dongfang's voice rang out again. And now you have already been hit. Once this was said, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Yu Dongfang's attack was shocking and seemed to shake the heavens and earth. Many people felt that his attack was not something that an ordinary 5-star war god could unleash. It was too terrifying. Even the 5-star war gods who were watching from the side could not help but become serious when they saw Yu Dongfang's attack. Duan Lingtian has been hit. If Yu Dongfang was not bluffing about the power of his attack, he should have won. A top 5-star war god is going to be severely injured and defeated? With such an attack, even though Duan Lingtian's Tao of Control is profound, I'm afraid that he won't be able to block this attack. After all, he has only just mastered the Tao of Control. Is Duan Lingtian going to lose? Now, even the people who were originally full of confidence in Duan Lingtian began to waver. They stared at Yu Dongfang carefully, trying to see if he was lying or boasting. However, the result disappointed them. Yu Dongfang really did not seem to be lying. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the golden ball of light that enveloped Duan Lingtian exploded. A terrifying power exploded as if it was going to destroy the heavens and earth. If not for Su Konghai's timely intervention and suppressing the aftermath of the power, the young geniuses who were relatively close to it would have been injured. The golden ball of light that exploded emitted a dazzling light that made the eyes of the crowd hurt. After a while, they were able to look inside with great effort. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, there was not a single trace of the golden ball of light that exploded. Duan Lingtian was killed by the explosion? Was he blown to smithereens? Just as many people saw that there was no one and thought that Duan Lingtian had been completely destroyed by Yu Dongfang's attack. Yu Dongfang's brows furrowed. Even if this attack of his could kill Duan Lingtian, it would not be able to leave no trace behind. Now, not only was there not a single scrap of Duan Lingtian's robe in the air, there was not even a trace of blood. Not even a trace of blood. There was also no storage ring. Many people felt that Yu Dongfang's attack just now was enough to destroy everything about Duan Lingtian, including his storage ring. However, Yu Dongfang was very clear that he did not have the ability to do so. Duan Lingtian is not dead. He's there. Just as Yu Dongfang's heart sank and all the nerves in his body tensed up, a cry of surprise sounded in his ears. Then, numerous gazes gathered above his head. Chapter 3508. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian appeared above Yu Dongfang's head, stepping on a gray sword. The sword looked very strange. As the sword flashed around it, the space around it twisted and folded as if it could draw upon the power of space. Chi! Suddenly, a sword ray shot out and a crack appeared in space. It was clearly visible and ferocious. How did you escape? Yu Dongfang looked at Duan Lingtian with an ugly expression, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. His technique had trapped Duan Lingtian like an inescapable net. It had even shaken space and prevented Duan Lingtian from teleporting. But now Duan Lingtian had appeared outside. Was it teleportation? Or was it some other technique? Amazing! In the spectator seats, some young geniuses who saw Duan Lingtian appear outside and completely avoid Yu Dongfang's technique exclaimed from the bottom of their hearts. There were also some young geniuses who didn't see through the trick, but when they saw this scene, they felt that it was natural for Duan Lingtian to teleport out because he was skilled in the laws of space. It wasn't until Duan Lingtian spoke that they realized how naive they were. Your technique is not bad. It affects space and restricts space so that I can't teleport. Duan Lingtian stood in the void and looked indifferently at Yu Dongfang. If I hadn't mastered the space sword Dao, I wouldn't have been able to escape just now. I would have had to take your blow head-on. Space sword Dao? Yu Dongfang's expression darkened. He hadn't expected that he wouldn't be able to restrain Duan Lingtian's space sword Dao, even though he'd restricted space and prevented Duan Lingtian from teleporting. The space sword Dao not only contains the laws of space, but also the great Dao of the sword. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "You think I can't use the teleportation profundity because of your spatial restriction? However, you don't know I can use my sword Dao to break your spatial restriction before using the teleportation profundity. You actually used a single move to determine the victor? You've already made your move just now. Now it's my turn." As Duan Lingtian's voice fell, Yu Dongfang's expression changed drastically. At the same time, the golden light on his body surged. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have turned into a golden man. The scorching sun behind him had also completely merged into his body. Around his body, tens of thousands of golden sword rays shuttled back and forth. From afar, it looked like a layer of terrifying defense, surrounded by all kinds of defensive talismans. Obviously, Yu Dongfang was doing his best to stop Duan Lingtian's next move. Duan Lingtian is going to make a move? The scene in front of them caused the originally lively audience seats to become deathly silent. Numerous gazes landed on the arena one after another, looking at the purple-clothed young man who had an indifferent and carefree face. Unlike the purple-robed young man's indifference, Yu Dongfang's entire body was glowing with a golden light. It was as if a god had descended upon the world, illuminating all the darkness and making it impossible for the darkness to hide. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian made his move. He did not make a big move as everyone had expected. He raised his hand and casually slapped down on Yu Dongfang. Bang! As his palm landed, there was a crisp sound. At the place where his palm landed, the void vibrated, then folded and twisted. Many clearly visible sword rays tore through the air and fell like shadows. These sword rays seemed to have become one with the void. They followed the path of the void's distortion, which was extremely strange. If one did not look closely, it would be difficult to see the traces of these sword rays. Hit. Under everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian's move finally landed on Yu Dongfang, who had been prepared for it. The golden light on Yu Dongfang's body surged at this moment. At the same time, the tens of thousands of sword rays around him converged, forming a solid barrier on the surface of his body that could block all external attacks. There were no fluctuations, no intense collision as everyone had expected. Poochie, poochie. A soft sound was heard, which was extremely strange. The golden light on Yu Dongfang's body was as strong as before, but Duan Lingtian's attack, the sword rays that swept through the void, seemed to ignore all of Yu Dongfang's defensive power. They easily passed through without triggering the defensive power. It was as if they were Yu Dongfang's own power, so they did not encounter any resistance. Under everyone's gaze, Yu Dongfang stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. He seemed to have lost his mind. The golden light on his body also gradually dissipated. The dazzling golden sword light gradually merged into his body and completely disappeared. In the next moment, Yu Dongfang's figure appeared. Hiss! The moment Yu Dongfang's figure appeared, many of the onlookers gasped in unison. Their eyes were filled with horror and shock. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their faces were filled with horror, as if they were looking at a ferocious beast. At this moment, Yu Dongfang's figure was covered in blood from head to toe. It was as if he was dyed in blood, and it looked like specks of red roses were sprinkling on the ground. As long as one looked carefully, it was not difficult to see that there were fine sword scars all over Yu Dongfang's body, including his face. There were many sword scars. If one looked deeper, Yu Dongfang would have died without a doubt. Yu Dongfang was stunned for a moment before he circulated his celestial origin energy to heal his injuries in front of everyone. Although there were many injuries, they were only superficial and healed in a short while. After his injuries were healed, Yu Dongfang changed into a new robe in front of everyone. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, He was no longer as overbearing as before. Instead, his gaze was filled with complicated emotions. He knew Duan Lingtian had shown mercy earlier. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. Thank you. Yu Dongfang spat out the two words with difficulty before he turned around and returned to the spectator seats. During this process, anyone who was paying attention to him could see the loneliness in his back. Yu Dongfang had been defeated. It was a complete and utter defeat. The crowd only glanced at Yu Dongfang's back before they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. None of them had expected this young man who was only slightly over 600 years old to be so strong. So this is the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? I'm afraid only someone like him is qualified to be the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. How terrifying! Yu Dongfang's technique is far stronger than an ordinary 5-star god of war's technique, but it was easily neutralized by Duan Lingtian. It seems like Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a top 5-star god of war. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Yu Dongfang so easily? Duan Lingtian's strength is only second to Huang Quan and among the 5-star gods of war, who participated in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. This time, when Duan Lingtian made his move, his strength was even stronger than before. This made everyone realize that he was still concealing his strength. He had the strength of an elite 5-star god of war, and it was enough to suppress an ordinary 5-star god of war. Yu Dongfang was considered strong among the 5-star gods of war, but he was still defeated by Duan Lingtian. Did you notice? After revealing his strength as a 5-star god of war, Yu Dongfang lost 2 consecutive battles? I think so. First, he met Huang Quanan, and now he met Duan Lingtian. Why is he so unlucky? I think he's traumatized by all of this. When the atmosphere became a little heavy, some of the more optimistic people changed the topic and adjusted the atmosphere. Brother Feng, junior nephew Duan's strength is truly shocking. Is this his full strength? Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, asked curiously as he looked at Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, he did not receive a reply from Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang only smiled faintly in response to Ding Fu's question. Still not his full strength? Ding Fu was even more shocked when he saw this. Based on his understanding of Feng Qingyang, he knew Feng Qingyang was confident. How could he be so confident in his only true disciple? Duan Lingtian. I must possess him. On the other side of the small suspended island, Tathagata, also known as Miyen, stared at Duan Lingtian with gleaming eyes. The desire in the depths of his heart grew even stronger. Apart from being amazed by Duan Lingtian's strength, his desire to possess Duan Lingtian's body grew stronger. If he did not have any scruples, he would have charged into the arena and abducted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. The title temple must find a way to obtain him. Even Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the title temple, who was presiding over the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, was looking at Duan Lingtian calmly. However, he was inwardly shocked. Duan Lingtian's performance had exceeded his expectations. His mastery of the law of space and his mastery of the sword Dao was astounding. His mastery of the law of space and his mastery of the sword Dao was even more amazing. He was even able to dodge Yu Dongfang's attack. Even an ordinary 5-star god of war would not be able to dodge Yu Dongfang's attack. Duan Lingtian, I feel like you surprise me every time you make a move. Do you have any other trump cards? Tang Sanpao asked mockingly as soon as Duan Lingtian returned to the arena. Don't worry, I'll challenge you when it's my turn, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought Tang Sanpao would react to Duan Lingtian's words. However, Tang Sanpao merely looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I'll wait and see. At this moment, Tang Sanpao's aura seemed to have changed. He was no longer frivolous. Instead, he seemed much more serious. Number 10. Su Konghai spoke again. Only then did everyone's attention return to him. Number 10. It's Lu Shuyan. Lu Suyen was the last five-star god of war to display her strength in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. She was also a woman. Chapter 3509. A woman dressed in a loose gray robe entered the arena. She had a bamboo hat on her head, and her face was covered with a veil. She looked out of place. Perhaps this kind of attire was more suitable for a pitch-black night, rather than in broad daylight. I didn't expect there to be two female five-star gods of war in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses this time. In the past, it was considered good if there was a female five-star god of war in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. Someone sighed as he looked at Lu Suyen. The others agreed with his words as well. Although there were many female powerhouses in the Devata realms, and there were many female gods in the realms of gods as well, it was undeniable that women were weaker than men in terms of cultivation. This was something that had been decided since birth. Of course, the weakness mentioned here was only an overall comparison. Some female powerhouses were so talented that most men could not compare to them. Even the supreme powerhouses who stood at the pinnacle of heaven and earth had more than one female powerhouse. Who do you think Lu Suyen will challenge? Seeing Lu Suyen stepping onto the stage, many people became curious as to who Lu Suyen would challenge. Naturally, Lu Suyen would not be able to challenge Duan Lingtian since he had just fought with Duan Lingtian. Even if he did not seem to be exhausted, he would still be able to fight without a fight. Lu Suyen hovered in the air as she glanced at the few five-star gods of war. Finally, she fixed her eyes on one person. I challenge Yi Dongli, who's ranked 7th. Yi Dongli was the only female five-star god of war in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses this year. Earlier, some people had been whispering among themselves, wondering if Lu Suyen would challenge Yi Dongli. Many people thought it was highly possible since both of them were women. Moreover, Yi Dongli was ranked ahead of Lu Suyen. It said that women are tigers. As expected, there can't be two tigers on one mountain. Tang Sanpao, who was sitting behind Duan Lingtian, said as he shook his head. As for Yi Dongli, faced with Lu Suyen's challenge, she promptly moved forward and confronted Lu Suyen from afar. Lu Suyen, you shouldn't have challenged me. Yi Dongli's voice was calm and straightforward. So confident? Lu Suyen's words were very brief. Her tone was indifferent. She was not affected by Yi Dongli's confidence in the slightest. Instead, her eyes were filled with battle intent. It was as if she was itching to immediately fight Yi Dongli. Come. When Yi Dongli spoke again, her body swayed, and lotuses appeared with every step she took. Streams of green light rose from under her feet, and then spread out, displaying a flourishing vitality. Yi Dongli was skilled in the laws of wood. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Following the sound of air being torn apart, the emerald green energy surged out from Yi Dongli's body. It turned into thick and powerful green vines that whizzed toward Lu Suyen. The vines were like ferocious pythons, opening their bloody mouths and pouncing over. The fusion profundities of the laws of wood appeared. Facing Yi Dongli's first attack, Lu Suyen's expression was calm. Soon after, as her clothes fluttered, cyan-colored wind blades started to sweep around her body. It was as if they had formed a small tornado. Furthermore, within this small tornado, there were also wind blades that were as sharp as knives and swords. Humph! Yi Dongli coldly snorted. After that, she controlled her vines to surround Lu Suyen. She wanted to bind Lu Suyen and suppress her. However, Lu Suyen was not someone who was easy to deal with. With just a thought, wind blades filled the sky and met Yi Dongli's vines head-on. Soon after, the wind blades collided with Yi Dongli's vines. Under normal circumstances, the wind blades should be able to cut through the vines easily. However, the vines formed by Yi Dongli's laws of wood and celestial origin energy were not ordinary vines. No matter how the wind blades collided with them, they only left some scratches on the vines. Condense! Lu Suyen's indifferent voice resounded through the air. Soon after, the crowd saw that as Lu Suyen's voice faded, The numerous sharp wind blades that filled the sky condensed into a gigantic wind blade that flew towards the incoming vines. Wang! The gigantic wind blade slashed through the air, causing the air to stagnate for a moment. Then, it cut through the vines that were in the lead and continued to attack the remaining vines. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as the wind blade was about to reach the vines, the crowd saw a dark green light flowing from Yi Dongli's body into the vines that were not cut through. In an instant, the vines seemed to be covered in a layer of dark green clothing. There were also sharp thorns that flickered with cold light, giving off a sharp and tough feeling. Wang! Lu Xuyan swung the gigantic wind blade again. When it landed on the vines, it produced a series of ear-piercing and crisp sounds. At the same time, sparks flew from the point of collision. It was as though two iron weapons were colliding violently. "You have some skills," Lu Xuyan exclaimed in surprise. Then she made her move. Her body merged with the wind and whistled as she charged forward. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, in the eyes of those who were not even five-star gods of war, it was as though Lu Xuyan had disappeared into thin air. They could only hear the whistling of the wind when she moved. Even the five-star gods of war could only see a series of afterimages. Fast! Too fast! Many people cried out in surprise. Whoosh! 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 Just when everyone thought that Yi Dongli would be unable to hit Lu Xuyan and would fall into a passive state, the vines that were originally attacking Lu Xuyan retracted. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Yi Dongli and formed a cage made of vines. Although it appeared as though Yi Dongli was trapped within the cage, it was actually an indestructible defense. The dark green skin of the vines and the sharp thorns on the skin were still flickering with an ice-cold luster. Clang! 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 Lu Xuyan rushed over as if she had turned into wind. Bursts of powerful energy whizzed out and landed on the cage made ear-piercing sounds. However, they were unable to break through the cage's defense. "You are very strong. If I don't use an immortal weapon, it will be difficult for me to defeat you." Yi Dongli, who was in the cage, stared at Lu Xuyan outside and slowly spoke. "You're not the only one who has an immortal weapon." Lu Xuyan was not to be outdone. At the same time, she raised her hand and a scarlet 3-foot-long sword appeared in her hand. As she swung the sword, a scarlet red liquid seemed to be flowing on the surface of the sword. The tip of the sword was sharp, and it shone with a terrifying light. Naturally, it was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. "My celestial weapon is different from your celestial weapon." As Yi Dongli spoke again, a dark green whip appeared in her hand. The whip was 5 meters long, and as it danced, it was like a venomous python constantly wriggling its body. Following that, Yi Dongli's eyes narrowed and her hand trembled. Then, an image appeared from the whip. Surprisingly, it was an image that resembled a python. After it appeared, it stared at Lu Xuyan coldly. "Weapon spirit?" Lu Xuyan's expression changed drastically. She did not expect Yi Dongli's Emperor-grade celestial weapon to possess a weapon spirit. Heavens! The onlookers were shocked as well. None of them expected Yi Dongli to possess an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Up until now, only a few Emperor-grade celestial weapons had appeared in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Most of the Emperor-grade celestial weapons had appeared in the hands of young geniuses with prominent backgrounds. If it was not for the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, they would not have heard of Yi Dongli at all. However, since she possessed an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit, it was clear she had an extraordinary background. Even if she was a sexless cultivator who lived in seclusion, there was no doubt she had an extraordinary senior backing her up. After all, it was not easy to obtain an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. It was as difficult as obtaining a Devata artifact. Naturally, the Devata artifact referred to the Devata artifact without a weapon spirit. Even if it was a primitive Devata artifact, a Devata artifact with a weapon spirit could not be compared to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. The weapon spirit of an Emperor-grade celestial weapon was forcibly refined from a foreign being. On the other hand, the weapon spirit of a Devata artifact was naturally born. Naturally, some Devata artifact's weapon spirit was transferred from another Devata artifact's weapon spirit. For example, Huang the sword spirit of Duan Lingtian's prominent Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. In the past, Huang was the weapon spirit of Ling Juyun's sister's prominent Devata artifact. Her master is a god. It's only natural for her to possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon. After all, Tang Sanpao had told Duan Lingtian and the others that Yi Dongli's master was a god. Therefore, they were not surprised to see Yi Dongli taking out an emperor-grade celestial weapon. In fact, they felt it was only natural for her to possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon. For celestials, an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit was extremely precious. However, it was nothing to a god. In fact, as long as a god wanted to, even if he was not a celestial weapon craftsman, it would be easy for him to refine an emperor-grade celestial weapon using the divine flame condensed from his divine energy. He could even capture a powerful being and make it the weapon spirit of the emperor-grade celestial weapon. Unless Lu Suyen is concealing her true strength. Otherwise, there's no doubt about the outcome of this battle. Su Li said. What happened next was just as Su Li had expected. After Yi Dongli took out her emperor-grade celestial weapon, Yi Dongli quickly gained the upper hand and defeated Lu Suyen. In fact, Lu Suyen's strength was on par with Yi Dongli even without using her celestial weapon. However, Yi Dongli still managed to defeat Lu Suyen with her celestial weapon. If I had such a celestial weapon, I wouldn't have lost to you. Although Lu Suyen was defeated, a hint of unwillingness could be seen in her eyes. Thank you for letting me win. Yi Dongli smiled faintly before she turned around and returned to her seat. Another battle between the 5-star gods of war had ended. 9th place, Huang Quanen. Soon after, Su Konghai's voice rang in the air. Literature Center. Chapter 3510. Huang Quanen. This young genius was also an unknown figure in the past. If he hadn't drawn Yu Dongfang as his opponent in the previous stage and displayed his strength, no one would have known that he had such strength. He was skilled in the law of time and had mastered the time laws a thought. Rumor had it that even those who had mastered the time laws a thought were invincible against those below the level of a 6-star god of war. Without the strength of a 6-star god of war, it would be difficult to resist his thought. It's Huang Quanen's turn. After all, no one was certain who would come in first place in the Devata Realm's battle of the geniuses between Huang Quanen and Yu Dongfang. However, many people felt Huang Quanen had the ability to rank first in the Devata Realm's battle of the geniuses. With Huang Quanen's a thought, apart from a 6-star god of war, no one is a match for him. I think Huang Quanen is definitely going to rank first in the Devata Realm's battle of the geniuses. Huang Quanen is too strong. It won't be difficult for him to rank first unless there's a 6-star god of war or stronger in the Devata Realm's battle of the geniuses. A 6-star god of war? Is that possible? A 6-star god of war is considered a top-notch expert under the command of a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. Some heavenly emperors only have 1 or 2 6-star gods of war. Although the crowd had mentioned a 6-star god of war, none of them thought there would be a 6-star god of war in the Devata Realm's battle of the geniuses this time. After all, such a situation was rare in the past. In the history of the Devata Realm's battle of the geniuses, there were less than 10 6-star gods of war who were younger than 1,000 years old. What did that mean? The Devata Realm's battle of the geniuses was held once every 1,000 years, 10 times every 10,000 years, 100 times every 100,000 years, 1,000 times every 1 million years, and 10,000 times every 10 million years. The history of the Devata Realm's battle of the geniuses was at least 1 million years old. Naturally, only the people in the Tidal Temple knew the details. If the history of the Devata Realm was more than 1 million years old, there were less than 10 6-star gods of war who were younger than 1,000 years old. There were less than 10 people in more than 1,000 Devata Realms battles of geniuses. On average, there would only be 1 6-star god of war under the age of 1,000 in every 100 Devata Realms battles of geniuses. The 100th Devata Realm Battle of Geniuses was equivalent to 100,000 years. 1 in 100,000 years. The probability of this happening was too small. Would he appear in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses in their era? No one dared to think too much, because this was something infinitely close to impossible. For this reason, nobody thought there would be a 6-star god of war in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. The probability of that happening was close to 0. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the unprepossessing Huang Quanan flew into the arena. Huang Quanan, who do you want to challenge? Even Su Konghai, who usually had a serious face, looked at Huang Quanan with a bit more enthusiasm. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Could this Huang Quanan be the trump card of the Title Temple? Duan Lingtian, who was sitting in the spectator seat, thought to himself. At the same time, he did not forget to inform his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, of his thoughts. I don't think so. Feng Qingyang replied. Many things can't be faked. For example, the way Su Konghai looks at Huang Quanan is different from the way he looks at Huang Quanan now. He's very polite to Huang Quanan now. If Huang Quanan is really the Title Temple's trump card, there's no way he would be so polite to Huang Quanan now. I think Huang Quanan is just a young prodigy. There must be someone else in the Title Temple's trump card. Feng Qingyang said. Someone else? After listening to Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but look at the remaining 5-star gods of war. Out of the 11 5-star gods of war, only he and Ling Juyun could be excluded. Therefore, there were only 9 people left. It was unlikely that Huang Quanan was the Title Temple's trump card, and it was unlikely that Lu Xuyan was the Title Temple's trump card. Therefore, there were only 7 people left. Apart from Yu Dongfang, there were only 6 people left. Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Zhou Yongqi, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan, Sima Rui. Duan Lingtian quickly eliminated one of the 6 people. Zhou Yongqi is the direct disciple of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binggu. It's unlikely that he's the Title Temple's trump card. Therefore, there are only 5 people left. Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan and Sima Rui. Hong Yuan and Sima Rui are both from the Title Temple, so it's not surprising that he's one of them. However, Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, and Yi Dongli have mysterious backgrounds. Moreover, they're all sectless cultivators. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to his master, Feng Qingyang, again. Master, do you think Tang Sanpao is the trump card of the Title Temple? His master, do you know him? Although I know his master and know that he's a reclusive celestial, I'm not sure if his master is related to the Title Temple. The Title Temple has been around for a long time. There are some powerhouses who don't hold any positions in the Title Temple and live in seclusion. It's not impossible that he's a member of the Title Temple. This was Feng Qingyang's reply to Duan Lingtian. For a time, the trump card of the Title Temple seemed even more mysterious. At the very least, Duan Lingtian had no idea who the trump card of the Title Temple was. Duan Lingtian decided on 5 people. Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan and Sima Rui. Among these 5 people, Duan Lingtian did not think Yi Dongli was the trump card of the Title Temple. After all, he did not see any signs of Yi Dongli holding back during her battle with Lu Suyen. Moreover, Yi Dongli had used the weapon spirit of her Emperor-grade celestial weapon. If she really had strength to spare, there was no need for her to use the weapon spirit of her Emperor-grade celestial weapon since it could be used as a trump card. Since she had used the weapon spirit as a trump card, it meant there was nothing else she could do. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not think Yi Dongli could be the trump card of the Title Temple. With this, only 4 people were left. They were Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Hong Yuan and Sima Rui. Tang Sanpao was the person whom Duan Lingtian had known the longest among the 4. He could be considered a friend. However, he was wary of this friend who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was not that Duan Lingtian was overly suspicious. It was just that Tang Sanpeo's friendliness was too different from Tang Sanpeo's strength. Just as Zhang Tianyu had said, Sanpao didn't look like a powerhouse in front of them at all. If Huang Quanan challenges Zhong Guiyu and defeats him, we can eliminate Zhong Guiyu from the title temple. Duan Lingtian turned to look at Huang Quanan, who was standing in the middle of the square. At this moment, Huang Quanan finally made up his mind and said, I challenge Zhong Guiyu, who's in first place. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Huang Quanan's words. An uproar broke out among the crowd. Huang Quanan is really going to challenge Zhong Guiyu. It's not hard to guess. With Huang Quanan's strength, anyone below a 6-star god of war is no threat to him. It doesn't matter who he defeats. Why not defeat the person who's currently in the front? After Huang Quanan spoke, most people felt that Huang Quanan was going to win. However, there were also a small number of people who were hopeful that Zhong Guiyu might be a 6-star god of war. Duan Lingtian was also one of the people who thought he would be lucky. If Zhong Guiyu displayed the strength of a 6-star god of war in front of Huang Quanan, it meant that he was the trump card of the title temple. If he lost to Huang Quanan, it meant that he was not the trump card of the title temple. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhong Guiyu's figure flashed as she entered the arena like a bolt of lightning. She looked at Huang Quanan and said in an incomparably solemn tone, Originally, I should admit defeat. However, I still want to personally experience the vicissitudes of a single thought. As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing light rose from Zhong Guiyu's body. Not only did it seem to be able to illuminate all the darkness in the world, it even seemed to be able to annihilate everything. As you wish. Huang Quanan also made his move when Zhong Guiyu took the initiative to attack. First, he froze Zhong Guiyu's movement. Even the blazing light on Zhong Guiyu's body suddenly stopped. It was as if a picture of a burning flame had been taken and froze at that moment. After a while, time returned to normal. When Zhong Guiyu regained his senses, Huang Quanan's vicissitudes of a thought had also arrived. In the blink of an eye, it entered Zhong Guiyu's body. During this process, Zhong Guiyu did not even have the chance to react. Just like that, Zhong Guiyu followed in Yu Dongfang's footsteps. He turned from a young man to an old man in the blink of an eye. Do you still want to continue? Huang Quanan asked with a smile as he looked at the old Zhong Guiyu. Many people in the audience gasped. Huang Quanan's harmless smile caused everyone's hair to stand on end when they saw it. This fellow could freeze a person's time with just a smile. Moreover, he could turn a person from a young man into an old man with one foot in the grave. His methods were so strange that it made one's heart tremble. I admit defeat. A bitter smile appeared on Zhong Guiyu's old face. I can't block your law of time at all. It's not him. When Zhong Guiyu admitted defeat, most of the people in the audience looked calm. They were not surprised at all. However, Duan Lingtian eliminated Zhong Guiyu from the list again. Zhong Guiyu was not the trump card of the title temple. As such, there were only 3 people left who were the most suspicious. Tang Sanpao, Hong Yuan and Sima Rue. 8th place, Hong Yuan, go up and challenge the person ranked before you. Su Konghai's voice sounded again. Chapter 35:11. Hong Yuan was a young prodigy nurtured by the title temple. As soon as Hong Yuan entered the arena, Duan Lingtian turned to look at him. If Hong Yuan is really the title temple's trump card, he should be challenging Huang Quan and who's ranked first and replacing him. There's no need for him to continue hiding in this round. Moreover, the trump card of the title temple might not be hiding anything. It's just that no one has been able to force him to use his full strength yet. If Hong Yuan is the trump card of the title temple, he won't be able to continue hiding it when he's facing Huang Quanan. His master, Feng Qingyang, had speculated that the trump card of the title temple was a 6-star god of war. It was also his speculation. Now, he was even more certain that his speculation was correct. This was because even though Huang Quanan had appeared, the vice-temple master of the main hall, Su Konghai, and the other temple masters of the title temple subhalls did not seem worried at all. It was as though they were not worried that Huang Quanan would pose a threat to the trump card of the title temple. At that time, Duan Lingtian was certain. There was no doubt the trump card of the title temple was a 6-star god of war. Will Hong Yuan challenge Huang Quanan? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted when everyone was wondering who Hong Yuan would challenge, and a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes at the right time. If Hong Yuan were to challenge Huang Quanan, it would mean he was most likely the hidden trump card of the title temple. If Hong Yuan were to challenge Huang Quanan and win, it would mean he was most likely the hidden trump card of the title temple. If he didn't challenge Huang Quanan without any other convincing reason, it was very likely that he wasn't the hidden trump card of the title temple. At the same time, Hong Yuan, who had entered the arena, said, "I'll challenge Zhou Yongqi, who is ranked 5th. In the end, Hong Yuan did not challenge the current first-place Huang Quanan, the second-place Zhong Guiyu, the third-place Tang Sanpao, and the fourth-place Duan Lingtian. Instead, he chose to challenge the 5th-place Zhou Yongqi. Zhou Yongqi was originally in 4th place, but because of Huang Quanan's successful challenge, Zhong Guiyu, who was previously in 1st place, fell by 1 place, and the people behind him also fell by 1 place. Therefore, he was currently ranked 5th. It seems like he's not the trump card of the title temple. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If Hong Yuan was the trump card of the title temple, he wouldn't have challenged Zhou Yongqi. It would have been a waste of time. As long as he defeated Huang Quanan and replaced him, he would be able to intimidate most of the young prodigies. The reason he said that he would be able to intimidate most of the young prodigies and not all of them was because he would not be intimidated by others. If he's not Hong Yuan, then there are only 2 people who are most likely to be the trump card. One is Sima Rue, the young prodigy nurtured by the title temple, and the other is Tang Sanpao. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Tang Sanpao. When Tang Sanpao saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Duan Lingtian shook his head before he turned to look at Duan Lingtian again. Between Sima Rue and Tang Sanpao, Duan Lingtian was more inclined to believe Sima Rue was the latter. Unlike Sima Rue, Tang Sanpao always gave Duan Lingtian a feeling that he could not see through him. Moreover, his personality had changed a lot. Usually, he acted like a friendly person, but when he displayed his shocking strength in the arena, he acted like an expert. At the same time, Hong Yuan began to fight Zhou Yongqi, whom he had challenged. As the last disciple of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Yongqi was naturally not a simple person. In the face of Hong Yuan, who had challenged him, he was evenly matched with Hong Yuan in a short period of time. However, after a few dozen moves, Hong Yuan was defeated by Zhou Yongqi even though he had displayed strength that was slightly stronger than before. Zhou Yongqi had also concealed his strength previously. Number 8. After Hong Yuan, it was the turn of the current number 8, the former number 7 Yi Dongli. After Yi Dongli entered the arena, she swept her gaze across the arena. After she glanced at Duan Lingtian, her gaze finally landed on Ling Juiyun. "I challenged Ling Juiyun, who is ranked 6th. Ling Juiyun was originally ranked 5th. However, after Huang Quanan defeated Zhong Guiyu and replaced him, his ranking dropped to 6th. In the face of Yi Dongli's challenge, Ling Juiyun's expression was as cold as ever. "Ling Juiyun, are you confident?" Tang Sanpao asked when Ling Juiyun stood up. "Does she have an emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit?" However, Ling Juiyun ignored Tang Sanpao and directly attacked Yi Dongli. Yi Dongli was infuriated. "Ling Juiyun, you're the most ungentlemanly man I've ever met." Ling Juiyun ignored her and continued to attack Yi Dongli. In just a blink of an eye, he was about to suppress Yi Dongli. After Yi Dongli was at a disadvantage, she no longer hesitated and took out her emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Even so, she was still defeated by Ling Juiyun. After Duan Lingtian and Huang Quanan, Ling Juiyun displayed the strength of a top 5-star god of war. Heavens! I didn't expect Ling Juiyun to be so strong as well. I came here with Ling Juiyun from Feng Qingtian's title temple. I thought he was only a 3-star god of war. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Now he's even a top 5-star god of war. Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian are second only to Huang Quanin. If nothing goes wrong, they'll be second and third after Huang Quanin. After Ling Jueyun displayed the strength of a top 5-star god of war, a commotion broke out among the crowd. It was comparable to the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian defeating Yu Dongfang. Ling Jueyun, do you have a cultivation partner? After being defeated by Ling Jueyun, the anger on Yi Dongli's face quickly disappeared. She asked loudly as she watched Ling Jueyun leave. As soon as she asked, the atmosphere of the scene was stirred up. Many people even shouted together, as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. Ling Jueyun paused for a moment on his way back. Then, he continued walking without looking back. Ling Jueyun, I think Yi Dongli isn't bad. Why don't you consider her? When Ling Jueyun returned, Su Li couldn't help but laugh. Let's spar? When Ling Jueyun spoke, the smile on Su Li's face froze. If he were to spar with Ling Jueyun now, it would be no different from asking for a beating. Looks like you've improved a lot over the years. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyun and sighed. It won't be easy to surpass you, Ling Jueyun said. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not reply as he shifted his attention back to the stage. After Ling Jueyun successfully defended his position against Yi Dongli, who was ranked 8th, it was Sima Rui's turn to challenge those who were ranked higher. However, since Ling Jueyun, who was ranked 6th, had just been challenged, Sima Rui could not challenge him now. There were only 5 targets he could choose from: Huang Quanin, Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Duan Lingtian, and Zhou Yongqi. Perhaps the title temple's trump card will be revealed soon. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at Sima Rui. Sima Rui was a young genius nurtured by the title temple, just like Hong Yuan. Between him and Tang Sanpao, one of them was most likely the hidden trump card of the title temple, the trump card that would be awarded the exploding element immortal fruit. Duan Lingtian's judgment of Sima Rui was similar to Hong Yuan's judgment of Sima Rui. If Sima Rui was the title temple's trump card, he would definitely challenge Huang Quan, and who was ranked 1st. However, if he was not, he would not challenge Huang Quanin. I'll challenge Zhong Guiyu, who is ranked 2nd. Duan Lingtian dismissed Sima Rui when he heard Sima Rui's words. He was certain that Tang Sanpao, who was sitting behind him, was the title temple's trump card. Tang Sanpao, are you confident you can defeat Ling Jueyun? Duan Lingtian asked as he turned to look at Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. Then, he smiled and asked, Why are you suddenly asking this? You've hidden it well. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Sanpao meaningfully before he said something that the others did not understand. What are you talking about? Tang Sanpao was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. The exploding element celestial fruit. Duan Lingtian mentioned the exploding element celestial fruit that the winner of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses would be able to obtain. Upon hearing this, Su Li and the others were even more confused. Why did Duan Lingtian suddenly mention this? You've discovered it? Tang Sanpao's eyes flashed. In an instant, his aura changed once again. He was no longer as frivolous as before. Instead, he was cold and unapproachable. Seems like I'm right. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Why did you approach us? To know yourself and your enemy? Do I need to? Tang Sanpao asked. You're very confident, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. I'm all right. However, you and Ling Jueyun aren't too bad either. So far, I can't tell if you've done your best or not. Tang Sanpao said. We'll find out soon, right? I'll wait and see. The strange conversation between Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao caused the atmosphere to become awkward. Su Li could not help but ask Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, what are you talking about with Tang Sanpao? Su Li, he's the trump card of the title temple. Although Duan Lingtian was certain Tang Sanpao was the trump card of the title temple, he did not dare to be certain. Perhaps he was wrong. However, at this moment he was certain. Tang Sanpao was the trump card of the title temple. What? Su Li had heard about the trump card of the title temple from Duan Lingtian. He had also paid attention to it, but he did not pay as much attention to it as Duan Lingtian. Chapter 35:12. Was Tang Sanpao the hidden trump card of the titled God Emperor? He was suspected to be a 6-star god of war? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reminder, Su Li could not help but turn to look at Tang Sanpao. He saw that Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao's aura seemed to have changed drastically. It was the same as when he had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war in the arena. He was no longer his usual self. Bang! A loud noise attracted Su Li's attention. Sima Rui and Zhong Guiyu had exchanged blows. One was ranked 7th while the other was ranked 2nd. If Sima Rui won, he would be able to replace Zhong Guiyu. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tang Sanpao again. Then he retracted his gaze. His heart was as calm as still water. He had not reached the point where he could confide in Tang Sanpao. Even though he knew that Sima Rui was the final trump card of the title temple, he did not feel much. The only emotion he felt was pride. Even if Tang Sanpao did not approach them entirely because he wanted to find out more about them, it was definitely part of the reason. Even if Tang Sanpao did not want to admit it, it was useless. Sima Rui can't do it. He is at a disadvantage. As Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly, the sighs of the nearby young geniuses sounded out by his ears, and he focused his gaze to look at the battlefield. Only now did he notice that after the battle between Sima Rui and Zhong Guiyu, Sima Rui had fallen into a disadvantage. Moreover, after 10 moves, Sima Rui could no longer hold on and was defeated by Zhong Guiyu. I lost. After Hong Yuan, another young 5-star god of war from the title temple had failed his challenge. Zhong Guiyu was ranked 2nd. 6th place, Ling Jueyun. After Sima Rui was defeated by Zhong Guiyu, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the title temple's main palace, who was in charge of overseeing the battle of geniuses in the Devata realms, announced. Everyone's attention shifted from Zhong Guiyu to Ling Jueyun immediately. Ling Jueyun flew up into the air under everyone's watchful eyes. Before he flew up, he glanced at Duan Lingtian and sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and replied, "All right." Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Ling Jueyun appeared like a ghost. Let's pick our opponent. Su Konghai's expression softened when he saw Ling Jueyun's expression. He was no longer as stern and cold as he was when he was in front of Hong Yuan and Sima Rui. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, Ling Jueyun's indifferent voice rang in the air. Huang Quanan. These 3 short words caused the entire place to become completely silent. Huang Quanan. Approximately a moment later, the group of young geniuses who had fallen into a daze gradually recovered their senses. Some of them even rose to their feet and exclaimed in shock, Ling Jueyun wants to challenge Huang Quanan? Heavens! Is he really confident? Or is he just testing Huang Quanan's strength? Is there a need to test him? Huang Quanan is an expert in the law of time, and he has mastered the age in one thought. He's invincible among those below the 6-star god of war. It's impossible for anyone below the 6-star god of war to be a match for him. Is it possible that Ling Jueyun is a 6-star god of war? Not necessarily. Perhaps he doesn't intend to win. He just wants to test Huang Quanan's strength. At this moment, the young geniuses were not the only ones who were shocked by Ling Jueyun's challenge. Many heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the various title temples were shocked as well. Based on the strength Ling Jueyun had displayed earlier, they could tell he was a top 5-star god of war. However, that was the extent of his strength. Moreover, based on Ling Jueyun's strength, it was almost impossible for him to conceal his strength. Was he a 6-star god of war? Or was he just testing Huang Quanan? What do you think? I can't see through him. Let's wait and see. Many heavenly emperors began to discuss among themselves. However, most of them shook their heads, indicating they did not dare to jump to conclusions. None of the heavenly emperors dared to jump to conclusions, afraid they would be embarrassed by the results. Ling Jueyun, he's really good at hiding his strength. Agu Mo, the palace master of Fengqing Tian's sub-hall of the Title Temple and an 8-star god of war, could not help but shake his head and sigh as he looked at Ling Jueyun. It's said that Duan Ling Tian and Su Li's innate talent and comprehension ability are heaven-defying for them to have such achievements even though they're not even 700 years old. I'm afraid they'll never expect Ling Jueyun is not even 700 years old. Agu Mo sighed inwardly. I, Agu Mo, have not lived in vain to be able to bring such a young genius from Fengqing Tian to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. In the past, the most outstanding young geniuses I've brought to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were only ordinary 5-star gods of war. Ling Jueyun is the first one who's as strong as him. I wonder if he's really a 6-star god of war. If he is, this glory is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. Agu Mo's eyes lit up as he looked at Ling Jueyun. In the depths of his sparkling eyes, there was also a strong sense of anticipation. Swoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Huang Quan and left the spectator area and stood up to face Ling Jueyun. Huang Quanin, who was not good-looking, looked at Ling Jueyun solemnly. It was obvious he did not dare to underestimate Ling Jueyun. I'm afraid this battle will be the most exciting battle since the beginning of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The group of young geniuses stared at Huang Quan and Huang Quan intently, afraid they would miss the exciting battle. Brother Feng, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang who was sitting opposite him and asked with a smile. Ling Jueyun is junior nephew Duan's good friend. You should know him well, right? Do you think he has a chance of winning this battle? Upon hearing Ding Fu's question, Feng Qingyang shook his head slightly. Although he's little Tian's friend, I've never met him before so I don't know much about him. However, since he dares to challenge Huang Quan, it means he's confident in his strength. Of course, it could also be as many people have said. He knows that he's no match for Huang Quanan, so he challenged Huang Quanan to see the gap between him and Huang Quanan. After all, even if he loses the battle, it won't affect him much. After Ling Jueyun's defeat, he would not be able to challenge Huang Quan and again. However, he would be free to challenge anyone else. This was the same as if he did not challenge Huang Quanan. Of course, if he challenged Huang Quan and other than the possibility of losing, he might also be injured. Therefore, there was no need for the other young 5-star gods of war to challenge Huang Quan, and even if they knew they were no match for him, it would not be worth it if they were injured. Now that Ling Jueyun had challenged Huang Quan and many people were impressed by his courage. Make your move. Ling Jueyun looked at Huang Quan and said indifferently, otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to make your move. No one expected that Ling Jueyun would be the first to speak after the confrontation between the two of them. An uproar immediately broke out in the crowd. Ling Jueyun is really arrogant. Look at him. It seems like he's really confident. Is he really that strong? Many people looked at Ling Jueyun skeptically when they heard his arrogant tone. Huang Quan's strength was obvious to all. He was adept in the law of time and his vicissitudes of time technique could cause one's hair to turn white instantly. Although Ling Jueyun's strength was also very strong and was comparable to a top 5-star god of war, he was not as intimidating as Huang Quanan. Huang Quan's techniques were too mysterious and intimidating. Alright. However, unlike the crowd who were skeptical and disapproving, Huang Quan, who was the person involved, looked solemn in the face of Ling Jueyun's arrogance. He did not dare to be negligent. In the next moment, the energy in his body spread out. He opened his mouth and spat out a breath. It shrouded the area where Ling Jueyun was standing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ling Jueyun's body froze. Not only did his expression freeze, but even the robe on his body stopped moving. It was as if he was frozen at that moment and was locked in time. That was the truth. Swoosh, swoosh. The moment Ling Jueyun's body froze, Huang Quan, and continued to attack. A ray of light shot out from each of his eyes. It whizzed out and shot toward Ling Jueyun. This scene caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble. It was too familiar. Its vicissitudes of time. The technique that Huang Quan used was the technique that killed Yu Dongfang and Zhong Guiyu in an instant. The two of them could not fight back in front of Huang Quan's technique. Can Ling Jueyun withstand it? Many people stared at Ling Jueyun. Anyone could see that Ling Jueyun was completely confined by the law of time and could not move at all. Is going to hit. If he is hit, he will be crippled. Ling Jueyun is going to be defeated? While everyone's hearts were in their mouths, Huang Quan's vicissitudes of a thought finally entered Ling Jueyun's body. As a result, Ling Jueyun's body trembled. It's over. Ling Jueyun is going to be defeated. Most people thought that Ling Jueyun was going to be crippled. Only a few people, including Duan Lingtian, had their eyes lit up. Huang Quan's originally grave expression did not ease up at this moment. Instead, it changed abruptly. What's going on? At this moment, many people came back to their senses because they noticed something. Did you guys notice? Ling Jueyun does not show any signs of aging? What's going on? Previously, in such a short period of time, Yu Dongfang and Zhong Guiyu had already become old men over 70 years old. However, why is there no change in Ling Jueyun? He has clearly been hit. Look, Ling Jueyun's eyes are not normal. While the crowd was still in shock over Ling Jueyun's appearance, some sharp-eyed people noticed that Ling Jueyun's eyes had turned red. They were completely red, and they didn't contain any emotion or luster. Chapter 35:13. That's not Ling Jueyun. That's Ling Jueyun's undead doppelganger. At this time, more and more people realized this. Undead doppelganger profundity, also known as death doppelganger profundity, was one of the profundities of the law of death. Now, after realizing that this was Ling Jueyun's doppelganger, everyone present, be it the celestial, the arch, or the ordinary young geniuses, was shocked. How did he do it? Just now, we couldn't tell that it was his death doppelganger at all. Nonsense. If we could tell, do you think Huang Quan would be so stupid to use vicissitudes of a thought on his death doppelganger? Even Huang Quan was fooled. What kind of technique is this? Even a 6-star god of war who is proficient in the law of death might not be able to fool everyone with just a death doppelganger, right? He must have used some kind of secret technique. Ling Jueyun's death doppelganger did not appear when Huang Quan used vicissitudes of a thought and time imprisonment. At the very least, it did not look like a death doppelganger. However, after Huang Quan used vicissitudes of a thought, he became a death doppelganger. Even a 6-star god of war, 7-star god of war, 8-star god of war, or even a 9-star god of war who was proficient in the law of death might not be able to use such a technique. This was because although the law of death had the doppelganger profundity, it usually came out of the body and could not replace the body at all. There was no way to replace the body, so there was no way to replace the body. Now, Ling Jueyun had clearly used the method of replacing the body with the death doppelganger to receive Huang Quan's vicissitudes of a thought. As for the time imprisonment from before, it was indeed his main body that was imprisoned. Apart from vicissitudes of a thought, do you have any other techniques? Just as everyone was shocked, the crimson color in the eyes of Ling Jueyun's death doppelganger faded, and it completely returned to its original body. It was as if it could freely switch between its original body and death doppelganger. Seal. Almost as soon as Ling Jueyun's voice fell, Huang Quan used his time imprisonment again. Before Ling Jueyun had time to react, Ling Jueyun was once again imprisoned. As he imprisoned Ling Jueyun, his eyes narrowed, and the vicissitudes of life appeared once more. This time, everyone witnessed it with their own eyes. The instant before vicissitudes of thought landed on Ling Jueyun's body, Ling Jueyun's eyes turned scarlet once again. Vicissitudes of thought landed on Ling Jueyun's death clone again, but it had no effect. It's useless. When the power of vicissitudes of a thought disappeared like a stone in the ocean, Ling Jueyun's doppelganger returned to his original body. He looked at Huang Quan with an indifferent gaze. No matter how seamlessly you combine the time imprisonment and vicissitudes of a thought, it will not work on me. Although Ling Jueyun said so, Huang Quanan did not believe him and tried a few more times. But in the end, it was all useless. You should be pretty much exhausted, right? When Ling Jueyun's original body reappeared, he glanced at the pale-faced Huang Quanan. Vicissitudes of thought is strange, but it also consumes a lot of soul power. Even if you manage to use vicissitudes of thought again, you won't be able to use it more than a few times. It's time for me to make a move. As soon as his voice fell, Ling Jueyun moved. During this process, Huang Quanan once again used his time imprisonment to freeze Ling Jueyun midway. Then, he did not use vicissitudes of thought again. Instead, he rushed forward and attacked Ling Jueyun directly. However, when his attack landed, Ling Jueyun's death clone reappeared and blocked his attack. All of you who are skilled in the law of time have mediocre offensive strength. You can't even destroy my death clone. Ling Jueyun's original body reappeared and attacked again. On the other hand, although Huang Quanan was skilled in the law of time, Ling Jueyun's death clone could freely switch positions with his true body. It was as though Huang Quanan was a natural counter to Ling Jueyun's death clone. In the end, although Ling Jueyun did not reveal his strength as a 6-star god of war, he was still a top 5-star god of war. Nevertheless, he still defeated Huang Quanan. When Ling Jueyun defeated Huang Quanan, everyone present on the scene, including Su Konghai who presided over the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, were still in a daze. He actually won? Ling Jueyun is too monstrous, right? He's not even a 6-star god of war, but he defeated Huang Quanan. Isn't it said that Huang Quanan is invincible among those below the 6-star god of war? Although that's true, it seems like Ling Jueyun is skilled in the secret technique that allows him to freely switch between his death clone and his true body. Moreover, it's obvious that he's not affected by the law of time. Heavens! What kind of secret technique is that? At this moment, the group of young geniuses, heavenly emperors, and high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's sub-palaces were all staring at Ling Jueyun curiously. They were curious about the secret technique he had cast. Those who were skilled in the law of death, in particular, were staring at Ling Jueyun with bright eyes. If they could obtain this secret technique, their strength would rise to a whole new level. Currently, it would be difficult to find anyone below the 6-star god of war who was a match for Ling Jueyun. The secret technique that allowed him to freely switch between his death clone and his true body was heaven-defying. This was equivalent to wearing a layer of extremely strong defense, and it would not affect or injure his body. Ling Jueyun, what kind of secret technique are you using? Although Su Konghai felt it was a little rude to ask this question, he could not help but ask before Ling Jueyun left the arena. At the same time, he asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Everyone's attention was on Ling Jueyun. It's not a secret technique. Ling Jueyun replied indifferently to Su Konghai's question. It's the bloodline of my clan that allows me to do this. Apart from a few special clansmen, more than 90% of the people in my clan comprehend the law of death. This is because our bloodline contains the law of death. It's not a secret technique? Ling Jueyun's words disappointed many people. At the same time, many people suspected that Ling Jueyun was lying. Ling Jueyun doesn't dare to admit that it's a secret technique. Instead, he said it's his bloodline. He must be worried that someone will steal his secret technique. The bloodline contains the law of death? Su Konghai and the other heavenly emperors narrowed their eyes when they heard Ling Jueyun's words. This was because they thought of a clan that was similar to the one Ling Jueyun had mentioned. In that clan, more than 90% of the people had the law of death flowing in their bloodline. They were naturally skilled in the law of death and comprehended the law of death at lightning speed. That clan seems to be... When Su Konghai looked at Ling Jueyun again, he could not help but lose his voice. Ling Jueyun, are you from the Ling clan in the Divine Offering Land? You know about our Ling clan? Ling Jueyun looked at Su Konghai in surprise. Before the Ling clan was destroyed, they had been in seclusion for many years. Very few people from the Ling clan walked around the Divine Offering Land in a high-profile manner. He's really from the Ling clan. Su Konghai's eyes widened, when he heard Ling Jueyun's reply. When he regained his senses, he bowed at Ling Jueyun and said, "Young Master Ling, I apologize for not knowing your identity earlier. Apart from the few heavenly emperors who knew about the Ling clan in the Divine Offering Land, everyone was shocked by Su Konghai's bow." Who was Su Konghai? He was the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple. He was a godly powerhouse. However, right now, he was bowing to a mere 5-star god of war and even respectfully calling him young master. It should be noted that even if Ling Jueyun was the son of the heavenly emperor of the Jifan heaven, who was ranked first on the heavenly emperor ranking in the Devata realms, Su Konghai would not address him as young master. It seems like Su Konghai knows about Ling Jueyun's clan. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian, who was among the spectators, to figure out Su Konghai's intentions when he saw the change in Su Konghai's attitude. Moreover, it was likely that Su Konghai was unaware that the Ling clan had been annihilated. Otherwise, he would not have behaved in such a manner in front of Ling Jueyun. Duan Ling Tian had long known about Ling Jueyun's identity. Therefore, he was not surprised by Su Konghai's humble attitude. In fact, he thought Su Konghai was smart and knew how to size up the situation. When most of the people present saw Su Konghai bowing to Ling Jueyun and addressing him as young master, Su Konghai looked at Ling Jueyun and said respectfully, "Young Master Ling, the Tidal Temple had a deep relationship with the Ling clan many years ago. There are records of the Ling clan in the Tidal Temple. Although the Ling clan went into seclusion and gradually severed ties with the Tidal Temple, there's a rule in the Tidal Temple that all members of the Tidal Temple are not to be disrespectful when they see members of the Ling clan." Su Konghai said. Although Su Konghai did not speak loudly, he did not deliberately lower his voice. Upon hearing his words, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Heavens! What kind of clan is Ling Jueyun's backing? How could the Tidal Temple be so respectful? They even set a rule for his clan? The Ling clan? I've never heard of it before. Did Vice Temple Master Su mention the Ling clan in the Divine Offering Land? Isn't the Divine Offering Land one of the realms of gods? Due to the shock of seeing Su Konghai bowing to Ling Jueyun, many people had forgotten about Su Konghai's words. Now that someone mentioned it, realization dawned on them. As it turned out, Ling Jueyun's clan was from the Divine Offering Land. Young Master Ling, you're not even 700 years old. And yet, you've achieved so much. I'm sure you're a direct descendant of the Ling clan, right? Su Konghai asked with a polite smile. Yes. Ling Jueyun nodded. Su Konghai's words shocked most of the people who did not know Ling Jueyun's exact age. Just like Duan Ling Tian and Su Li, Ling Jueyun is not even 700 years old? Heavens! Another monstrous genius. If he's from the Divine Offering Land, he can't be considered monstrous, right? That's true. The Divine Offering Land is a realm of gods. The cultivation environment there isn't something the Devata realms can compare to. Moreover, he has a clan from the Divine Offering Land. I'm sure he has a powerful background. Chapter 35:14. When news of Ling Jueyun's identity spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. On the other hand, at this moment, the only people who were not shocked were Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang. Duan Ling Tian had long known about Ling Jueyun's identity, and Feng Qingyang had heard from Duan Ling Tian that Ling Jueyun was from the realms of gods. Naturally, the people present on the scene knew about the realms of gods, unlike those at the bottom of the Devata realms. They knew about the realms of gods and that the realms of gods were superior to the Devata realms. In the realms of gods, godly spirits were everywhere. Even someone from the realms of gods came to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Isn't this bullying? After learning about Ling Jueyun's identity, some of the young geniuses present on the scene could not help but grumble softly. They felt it was unfair for a member of a powerful clan from a realm of gods to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. That's not right. Ling Jueyun isn't even 700 years old. The passage between the realms of gods and our Devata realms has been closed for 600 years. He's not even 100 years old, but he left the realms of gods and came to our Devata realms? Many people recalled Ling Juyun's age and the time when the passage between the realms of gods and the Devata realms had been closed. It had been 1,000 years since the passage was closed. Before that, it was impossible for people to travel between the two Devata realms through the passage. Does this mean Ling Juyun grew up in our Devata realms? Even if he grew up in our Devata realms, he must have a powerful clan from a realm of gods. His cultivation resources are beyond our imagination. Under such circumstances, it's normal for his cultivation speed to be faster than ours. Although they knew Ling Juyun had grown up in a Devata realm, many people thought he must have a lot of cultivation resources even if he was not in a Devata realm, since he came from a powerful clan in a realm of gods. This was not something people from the Devata realms could compare to. After all, Ling Juyun's identity was confirmed by Su Konghai. Although some people thought it was inappropriate for him to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, none of them dared to say anything. What a joke! Even Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main temple, had to be respectful to Ling Juyun. At this moment, Su Konghai's residence, the Devata clan's hall, had no doubt that he had the Devata clan was the strongest clan, the Devata clan was sect, and he had the authority. I didn't expect there to be such a clan in the realms of gods. The members of the clan are born with the law of death in their bloodline. Moreover, they're born with the ability to control the law of death as though it's part of their body. They can even switch between their death clone and their true body. After learning about the origin of Ling Juyun's technique, everyone, from the young geniuses to the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms, was in an uproar. Naturally, there were also some people who were familiar with the realms of gods and were not surprised by this. For example, Su Konghai, Feng Qingyang, and Di Huang, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, did not seem surprised at all. Natives in the realms of gods have the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse. The descendants of a supreme powerhouse are usually extraordinary and possess all kinds of abilities. Su Konghai was a member of the Tidal Temple, so he knew about this. Di Huang was a member of the Qilin clan, and the Qilin clan had a supreme powerhouse, so he knew about this as well. As for Feng Qingyang, he had learned about this when he was in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Regardless of Ling Juyun's identity, he was still the winner of the battle between him and Huang Quanan. I'm completely convinced. At this moment, Huang Quanan finally got his answer. Apart from being shocked, a smile appeared on his face as he said, "It seems like I'll have to avoid you and the people from your clan if I meet you again in the future. It's your fault for suppressing me." Huang Quanan was still able to joke at this moment. It was obvious he was not discouraged by Ling Juyun's defeat. It was as though he did not think much of this battle. Su Konghai looked at Ling Juyun with a respectful expression on his face, as he watched Ling Juyun return to the spectator seats. When Su Konghai saw Ling Juyun sitting down, he said in a clear voice, "The new 6th place, Zhou Yongqi. Please choose your opponent." Initially, Zhou Yongqi was ranked 4th. However, after Huang Quan and defeated Zhong Guiyu, he was demoted to 5th place before he could even make a move. Currently, another person who was ranked behind him, Ling Juyun, had defeated Huang Quan and Zhou Yongqi was demoted to 6th place again. Naturally, Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao, who had fallen 2 ranks and had yet to make a move. Duan Lingtian had fallen from 3rd place to 5th place. Tang Sanpao had fallen from 4th place to 6th place. Swoosh! When Zhou Yongqi flew into the arena, everyone shifted their attention away from Ling Juyun. Earlier, when Ling Juyun's identity was exposed, he had attracted a lot of attention. Zhou Yongqi is the last disciple of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binggu. Do you think Zhou Yongqi will challenge Duan Lingtian? Before the Battle of Geniuses began, Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, did not give face to Zhou Binggu, the Qi Hongtian emperor, and even defeated him. I think so. It's normal for a disciple to seek justice when his master is bullied. You haven't forgotten, have you? When Duan Lingtian fought with Yu Dongfang, he displayed a strength that wasn't inferior to a peak 5-star god of war. Although Zhou Yongqi's strength isn't bad, I'm afraid he hasn't reached the level of a peak 5-star god of war, right? I don't think he's as strong as a top 5-star god of war. If he's not a top 5-star god of war, I'm afraid he won't be able to stand up for his master. Waves of discussions were transmitted into Zhou Yongqi's ears from the various spectator seats, causing his body to tremble slightly. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a bitter smile. If Yu Dongfang had not challenged Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian had not displayed his strength as a top 5-star god of war, he would have challenged Duan Lingtian. After all, his strength was not necessarily a match for Yu Dongfang. Even Yu Dongfang had been defeated. If he were to challenge Duan Lingtian, he would not be lucky as well. I challenge. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zhou Yongqi's gaze swept towards Duan Lingtian, and it caused the hearts of everyone to freeze. Could it be that Zhou Yongqi is still concealing his strength? Is he really going to challenge Duan Lingtian? Is he also a top 5-star god of war? If he is, it'll be interesting to watch. When Zhou Yongqi's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, the eyes of the young geniuses lit up. They were waiting for a good show. However, when the young geniuses were in high spirits, Zhou Yongqi's voice rang out again. This time they were stunned. 4th place, Tang Sanpao. Zhou Yongqi challenged Tang Sanpao, not Duan Lingtian. It seems that we were too naive. After the group of young geniuses recovered from their shock, some of them smiled bitterly. It seems that Zhou Yongqi knows that he is not a match for Duan Lingtian. So he chose Duan Lingtian's friend, Tang Sanpao. He wants to avenge his master. Is that even possible? Isn't it obvious? Actually, the only targets he can choose now are Tang Sanpao and Zhong Guiyu. Unless he gives up on the challenge, it would be better for him to choose Tang Sanpao. After all, the strength that Tang Sanpao has shown so far may not be comparable to Zhong Guiyu. So, this time, he is not only targeting Duan Lingtian's friend, but also picking a soft persimmon? Hearing the discussions of the young geniuses, Duan Lingtian and Su Li's expressions were unnatural. Their gazes were strange. Tang Sanpao, soft persimmon? Someone that they had almost confirmed to be a 6-star god of war was regarded as a soft persimmon by these people? Tang Sanpao, that Zhou Yongqi thinks that you are a soft persimmon. Su Li looked back at Tang Sanpao and said with a smile, he probably has the intention of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Tang Sanpao smiled indifferently. He still maintained the demeanor of an expert. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, no matter what, I have no evil intentions in approaching you. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. However, I am indeed in the wrong for hiding my identity. This Zhou Yongqi, consider it my apology to you. As his voice fell, Tang Sanpao had already stepped into the air. What is this Tang Sanpao talking about? Zhou Yongqi challenged him. Even if he defeated Zhou Yongqi, it would be for his own sake. What's with the apology? Su Li could not help but whisper into Duan Lingtian's ear. I don't think it's as simple as defeating Zhou Yongqi. Duan Lingtian shook his head. What do you mean? Su Li's expression froze. He intends to kill Zhou Yongqi? Zhou Yongqi is the last disciple of Zhou Binggu, the Qi Hongtian emperor. Zhou Binggu is ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor ranking. Su Li said in disbelief. If he's the trump card of the title temple, do you think the title temple will allow Zhou Binggu to kill him? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Su Li was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he smiled wryly. It seems like in the Devata realms, one's strength is not the only important thing. One's backer is also important. It's not just the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Isn't it the same in our homeworld, the Saint Province realm? Could be said that as long as there is a battle, this is the case. While Duan Lingtian and Su Li were conversing, Tang Sanpao had already entered the arena under everyone's watchful eyes. He stood opposite Zhou Binggu, the last disciple of the Qi Hongtian emperor, and looked at Zhou Binggu indifferently. Chapter 35:15. Tang Sanpao. Zhou Yongqi glared at Tang Sanpao fiercely as he said in a deep voice, "If you want to blame someone, blame it on the fact that you're Duan Lingtian's friend. Otherwise, I might not have challenged you. After all, there's still Zhong Guiyu to choose from." Zhou Yongqi raised his voice as though he was afraid the others would not know the reason he challenged Tang Sanpao was because he hated Duan Lingtian. When his words fell into the ears of most of the people present, it was no different from drawing legs on a snake. It was too deliberate. "Zhou Yongqi, you're blind, but we're fools. Trash." Under the watchful eyes of the others, Tang Sanpao glanced at Zhou Yongqi indifferently and spat out 2 words. Zhou Yongqi's expression changed drastically, and his eyes turned red. Before he could reply, Zhou Yongqi continued to say, "The person who bullied your master is Duan Lingtian's master, not my master. You don't have the courage to challenge Duan Lingtian, so you want to take revenge on Duan Lingtian by challenging me? Do you think I, Tang Sanpao, am a pushover in your eyes, Zhou Yongqi?" Tang Sanpao chuckled when he reached the end of his sentence. "Now do your best. I'll make a move. If you don't die, it'll be my loss." Tang Sanpao continued to say. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, he stood with his hands on his back and looked at Zhou Yongqi indifferently. As soon as Zhou Yongqi finished speaking, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Title Temple, who was in charge of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, frowned slightly. Then he looked at Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao looked back at him with a determined expression. Upon seeing this, Su Konghai sighed inwardly and did not say anything else. Earlier, he had been trying to persuade Tang Sanpao through voice transmission that there was no need to kill Zhou Yongqi. Although the Title Temple was not afraid of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, they did not want to make enemies for no reason. However, Tang Sanpao's insistence made him realize there was no way he could change his mind. You want to kill me with a single move?" When Zhou Yongqi heard Tang Sanpao's words, he was stunned at first. Then, he subconsciously sized Tang Sanpao up, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Could Tang Sanpao really have the ability to kill him in one move? Duan Lingtian, or Ling Juyun and Huang Quanan, who were the top 5 stars, would not necessarily be able to could. He was defeated Zhou that Duan Lingtian. However, Tang Sanpao said he could kill Zhou Yongqi with a single move. At this moment, Zhou Yongqi's master, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Bingguo, was frowning as he looked at his disciple, Zhou Yongqi's opponent, Tang Sanpao. This Tang Sanpao, wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to get out of this embarrassing situation? With his disciple's strength, unless he was a 6-star god of war, no one would be able to kill him with a single move. A 6-star god of war. Is it possible? Zhou Bingguo stared at Tang Sanpao as thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. At the same time, he said to Zhou Yongqi through voice transmission, "Cheer. This is a matter of life and death. You can't be careless. Tang Sanpao doesn't look like he's lying. However, when he's with Feng Qingyang's disciple, Duan Lingtian, he's frivolous. Now, even I can't decide which one is the real him." After being defeated by Feng Qingyang, Zhou Bingguo had been paying attention to Feng Qingyang's only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. The more he paid attention to Duan Lingtian, the more shocked he was. He did not expect such a young true disciple would be stronger than his last disciple. Zhou Yongqi was the disciple with the most outstanding innate talent. Otherwise, he would not have stopped accepting other disciples for Zhou Yongqi's sake. His last disciple was his last disciple. All this while, Zhou Yongqi had been his pride. When Zhou Yongqi had displayed his strength as a 5-star god of war in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, Zhou Bingguo had been looking forward to his disciple defeating Feng Qingyang's only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. However, from the looks of it now, it was impossible. Zhou Bingguo's disciple was no match for Feng Qingyang's disciple. It's up to you to decide. Although Zhou Bingguo was cautious, he did not dare to say that Tang Sanpao was not lying. For this reason, he decided to let his disciple make the decision. "Master," Zhou Yongqi quickly responded, "I don't believe he's capable of killing me with just one strike unless he's a 6-star god of war." The The probability of a 6-star god of war appearing in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses is too low. Didn't you tell me that, in the history of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, there's only one 6-star god of war in every 100 battles? Zhou Yongqi gritted his teeth and said, I want to fight with him. If I'm defeated, how am I going to stand tall in the Qihong Tian? How am I going to stand tall in this world? Zhou Yongqi could imagine this. If he admitted defeat now and chose to surrender without a fight, it would be fine if Tang Sanpao displayed the strength of a 6-star war god. Everyone would say that he had good foresight and knew that Tang Sanpao was not someone to be trifled with. However, if Tang Sanpao was not a 6-star god of war, he would become the laughingstock of all the Devata realms. At that time, everyone in the Qihong Heaven and the heavenly palace of the Qihong Heaven would secretly laugh at him. That was not something he could accept. Tang Sanpao, how arrogant of you! Since he had made up his mind, Zhou Yongqi became fearless. He stared coldly at Tang Sanpao and said, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me with just one strike. Remember what you said. If you can't kill me with just one strike, you'll lose this battle. Zhou Yongqi said arrogantly. Upon seeing Zhou Yongqi's decision, Su Konghai, who was in charge of presiding over the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, twitched his lips imperceptibly. He knew Zhou Yongqi's death was imminent. If Zhou Yongqi retreated now, he might be able to escape death. However, if he chose to stay, he was destined to be killed by his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao. I Tang Sanpao won't go back on my word? Tang Sanpao said indifferently. Upon seeing this, the group of young geniuses broke out in an uproar. Is Tang Sanpao serious? Killing Zhou Yongqi with just one strike? That's not realistic, right? Unless he's a 6-star god of war. Meanwhile, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Tang Sanpao from afar and shook his head. Tang Sanpao is so boastful. It seems like he's going to lose this battle. Not necessarily. On the other hand, Feng Qingyang shook his head. He had learned from his disciple, Duan Lingtian, through voice transmission that Tang Sanpao was the trump card of the Tidal Temple. He had long suspected the trump card of the Tidal Temple was a 6-star god of war. Tang Sanpao, bring it on! Zhou Yongqi shouted as he made his move. His celestial origin energy surged, and the profundities from the law of war merged with his celestial origin energy. An emperor-grade celestial weapon appeared in his hand, and a shadow could be seen hovering above it. It's an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Many people could not help but exclaim in surprise. They did not expect Zhou Yongqi to possess such a celestial weapon. After all, Zhou Yongqi had never revealed his celestial weapon before. This was his first time revealing his celestial weapon. However, when they thought about Zhou Yongqi's identity, they were not surprised at all. As the last disciple of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, it was only natural for him to possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon. As for why he did not reveal his celestial weapon earlier, it was because no one was strong enough to force him to reveal his celestial weapon. Now that Zhou Yongqi was facing Tang Sanpao, he did not hold back at all. Not only did he use all his trump cards, but he even brought out his trump card, the celestial artifact. From this, one could see how important this battle was to him. It seems like Zhou Yongqi is frightened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone all out. It's obvious. Tang Sanpao is really good at scaring people. However, it's also because of this that he's in a difficult position. Zhou Yongqi seems to be putting his life on the line. Many people shook their heads when they saw this. They felt Tang Sanpao was trapped in a cocoon of his own making. However, Tang Sanpao remained calm. It was as though he could maintain his composure even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. In the face of Zhou Yongqi's ferocious attack, he calmly took out a glove from his spatial ring and put it on his right hand. This was the first time Tang Sanpao had taken out this glove. It was completely black and green, and it was shimmering with a mysterious light. It was obvious it was not an ordinary item. He calmly put on the glove in front of everyone, completely ignoring Zhou Yongqi, who was getting closer and closer to him. When Zhou Yongqi was getting closer and closer to Tang Sanpao, he finally put on the glove. While the onlookers were worried for Tang Sanpao, Zhou Yongqi did not seem to be in a hurry at all. His movements were sluggish. Will he be able to make a move in time? In just a blink of an eye, Zhou Yongqi's attack was already close to Tang Sanpao. Many people could not help but wonder. Will Tang Sanpao be able to make a move in time to block it? Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Tang Sanpao, who had been sluggish all this time, suddenly moved at this moment. His lazy eyes suddenly focused, and he pointed a finger at the void with his gloved hand. Of course, the direction he pointed at was also the direction where Zhou Yongqi was. Whoosh! Tang Sanpao pointed his finger, and a beam of light shot out. Just when many people subconsciously thought that the beam of light shot out by Tang Sanpao would be overshadowed by Zhou Yongqi's dazzling attack and would not be able to compete with Zhou Yongqi's attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the beam of light that was only as thick as a finger instantly enlarged and turned into a towering pillar of fire. It seemed to be indomitable. One end of the pillar was pressed against Tang Sanpao's fingertip, while the other end quickly retreated to meet Zhou Yongqi. Boom! With a loud noise, Zhou Yongqi's attack was dimmed. No. A shrill and miserable voice came at the right time. It was Zhou Yongqi's voice. In addition to the shrill and miserable voice, there was also regret and despair in his voice. Boom! Rumble. As Tang Sanpao pointed his finger, a solid and terrifying pillar of fire that reached the sky roared out. It was surrounded by countless flaming snakes that looked like lightning and thunder, and there was a faint cry. Whoosh! As Tang Sanpao lowered his finger and retracted it, the pillar of fire that reached the sky gradually dissipated. Chapter 35:16. Swoosh! Just as the pillar of flame was about to disappear, a figure appeared from the distance and entered the glove on Tang Sanpao's right hand in front of everyone's eyes. Another emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Many people were shocked. On the other hand, Zhou Yongqi was nowhere to be seen. Only his celestial weapon and spatial ring were left on the ground. The celestial weapon was only slightly damaged, but the spatial ring was slightly distorted from the pressure. Swoosh! Su Konghai raised his hand, and an invisible force swept out, carrying Zhou Yongqi's storage ring and celestial artifact to the table in front of Zhou Bingguo, the heavenly emperor of Qihong. Zhou Bingguo's face was filled with rage, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. My condolences, heavenly Emperor Zhou, Su Konghai said indifferently. His voice was calm and emotionless. Although Zhou Bingguo was a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm and was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor ranking in the title temple, he was only a quasi-god. However, he was only a quasi-god. If Zhou Bingguo insisted on killing Zhou Bingguo, it would be difficult for Zhou Bingguo to escape. Tang Sanpao. Zhou Bingguo did not look at the relics of his last disciple, Zhou Yongqi, that Su Konghai handed over to him. He was so angry that not only did his waterfall-like long hair break the hairband, but even his robes and the space around him shook slightly. The tremors were clearly visible to the naked eye. Bang! With a loud bang, Zhou Bingguo actually stomped on the ground and flew out in the blink of an eye. A vast and incomparable power also surged out from his body, emitting an extremely terrifying aura, as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. How dare you kill my disciple? You deserve to die! Zhou Bingguo roared. Then, a silhouette shot out from his body and shot toward Tang Sanpao like a cannonball. Enough! Su Konghai didn't expect that Zhou Bingguo would dare to attack him. His complexion sank slightly. He shouted and opened his big hand. Suddenly, a huge palm that could cover the sky appeared and smashed Zhou Bingguo's attack. It was a complete beating. Hall Master Su, he killed my disciple. Zhou Bingguo's expression changed drastically. He was so angry that he had almost lost his mind. However, now that he had calmed down, he realized he was in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. All the young geniuses who participated in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were protected by the Title Temple. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is up to fate. Su Konghai coldly glanced at Zhou Bingguo and raised his hand again. The giant palm instantly disappeared and reappeared above Zhou Bingguo's head. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Zhou Bingguo was slapped to the ground. The small floating island he was on exploded into dust in just a blink of an eye. Even the old man who was accompanying Zhou Bingguo was smashed into smithereens by the palm. Only Zhou Bingguo didn't die, but he was heavily injured as well, and he was on the verge of collapse. He ceaselessly spat out mouthfuls of dazzling and resplendent blood, and it gushed out as if it was free. This scene, at this moment, caused the people present to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Was this the strength of a godly spirit? Su Konghai, the vice hall master of the Title Temple's main hall, was even stronger than a godly spirit. In the past, they had only heard about this. However, after witnessing Su Konghai's attack with their own eyes, they realized that Su Konghai was even more terrifying than the rumors made him out to be. He could suppress a heavenly emperor with ease. Moreover, it was obvious that he had held back. Otherwise, he would have killed Zhou Bingguo, the Qi Hongtian emperor, with just one slap. Thank you for showing mercy, Hall Master Su. Zhou Bingguo was severely injured, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. However, when he looked at Su Konghai again, he did not dare to show any anger. Instead, a bitter and regretful expression could be seen on his face. How could he have forgotten about the existence of the Title Temple? The Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms had a long history. Could be said that it was a banner of the Title Temple. It was rare to hear of people who dared to cause trouble during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms. Those who dared to cause trouble were usually killed. For this reason, Zhou Bingguo knew how lucky he was to have survived. Humph! Su Konghai snorted coldly and did not continue to attack. It was clear he did not intend to pursue the matter further. At that moment, Zhou Bingguo's gaze landed on Tang Sanpao. The flames of hatred rose within him, and his face was filled with an extremely cold, killing intent. He could not make a move today. After the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms was over, he would seek justice for his disciple Zhou Yongqi. An eye for an eye. What? Tang Sanpao looked at Zhou Bingguo indifferently when he saw the killing intent in Zhou Bingguo's eyes. Zhou Bingguo, don't tell me you intend to kill me after the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms is over? Humph! Zhou Bingguo snorted, clearly agreeing to Zhou Bingguo's words. Tang Sanpao smiled faintly. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to die, you should give up on that idea. What? You have the guts to kill my disciple, but you don't have the guts to face my wrath? Zhou Bingguo sneered. Zhou Bingguo's words were akin to admitting he wanted to kill Tang Sanpao. As long as he did not attack during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms, even the Title Temple would not interfere. Zhou Bingguo is so eager to die? Su Li, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, looked at Zhou Bingguo speechlessly. At the same time, he whispered to Duan Lingtian. Sometimes ignorance is a sin. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He could see Zhou Bingguo, the Qi Hongtian emperor, did not know Tang Sanpao was from the Title Temple. He thought the Title Temple had only attacked him to maintain order during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms. Zhou Bingguo. As soon as Zhou Bingguo finished speaking, Su Konghai's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Zhou Bingguo coldly. I'm only sparing your life because you did a good job in the past. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Su Konghai's voice was filled with killing intent. Upon seeing this, Zhou Bingguo, who had been acting arrogantly in front of Tang Sanpao, was dumbfounded. Why is this happening? I didn't continue to fight during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms. Why would Vice Hall Master Su of the Title Temple be so furious? Could it be that Tang Sanpao had agreed to join the Title Temple? Did they secretly come to such an agreement? Vice Hall Master Su, Is it possible that he has agreed to join the title temple? Zhou Binggu asked warily. If he has already joined the title temple, then, naturally, I won't dare to touch him anymore. Zhou Binggu wanted to confirm Su Konghai's words. Humph! Su Konghai scoffed as he looked at Zhou Binggu indifferently. He's a member of the title temple. How can he join the title temple? When Su Konghai's words came out, it could be said to be a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. What? Tang Sanpao is a member of the title temple? Isn't he a sectless cultivator? He's a member of the title temple? The technique that Tang Sanpao used just now should be enough to cross the threshold of a 6-star war god, right? The title temple actually nurtured a 6-star god of war? What's going on? What's going on? How did Tang Sanpao become a member of the title temple? Most people were dumbfounded. Just now, Tang Sanpao's strength was suspected to be a 6-star god of war, which naturally shocked everyone. However, before they could recover from their shock and exclaim, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binggu had already taken the initiative to attack Tang Sanpao, which attracted everyone's attention subconsciously. Now, Zhou Binggu was suppressed by Su Konghai. After Zhou Binggu revealed his killing intent toward Tang Sanpao, Su Konghai actually said that Tang Sanpao was a member of the title temple. Since they saw Tang Sanpao's technique until now, they had not been calm for a moment. What was excitement? This was excitement. Tang Sanpao is my martial nephew. He's the only true disciple of my senior who has retired from the world. Su Konghai continued. Although my senior has retired from the world, he still has an idle position in the title temple. Tang Sanpao is the temporary successor of the temple master of the title temple. You want to kill him? Su Konghai looked at Zhou Binggu with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Zhou Binggu's expression changed completely at this moment. Tang Sanpao was not only a titled god emperor, but he was also the temporary successor of the temple master of the title temple. Good heavens! Who was this brat who killed his last disciple, Zhou Yongqi? How could he have such a terrifying background? If he had such a background, he should have revealed it earlier. If he had revealed it, he would not have dared to provoke him. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Zhou Binggu tried his best to suppress his emotions. When he regained his senses, he looked at Su Konghai and hastily waved his hand and said, Vice Temple Master Su, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. It's a huge misunderstanding. Tang Sanpao. No, young Master Tang. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. After explaining the misunderstanding to Su Konghai, Zhou Binggu turned to look at Tang Sanpao with a terrified expression on his face. At this moment, most of the people present on the scene, especially the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms, felt sorry for Tang Sanpao. Zhou Binggu, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor ranking. He had the strength of a 9-star god of war. However, such a person was like a stray dog at this moment, wagging his tail and begging for pity. They finally realized how terrifying the title temple was. Even a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm who was a 9-star god of war was as weak as an ant in front of the title temple. The title temple could easily crush him. Perhaps, the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms would only be fearless of the title temple after they had become gods. Are they finally coming out? Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, who was standing next to Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at the clouds in the distance. Brother Feng, what are you? Just as Ding Fu was about to ask Feng Qingyang what he was looking at, he raised his head and saw a black figure descending from the sky. Chapter 35:17. Tang Sanpao's master was Su Konghai's senior martial brother? After seeing Su Konghai's attack and hearing Su Konghai's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious. He never expected that there was such a connection between Tang Sanpao and Su Konghai. Based on the current situation, Tang Sanpao's master was indeed a recluse. However, this person was a member of the title temple. Even though he had gone into seclusion, he still held a position in the title temple and was closely related to the titled god emperors. Otherwise, how could his disciple have become the successor of the title temple master? Duan Lingtian knew that the hall master that Su Konghai mentioned was not the hall masters of the sub-halls, but the hall master of the main hall, who was in charge of the entire title temple. Could it be that Tang Sanpeo's master also wanted to test his master when he fought against him back then? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask his master, Feng Qingyang, through voice transmission. "We'll talk about it later." Feng Qingyang quickly replied, "Someone's coming. Someone's coming?" Hearing his master Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian was startled at first, then subconsciously looked at his master, only to find that his master was looking straight at the sky. He immediately followed his master's gaze. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw a black shadow floating down from the clouds in the sky at a steady speed. When the silhouette approached, the people present all noticed him. Whoosh! It was an old man dressed in a long black robe. His wrinkled face was cold, and his eyes were frighteningly sharp. He had two long and narrow white sword-like eyebrows, which resembled two swords. After the old man appeared, he stood there, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Left guardian of Dharma. After the old man appeared, Su Konghai looked at the Qi Hongtian Emperor Zhou Binggu with pity and sighed inwardly. Zhou Binggu had done a good job for him in the past. For this reason, he had decided to let Zhou Binggu off the hook this time. Who knew Zhou Binggu would take a yard after he gave him an inch? He wanted to kill Tang Sanpao after the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? This was a taboo for the title temple. Currently, Tang Sanpao wasn't just a true disciple of a reclusive higher-up. He was also the successor of the title temple master. When Duan Lingtian had become the successor to the hall master of the title temple, the left guardian of the title temple had been by his side to protect him. This was also the privilege of a successor to the hall master of the title temple. He was originally thinking that if the left protector did not appear, and if Zhou Binggu admitted his mistake with a good attitude, he could let him off. Who knew the old man would show up in the end? His appearance meant Zhou Binggu's death was imminent. "Vice Temple Master Su, why didn't you kill him?" the old man asked as he looked at Su Konghai. Although his voice was calm, everyone present on the scene could hear the killing intent in his voice. Su Konghai smiled wryly. "The left guardian of Dharma has done a good job for the title temple in the past. The temple master even praised him for that. Is that why he's still alive after threatening the young master?" the old man asked indifferently. He was the left guardian of Dharma. Su Konghai remained silent. Naturally, he knew this was not enough to save Zhou Binggu's life. "Humph!" the old man snorted coldly. Then he extended his hand and made a grabbing motion in the direction of Zhou Binggu. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Before Zhou Binggu could even circulate his celestial origin energy, 5 huge green vines appeared and wrapped around him like ropes. Zhou Binggu's expression changed drastically. As soon as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body, the vines tightened around him and bound him. When the vines landed on his body, they were like whips. He felt a burning sensation on his skin. At the same time, he was shocked to discover his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with profundities from the law of nature had been destroyed. It was even to the extent that a strand of terrifying energy had entered his body in the blink of an eye, and it stirred up randomly before heavily injuring his internal organs. Barf! The intense pain in his body forced Zhou Binggu to spit out a mouthful of blood. He had lost count of how many times he had spat out blood today. Earlier, he had been injured by Su Konghai. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he kept coughing up blood. His injuries were too severe. Initially, he had recovered slightly from his injuries, but now he was severely injured again. Moreover, his injuries were worse than before. Qi Hongtian Emperor? The old man, the left guardian of Dharma, looked at Zhou Binggu indifferently. A disdainful smile appeared on his face as he said, You're ranked 4th on the Heavenly Emperor ranking? Did you think you're so full of yourself because of your ranking on the Heavenly Emperor ranking? How dare you say you're going to kill the young master of the Title Temple? As soon as he finished speaking, the vines around Zhou Binggu tightened again. Zhou Binggu spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. However, he still struggled and said in a trembling voice, "Left Guardian of Dharma, it's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding." However, the old man did not pay any attention to him. He immediately closed his hand that was shooting vines out of his fingers. In the next moment, the 5 vines shook violently and broke off from his hand. After breaking off, the 5 vines acted like fuses that ignited an explosive. The vines around Zhou Binggu exploded. Zhou Binggu turned into a dazzling firework in the explosion. In the end, Zhou Binggu, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, died. Even his spatial ring was destroyed and turned into dust. Not a single trace was left behind. Everyone present on the scene was dumbfounded when they saw the heavenly monarch Qi Hong being killed. It took them a long time to regain their senses, and all of them gasped in unison. At the same time, they looked at the black-robed old man. The left guardian of Dharma of the Title Temple was obviously a divine expert as well. Moreover, his strength did not seem to be inferior to Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Title Temple. Moreover, based on their conversation, it seemed like they were on equal footing. It was obvious that their positions in the Title Temple were similar as well. Swoosh! Before everyone could regain their senses, the old man's figure flashed as he shot up into the sky like a ghost. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon as though he was never there. At this moment, it was not difficult for the people present to figure out what was going on. The old man was hiding in the clouds, protecting Tang Sanpao as he watched the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms from afar. From the moment the old man appeared until he killed the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binggu, from the beginning until the end, he did not speak to Tang Sanpao at all. Even then, most people's eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Tang Sanpao again. A heavenly emperor from a Devata realm who was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor ranking was killed by Duan Ling Tian because of this young man. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by the strength of the Title Temple. Many heavenly emperors who were weaker than the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binggu, felt sorry for the death of the same person. If the Title Temple wanted to kill them, they would not be able to escape death. The battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms continues. When Su Konghai finished speaking, everyone's attention finally returned to the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. Su Konghai continued to say, "Since Zhou Yongqi is dead, apart from him who failed his challenge, those who were ranked behind him will be ranked 1 rank ahead of him. Zhou Yongqi was originally ranked 6th, but since he failed his challenge, he should have been ranked 6th. However, due to his death, the 6th rank is now empty. Sima Rue, who was originally ranked 7th, is now ranked 6th. Those who are ranked behind him will be ranked 6th, and so on." Zhou Yongqi's death could be said to be a blessing to many people. Naturally, the 30th rank was now empty. Now, let's welcome the next person to challenge the 5th rank, Duan Lingtian, Su Konghai said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Tang Sanpao had already left the arena. However, he did not return to Duan Lingtian and the others. Instead, he found an empty seat on the other side of the arena and sat down. However, even so, as he sat there, the people around him still looked at him in unison. It was not until he frowned and looked around that the people looked away guiltily. It's Duan Lingtian's turn now. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian rose into the air and entered the arena in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, many people were curious who Duan Lingtian would challenge. Duan Lingtian has the strength of a top 5-star god of war. Among the people ranked in front of him, Zhong Guiyu seems to be the weakest. Will he choose Zhong Guiyu as his opponent? It's possible. If he chooses Zhong Guiyu as his opponent, not only will he be able to advance his ranking, but he'll also be able to bide his time. If I were him, I'd choose Zhong Guiyu. Most of the people present on the scene had guessed correctly this time. Duan Lingtian had chosen Zhong Guiyu as his opponent. Duan Lingtian. After Zhong Guiyu entered the arena, he had a wry smile on his face. What are you doing? You have the strength of a top 5-star god of war. I'm not a match for you. Ha! Duan Lingtian was stunned. I remember when you first displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war in the Devata Realm's Genius Battle. You sent me a voice transmission saying that you hoped I wouldn't disappoint you. Now, I'm standing in front of you. Isn't this what you want? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked deeply at Zhong Guiyu. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Zhong Guiyu's face was filled with bitterness. You're challenging me because of my voice transmission? Zhong Guiyu was completely dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian was too blind, wasn't he? Didn't he see that Zhong Guiyu's strength was inferior to his? At this time, he still challenged him. Wasn't this bullying? The group of onlookers was also stunned. So, Duan Lingtian challenged Zhong Guiyu not because Zhong Guiyu was the weakest among the people ranked before him, but because Zhong Guiyu provoked him? Haha, this is interesting. When Zhong Guiyu provoked Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid he didn't even dream that Duan Lingtian would have the strength of a top 5-star god of war. Many people's eyes lit up. They wanted to see the world in chaos. Chapter 35:18. Zhong Guiyu was infuriated and anxious when he heard the discussion among the young geniuses. However, in the end, he did not make a move on Duan Lingtian. I admit defeat. He admitted defeat. As expected, Zhong Guiyu's admission of defeat attracted disdainful looks. However, Zhong Guiyu turned a deaf ear to them. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, you're more outstanding than my senior sister said. However, I firmly believe I'll be able to catch up to you one day. Zhong Guiyu said solemnly, I'm a few hundred years behind you, but it doesn't mean I won't be able to catch up to you in the future. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently and left the place with Zhong Guiyu. Although Duan Lingtian had challenged Zhong Guiyu and Zhong Guiyu had admitted defeat, the people present on the scene were only disappointed for a moment before they regained their spirits. This was because after Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhong Guiyu, it was Tang Sanpao's turn to challenge the people in front of him. In the beginning, Tang Sanpao was ranked second. Now that Huang Quan and Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian had defeated Duan Lingtian, he had fallen to 5th place. Currently, the top 10 of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses were as follows. 1st place, Ling Jueyun. 2nd place, Huang Quan, and 3rd place, Duan Lingtian. 4th place, Zhong Guiyu. 5th place, Tang Sanpao. 6th place, Sima Rui. 7th place, Yi Dongli. 8th place, Hong Yuan. 9th place, Lu Suyen. 10th place, Yu Dongfang. After Tang Sanpao's challenge, the first round of challenges is over. Although there's still Zhong Guiyu, I'm sure Zhong Guiyu won't challenge anyone else since the people in front of him are all stronger than him. At this moment, it was not only 1 or 2 people who thought so. Most people felt the same way as well. Zhong Guiyu has just been challenged by Duan Lingtian. According to the rules, even if he lost without a fight, Tang Sanpao won't be able to challenge him. Duan Lingtian won't be able to challenge. Tang Sanpao won't be able to challenge him as well. Huang Quan and Ling Jueyun, Tang Sanpao. Who do you think he'll challenge? He seems to be quite familiar with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. He'll probably challenge Huang Quan, right? Although Huang Quan is proficient in the law of time and is almost invincible among those below the 6-star god of war, no one below the 6-star god of war can defeat him unless Ling Jueyun is his nemesis. However, Tang Sanpao has displayed strength that is suspected to be at the 6-star god of war level. If Tang Sanpao is really a 6-star god of war, it won't be difficult for him to defeat Huang Quan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao flew into the arena. In the previous round, he had challenged Zhou Yongqi, the last disciple of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binggu. In the end, Zhou Yongqi died. In fact, Zhou Bingguo, the great Qi Hongtian emperor who wanted to stand up for Zhou Yongqi, also died not long after. All of this was because of Tang Sanpao, the young hall master of the Title Temple. I challenge. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao's eyes flashed, and he said bluntly, Huang Quanan. Although he only had two choices, Ling Jueyun or Huang Quan. After glancing at Ling Jueyun, he still chose Huang Quan and Ling Jueyun. It's not that I'm afraid of you, but I feel that our battle should be left for later. Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Jueyun and said solemnly, I'll keep you company. Ling Jueyun sat beside Duan Lingtian. His gaze was still cold, and his words were concise. On the surface, he didn't show any emotion because of Tang Sanpao's challenge. At the same time, Huang Quan entered the arena. His expression was equally solemn. Tang Sanpao was suspected to have the strength of a six-star god of war. It would be fine if he didn't, but if he did, Huang Quan had no chance of winning. Huang Quan's own strength hadn't reached the level of a peak five-star god of war. He was relying entirely on one-thought vicissitudes to be able to dominate the other five-star gods of war. I'll give you 3 chances to use one-thought vicissitudes on me. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao, who was facing off against Huang Quan, looked at Huang Quan and said calmly. Once he said this, the crowd instantly went into an uproar. It seems that Tang Sanpao, the young master of the Title Temple, might really be a six-star god of war. Otherwise, how would he dare to speak so arrogantly? Let's wait and see. Whether or not he has the strength of a six-star god of war can be confirmed through this battle. Huang Quan isn't someone who's easy to deal with. He'll be able to force out his true strength. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Huang Quan used one-thought vicissitudes on Tang Sanpao. However, Tang Sanpao easily blocked it. He stood on the spot without moving and easily blocked it. Huang Quan's law profound meaning fused with his soul energy and blocked it. Seal. When Huang Quan saw that Tang Sanpao had a chance to attack, he blocked his attack. Immediately, with a thought, the power fused with the law of time swept out and enveloped the space where Tang Sanpao was. Then, one-thought vicissitudes arrived as scheduled. Show. However, when one-thought vicissitudes was still halfway, it was blocked by the soul attack shot out from Tang Sanpao's eyes. You're actually not affected by my law of time? Huang Quan's pupils shrank and his face was filled with shock. You're a six-star god of war. You're definitely a six-star god of war. Only those with the strength of a six-star god of war and above can ignore my time seal. Huang Quan's words completely confirmed that Tang Sanpao was a six-star god of war. Tang Sanpao is really a six-star god of war? Although Tang Sanpao did not attack brilliantly, it was a fact that he could ignore Huang Quan's time seal. Huang Quan had already said that only six-star gods of war could ignore his time seal. Under such circumstances, it was almost certain that Tang Sanpao was a six-star god of war. He's really a six-star god of war. Heavens! There's really a six-star god of war in this Devata realm battle of geniuses. This Devata realm battle of geniuses will go down in history. After confirming that Tang Sanpao was a six-star god of war, the crowd went into a frenzy. Not only were the young geniuses shocked, but even the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms were shocked. Even the high-ranking officials of the Title Temple subpalaces were shocked. None of them expected there was a six-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old in the Title Temple's main temple. No wonder he's the successor to the palace master of the Title Temple and the young master of the Title Temple. He's actually a six-star god of war under the age of 1,000. Even the current palace master of the Title Temple is only a five-star god of war under the age of 1,000, right? As long as he can maintain this progress, he'll be even stronger than the current palace master of the Title Temple. At this moment, the crowd was no longer surprised that Tang Sanpao would become the successor to the palace master of the Title Temple. If such a person, not to mention that he was a direct descendant of the Title Temple, was qualified to become the successor of the Title Temple's Hall Master? Who was qualified to do so? I admit defeat. After confirming that Tang Sanpao was a 6-star god of war, Huang Quan and admitted defeat. He had no intention of continuing the duel with Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao left the duel under everyone's heated gazes. He's really a 6-star god of war. Su Li sighed as he looked at Tang Sanpao's back. I was just guessing. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's truly shocking. On the other hand, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi, who were sitting in the back row, were dumbfounded. 6-star god of war. He's a 6-star god of war? They did not expect the young man who was chatting and laughing with them not long ago to be a 6-star god of war. To be more precise, he was a 6-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old. Moreover, he had another identity. The young master of the Title Temple. This identity was even more intimidating than the son of the Heavenly Emperor or the Holy Son of a heaven-grade force. Zhong Guiyu, you're the last person standing. While everyone's attention was still on Tang Sanpao, Su Konghai said to Zhong Guiyu in a loud and clear voice. At the same time, he attracted everyone's attention. I give up. This time, Zhong Guiyu only left his seat and did not have any intention of entering the arena. His decision was not unfamiliar to the people present. At the same time, no one made fun of him. They even felt that he was a wise man who adapted to the circumstances. Moreover, he decisively admitted defeat. For the group of spectators, it was also a good thing. At least they did not need to waste time watching a duel where the result was already predicted. Since that's the case, the first round of the ranking battle is over. Next, we'll begin the second round. Su Konghai announced once again. Now, the 29th place began to challenge because there was no one left in the 30th place. Due to the death of Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binghua's disciple, Zhou Yongqi, there was an empty spot. Deputy Temple Master Su. At this time, a heavenly emperor could not help but ask, the 30th place is empty. Will someone have a chance to compete? As soon as the heavenly emperor's voice fell, a group of young geniuses who felt that they had a chance to win the 30th place had their eyes lit up. They looked at Su Konghai expectantly. However, Su Konghai's response disappointed them greatly. The 30th place is empty. No one will compete. Immediately after, the challenges began again. Although the challenges of the 4-star war gods were intense, they were far inferior to the challenges of the 5-star war gods. Most of the spectators were also somewhat dispirited. Although it was strenuous for Su Li, he had once again maintained his ranking. Soon, it was the 10th place, a young genius with the strength of a 5-star war god. He was the third direct disciple of the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan Tian, Yu Dongfang. Yu Dongfang? Who are you challenging? Su Konghai asked Yu Dongfang. Hearing this, Yu Dongfang did not hesitate and said bluntly, Zhong Guiyu. Zhong Guiyu was currently ranked the highest among those who did not have the strength of a peak 5-star war god. For this reason, Yu Dongfang chose him to replace him. Currently, his goal in this year's Devata Realms Genius Battle was no longer to be in the top 3. Instead, he wanted to be ranked behind a peak 5-star war god. Based on the current situation, it was impossible for him to even be in the top 4, let alone the top 3. Currently, there were 3 peak 5-star war gods and 1 6-star war god in the top 4. Chapter 35:19. Zhong Guiyu was currently ranked 5th. However, Yu Dongfang, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Yellow Origin Heaven, wanted to challenge him. Yu Dongfang had been defeated many times. First, he was defeated by Huang Quanan. Then, he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Although his master did not blame him and even comforted him when he apologized for being useless, he still found it difficult to accept the fact that he had been defeated twice in a row. He had always been the most outstanding disciple under the heavenly emperor of the Yellow Origin Heaven, Gongsun Shenyuan. Although his senior brothers and senior sisters were stronger than him, he was still young. Given enough time, He was certain he would surpass his senior brothers and senior sisters. In the heavenly palace of the Yellow Origin Heaven, he was considered a genius in the entire Yellow Origin Heaven. His journey in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses had been smooth sailing until he encountered Huang Quan En and Duan Ling Tian. It was only then that he was defeated. Now he desperately needed a battle to prove himself. For this reason, he chose to challenge Zhong Guiyu, who was currently ranked 5th. His goal had changed from being in the top 3 to being ranked 5th. Only then would he be able to redeem himself. Duan Ling Tian, who do you think will win? Su Li asked Duan Ling Tian when Yu Dongfang and Zhong Guiyu were facing each other. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed when he heard Su Li's words. It's hard to say. Both of them have displayed similar strength. In the end, we'll see who's more composed. I think they'll win. In terms of composure, I think Zhong Guiyu will win, Su Li said. Yu Dongfang is no longer as calm as he used to be, Su Li said. A genius that has always been able to look down upon his peers has lost successively at the hands of Huang Quan En and Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, it wouldn't be so easy for him to continue maintaining his composure. Ling Juiyun chimed in. I think Zhong Guiyu will win this battle. Then Yu Dongfang and Zhong Guiyu began to fight in full view of the public. The strength of the two was indeed on par with each other. After a few dozen moves, it was still difficult to determine the winner and loser, and no one had the upper hand. However, after 100 moves, those with good eyesight could see that Yu Dongfang was a little anxious. Sigh! On one of the floating islands, the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan, Gongsun Shenyuan, sighed and shook his head. Yu Haoyan, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, shook his head as well. Your disciple is too impatient. It seems like the previous defeat has dealt a huge blow to him. He's probably in a hurry to prove himself, and it's hard for him to maintain his composure after such a long battle. It's good to suffer a setback. Gongsun Shenyuan quickly regained his composure and said, in the past, he only knew that Xian Yuan Tian was invincible among the younger generation. However, the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms has taught him that there's always someone better than him. After another 10 moves, Yu Dongfang was completely at a disadvantage. After 3 moves, Yu Dongfang lost. If I hadn't been careless, you wouldn't have been able to defeat me, Yu Dongfang said in a deep voice as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Zhong Guiyu with a disgruntled expression on his face. Perhaps. Zhong Guiyu smiled faintly before he turned around and left. After all, he had been defeated one after another, and he had been demoted from the 1st place to the 5th place. Even someone like him could not help but feel slightly sullen. However, now that Yu Dongfang had delivered himself to him and was defeated by him, he felt much better. Earlier, when he fought with Yu Dongfang, even he felt a little impatient, let alone Yu Dongfang. However, Yu Dongfang was the first to lose his patience. When he saw Yu Dongfang's impatience, he calmed down and defeated Yu Dongfang after a few dozen moves. Yu Dongfang had failed his challenge and continued to be ranked 10th. However, he could no longer challenge Zhong Guiyu and had no chance to avenge his humiliation. Even if he felt that he could avenge his humiliation and at least fight to a draw with Zhong Guiyu, it was useless. If he challenged the same person in the same round, he would not be able to start over. If he could start over, how was he supposed to continue? Was he supposed to wait until he had not made any mistakes and his opponent had made a mistake? Would his opponent be willing to accept that? No matter what, Yu Dongfang's loss was a loss. At this moment, he could only fight for the 6th place. Among the top 4, there were 2 people who had defeated him, so he could not challenge them. He knew he was not a match for the other 2 people. It was not that he had not thought about the possibility of Zhong Guiyu being defeated and replaced by him. However, those who were strong enough to defeat Zhong Guiyu were also strong enough to defeat him. However, judging from the situation of the others, it should be impossible for them to have the strength to defeat Zhong Guiyu, because he was confident that he was not weaker than any of them. Lu Suyen, 9th place. Enter the arena and issue a challenge. After Yu Dongfang was eliminated, Su Konghai, who was presiding over the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, announced. Lu Suyen had fewer opponents to choose from. Yi Dongli had already defeated the person in front of her, so it was impossible for her to challenge her again. As for the other 5 people, Zhong Guiyu, who was ranked 5th, and the 4 people in front of her, she knew that she was no match for them, so it was impossible for her to challenge them. Therefore, she only had 2 opponents left. Sima Rui, who was ranked 6th, and Hong Yuan, who was ranked 8th. Both of them were young geniuses nurtured by the Title Temple. In the end, Lu Suyen chose to challenge Sima Rui, who was ranked 6th. However, she was defeated by Sima Rui. 8th place, Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan chose to challenge Yi Dongli. In the end, he took out an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit and defeated Yi Dongli. Hong Yuan was second only to Tang Sanpao among the younger generation in the Title Temple. The Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit was given to him by the Title Temple a few years ago. Even if the Title Temple did not give him the Emperor-grade celestial weapon, his master, the main hall elder of the Title Temple, who was much stronger than most heavenly emperors, would have given him the Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Hong Yuan, you're promoted. Su Konghai looked at Hong Yuan with a satisfied expression on his face. Hong Yuan bowed respectfully at Su Konghai before he left the arena. Su Konghai was the vice palace master of the Title Temple. Even Hong Yuan's master had to be respectful to Su Konghai. Naturally, he did not dare to disrespect Su Konghai. Yi Dongli, you can issue a challenge now or wait until the next round, Su Konghai said as he looked at Yi Dongli, who had yet to leave the arena. I'm not challenging anymore. 8th place is good enough. Yi Dongli shook her head. Clearly, she had decided to give up. Nobody made fun of her for making such a decision. Most people thought she was smart and knew how to adapt to circumstances. Since Yi Dongli had given up, Su Konghai looked at Sima Rui, who was currently ranked 6th on the spectator seats, and asked, Sima Rui, what about you? Do you want to issue a challenge? I give up as well. Sima Rui shook his head. Although his strength was on par with Hong Yuan, he knew that he wasn't Zhong Guiyu's opponent. As for the other 4, there was no need to even mention them. Any one of the 4 could beat him up. 5th place, Zhong Guiyu. After Sima Rui gave up, Su Konghai looked at Zhong Guiyu. Zhong Guiyu did not hesitate to give up as well. When Zhong Guiyu gave up, not only did the atmosphere turn gloomy, but it also turned lively. It's finally Duan Lingtian's turn. Duan Lingtian won't give up, right? Definitely not. His strength is also at the peak of the 5-star war god level. He might not be as strong as Tang Sanpao, but he's definitely on par with Ling Jueyun. Will he choose the 3rd place Huang Quanan? It's possible, but if it's Huang Quanan, unless he's a 6-star war god, has some secret technique, or has a bloodline like Ling Jueyun that can restrain Huang Quanan's vicissitudes of thought, he won't be a match for Huang Quanan. When it was almost Duan Lingtian's turn, the spectator seats were in an uproar. It was as if Duan Lingtian was very popular. Duan Lingtian, who do you plan to challenge? Before Duan Lingtian went up, Su Li asked curiously. Unlike the others, he had almost blind confidence in Duan Lingtian. Although the people ranked ahead of Duan Lingtian had all displayed amazing strength, he firmly believed that Duan Lingtian was not weaker than them. I'll challenge Huang Quanan first. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I've never met such a strong opponent who's skilled in the law of time. It's a good opportunity for me to experience it. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Konghai's voice sounded again. 4th place, Duan Lingtian, go up and choose your opponent. Hearing Su Konghai's words, Duan Lingtian left his seat and stepped into the air. When he appeared on the stage, Duan Lingtian could feel many gazes on him. At the same time, among these gazes, there was a strange light that gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. He tilted his head slightly and saw the palace master of the Title Temple's Shenyuan Heaven Branch Temple, Tathagata. To be more precise, it was the dead spirit race's clansman. Tathagata was currently not in control of his own body. You want to take over my body? Duan Lingtian glanced at Tathagata with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. This made Tathagata, who was also Yahiko, look particularly fierce. It was obvious that he was angry. I challenge. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian finally announced the opponent he was going to challenge. Third place, Huang Quanen. Huang Quanen. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, even the crowd, who had been prepared, could not help but burst into an uproar. Duan Lingtian actually chose Huang Quanen. Doesn't he know that Huang Quanen's law of time is strange? Although Huang Quanen's law of time is strange and powerful, do you think Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao are easy to deal with? Both of them were existences that had once defeated Huang Quanen. Under normal circumstances, if Duan Lingtian can't even defeat Huang Quanen, it's basically impossible for him to be a match for Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huang Quanen flew up to the stage. The battle between Duan Lingtian and the top 5-star god of war, who was good at the law of time, was about to start. Chapter 35-20. Duan Lingtian. Do you have a way to counter my law of time as well? Huang Quanen looked at Duan Lingtian suspiciously after he entered the arena. He had been defeated by Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. For a moment, he had doubted his life. In fact, he had been aiming for first place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. However, it was clear that it was impossible now. Up until now, there were only 2 people who could defeat him. Initially, he thought he was invincible among those below the 6-star god of war. Therefore, he was confident he would be able to win first place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. However, he did not expect there would be a 6-star god of war, Tang Sanpao. Apart from Tang Sanpao, there was another 5-star god of war, Ling Jueyun. Although Ling Jueyun did not display his strength as a 6-star god of war, Ling Jueyun's bloodline allowed him to freely switch between his death clone and his true body. Huang Quanen, who was confident he would be able to win first place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, suffered 2 defeats. Now, there was another person who had challenged him. Moreover, this person was the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who had ascended to godhood. Most importantly, Huang Quanen was not weak at all. His opponent was not even 700 years old. Since Ling Jueyun was not even 700 years old, it was not a big deal if he could defeat Huang Quanen. After all, Huang Quanen was from a realm of gods. However, Huang Quanen did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat him. However, Duan Lingtian's nonchalant attitude gave Huang Quanen an inexplicable sense of confidence. For this reason, Huang Quanen was extremely wary of Duan Lingtian. He could not help but ask, Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian, do you have a way to counter my law of time? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I just want to feel your law of time. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, those who had high hopes for him were rendered speechless again. Could it be that you challenged Huang Quanen just to feel his time laws? He didn't go there to defeat Huang Quanen? Duan Lingtian said so. Does that mean he has already given up? I've always thought it's impossible for Duan Lingtian to defeat Huang Quanen. He's destined to be ranked 4th in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses while Huang Quanen is ranked 3rd. As for the first place, it will definitely be Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao is a 6-star war god. Naturally, he deserves to be number 1. Now, because of Duan Lingtian's words, most people thought that he had already admitted defeat. As for Huang Quanen, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, he had similar thoughts. Of course, the reason why he had such thoughts was more because he felt that Duan Lingtian could not possibly be his opponent. Vicissitudes in a single thought should be your strongest technique, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Quanen. Although Huang Quanen did not know why Duan Lingtian suddenly asked this question, he still nodded. The vicissitudes in a single thought was indeed his strongest technique. It was also his biggest trump card. Naturally, if he wanted to hit his opponent with the vicissitudes in a single thought, he would need to use other techniques from the law of time as well. Use your vicissitudes in a single thought. I won't dodge, Duan Lingtian said to Huang Quanan. However, Huang Quanan only frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. If I dodge, it'll be my loss, Duan Lingtian said. He could see Huang Quanan was worried. It was not difficult to guess Huang Quanan was worried Duan Lingtian would lie to him. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by the people present on the scene. It seems like Duan Lingtian really wants to see Huang Quanan's technique. If he doesn't dodge, Huang Quanan can effortlessly use vicissitudes in a single thought on him. Many people were already shaking their heads. They felt that the battle was about to end. All right, Duan Lingtian made a promise in front of everyone. Huang Quanan was also relieved. Earlier, he was worried that Duan Lingtian was only talking. Once he did not use any technique to imprison Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian dodged smoothly, he would be able to gain the initiative. At that time, although he might not necessarily lose, he would be forced into a passive position. He naturally could not take the risk. Now that Duan Lingtian had made a promise in front of everyone, he had no more worries. In the next instant, under the gazes of everyone present, Huang Quanan's eyes flashed. He used vicissitudes in a single thought again. A strange power cut through the sky and smoothly entered Duan Lingtian's body. This is vicissitudes in a single thought? Under the gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stood in place, motionless. However, after a while, the crowd discovered that Duan Lingtian's body had not changed at all. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not show any signs of aging. I see. After Duan Lingtian was struck by Huang Quanan's vicissitudes in a single thought, he was able to confirm the theory behind Huang Quanan's vicissitudes in a single thought. Huang Quanan's vicissitudes in a single thought would affect his soul and destroy his body, causing his vitality to drain away rapidly. Although Huang Quanan's vicissitudes in a single thought had penetrated his body and attacked his soul, it did not affect his soul at all. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that Huang Quanan's vicissitudes in a single thought would not be able to destroy his body. After all, if Duan Lingtian's vicissitudes in a single thought were not affected, he would be able to control the energy in his body and expel the time energy that was trying to destroy his body. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian, who was still in a daze, finally regained his senses. He looked at Huang Quanan and said, "Not bad. Those below the 6-star god of war would definitely be affected if they didn't have Ling Juyun's trump card. The souls of celestial emperors, especially titled celestial emperors, would improve as their comprehension of profundities increased. For example, the souls of 5-star gods of war were different from the souls of 6-star gods of war. When the profundities of laws improved and changed the soul would become even more indestructible. Just like earlier, Huang Quanan's goal was to affect Duan Lingtian's soul. However, since Duan Lingtian's soul was too strong, Huang Quanan's vicissitudes in a single thought was not effective at all. Seal. When Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Quan, and with a smile on his face, Huang Quan, and suddenly shouted. Then, a wave of energy that he had been accumulating swept out and shrouded Duan Lingtian. This was a time storm. Wherever it passed, time froze. Even the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze in an instant. Vicissitudes in a single thought. Huang Quanan was about to cast the vicissitudes in a single thought again when Duan Lingtian's smile widened. Not bad. You've stopped time and trapped me in time. The law of time is indeed the strongest of the 4 supreme laws. Duan Lingtian said. You. Huang Quanan's eyes widened in shock and disbelief when he saw Duan Lingtian had broken his law of time in just a blink of an eye. You're really a 6-star god of war. Earlier, when the vicissitudes in a single thought hit Duan Lingtian, it did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. For this reason, Huang Quanan had suspected Duan Lingtian was a 6-star god of war. However, now that he saw his law of time could not restrain Duan Lingtian, he was certain of his suspicion. With his current cultivation base and his attainments in the law of time, Only a 6-star god of war or stronger would be able to ignore his law of time. Before Huang Quanan had spoken, the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms were already shocked. Su Konghai, the host, had a grave expression on his face as well. The greed in the eyes of Lord Yahiko, the pavilion master of the title temple Xian Yuan Heaven's subtemple, was uncontrollable. Wind Celestial Emperor, your disciple has concealed his strength well, but so have you. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang calmly. He could tell Feng Qingyang knew his disciple, Duan Lingtian, was a 6-star god of war or stronger. A 6-star god of war who's not even 700 years old? Moreover, he's a transcender, Wind Celestial Emperor. Not only are you heaven-defying, but you're also heaven-defying when it comes to choosing disciples. Compared to your disciple, my disciple is dumber than a pig. Wei Qi, who was standing behind Ding Fu, smiled bitterly when he heard Ding Fu's words. His master had always praised him, but now, his master was saying he was dumber than a pig? Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was at its peak. Heavens! Another 6-star god of war. Has there ever been 2 6-star gods of war in the Devata realm's battles of the geniuses? I don't think so. 2 6-star gods of war in the same Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. I'm afraid we're witnessing an unprecedented event. The faces of the young geniuses flushed with excitement. It was as though the 6-star gods of war were them instead of Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao. On the other hand, those who used to regard Duan Lingtian as a rival, such as Yu Dongfang, had an ashen expression on his face. He knew he would never be able to catch up to Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Zhong Guiyu had a bitter smile on his face as he said, "Senior sister, your little junior brother is much more heaven-defying than you said. A 6-star god of war who's not even 700 years old. Heavens! Even in the world of divine remains, there aren't many of such existences among the natives of the world of divine remains, right?" It had to be said that Zhong Guiyu was shocked. Ouyang Su, who had knelt in front of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in hopes of becoming a disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. To think he had wanted to become a disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor. As it turned out, the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor was such a heaven-defying existence. A 6-star god of war who was not even 700 years old. His talent and comprehension were even more heaven-defying than the young master of the title temple, Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao was much older than Duan Lingtian. "Do you still want to continue?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Quanan. "What's there to continue?" Huang Quanan smiled bitterly. "You're a 6-star god of war. Don't tell me you want to humiliate me? Your opponent shouldn't be me. It should be Ling Juiyun and Tang Sanpao." Huang Quanan looked at Su Konghai and said, "Vice Temple Master Su, I admit defeat." Su Konghai nodded. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and announced Duan Lingtian's victory. At this moment, Su Konghai's gaze turned complicated. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 35-21. Su Konghai did not expect there would be another 6-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses this time, apart from his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was not even 700 years old, but he had already mastered 2 of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, the Sword Tao and the Tao of control. Although he knew that he had just grasped the basics, he had already grasped it. Even as the vice palace master of the main hall of the title temple, he had only come into contact with one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. He still had a long way to go before he could grasp the basics of the Tao of heaven and earth. If we have the chance, we must imprison Duan Lingtian in the title temple, so that he can share his Sword Tao and Tao of control. At the same time, Su Konghai muttered to himself as traces of light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Of course, compared to Master Yahiko, he was much more subtle. At least, even Duan Lingtian didn't notice the abnormality in his eyes. Duan Lingtian was originally in 4th place, but now that he had successfully challenged Huang Quanan, who was in 3rd place, he smoothly advanced to 3rd place and replaced him. At this time, under normal circumstances, Huang Quanan could wait for another round to issue a challenge, or he could issue a challenge now. However, the current situation was special. After all, the 3 people ranked before Huang Quan and had already defeated him. For this reason, there was no point in continuing to challenge them. Moreover, according to the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, he was no longer allowed to challenge Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Since Huang Quanan can't issue a challenge, then it's Tang Sanpao's turn to issue a challenge. Tang Sanpao is now in 2nd place. If he wants to issue a challenge, it's destined that he can only challenge one person. As Duan Lingtian and Huang Quanan left the stage, many burning gazes fell on Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun. Tang Sanpao was 2nd, and Ling Jueyun was 1st. Tang Sanpao could only challenge Ling Jueyun. Ling Jueyun, come on up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao flew away from the spectator seats and stepped into the air in the blink of an eye. The moment he entered the arena, he looked at Ling Jueyun and said bluntly, although his voice was not loud, everyone present could hear it clearly. Then, Ling Jueyun entered the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The 2 of them stood facing each other. Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Jueyun and smiled faintly. Ling Jueyun, your bloodline can restrain Huang Quanan, but it can't restrain me. If that's all you have, I'm afraid you're not my match. Whether I'm a match for you or not, we'll only know after we try. Ling Jueyun said calmly. Then let's cut the crap. Come on. As soon as Tang Sanpao opened his mouth, his body suddenly ignited with blazing flames. The flames burned to the extreme, turning from fiery red to white, causing the void to tremble. Obviously, the temperature had reached a terrifying level. In the next moment, Tang Sanpao's body swayed and his entire body shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for Ling Jueyun. In the face of the menacing Tang Sanpao, Ling Jueyun's eyes narrowed. Then, his entire body bloomed with a blood-red light, like a blood-red meteor streaking across the sky. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, causing many of the people present to tremble. Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun had collided, and the 2 of them were evenly matched. Seeing that they could not gain the upper hand, the 2 of them quickly retreated. It seems like I've underestimated you. Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Jueyun in surprise. Then he made his move again. With a wave of his hand, a white light condensed from flames shot out. It was extremely sharp, and it seemed like it could cut through anything. This time, a figure shot out of Ling Jueyun's body and blocked the white light with its bare hands. This was the Law of Death's undead clone profundity that Ling Jueyun had cast. However, even though it had withstood Tang Sanpao's attack, the undead doppelganger was already badly damaged. Ling Jueyun, I'm very curious. Do you have the strength of a 6-star god of war? Tang Sanpao no longer held back when he attacked again. It was as though he was a 6-star god of war, and it was as though he could defeat all his enemies. This time, apart from Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses, many heavenly emperors from the Devata realms and high-ranking officials from the various title temples had a solemn expression on their faces. Tang Sanpao no longer held back. He knew it was impossible for him to defeat Ling Jueyun even if he did not hold back. In that case, he might as well go all out to prevent himself from being injured. In this kind of battle, if he was injured, he would be at a disadvantage. Swoosh! Swoosh! Tang Sanpao revealed his strength as a 6-star god of war. He had fused many profundities from the law of fire, making him look like a majestic god of fire. Furthermore, the flames that surrounded his entire body were a blazing white, so bright that it was somewhat dazzling. Even though the spectators were seated far away in the spectator stands, they could clearly feel the fiery aura that swept towards them. The blazing white flames seemed to be able to incinerate everything. Ling Jueyun, be careful. At the same time, A spear appeared in Tang Sanpao's hand. On top of the 7-foot-long spear, there was a spear light. One could vaguely see that within the spear light, there seemed to be a blood-red light flashing. The blood-red light had a pair of ghostly green eyes that sent chills down one's spine. This is Tang Sanpao's first time using his celestial weapon. It's obvious his celestial weapon is an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. When Tang Sanpao revealed his celestial weapon, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Everyone instinctively shifted their attention to Ling Jueyun. Buzz! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ling Jueyun drew his sword from its scabbard. It was a flexible sword. It swayed in the air, emitting a buzzing sound. As Ling Jueyun's celestial origin energy surged out of his hand, the long sword straightened in an instant. At the same time, the phantom of a python shrouded in black chi appeared in the spear rays. Another Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Everyone was shocked, and their gazes became even more heated. There were even quite a few people who stared with their eyes wide open, unable to take their eyes off the scene in front of them. It was as though they were afraid of seeing something spectacular. Swoosh! 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 The sound of 3 explosions reverberated in the air almost at the same time. Due to the short interval between the explosions, many people only heard one of the explosions. It was Tang Sanpao who had made his move. Tang Sanpao's 3 spear rays shot toward Ling Jueyun like missiles and rockets. Although Ling Jueyun tried to dodge the attacks, the spear rays continued to chase after Ling Jueyun. It was as though the spear rays had locked onto him. Wherever the spear rays passed, the void trembled. It was as though the air was being sucked out. Swoosh! 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 The sound of 3 swords whistling in the air rang in the air. Ling Jueyun, who had dodged the spear rays, launched his attack. 3 sword rays shrouded in black chi shot out like 3 meteors to meet the spear rays. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 spear rays collided. There was no explosion as expected. After the 3 sword rays collided with the spear rays, they turned into 3 black mist that shrouded the spear rays and swallowed them whole. However, the black mist did not fare well either. When the spear rays disappeared, only a few of them were left and scattered with the wind. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Tang Sanpao's legs shook the void, causing the sky to tremble violently. Then, he rushed toward Ling Jueyun with his spear at a speed faster than the previous 3 spear rays. In the face of the menacing Tang Sanpao, Ling Jueyun's eyes narrowed. Then, his body swayed and he went up to meet him. At the same time, another figure rushed out of Ling Jueyun's body. It was his death doppelganger. Together with his original body, they met Tang Sanpao head-on. Boom! Rumble! The 3 figures kept crossing each other. Every time they gathered together, there would be an earth-shattering sound. The battle was vividly displayed in front of everyone's eyes. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. However, Tang Sanpao still did not gain the upper hand. At this moment, many people, including Su Konghai, who was in charge of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, who had regained their senses, narrowed their eyes in shock. They could see Tang Sanpao was not holding back at all. Even so, he still did not gain the upper hand. What did this mean? Ling Jueyun is also a 6-star god of war. The hearts of Su Konghai and the others shuddered. Since when did a 6-star god of war become so common? In the past, a 6-star god of war in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses was enough to shock an era. Earlier, Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, had displayed his strength as a 6-star god of war after Tang Sanpao. 2 6-star gods of war below the age of 1,000. However, now that Ling Jueyun had displayed his strength as a 6-star god of war, many people were shocked again. Naturally, there were also a few people who were not surprised. After all, he's from a prominent clan in the realms of gods. It would be embarrassing if he's weaker than Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao. You can't say that, right? Whether it's Duan Lingtian or Tang Sanpao, they're only top-tier geniuses in the Devata realms. On the other hand, Ling Juiyun might not necessarily be a top-tier genius in the realms of gods. You can't compare the two of them. I think so as well. Even among the natives of the realms of gods, there must be some mediocre geniuses and some mediocre geniuses who might not even be as good as me. In any case, based on Ling Juiyun's strength, he's definitely not mediocre in the realms of gods. Even if he's not a top-tier genius, he's still a rare genius. Due to Ling Juiyun's background as a disciple of a prominent clan in the realms of gods, the people present were not as shocked as they were when they saw Duan Ling Tian revealing his strength as a 6-star god of war. Ling Juiyun was born in the highest realm of gods in the realms of gods. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was born in the lowest mundane realm. Chapter 35-22. Compared to Ling Juiyun's illustrious background, Duan Ling Tian came from a humble background. He relied on himself step by step to reach where he was today. Because of this, when they learned that Duan Ling Tian was a 6-star god of war, they were shocked beyond words. Therefore, even when they saw Ling Juiyun displaying the strength of a 6-star god of war, they could still accept it. Although they were still shocked, it was not as shocking as when they learned that Duan Ling Tian was a 6-star god of war. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! The battle between Ling Juiyun and Tang Sanpao continued. It was as intense as before. 100 moves passed in the blink of an eye. 200 moves also passed in a flash. After 300 moves, the two of them were still evenly matched. Moreover, both of them were very calm. Neither of them revealed any flaws because of their anxiety. For example, Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan, was originally evenly matched with Zhong Guiyu. However, because he was anxious, he revealed his flaws and was defeated by Zhong Guiyu. Yu Dongfang was very unwilling to accept his defeat in that battle. However, it was useless even if he was unwilling to accept his defeat. Ling Juiyun. In the end, Tang Sanpao separated from Ling Juiyun in a flash. After keeping a distance, he said to Ling Juiyun, "It's difficult to determine the winner between us. How about we call it a draw? Although I have the divine artifact given by the title temple, with your status you must have a better divine artifact. You haven't used the divine artifact until now. Obviously, you don't want to defeat me with the power of the divine artifact. Let's call it a draw. The ranking will still be the same. You will be first and I will be second." When Tang Sanpao said this in terms of ranking, it was no different from him losing. Okay. Ling Juiyun nodded. It was indeed difficult to determine the winner between him and Tang Sanpao. If they continued, it would be the same. They could only fight until one of them was tired or distracted. But it was meaningless. Based on their accumulation and temperament, neither of them would be the first to reveal a flaw unless they fought for a few months. However, at this moment, Tang Sanpao continued to say, "Although it's a tie between us and you're ranked first, the reason I joined the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms is to obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. I can give you the first place, but I can't give you the exploding element celestial fruit. Even if we end up in a tie, I hope you can give me the exploding element celestial fruit. I'm willing to pay a certain price for it. Of course, you can also choose to draw straws with me to decide the ownership of the exploding element immortal fruit." As Tang Sanpao spoke, he could not help but sigh in his heart. He had originally thought that obtaining the exploding element immortal fruit was in the bag, but who would have thought that Ling Juiyun would appear out of nowhere, whose strength was not any weaker than his, and Duan Ling Tian, who had displayed the strength of a 6-star battle god, also gave him a certain amount of pressure. As expected, Tang Sanpao's hunch was right. His greatest opponents in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses were Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juiyun. "Let's draw straws." Ling Juiyun said, "I'm determined to obtain the exploding element immortal fruit as well." "All right." Tang Sanpao nodded in agreement. This was, without a doubt, the best solution. After all, neither of them could defeat the other. However, it's still too early for us to talk about this. Ling Juiyun turned to look at the purple-clad young man as he said, "Don't tell me you think we can defeat Duan Ling Tian." Tang Sanpao's eyes flashed when he heard Ling Juyun's words. We'll have to fight him in the next round to know if we can defeat him or not. Just as Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao were about to leave, a voice rang in the air. Both of you recover your strength. As the voice rang out, a figure stepped out from the spectator stands on a floating island and appeared before everyone's eyes. It's Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. What's Feng Qingyang trying to do? I don't know. Everyone was puzzled by Feng Qingyang's words when Su Konghai looked at Feng Qingyang and asked with a frown on his face, Heavenly Emperor Feng, what are you doing? Vice Hall Master Su. Feng Qingyang looked at Su Konghai and smiled faintly. I have something urgent to attend to, so I'm leaving with my disciple, Duan Lingtian. I hope he can fight with Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun in advance. Heavenly Emperor Feng, if you have something urgent to attend to, you can leave with Duan Lingtian. Even if you don't fight for the first, second, and third place, no one will object. Su Konghai sighed in relief inwardly. At the very least, his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao, would have one less competitor. Duan Lingtian was too strange. He was not even certain his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao, would be a match for Duan Lingtian. You should know the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. Su Konghai said. Of course. Feng Qingyang nodded and continued to say, for this reason, I plan to let my disciple, Duan Lingtian, fight in advance according to the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. If I'm not mistaken, there's a rule in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. If there's a special circumstance, the top 30 can challenge each other at any time. Under such circumstances, even my disciple, Duan Lingtian, can challenge each other at any time. Feng Qingyang said. You mean, Su Konghai's expression changed drastically when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. An expression of shock and disbelief could be seen on his face. That's right. Feng Qingyang nodded. I plan to let him challenge Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun at the same time. I'll let him fight Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun at the same time. Naturally, before that, Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun can recover their strength until they're at their peak. The entire place fell silent when Feng Qingyang finished speaking. There was indeed a rule in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. If a person ranked lower than him wanted to challenge the two people ranked higher than him at the same time, he could do so at any time. There was no need to follow the order of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. This was also a type of privilege. However, one had to be strong enough to obtain this privilege. Heavens! I was wondering why Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang suddenly stepped forward. I didn't expect he would let his disciple, Duan Lingtian, fight Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun alone. Although Duan Lingtian is a 6-star god of war, Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun are 6-star gods of war as well. Where does the Heavenly Emperor Feng get his confidence from to let Duan Lingtian challenge Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun at the same time? It's not that simple to fight two people at the same time. When everyone regained their senses, whether it was the heavenly emperors of Devata realms, the high-ranking officials from the various title temples, or the group of young geniuses, all of them were shocked. Even Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, who was sitting next to Feng Qingyang, did not expect Feng Qingyang would suddenly stand up because of this matter. Master, it seems like junior uncle Feng is very confident in junior brother Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Ding Fu's disciple, Wei Qi, who was standing behind Ding Fu, said with bright eyes. Of course, I can see that. Ding Fu nodded. At the same time, he looked at Feng Qingyang and said, if I'm not mistaken, junior nephew Duan must have something that junior brother Feng obtained from the Azura Hell. Naturally, it's also possible that junior nephew Duan is still hiding his true strength. Ding Fu said. Still hiding his true strength? Wei Qi was shocked. Don't tell me he's a top 6-star god of war? That's impossible, right? A top 6-star god of war who's not even 700 years old? Even if he's a top 6-star god of war, it's impossible for him to defeat Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun if they join forces. Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun aren't ordinary 6-star gods of war. Their strength is close to that of a top 6-star god of war. Ding Fu's eyes glinted as he said, Unless he's a 7-star god of war. 7-star god of war? Hearing this, Wei Qi swallowed hard and said with a look of disbelief, Is that possible? A 7-star god of war who's not even 700 years old? In the history of the Devata realms, there hasn't been a 7-star god of war who's not even 1,000 years old, right? For this reason, I think it's the former. Junior nephew Duan might have something that the Wind Celestial Emperor obtained from the Azura Hell. It might be a high-grade divine artifact with a soul. Ding Fu said, As far as I know, there are different grades of divine artifacts. There are primitive divine artifacts, mediocre-grade divine artifacts, prominent divine artifacts, and supreme-grade divine artifacts. After that, there are supreme divine artifacts. It was clear Ding Fu knew a lot. Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple, had the same thought as well. His eyes flashed as he looked at Feng Qingyang and said, Indeed, the Tidal Temple has such a rule for the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. However, there's a condition that the titled god emperors aren't allowed to use any external forces. Once this condition is added, both Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun won't be able to use their celestial weapons. As for Duan Lingtian, he won't be able to use his celestial weapons as well. In fact, he won't be able to use any external forces other than himself. The moment Su Konghai spoke, it could be said that he had sealed Duan Lingtian's path of relying on external help. He knew Feng Qingyang must have obtained something from the Azura Hell that allowed Duan Lingtian to defeat Tang Sanpao and Ling Juyun. For this reason, he had added this condition on behalf of the Tidal Temple. Of course, it's up to you. Su Konghai, who thought Feng Qingyang would back off, did not expect Feng Qingyang would accept his condition so easily. Su Konghai's eyes twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Was Feng Qingyang really that confident in Duan Lingtian? Where did he get his confidence from? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Chapter 35-23. Both Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao could not help but look at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. They did not expect Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, to join the battle. Moreover, they did not expect Feng Qingyang would agree to Duan Lingtian's request. Moreover, he was following the rules set by the Tidal Temple for the battles between geniuses in the Devata realms. Ling Juyun, it seems like Duan Lingtian's strength is beyond our expectations. Tang Sanpao sent a voice transmission to Ling Juyun. However, Ling Juyun ignored Tang Sanpao's words. He turned to look at Duan Lingtian in the distance before he sat cross-legged in the air. He took out a few pills and consumed them to restore his celestial origin energy. Upon seeing this, Tang Sanpao also sat down and consumed some pills to restore his celestial origin energy. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had followed the rules set by the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. Although they felt it was humiliating, they had no choice but to accept it. They could join forces to defeat Duan Lingtian and slap Feng Qingyang in the face. Naturally, they knew Feng Qingyang was confident in Duan Lingtian's strength. Moreover, he did not reject Feng Qingyang's request even though Su Konghai, the host of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses, had suggested Feng Qingyang was confident in Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Ling Juyun was inwardly shocked even though he did not show it on his face. Ever since he had parted ways with Duan Lingtian, he was confident he was stronger than Duan Lingtian because of his foundation from the realms of gods and the fortuitous encounters he had obtained over the years. Although Duan Lingtian had displayed the strength of a 6-star god of war during the Devata realms battle of geniuses, he was not discouraged at all. He did not think Duan Lingtian would be stronger than him even if Duan Lingtian was a 6-star god of war. However, now that Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had joined the battle, Ling Juyun realized Duan Lingtian was stronger than Duan Lingtian. Ling Juyun was certain Duan Lingtian was stronger than Ling Juyun. Not only was Feng Qingyang the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and Ling Jueyun, he was also a godly powerhouse. For him to make such a request Ling Jueyun, it meant he was confident Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Duan Jueyun, and Duan Jueyun, Ling Jueyun would be. In that case, we'll wait for them to recover before we fight Duan Lingtian. Su Konghai tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart when he heard Feng Qingyang agreeing to his request. Not only was he speaking to Feng Qingyang, but he was also speaking to everyone present on the scene. All right. When Feng Qingyang returned to his seat next to Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, the young geniuses present on the scene finally regained their senses. All of them were shocked. Heavens! The legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven actually agreed to such a request? Not being able to rely on external forces isn't as simple as not being able to use celestial artifacts and divine artifacts. Under such circumstances, any force that doesn't belong to you can't rely on it. Once you rely on it, you'll be judged to have lost the battle and be eliminated. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is really confident in his only true disciple. Since the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is so confident, it means Duan Lingtian is strong enough to deal with Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. Their gazes seemed to have come to an agreement as they looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. Before his master, Feng Qingyang, had entered the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, through voice transmission. Feng Qingyang had said his master's true body had found a secret room similar to the Law of Laws in the Title Temple in the Azura Hell. Naturally, the secret room only contained one type of law, the Law of Time. However, since the secret room contained a lot of the Law of Time, it was more than enough for him to absorb. Currently, Duan Lingtian's master's true body had successfully mastered all the profundities from the Law of Time in the secret room. Moreover, his master had successfully formed a clone of the Law of Time. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, shocked when he heard this news. According to his master, that place was enough for him to comprehend all the profundities from the Law of Time. However, he could only rely on himself if he wanted to fuse all the profundities from the Law of Time with the Law of Time. There was no external force that could help him, let alone titled celestial emperors who were still trying to fuse all the profundities from the Law of Time. Even the gods in the realms of gods were trying to fuse all the profundities from the Law of Time. After all, the gods in the realms of gods who had the same cultivation base would be stronger if they mastered more profundities from the Law of Time. Duan Lingtian, are you confident? Su Li's voice rang in the air, interrupting Duan Lingtian's train of thought. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. Previously, Duan Lingtian had ignored the gazes that were directed at him from the surroundings. You'll find out soon enough, Duan Lingtian replied with a smile on his face. When Su Li heard Duan Lingtian's reply, his eyes instantly lit up. At the same time, he had a bitter smile on his face as he said, I originally thought I was already closer to you now, but now it seems like I've been thrown further and further away by you. At the same time, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi, who were sitting in the back row, looked at Duan Lingtian's silhouette with disbelief in their eyes. They could not help but blush when they recalled how they had underestimated Duan Lingtian. Do all of you think Duan Lingtian has a high chance of winning? While Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao were recovering their celestial origin energies, the people present on the scene were busy discussing the upcoming battle. Although they had to wait for the battle to begin, they felt it was worth the wait. Nobody was in a hurry. At the same time, the group of heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the various title temples branches were also whispering among themselves. The Wind Heaven Emperor is too confident in his only true disciple. I think Duan Lingtian might be able to defeat Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao on his own. That might not be the case. Perhaps this is just a test from the Wind Heaven Emperor to Duan Lingtian. In any case, Duan Lingtian is definitely stronger than Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. As for whether he'll be able to defeat both of them, we'll have to wait for the results. Among the people present on the scene, some of them felt that Duan Lingtian was capable of defeating both Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. Some of them felt that Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, wanted to test Duan Lingtian by allowing him to fight both Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao on his own. However, although they all had their own thoughts, they were only guesses. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming battle. After about 2 hours, Ling Jueyun opened his eyes and stood up. He looked at Su Konghai and said, "I've recovered to my peak state. I can make a move at any time." "All right." At the same time, Tang Sanpao opened his eyes and stood up as well. "I've recovered as well." "You've recovered." When Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao announced that they had recovered to their peak state, everyone's eyes lit up. Swoosh! There was no need for anyone to remind Duan Lingtian. He stepped into the air and entered the ring in just a blink of an eye. Currently, Duan Lingtian was undoubtedly the focus of everyone's attention. Not a single person's gaze was not on him. Faced with the numerous gazes, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged and was calm as before. "Brother Feng, you're so confident in junior nephew Duan. Do you think he'll win this battle?" At this moment, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, could not help but ask the question that had been bothering him for a long time when he saw Duan Lingtian entering the ring. "Under normal circumstances, it should be fine," Feng Qingyang replied. Under normal circumstances, Ding Fu was stunned. He did not know why Feng Qingyang was so confident. "Brother Feng, what do you mean by that?" Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian in the distance and said unhurriedly, "It's because I don't know much about this disciple of mine." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, not only was Ding Fu speechless, but even Wei Qi was rendered speechless. On the other hand, Meng Luo, who was standing behind Feng Qingyang, remained calm. He did not seem surprised at all. It was obvious he had expected this. Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, and Tang Sanpao faced each other in the ring. Duan Lingtian. Tang Sanpao smiled bitterly and said, "It seems like I've underestimated you. Today, let's see how big the gap is between us." It was obvious Tang Sanpao felt Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. He felt this way because of Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. When Tang Sanpao first approached Duan Lingtian, he had said that Feng Qingyang was his idol. He did not lie to Duan Lingtian because he truly regarded Feng Qingyang as his idol. Naturally, he believed his idol's words. Ling Jueyun remained silent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with battle intent and a hint of solemnity could be seen in them. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Su Konghai looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Duan Lingtian, apart from the fact that you can't rely on external help, you'll lose the right to challenge any one of them if you lose. You can say that if you lose, even if you're stronger than Tang Sanpao or Ling Jueyun, you won't be able to challenge either of them," Duan Lingtian said. "Are you clear about this?" Su Konghai asked. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. He was aware of the rules of the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. "In that case, all of you may begin." As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the eyes of the onlookers lit up immediately. They stared intently at Duan Lingtian, Tang Sanpao, and Ling Jueyun as though they were afraid they would miss out on something exciting. Chapter 35-24. It seems like I've really found a treasure. Lord Tathagata, or Yahiko, stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. He was looking forward to his body in the future. At this moment, it was not only Tathagata, but even Su Konghai was staring at Duan Lingtian. What an outstanding talent! How good would it be if he was a member of the Title Temple? If he was a member of the Title Temple, it would not be impossible for him to replace Tang Sanpao as the young temple master of the Title Temple. In this world, the strong were respected. As the oldest force in this world, the Title Temple also valued the strong. Not only were the positions of the older generation determined by their strength, but it was the same for the younger generation as well. Under such circumstances, cultivation was the norm in the Tidal Temple. Basically, everyone was a cultivation maniac. Su Konghai was one of them. Step by step, Su Konghai had become the vice-temple master of the Tidal Temple. Only he knew how many hardships he had gone through during this period. It was difficult. It was too difficult. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Lord Tathagata's and Su Konghai's thoughts. At this moment, he was facing off against Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. Duan Lingtian. Tang Sanpao looked at Duan Lingtian. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. Although you're fighting 1 against 2, and Ling Jueyun and I have the upper hand, don't expect me to hold back. I believe Ling Jueyun is the same. Tang Sanpao said. Hold back. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. There's no need for that. Now you can make your move. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm as he spoke nonchalantly. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, swoosh, swoosh, a series of piercing sounds rang out. Tang Sanpao's body was burning with white flames. The flames roared out like a prairie fire that could not be stopped once it started. On the other hand, Ling Jueyun's body was shrouded in black qi. Bolts of lightning could be seen flashing around the black qi, emitting a suffocating aura. At the same time, the young geniuses in the spectator seats were in an uproar as well. It's starting. No matter who wins or loses this battle, it's going to be recorded in the history books. It's worth it to be able to witness this battle. The young geniuses were not the only ones who were watching the battle. Most of the heavenly emperors and the high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple's branch palaces were also watching the battle attentively. Senior Duan Senior, Ding Tian Di Tianzes like He-Shi's Senior, Feng Yu's Senior, Heavenly Yu. Senior? Feng Qingyang smiled faintly. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, old brother Ding. Although he did not know how strong his only true disciple, Duan Lingtian, was, before the battle he had asked for Duan Lingtian's opinion. Duan Lingtian's reply was confident. Since his disciple was so strong, how could he not trust him? Soon after, Duan Lingtian remained motionless under everyone's watchful eyes. His expression was as calm as ever. On the other hand, Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun's expressions were solemn. They did not dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian at all. Both of them knew Duan Lingtian very well. Since Duan Lingtian was so calm at this moment, it meant he was not afraid of them making the first move. However, even with that being the case, they still decided to attack together after accumulating their power. Without any discussion, both of them made their moves at the same time. Boom! 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 Tang Sanpao leaped into the air. Due to his fast speed, the white flames on his body were dragged out by him. He looked like a divine dragon formed by the white flames as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Ling Jueyun's celestial origin energy condensed into a sword in his hand. His death avatar had also snuck up behind Duan Lingtian and formed a sword in his hand as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Blazing white flames filled the air, seemingly causing the temperature of the entire world to rise a little. Some of the young geniuses who were closer and had lower cultivations had their faces slightly flushed, clearly feeling a certain amount of pressure. Whoosh! 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 Ling Jueyun's sword and the sword of his death avatar carried the profundity of the law of death as they charged toward Duan Lingtian like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Duan Lingtian was surrounded and attacked from all sides in just a blink of an eye. Why isn't Duan Lingtian making his move? Isn't he afraid he won't have a chance to make his move? It seems like the teleportation profundity from the law of space has given Duan Lingtian enough confidence. Even if he teleports away, Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao can immediately switch positions and charge at him. He won't have time to recharge his energy. Sometimes, teleportation isn't necessarily an advantage. It can be a disadvantage as well. That's true. While many people were expressing their opinions about the scene before them, whether it was Ling Jueyun or Tang Sanpao, their attacks were getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. In fact, it would only take a moment for their attacks to land on Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Just as most people thought, Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his original spot. Ling Juiyun and Tang Sanpao did not care about this. They immediately turned around and charged at Duan Lingtian again. This time, the speed of their attacks was faster than before. It seems that both Ling Juiyun and Tang Sanpao held back earlier. They're obviously waiting for Duan Lingtian to teleport before they attack with all their might. I just don't know how Duan Lingtian will neutralize their attack. Judging from their speed, it's obviously impossible for Duan Lingtian to teleport again. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, after Duan Lingtian teleported, Ling Juiyun and Tang Sanpao, who were extremely fast, arrived near Duan Lingtian again in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Whoosh! Blazing white flames filled the sky. It was like a white sunset that covered the sky and the sun. It was dazzling. Whoosh! 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 Sword lights shot out from Ling Juiyun's and his death doppelganger swords. Each of the sword lights was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, sharp and bloodthirsty. Just as the crowd had expected, Duan Lingtian did not use the teleportation profundity again. In the face of Ling Juiyun and Tang Sanpao's swift attacks, Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as ever. There was no change in his expression. Why aren't you attacking? Now, even the group of heavenly emperors and the higher-ups of the titled God Emperor branch halls could not help but feel anxious. On the other hand, a few people, including Su Kong Hai and Gong Sun Xian Yuan, the heavenly emperor of the yellow, the arch 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 of the. However, they did not know where his confidence came from. Su Kong Hai glanced at Feng Qingyang and saw that Feng Qingyang's expression was calm as if nothing had happened. From this, he knew that he would not be able to find the answer from Feng Qingyang. In the end, he could only look at Duan Lingtian. Just as Ling Juiyun and Tang Sanpao's powers were infinitely close to Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian finally made a move. Duan Lingtian stretched out his right hand and suddenly clenched his fist. In the next instant, cracks in space appeared around his body and swallowed Ling Juiyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks. However, there were too many attacks and they were like raging waves. Duan Lingtian's annihilation Tao of control was like a drop in the ocean in front of Ling Juiyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks. More and more attacks were directed at Duan Lingtian. Bang! 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 Earth-shattering sounds reverberated in the air. Every sound was so loud that it made one's heart tremble. At the same time, a blazing white light burst out like a dazzling sun. Everyone, including the group of heavenly emperors and the higher-ups of the titled temple's branch halls, instinctively squinted their eyes. However, when the shockwaves gradually dissipated and everyone opened their eyes, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Under the watchful eyes of the group of people, the area in front of Duan Lingtian that was shrouded in blazing white flames and strange black energy appeared. However, although the black and white energies surged, they were unable to charge out of that area. It's the confinement profundity from the law of space. Many people could see this. Naturally, some people soon discovered how terrifying the confinement profundity from the law of space that Duan Lingtian had cast was. The confinement profundity seems to have merged the distortion profundity and the territory profundity. That's not all. The confinement profundity has also merged the magnetic storm profundity and the creation profundity. Look, there's the magnetic storm profundity and the creation profundity around him. When the scene unfolded in front of everyone's eyes, coupled with some people's casual introduction, the group of young geniuses was stunned. The fusion of three profundities from the law of space? Moreover, it's the fusion of two profundities? Even a six-star god of war usually refers to someone who has mastered the fusion of two profundities. Even the top 6-star gods of war rarely master the fusion of 3 profundities. The fusion of 3 profundities is the symbol of a 7-star god of war. This is especially true for someone who has mastered the fusion of 2 profundities. He's 100% a 7-star god of war. A 7-star god of war. After the commotion, the scene fell into a dead silence again. Almost everyone, including Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao, looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that this was real. A person who was not even 700 years old had mastered the fusion of 2 profundities from the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws. Chapter 35-25. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's expressions were extremely solemn. At the same time, they no longer held back and unleashed all of their techniques. The vast and unparalleled power of flames and the unpredictable power of death were unleashed. However, under Duan Lingtian's power of imprisonment, although the 2 of them were strong and their combined attacks were so strong that even a top 6-star war god would not dare to face them head-on, they were unable to truly shake Duan Lingtian's imprisonment space. They only managed to cause the imprisonment space to tremble slightly. Change to another place to attack. Just as Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's expressions changed drastically, Su Konghai's timely reminder rang in Tang Sanpao's ears. After Su Konghai's reminder, Tang Sanpao's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. How could he have forgotten? Now, he and Ling Jueyun were directly facing Duan Lingtian. Not only were they attacking Duan Lingtian's imprisonment space, but they were also directly resisting Duan Lingtian's Tao of control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth that he had just mastered. The area around Duan Lingtian's body was completely under his control. Within the range of his control, the imprisonment space was naturally extremely strong. It was not something that he and Ling Jueyun could break through. However, if it was in other areas of the imprisonment space, he and Ling Jueyun might be able to break through. Ling Jueyun. Without any hesitation, Tang Sanpao called out to Ling Jueyun. Then, under his reminder, Ling Jueyun also restrained his attacks. At the same time, his gaze swept to other areas of the imprisonment space. The 2 of them were actually relatively calm people. However, because this battle had shocked them greatly from the very beginning, they could no longer maintain their usual calmness. If it was a one-on-one battle, they could remain calm. However, 2 against 1 was a kind of blasphemy to their strength. After all, their opponent was not older than them. In fact, he was even younger than their average age. Under such circumstances, they could not maintain a good mentality. However, with Su Konghai's reminder, the 2 of them quickly changed their attack plan. As long as it was a place that was not covered by Duan Lingtian's Tao of control, with the 2 of them working together, they might be able to break through the imprisonment space. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao instantly retreated. Then, they attacked in the opposite direction. They wanted to break through Duan Lingtian's imprisonment space from the other side. This scene caused the eyes of many people who saw through their plan to light up. Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao are indeed peerless existences, who became 6-star gods of war before the age of 1,000. Under such circumstances, they can still calmly deal with Duan Lingtian's attack. This is really rare. Duan Lingtian's strength lies not only in his comprehension of the law of space, but also in his mastery of the Tao of control, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. He's the master of space in the area around him. Unless one's strength is far stronger than him, it's difficult to break through his control of the area. If Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao join forces, even a top 6-star god of war wouldn't dare to face them head-on. If they join forces and change their direction to avoid Duan Lingtian's Tao of control, they should be able to break through Duan Lingtian's Tao of control. Even if they break through, I'm afraid they're no match for Duan Lingtian. At this moment, we're certain Duan Lingtian is a 7-star god of war. A 7-star god of war who's not even 700 years old. In the history of the Devata realms, whether it's the natives of the Devata realms or the Ascenders, I don't think there's anyone like this before, right? Even Duan Lingtian's master, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, didn't have such an achievement at such a young age. When Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao turned around and launched their attacks, the originally silent spectator seats became lively again. Although they had regained their senses, they were still shocked by the news that Duan Lingtian was a 7-star god of war. It would take them a long time to calm down, and they might not be able to calm down until today. I have some ideas. When Duan Lingtian saw Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks, he smiled faintly. With just a thought, he waved his right hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. When Duan Lingtian made a grabbing motion in the air, Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao launched their attacks again. However, before they could even touch the Tao of control, they were swept away by a surge of energy and disappeared into thin air. In the next instant, bang! An earth-shattering sound came from above everyone's heads. Only then did the crowd realize that Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks had reached the horizon and collided with each other. Gusts of strong wind swept across the sky, causing everyone's robes to flutter noisily. However, at this moment, the group of young geniuses present did not care about their own sorry state. Instead, they looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. Oh my god! Duan Lingtian sent Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks out? If he wants to send their attacks out, unless he has merged the transportation profundity of the law of space with the other two profundities of the law of space. I'm also an expert in the law of space. If I'm not mistaken, the law of space that Duan Lingtian used is the fusion of the transportation profundity, the teleportation profundity, and the distortion profundity. It's a new combination of 3 profundities. The fusion of 3 profundities of the law of space? Heavens! With such strength, even if he's not a 10-direction celestial emperor, he's at least a top 7-star god of war, right? That's right. With such comprehension of the law, coupled with his mastery of the sword Tao and the control Tao, once he becomes a 10-direction celestial emperor, he'll be as strong as an 8-star god of war. He's definitely going to win the battle of geniuses this time. His goal must be the exploding element celestial fruit. As long as he has the exploding element celestial fruit, he'll be able to become a 10-direction celestial emperor in a short time. The title temple has produced an 8-star god of war, who's not even 700 years old. While the crowd was in an uproar over Duan Lingtian's new technique, Duan Lingtian made his move again. He used the space shackles to bind Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun respectively. Although Duan Lingtian did not make a move, he was still able to toy with the 2 profundities of the law of space. No matter how hard the 2 profundities tried, they could not break the space shackles at all. Upon seeing this, the onlookers were speechless. They're not on the same level at all. This is bullying. That's right. It's like an adult beating up a 3-year-old child. It's too much. They're not on the same level at all. Is there a need to continue this duel? Both Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao felt powerless. In the end, they decided not to make a move. Ling Jueyun's cold expression darkened slightly. It was not because Duan Lingtian had defeated him, but because of himself. He was a lineal disciple of the Ling clan in a realm of gods, and yet he was left in the dust by a mere transcender. In the past, his strength was on par with Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, after a few hundred years, Duan Lingtian had already left him in the dust, and it was impossible for him to catch up. It would be a lie if he said this did not affect him. I thought my improvement over the past few hundred years was already good enough. I didn't expect him to improve so much. Ling Jueyun looked at the purple figure, who was the center of attention, and sighed inwardly. He knew that after today, almost everyone in the Devata realms would know about Duan Lingtian. When the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms was opened, there would definitely be forces from the realms of gods trying to recruit Duan Lingtian. For someone like Duan Lingtian to achieve so much in the Devata realms, it meant he had great potential. Even the major forces in the realms of gods would want to recruit him. Nobody could say for sure if such a person would become a supreme powerhouse in the future. Although the realms of gods were created by supreme powerhouses, and most of the gods were the descendants of the supreme powerhouses who created the realms of gods, the competition in the realms of gods was fierce. Every powerful force in the realms of gods hoped to have a new supreme powerhouse in their sect or clan. At that time, they would be able to obtain more benefits and privileges. They would also be able to obtain more resources in the realms of gods that were coveted by others. Duan Lingtian, you're a freak. At this moment, Tang Sanpao was no longer as aloof as he was when he fought with Duan Lingtian. It was as though he had returned to his original self. He let out a long sigh before he said, "Initially, I wanted to defeat you and show off to the old man. I didn't expect I would be defeated by you just like how the old man was defeated by your master. Now, I don't have the chance to show off anymore." Tang Sanpao sighed. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Sanpao intently. He did not suspect that Tang Sanpao was the Title Temple's trump card. As it turned out, the Title Temple's trump card that he had been looking forward to was right next to him. Vice Temple Master Su. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Feng Qingyang flew into the air again. He looked at Su Konghai and said with a faint smile on his face, "Now, my disciple should be ranked first in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, right?" Su Konghai nodded. Naturally, he could not lie to Duan Lingtian at this moment. Otherwise, not only would it affect his reputation, but it would also affect the reputation of the Title Temple. "If I'm not mistaken, the exploding element celestial fruit is with you, right?" Feng Qingyang asked again. "Can you give it to my disciple now?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Su Konghai hesitated for a moment before he took the exploding element celestial fruit out of his spatial ring. As soon as the red celestial fruit appeared, it emitted a refreshing fragrance. Immediately, the gazes of the group of young geniuses became incomparably fiery. Chapter 35-26. The explosive element celestial fruit was one of the most precious rewards in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. It could allow a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor to become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor in a short time. It should be known that the difficulty of breaking through the last cultivation realm of an immortal, even if it was only a small realm, was not inferior to breaking through a large realm. It was even more difficult to break through multiple small realms added together. Some people took longer to break through from a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor to a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor than he did when he was a 1 Basic Celestial Emperor. Those who were more talented usually took longer than him to break through to the 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor from the 3 Talents Celestial Emperor and the 4 Stars Celestial Emperor. Even the most talented Celestial Emperors would take longer to become a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor than he did when he was a 6 Combination Celestial Emperor or 7 Stars Celestial Emperor. An exploding element immortal fruit could save a lot of cultivation time for a 9 Palaces Immortal Emperor. Consuming an exploding element immortal fruit would give one a huge advantage over ordinary people on the path of cultivation. For this reason, everyone was shocked when the Title Temple gave out the exploding element celestial fruit as a reward for the winner of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. In their opinion, shouldn't such things be digested internally? So this is the exploding element immortal fruit. This is the first time I've seen it. Just by smelling its fragrance, I feel like I'm bathing in the spring breeze. What a miraculous spiritual fruit. Many people exclaimed as they stared at the exploding element immortal fruit in Su Konghai's hand. Before Tang Sanpao's identity was exposed during the Battle of the Geniuses, I was wondering why the Title Temple would be so generous as to reward him with the explosive element celestial fruit. However, when Tang Sanpao revealed his strength as a 6-star god of war, I finally realized the Title Temple was confident in young Master Tang Sanpao. They were confident that Tang Sanpao would be able to obtain the explosive element celestial fruit. At the same time, someone else said, "Unfortunately, in the end, it still ended up being a wedding dress for someone else." It was clear the Title Temple's plan had failed. The exploding element celestial fruit no longer belonged to the Title Temple. Instead, it belonged to Duan Lingtian. In other words, it belonged to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I'm sure the title temple didn't expect peerless geniuses like Ling Juiyun and Duan Lingtian to participate in the battle of the geniuses. Ling Juiyun is still fine. After all, he only tied with Tang Sanpao. Didn't you hear what Tang Sanpao said? If Ling Juiyun is still the champion, will the exploding Yuan immortal fruit be decided by drawing lots? In that case, Tang Sanpao would have a 50% chance of obtaining the exploding element immortal fruit. Now, you don't even have the slightest chance. That's right. Duan Lingtian's strength is too terrifying. He's not even a 10 Directions celestial emperor, but his strength is already comparable to a top 7-star god of war. If he becomes a 10 Directions celestial emperor, his strength will be comparable to a top 8-star god of war. Many young geniuses and heavenly emperors from various Devata realms discussed among themselves. They felt the title temple had gone for wool and come home shorn. It seemed like they had shot themselves in the foot and gone overboard with their plan. Duan Lingtian, this is one of the rewards for winning first place in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. As for the reward for entering the secret room in the title temple, you'll have to come to the title temple yourself. Su Konghai looked at Duan Lingtian and handed the exploding element immortal fruit to him. Although he was reluctant to give the exploding element immortal fruit away, he knew he had no choice but to do so. If he did not give it to Duan Lingtian, the title temple would become a laughingstock and lose its credibility. Perhaps not many geniuses would participate in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. After all, the exploding element immortal fruit was nothing compared to the glory of the title temple. Thank you, Vice Hall Master Su. Duan Lingtian thanked Su Konghai as he took the exploding element immortal fruit. You don't have to thank me. You earned it with your own strength. Su Konghai smiled and nodded at Duan Lingtian. His smile was as gentle as a spring breeze. He did not seem reluctant to give away the exploding element immortal fruit at all. However, Duan Lingtian became even more wary when he saw Su Konghai acting like this. Most of the time, people who appeared kind on the surface but were vicious and vicious on the inside were the most terrifying. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to dodge a stab in the dark. Apart from that, if you want to enter the Title Temple's secret chamber, you can go to the Title Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven and look for Hall Master Yi. He'll bring you to the main hall of the Title Temple to cultivate there. Su Konghai looked at a small floating island in the distance as he spoke. On the small floating island, a figure appeared in the air. It was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He wore a black robe and had a gloomy expression on his face, making him appear somewhat sinister. Duan Lingtian, I'm Yiya, the hall master of the Title Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. When the middle-aged man introduced himself, he forced a smile on his face. However, his smile was uglier than crying. Whenever you want to go to the Title Temple's main hall, you can look for me in the Title Temple's solitary destructive heaven sub-hall, the middle-aged man said coldly. All you have to do is report your name when you arrive at the branch. Yiya said. All right. Duan Lingtian replied. I'll have to trouble Hall Master Yi in the future. It's no trouble at all. Yiya shook his head and flew back to the branch. Let's go. A rare smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when he saw his disciple, Duan Lingtian, had obtained the exploding element celestial fruit. Then, he beckoned to Duan Lingtian before he left with Duan Lingtian. The two of them floated away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared behind the clouds in the sky and disappeared before everyone's eyes. However, even after both of them had left, the scene of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses fell silent. After a few moments, the atmosphere finally became lively again. Most of the people were discussing the earlier battle. Duan Lingtian is too strong. He didn't even make a move from the beginning until the end. All he did was attack from afar, and he was able to toy with Ling Juiyun and Tang Sanpao. They're not on the same level at all. Whether it was Ling Juiyun or Tang Sanpao, There was no lack of similar discussions when they returned to their seats. Ling Jueyun was indifferent to the discussions. Tang Sanpao, on the other hand, felt awkward and helpless. In the end, he could not take it anymore and returned to Su Li, Ling Jueyun, and the others. He sat on the other side of Ling Jueyun. At this moment, the seat between Su Li and Ling Jueyun, which was previously occupied by Duan Lingtian, was now empty. Tang Sanpao was tactful enough to not sit there. Ling Jueyun, how long have you known Duan Lingtian? Has he always been so freakish? Tang Sanpao could not help but ask. He knew almost nothing about Duan Lingtian's past. The only thing he knew was that Duan Lingtian had obtained the inheritance from Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, when he was still in the mundane realm. He had officially become Feng Qingyang's only true disciple 100 years ago. A few hundred years ago, our strength was on par with each other. Ling Jueyun's tone was indifferent and emotionless. However, if one listened carefully, one would be able to hear a hint of disappointment in his voice. A few hundred years ago, your strength was on par with each other. A few hundred years later, you've been left in the dust? Tang Sanpao was stunned. You're a disciple of a powerful clan in a realm of gods. How could you be surpassed by a celestial from a Devata realm? To be more precise, you've been surpassed by an ascender from the mundane realm. Likewise, Ling Jueyun turned to look at Tang Sanpao and said indifferently. Tang Sanpao was so angry that his face turned red. He did not say anything else. All right, although the top 3 of the Devata realm's battle of geniuses have been decided, all of you still have a chance to be ranked later. Su Konghai's voice rang in the air again, pulling everyone back from their thoughts. Now, I announce that the battle of geniuses will continue. When Duan Lingtian left with Feng Qingyang, both of them left together. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, did not follow them. Master, where's the Azura Hell? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He discovered his master did not bring him to the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. After leaving the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, his master led him in a certain direction. It's in an independent realm. Feng Qingyang replied. An independent realm? How do we get there? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. All Devata realms have to head east. When you reach the realm barrier, a transporting formation will appear and send you to the Azura Hell. Feng Qingyang said, if you want to return, you'll have to use the transportation point in the independent realm of the Azura Hell to return to the eastern realm of the Devata realm. However, it's not certain which Devata realm you'll end up in. For this reason, most people don't go to the same Devata realm after returning from the Azura Hell. It's very unlikely that all 81 Devata realms will be the same. Duan Lingtian was enlightened by Feng Qingyang's words. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled something. Master, if that's the case, you could have returned to the Devata realm from the independent realm where the Azura Hell is located. Even if that person was chasing you, it's impossible for him to appear in the same Devata realm as you, right? Duan Lingtian asked. That's right. Feng Qingyang nodded. Then he shook his head and sighed. However, he was too fast at that time. After I arrived at the independent realm where the Azura Hell is located, I didn't have a chance to return. I could only enter the Azura Hell without looking back. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that he was in such a hurry. Otherwise, I would have missed out on a great opportunity. Feng Qingyang chuckled when he reached the end of his sentence. It could be said that he had profited from a disaster. Chapter 35-27. The Azura Hell was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Due to Feng Qingyang's narrow escape in the Azura Hell, Duan Lingtian had heard about the Azura Hell before he ascended to the Devata realms. Master, the Azura Hell is one of the top 3 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It's said that it's difficult for those below the level of gods to escape from there. Apart from the deadliest place in the Devata realms, the other deadliest place should be similar to the Azura Hell, right? Duan Lingtian asked as they traveled. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. One of the other two deadliest places is similar to the Azura Hell, but the other one is even stranger than the Azura Hell. Many gods have been trapped there before. For this reason, it's called the Graveyard of the Gods. Feng Qingyang replied. The Graveyard of the Gods was the strongest of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian had heard about this before. He knew many gods had died there before, and that was how it got its name. Master, you must have narrowly escaped death in the Azura Hell, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Indeed, narrowly escaped death. Feng Qingyang nodded. A hint of fear that Duan Lingtian did not notice could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he said, Speaking of which, I'm only alive because I was lucky enough to enter that place. In the chaos, there are tens of thousands of doors of life and death, but there are only a few doors of life. It's already a great fortune for me to be able to enter a door of life. Duan Lingtian was unaware of Feng Qingyang's encounter in the Azura Hell. However, he knew he would find out soon enough. Master, you said earlier that your true body is trapped inside? Can you come out now? Duan Lingtian asked again. He had heard from Hualao that his master Feng Qingyang's true body was trapped in the Azura Hell. That was why he asked this question. I was able to come out after I went in with Meng Luo. Feng Qingyang said. However, after my true body was freed, I asked my true body to stay there for 2 reasons. First, I wanted to explore the place. Second, I wanted my true body to break through and become a God King. God King. Duan Lingtian had learned about the cultivation bases of gods in the realms of gods from Huang Er, the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang Er. Even if Huang Er did not tell him, the 5 divine spirits would have told him about it. In the realms of gods, gods were divided into 5 major realms. God, God King, God Emperor, God, and Divine of Gods. Of the 3 stages of the God, lesser deities, intermediate deities, and higher deities. Among them, lesser deities were the weakest. They would be at this cultivation level upon becoming a deity, while higher deities were the most powerful among the deities. After the higher deities were the lesser deities, followed by the intermediate deities and then the higher deities. It was the same for the rest of the realms. This time, my original body made another discovery. However, even though I discovered the secret chamber, I'm not sure if you'll be able to stay there. Feng Qingyang said. Previously, when I brought Meng Luo in, he was suppressed by the formation left behind in the secret chamber. I had no choice but to send him out. It's as though one needs to be acknowledged by the secret chamber to be able to stay there. Feng Qingyang explained everything in one breath. Acknowledged? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. I suspect that the secret chamber I discovered was left behind by someone. I was able to enter because I mastered the destruction technique and was acknowledged by the secret chamber. To be more precise, it was the acknowledgement of the person who left the secret chamber. I'm certain that the person who left the secret chamber is no ordinary person. Even if he or she isn't a supreme expert, he or she must be someone who stands at the peak of the gods. I've gained a lot from entering the secret chamber. Back then, I relied on the destruction sword Dao to gain the secret chamber's acknowledgement and was guided into the gate of life. Now I can bring you into the gate of life. However, it's not up to me to decide if you'll gain the secret chamber's acknowledgement. However, it shouldn't be a problem since you've already mastered the space sword Dao and control Dao. When Feng Qingyang reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a gratified expression. I hope I can gain its acknowledgement. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. Soon after, Feng Qingyang did not let Duan Lingtian travel on his own. Instead, he brought Duan Lingtian with him at the speed of a godly spirit. It did not take long before they arrived at the eastern edge of the primeval heaven. This place was close to the easternmost part of the Devata realms in the primeval heaven. In this place, the teleportation point to enter the Azura Hell isn't fixed. However, it's easy to find. As long as you extend your divine sense, you'll be able to find the teleportation point. You can try, Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked at the vast desert beneath his feet. There were no signs of life in the desert. Occasionally, he could see sandstorms and tornadoes raging in the desert. Upon hearing his master Feng Qingyang's words, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately extended his divine consciousness and swept it across the area. Swoosh! Swoosh! After Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness, he quickly learned about his surroundings. At the same time, he discovered a moving transportation formation in a sandstorm. It was moving with the sandstorm. Did you discover it? Feng Qingyang asked with a smile on his face. When Feng Qingyang asked this question, he scanned the area with his divine consciousness and discovered 2 more portable teleportation formations. One of them was still inside the sandstorm, and the other was inside the sandstorm. As for the other one, it was within a tornado. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Feng Qingyang did not say anything else. He brought Duan Lingtian to the nearest transportation formation in the sandstorm. The transportation formation in the sandstorm was the closest to them. How did you set up this transportation formation? Why does it feel like it appeared out of thin air? Before stepping into the transportation formation, Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. It did not appear out of thin air. There is a huge formation in this area. The various moving transportation formations here are only a small part of the huge formation. Feng Qingyang said as he led Duan Lingtian into the transportation formation. The moment Duan Lingtian stepped into the transportation formation, he felt his vision darken. What appeared in front of him was a blood-red world. There were also some demonic beasts fighting in the surroundings. Roar! Roar! The demonic beasts roared and screamed in a loud and sharp voice. Bang! 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 With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell these demonic beasts were as strong as celestial emperors. However, they did not seem intelligent. Moreover, their eyes were blood-red. These demonic beasts are born from the Azura Hell's blood. The quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell is similar to the realms of gods, but it's not as pure as the realms of gods. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell is filled with blood and violence. We humans have to refine the heaven and earth spirit energy before we can absorb it. If it weren't for this, my true body would have become a celestial king a long time ago. Feng Qingyang said as he led Duan Lingtian into the Azura Hell. Roar! Along the way, a gigantic creature that did not have eyes charged over. It looked like a tiger, but it had a pair of wings on its back and a mouth full of fangs. Its target was Duan Lingtian. It was as though between Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian was the easiest to bully. Swoosh! Feng Qingyang ignored the demonic beasts that pounced toward them. He knew his disciple would be able to deal with them. When Duan Lingtian made his move, he killed the demonic beasts with just a strike of his sword. The Azura Hell is just up ahead. Soon after, under Feng Qingyang's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the entrance of the Azura Hell. It was shrouded in a bloody mist. Black lightning could be seen flashing in the mist. The outer regions of the Azura Hell aren't too bad. Powerful titled celestial emperors such as quasi-gods can survive there. As long as they don't stay there for too long, they'll be able to leave safely. However, once they enter the Azura Hell, they'll be in a life-or-death situation. Even an ordinary god would be in a sorry state in that battle of life and death. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. However, with me around, we can enter the place where my true body is without any harm. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's grim expression, Feng Qingyang comforted him. Let's go. With Feng Qingyang leading the way, Duan Lingtian passed through the bloody mist and entered the Azura Hell. After entering the Azura Hell, Duan Lingtian felt the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings had changed. Indeed, the quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell was much better than the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. In fact, Duan Lingtian was certain the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell was different. It seemed like the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods came from the same source. However, just as his master Feng Qingyang had said, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell was not pure heaven and earth spirit energy. It was filled with a bloodthirsty and ruthless aura. Moreover, every time his master brought him to a place, he could feel the killing intent in the surroundings. It felt as though every blade of grass, tree, bird, and beast could easily kill him. This feeling was suffocating. However, when his master Feng Qingyang led him past the flowers, trees, insects, fishes, birds, and beasts, he seemed to have the help of a deity as he dodged every single one of the traps. It was as though he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. Don't release your divine consciousness anymore. Feng Qingyang's voice rang in the air. His tone was solemn. At this moment, his figure had already come to a halt as he brought Duan Lingtian to a deep ravine. Within the canyon was a boundless blood mist. Furthermore, the blood mist here was like blood that constantly flowed in the air above the canyon, emitting an even more terrifying killing intent. It was extremely strange. Chapter 35-28. Hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian's nerves instantly tensed up. At the same time, he completely retracted his consciousness. In the next moment, he relaxed and allowed his master, Feng Qingyang, to take him and jump into the blood water of the summer valley. The moment he entered the blood water, Duan Lingtian only felt that he was about to suffocate. All sorts of terrifying murderous intents surged in from all directions until they were just inches away from him. Only then did they detour and leave. At the same time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously glanced at his master, Feng Qingyang, only to see that his master had a grave expression on his face. Beads of sweat even seeped out of his forehead. Ever since he had met his master, this was the first time he had seen his master in such a sorry state. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he was led by his master into a cave on the side of the canyon's mountain wall. When he neared the cave, he could feel countless auras of death emanating from the surroundings. There were only a few weak auras of life circulating. One of the weak auras of life came from the cave he was currently in. Come, let's go in. After entering the cave, Feng Qingyang gave Duan Lingtian his freedom. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also began to size up the surrounding cave walls. At first, the cave walls were a mess, but as they went deeper and deeper, they could see some traces of carvings. When they went deeper, they could see some complicated and ancient patterns and lines, giving off an incomparably vicissitude feeling. You can use your consciousness here. Feng Qingyang spoke at the right time. Duan Lingtian, who had not dared to use his consciousness recklessly for a long time, extended his consciousness and touched the complicated and ancient patterns and lines on the cave walls. A vicissitude and ancient aura made him feel as if he was in ancient times. There was a roar in his mind, accompanied by waves of heart-wrenching screams that shook his heart. What is this place? Amidst his shock, Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine sense. This was because he discovered that this place was too strange. Just a few diagrams and lines on the cavern wall made contact with his divine sense, and it was as if his mind was completely lost. Master, did you survive after entering this place? Duan Lingtian asked Feng Qingyang. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. But the path leading to this canyon is filled with killing intent. I'm afraid no one below the level of God can successfully pass through. How did you pass through? Duan Lingtian asked. In his opinion, even if his master, Feng Qingyang, had only managed to escape from the canyon because of the destruction swordway, the path to the canyon was filled with killing intent. Back then, Feng Qingyang would definitely not be able to stroll leisurely like he was now. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Feng Qingyang was silent for a moment. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "It's Kuang Ling, my previous divine weapon, the sword soul of the solitary extinguishing flaming heavenly sword, Kuang Ling. temporarily resided in my body after its main body was destroyed. After entering the Azura Hell, I should have died outside the canyon. But it was Kuang Ling who, at the cost of burning itself, showed me the way out. It died, and I followed the path of life all the way to the outside of the canyon. Feng Qingyang's expression did not look too good. Master, I don't know. I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian felt a little embarrassed. Only now did he realize that he had mentioned something unbearable for his master. Kuang Ling was the sword soul of Feng Qingyang's divine artifact. He had never seen Kuang Ling before, but he had heard about it from Hualao. He also knew that it was Kuang Ling who had taken Hualao away. Although he had never seen Kuang Ling before, he had learned from Hualao that Kuang Ling was loyal to his master. Of course, as someone who also possessed a divine artifact's soul, he naturally knew how loyal a divine artifact's soul was to its master. If Huang Er ended up like Kuang Ling because of him, he would not be able to accept it. Putting himself in his master's shoes, he understood his master's current mood. It's okay. It's all in the past. Feng Qingyang sighed and shook his head. He did not continue to linger on this topic and changed the topic. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "Back then, when I extended my divine sense into this canyon, I suffered a backlash from the murderous aura in the canyon. At that time, I used the destruction sword principle to counterattack. In the end, I sensed the summons of this place. When you came in just now, you should have sensed countless auras of death and a few auras of life, right?" At this point, Feng Qingyang asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. "I sensed it. One of the auras of life came from here. However, although I sensed the other auras of life, I didn't know where they came from. If they didn't lead you there, you would never know where they are." Feng Qingyang said, "Back then, I was able to avoid the dangers that even deities would have a slim chance of surviving because I sensed the guidance of this place. That's why I was able to enter this place unhindered. I'll take you in to have a look." Under Feng Qingyang's lead, Duan Lingtian passed through the cave passageway and soon entered a spacious cave abode. This cave abode was very spacious but also very simple. The walls were cut neatly and looked very bright. There were some tables, chairs, and a bed in the cave abode. It looked very simple. There were several other passageways around the cave abode. Those passageways lead to places that I didn't know before. Back then, I focused on cultivating in this cave abode for a period of time. It was only after I had completely recovered to my peak that I ventured into those passageways. Before that, the injured me was excluded from those passageways. Later on, I passed through one of those passageways and found a secret cultivation chamber. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth there was not as noisy as outside. Although there were still some impurities, they were very easy to remove. It was there that I successfully stepped into the level of a god and became a lesser god. After I became a lesser god, I created 2 clones of the law of earth and the law of destruction. Usually, the law of destruction clone would be with my main body. After I became a lesser god, I returned here to explore the remaining passageways. As Feng Qingyang spoke, he told Duan Lingtian about the passageway he had entered the secret cultivation chamber to cultivate and become a god. At the same time, he pointed at another passageway. Although I managed to enter this passageway after I became a god, I was trapped inside. Moreover, I was trapped for many years. Fortunately, I was able to cultivate quickly in there. My main body cultivated all the way until I became a higher god before I was able to break free and escape. Of course, before that, my Law of Earth clone left this place and the Azura Hell and returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to reclaim the position of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I only returned here when I learned that my main body needed the help of my Law of Earth clone to escape. It was also the last time I brought Meng Luo here. Previously, my main body could have left together with Meng Luo. However, I was curious about where the other 2 passageways led to. Therefore, my main body stayed behind to figure out how to enter the other 2 passageways and pass through them to reach the other end. The first 2 passages gave me great benefits. Although I was trapped after that, it was also a way for me to temper myself. Had it not been for the tempering there, I wouldn't have been able to become a higher deity in such a short period of time. It was not until some time ago that my main body finally entered the 3rd passageway and discovered the secret cultivation chamber that contained the law of time. I've already told you about this. Feng Qingyang finished speaking in one breath. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood why his master's main body had not left this place for so long. As it turned out, there were still secrets worth exploring in this place. Master, do you plan to let your main body stay here until you crack the last passageway? The last passageway is not that simple. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, I'm thinking of trying to crack the last passageway after my main body becomes a god king. However, I have a feeling that even if my main body becomes a god king, I won't be able to crack the last passageway. That passageway is too sturdy. Even if my main body, Law of Destruction clone, and Law of Time clone all attacked together, they still couldn't shake it. They couldn't shake it at all. When my main body becomes a god king, I'll leave. In the future, when I become a god emperor, I'll come back and try to crack the last passageway. Feng Qingyang's words naturally frightened Duan Lingtian. Which passageway is it? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the other 2 passageways. The one on the left. Feng Qingyang gave Duan Lingtian timely guidance. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew past. Duan Lingtian saw a flash in front of his eyes, and then a person appeared out of thin air in front of him as though he had teleported. However, Duan Lingtian knew this was not teleportation. The other person's speed was so fast that it was difficult for him to catch sight of him with the naked eye. The person who had appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was another Feng Qingyang. They looked exactly the same, but their temperament was even colder. Master, is this your main body? Duan Lingtian had barely spoken when he saw Feng Qingyang's Law of Earth clone merge with the other Feng Qingyang. That's right. Now all 3 of my law avatars are in my true body. Now, I'll bring you into the secret chamber to comprehend the law of time inside. Of course, you can try to share it with your friends and family. If they can't take it, you can put them back into your little world. Back then, Meng Luo didn't enter the secret chamber with the law of time. He went to the secret chamber with the first passageway I entered. However, even there, he was rejected. I'm not sure if the secret chamber with the law of time will reject your friends and family, or even you. Chapter 35-29. After entering the secret chamber, Duan Lingtian entered Feng Qingyang's little world and was brought in by Feng Qingyang. However, during this process, Duan Lingtian witnessed the terrifying murderous intent in the passage leading to the secret chamber. Even his master, Feng Qingyang, had to overcome it with great difficulty. If it were me, I would have died if I rashly barged into this passage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Master! At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled something. After becoming a god, only the main body will have a little world, right? A law clone shouldn't have a little world, right? His master, Feng Qingyang's little world, was not as colorful as his little world. This was because his little world had the divine tree of life and the endless heaven and earth spirit energy that was transferred into it from the ruins of a realm of gods. However, his master, Feng Qingyang's little world, was much larger than his. The 2 could not be mentioned in the same breath. Moreover, when his master, Feng Qingyang, made a move, there would be a resonance in the air above his little world. The terrifying energy was like a dark cloud that covered the sky above his little world. Of course, when his master, Feng Qingyang, stopped making a move, the strange energy would subside and disappear. Of course not. Feng Qingyang replied, only the main body is the real body. As for a law clone, no matter what, it's still an avatar formed by the laws. It's just an existence that relies on divine energy. That is a kind of resonance between divine power and the laws. The avatar created cannot be compared to the original body. In fact, A law clone doesn't have a will of its own. It's the main body that's always controlling it. Take me for example. Although I've always had a law of Earth clone, it's always my main body that's controlling it. Whether it's traveling, attacking, or comprehending the law of Earth, it's always my main body that's controlling it. Feng Qingyang's words also gave Duan Lingtian a further understanding of the nomological clones that could be condensed after becoming a god. As long as you became a god and comprehended all the profundities of a certain law, you would be able to use all the profundities of that law to form a law clone without having to fuse the profundities. For example, this time, Feng Qingyang had passed through the passage and entered the secret room behind it. He had successfully comprehended all the profundities of the law of time and condensed a time law avatar. He had not fused any of the profundities of the law of time. Moreover, the law chamber could only help people comprehend the profundities of laws. It did not have the ability to help people fuse the profundities of laws. This was because everyone fused the profundities of laws differently. Everyone had to have their own comprehension. Of course, for many people, the existence of the law secret chamber could still give them some inspiration and allow them to fuse their own nomological profundities. We're here. After a while, the end of the passage appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that after passing through the passage, he had actually stepped onto a transportation formation and was transported to a small world. This is a small independent realm, Feng Qingyang said. The transportation formation to leave is right below our feet. I'll be waiting for you here for a period of time. If you're rejected, contact me immediately. I'll let you hide in my small world for a while. The same goes for your family and friends. If they're rejected, let them return to your small world immediately. Feng Qingyang reminded him again. Yes, master. Duan Lingtian responded. At the same time, under Feng Qingyang's guidance, he walked toward the law secret chamber in front of them. The law secret chamber was a small palace. It looked dazzling from the outside, and there were multicolored energies everywhere. They were the energies of the 5 elements. For example, at the top of the palace, there was a sharp horn. There was a golden energy flowing on it at lightning speed, like little golden snakes slithering about. Also, at one side of the palace, there was a green energy moving slowly. There was also an earthen yellow energy that was constantly sliding on the ground. The green energy contained the law of wind and should have been the fastest. However, when it moved around the palace, it was pathetically slow. Could be said that it was even slower than a snail. If not for looking carefully, Duan Lingtian would have thought that it was not moving at all. It must be the law of time affecting it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian walked into the palace. The interior of the palace was dazzling, and the furnishings inside made Duan Lingtian sluggish. The furnishings in this palace were all kinds of timekeeping tools. There were funnels, clocks, and tools that used water to measure time. Any tool that could be thought of that could be used to record time was present here. There was not a single duplicate. There were also many types of clocks. There were modern clocks from Duan Lingtian's previous life on Earth, classical clocks from the West, and all kinds of watches floating in the air. It made Duan Lingtian feel as if he was in a clock collection museum on Earth. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could find that in this palace, whenever he extended his divine sense, he could come into contact with some wonderful energies. Some of these energies were fast, some were slow, and they all seemed to be fleeing. With a thought, he could capture them with his divine sense and then take them into his body and directly into his soul. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian discovered that he had come into contact with the law of time in the past but was unable to comprehend it. It was as though he had been enlightened. This is the elemental time. With a thought, Duan Lingtian extended his celestial origin energy that merged with the elemental time. It flowed around his body, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Following that, Duan Lingtian continued to extend his divine sense to capture the law of time that filled the palace. The secret chamber is so magical. It can directly capture the law of time and make it a part of my soul so that I can comprehend it. Duan Lingtian was shocked. At this moment, he began to pray in his heart that he would not be expelled like Meng Luo. However, before Duan Lingtian could comprehend the second profundity of the law of time, the elemental time, apart from the fundamental profundity, he felt a powerful repulsive force pushing him out. It's suppressing me. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes abruptly. His expression turned solemn when he recalled his master, Feng Qingyang's reminder. He quickly displayed the Space Sword Dao and the Space Control Dao that he had just mastered. Master said that he was able to obtain the acknowledgement of this place because he used the Destruction Sword Dao. Perhaps this place recognizes the Heaven and Earth Dao. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian cast 2 of the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth. In the beginning, he was still a little nervous. However, after a while, he discovered the repulsive force that was suppressing him had retreated. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It's really useful. Even his master, Feng Qingyang, was not certain that this method would work. He had only reminded him to give it a try. However, after giving it a try, it seemed to work. Let father, mother, and little Fei try it as well. After confirming that he would not be repelled, Duan Lingtian opened his little world and contacted his father, mother, wife, and son. He asked them to come out and try to capture the law of time. However, in the end, apart from his daughter, Duan Lingtian, the others were repelled. Moreover, the Space Sword Dao and the Space Control Dao that Duan Lingtian had mastered could not help them. In the end, he could only ask them to return to his little world. What a pity! It's such a good place, but we can't cultivate in it. Little Gold, who was in Duan Lingtian's little world, said with a bitter expression on her face. Rather than saying that it's cultivating, it's more like it's giving us the law of time. I didn't expect apart from Brother Lingtian, Si Ling wouldn't be repelled as well. What's going on? Little White asked in surprise. Could it be because Si Ling has comprehended the law of time? Apart from that, she hasn't come into contact with any other laws? Feng Tianwu speculated. Feng Tianwu's words were the best answer for Duan Lingtian and the others. Little Tian. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements, asked Duan Lingtian in shock. How did you find this place? Heavens, this isn't an ordinary secret chamber that contains the law of time. This is a secret chamber left behind by a supreme powerhouse. Duan Lingtian was taken aback by the world-cleansing divine water's words. A secret chamber left behind by a supreme powerhouse? Then, he told the world-cleansing divine water about how he had entered the secret chamber. That master of yours is truly blessed with good fortune. The world-cleansing divine water sighed emotionally. It's obvious this place is a paradise left behind by a supreme powerhouse. If I'm not mistaken, the true inheritance of the supreme powerhouse lies behind the last passage. As for the first 3 passageways, they are all tests and tempering for the inheritors that the supreme expert has chosen. Your master has obtained the acknowledgement of a supreme expert and has become his successor. Duan Lingtian believed the world-cleansing divine water's words. His eyes lit up immediately as he sent a message to his master to inform him of this matter. Congratulations, master. Duan Lingtian did not forget to congratulate his master, Feng Qingyang. The true inheritance of a supreme powerhouse? Feng Qingyang was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's message. Who told you that? One of the 5 divine elements in my body, the world-cleansing divine water. It used to accompany the divine tree of life in the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian continued to send a message to Duan Lingtian. I don't think it's false. Feng Qingyang calmed down when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Initially, he thought it was just a guess made by his disciple Duan Lingtian. However, it turned out it was the 5 divine elements that accompanied the divine tree of life. I didn't expect this at all. Although Feng Qingyang was calm, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. Chapter 35:30. Although Feng Qingyang had always felt that the place he was trapped in was not simple, he did not expect it to be left behind by an immortal expert. He originally thought he was bold enough to think that the place was left behind by a divine emperor or even an emperor god. As for the ultimate gods who were above the emperor god, the most powerful existence in this world, he did not dare to think about it. Now, he knew that the place was left behind by an immortal expert who was above the ultimate god level. How big was the gap between an immortal expert and an ultimate god? According to the rumors Feng Qingyang heard, the divine messengers around an immortal expert were all ultimate gods. Moreover, they were not ordinary ultimate gods. That was why he could not calm down for a long time after hearing the news brought by his disciple Duan Lingtian. There's an inheritance left behind by an immortal expert at the end of the last passage? Even though Feng Qingyang had walked for more than 10,000 years and experienced many hardships to get to where he was today, he could not help but feel excited when he learned that he was recognized by an immortal expert and had the opportunity to obtain the inheritance. It was only after a while that he calmed down. If it were someone else, even a godly king, celestial emperor, or ultimate god would have lost their composure because of Feng Qingyang. What did the inheritance of an immortal expert mean? An immortal expert possessed the most powerful strength in this world and had endless life. Even if he wanted to take in a disciple, it was something that could be done with just a word. There was no need to go through so much trouble. An immortal expert who left behind such an inheritance is usually an immortal expert who was about to die. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he learned this from the world-cleansing divine water. Sister Water, are you sure? Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. An immortal expert was extremely powerful. Even if his opponent was an immortal expert and he could not defeat them, he should be able to escape. Why would such an existence leave behind such a place of inheritance before he died? That must be it. The world-cleansing divine water said matter-of-factly. If a supreme master wants to find an inheritor, all he needs to do is to say a word, and countless people will come to find him. No matter what the request is, as long as someone can fulfill it, that person will be found. You can't imagine how great the influence of an omnipotent is. That is an existence that stands at the highest point in this world. Every word and action of theirs can decide the life and death of millions of people. When a supreme expert leaves behind a land of inheritance, it usually happens when they reach the end of their lifespan. They realize that they have stood at the peak of the world all their lives, but they don't have a successor to inherit their legacy. Because of this, they feel regret. Therefore, before they die, they spend all their strength to leave behind a land of inheritance. The world-cleansing divine water's words enlightened Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this was what they meant when they said that it was lonely at the top. Utmost powerful beings stood at the highest point of this world, overlooking the masses and looking down on the world. Perhaps they had never thought that they would one day reach the end of their lifespan. When they truly reached the end of their lifespan, it was already too late for them to regret not finding a successor in the past. At that time, those who felt that it didn't matter if they inherited their legacy or not would not spend so much effort to leave behind a land of inheritance. However, those who wanted to inherit their legacy would spend a lot of effort to leave behind a land of inheritance. However, when your master obtains the supreme expert's legacy, he'll be tainted by karma as well. If he becomes a supreme expert in the future, even if the supreme expert who left behind the legacy doesn't ask him to avenge him, the person who killed the supreme expert who left behind the legacy won't let your master off so easily. The world-cleansing divine water said. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, in the eyes of that supreme powerhouse, your master is his mortal enemy. He should have killed your master in the past. Now that the successor has appeared, it's equivalent to the rebirth of his mortal enemy. He won't allow such a threat to continue growing. There's a difference in strength between the strongest and the weakest. Furthermore, it's not as if the strongest who has lived longer will be stronger. Some of the strongest who rose up in the younger generation will be able to reach the peak of this world in a short period of time and become one of the strongest existences among the strongest. That ultimate powerhouse will be worried that your master will catch up to him after he becomes an ultimate powerhouse. At that time, if your master wants to kill him to avenge the ultimate powerhouse who left behind his legacy, won't he be in a passive position? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. It seemed like obtaining the supreme expert's legacy was not a good thing after all. The world-cleansing divine water continued. It's the same for the supreme expert's divinity in your possession. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, the godhead of a supreme powerhouse was left behind after the death of a supreme powerhouse. The person who killed him must have known his methods very well. In the future, if you become a supreme powerhouse by relying on the law of space, it's fine if you don't reveal your strength. However, if you reveal your strength, there will be traces of the supreme powerhouse who left behind the godhead. If the people who killed him back then found you and confirmed that you might be his successor, they would also make a move against you and kill you in the cradle. Duan Lingtian was initially worried about his master, Feng Qingyang. However, when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words, he was dumbfounded. As it turned out, he had already formed the karma of the supreme expert's legacy. However, when Duan Lingtian thought about the supreme expert's divinity in his possession and the help it had given him, his expression turned solemn as his eyes glinted. The supreme expert's divinity has helped me a lot. It's a huge credit to me that I'm who I am today. If I have the chance to become a supreme expert in the future, it'll be fine if the person who killed the owner of the supreme expert's divinity doesn't come looking for me. However, if he does, I'll avenge him and end this karma. Duan Lingtian was not afraid when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Instead, he felt that it was an opportunity for him to avenge the owner of the supreme expert's divinity. He did not want to owe anyone a favor. Although the supreme expert's divinity was given to him by his good friend, Huang Jialong, he had formed the karma between him and the owner of the supreme expert's divinity. It would be fine if he did not have the chance to end this karma. However, if he had the chance, he would definitely end it. This was the principle of how he conducted himself. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian still transmitted the world-cleansing divine water's words to his master, Feng Qingyang. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Qingyang smiled indifferently. If I become a supreme expert, it's fine if that person doesn't come looking for me. However, if he dares to come looking for me, I'll know who the enemy of the supreme expert who left his legacy behind is. At that time, unless he's able to kill me, I'll definitely send him on his way if I don't die. Feng Qingyang's words were straightforward. There was no hint of fear in his voice. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It seemed like his master had the same thoughts as him. Alright, you should focus on absorbing the profundities from the law of time. Once you've comprehended all the profundities from the law of time, you'll be able to come out. Feng Qingyang said with a sigh, initially, I thought you'd be expelled. I didn't expect you to be able to master the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. You've won the approval of the secret room and didn't get expelled. Moreover, I didn't expect your family and friends to be able to absorb the profundities from the law of time. Your daughter's future is limitless. Feng Qingyang was not stingy with his words of praise for his grand-disciple. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian was lucky enough not to be expelled from the secret room. Although he had told Duan Lingtian that his family and friends could absorb the profundities from the law of time in the secret room, he did not think Duan Lingtian's family and friends would be able to absorb the profundities from the law of time. He was even more shocked when he learned that Duan Lingtian's daughter, Duan Xiling, was not expelled from the secret room. Master, after leaving the Azura Hell, I'll ask my daughter and my family and friends to come out and meet you. Previously, they were cultivating, so I didn't interrupt them. Now that I've interrupted them, it's time for me to greet them. Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission. All right, Feng Qingyang replied. At the same time, he did not forget to remind Duan Lingtian. Focus on absorbing the law of time. For a time, Duan Lingtian did not continue to communicate with Feng Qingyang. He immersed himself in the process of absorbing the law of time with his divine consciousness. He enjoyed the process more and more. The process of forcibly taking the law of time for himself was intoxicating. In the past, he had to comprehend the law of time on his own. Even if he had the supreme powerhouse divinity, he still had to comprehend the law of time on his own. Unlike now, when the law of time permeated the air, he could completely take it for himself, fuse it into his soul, and completely make it his comprehension of the laws. Time continued to pass by quietly. Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed, but he had completely mastered all the profundities from the law of time. The law of time also had 9 profundities. Naturally, the 9 profundities included the fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity. There were a total of 8 profundities. Currently, Duan Lingtian had comprehended all 8 profundities to the mastery stage. However, there were no signs of them being fused together. At this time, he also discovered that he could no longer continue to capture nomological laws in this secret room of time law. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, he saw his daughter, Duan Siling, sitting cross-legged in front of him. She stared at him with her big, bright eyes. "Father, you've also completely mastered all the profundities from the law of time? What? You've already mastered it?" Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. His daughter had mastered all the profundities from the law of time earlier than him? Duan Siling giggled. "Father, I've mastered the law of time for quite some time now. I used to comprehend the law of time, so I have a certain foundation. It's only natural that I've mastered it earlier than you. However, I didn't expect there to be such a magical place. In the past, the speed at which I comprehended the law of time was very slow. However, now that I've grasped all the profundities from the law of time, I've mastered all the profundities from the law of time to the mastery stage." Chapter 35-31. Yes. Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at his daughter. Unknowingly, his attention was completely focused on his daughter's face. Some familiar silhouettes also appeared in his mind at the right time. Kerr. He had been separated from Kerr for 600 years. When he was separated from Kerr, both he and Kerr were not even 100 years old. The time they had been apart was longer than the time they had known each other. "Father, do you miss Mother?" Although Feng Tianwu had treated Duan Siling as her own daughter, Duan Siling could not replace Kerr as her mother in Duan Siling's heart ever, since they left the divine offering land in the realms of gods and traveled in the mundane realms with Feng Tianwu. When Duan Siling saw the change in her father's eyes, she could vaguely guess what her father was thinking. Yes. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and nodded as a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. "I wonder how your mother is now." "Father, don't worry. Mother will be fine. Mother will wait for us to reunite as a family," Duan Siling said solemnly. "Of course." Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not want to reveal too many negative emotions in front of his daughter. At the same time, he could not help but worry. Was Kuer doing well in the world of divine remains? The realm battlefield was formed when the realms of gods collided once every 10,000 years. It would last for 1,000 years. During this period, anyone from the realms of gods could enter the realm battlefield and kill people from other realms of gods to obtain military merits and be rewarded by the supreme powerhouses. The realm battlefield was more like a playground for the supreme powerhouses. However, for those who entered the realm battlefield from the realms of gods, it was a place filled with killing. Those who did not come from the same realms of gods would kill each other as soon as they met. Moreover, if one revealed one's wealth, even those from the same realms of gods would attack one mercilessly. Reality was cruel. Swoosh, swoosh, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of ice-cold chilliness appeared on an ice field in the dimensional battlefield, accompanied by waves of clear sword whistles. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped a vast area, causing the temperature of the ice field, which was already low, to drop even further. In the void, two beautiful figures stood there. The person standing behind him looked to be in her 20s. She wore a light yellow dress and had a pretty face. However, her eyes seemed to be constantly moving. At that very moment, her gaze fell upon the three figures in the distant sky. They were all frozen into ice sculptures. Their bodies were all riddled with holes, and those holes seemed to contain an extremely frightening ice-cold aura. In front of this woman stood a woman in snow-white robes. In front of this woman, although the woman behind her had a beautiful face at first glance, she looked like a maid at most. The woman in white had a face that could topple cities. As she stood there, her cold temperament was like a blooming lotus, causing people to be mesmerized. At this moment, she was holding a sparkling and translucent sword in her hand. An extremely cold aura was being emitted from the sword. The ice and fire were being weakened and finally merged into the sword. If there were any knowledgeable people here, they would immediately recognize the ice and fire on the sword as the sword soul. However, it was obvious that she had suffered heavy injuries. Pooh! Without any warning, the white-clad woman's delicate body trembled slightly. At the same time, she spat out a mouthful of blood. It shot out like a blood arrow and froze in the blink of an eye. "Sister Kerr, you're injured?" The woman behind her cried out in alarm. She walked forward and asked with concern. "I'm fine." The white-clothed woman addressed as Big Sister Ku-Er replied indifferently, "Unfortunately, the sword soul in my divine sword was almost destroyed. If I want to recover it, I'm afraid it'll take at least a few decades." Although she said that she was fine, the more she spoke, the more dispirited her tone became. "Sister Kerr, if there's no other way, why don't you leave the realm battlefield and return to the divine offering land? With your strength at such a young age, there must be a powerful force behind you, right?" As the woman reached the end of her sentence, she asked in a seemingly unintentional manner, "I won't leave the realm battlefield for the time being." The white-clad woman shook her head. "If you want to leave, you can leave on your own. With your strength, it's best if you don't stay here and risk your life if it's not necessary." "What about you, Sister Kerr?" the woman asked. "I have my reasons." The white-clad woman's eyes glinted as two figures appeared in her mind. One was a purple-clad young man and the other was a little girl. "Brother Tian Si Ling, are both of you doing well?" "It's better for me to follow you, Sister Kerr. I'll leave after you've recovered." The woman shook her head. "All right." The white-clad woman was none other than Kerr, who had entered the realm battlefield many years ago. More accurately, she was the daughter of the Xia clan in the divine offering land, Xianing Shui. After a few hundred years, she had already regained the cultivation base she had in her past life. However, she still felt that it was not enough. She needed to become stronger. The realm battlefield was the only way for her to become stronger in the shortest time possible. This was something that the clan behind her had spared no effort in nurturing her, but they could not give her. "Sister Kerr, what's your surname?" the woman in a light yellow dress asked again. "Duan." Kerr replied indifferently. She was not familiar with this woman. She had only met her by chance and saved her life. After learning that the woman was also from the divine offering land, she had been following her. With her character, she did not agree to let the woman follow her, but she did not reject her either. However, along the way, Kerr had been very cold to her. The woman did not seem to care about Kerr's coldness at all and insisted on following Kerr. "Duan? Kerr Duan?" The woman raised her eyebrows. Her eyes flickered again. "Sister Kerr, I don't think I've heard of the Duan clan in our divine offering land. Are you from some big clan?" "I don't belong to any clan or clan. I'm a rogue cultivator," Kerr said. "A rogue cultivator?" An imperceptible glint flashed across the woman's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. "I need to find a place to recover. I won't be going out for the time being. You'd better leave this place and return to the divine offering land," Kerr said to the woman. As she spoke, she flew above the ice field. Finally, She chose a glacier and opened up a cave at the foot of the glacier to cultivate and recover. Sister Kerr, I'll stand guard for you. You can leave after you've recovered. The woman did not leave. I Tong Xiao am a grateful person. You've saved my life before, so I won't abandon you at a time like this. Tong Xiao followed Kerr into the cave that Kerr had opened up. Since it took a lot of effort to open up the cave, Kerr's aura had become more and more weak. She no longer paid any attention to Tong Xiao. After entering the cave, she casually set up a formation in the surroundings before she began to meditate and recover. Tong Xiao watched as Kerr closed her eyes and began to cultivate to recover. After a while, Tong Xiao called out tentatively, "Sister Kerr." However, Ku'er did not respond to her. In the end, a hint of greed flashed across her eyes. She raised her hand, and a vast and unparalleled divine energy swept out. In an instant, the formation that Kerr had set up around her was shattered. An even more violent energy exploded and swept toward Kerr. At the same time, Tong Xiao's eyes burned with passion. As long as she killed this woman, she would be able to obtain all the treasures on her. Just as Tong Xiao was about to succeed and Kerr was about to die, Kerr suddenly opened her eyes. An extremely cold aura filled the air and an ice wall appeared in front of her. A basket was in front of her and Tong Xiao. Bang! There was a loud bang and clear cracks appeared on the ice wall. However, it had completely blocked Tong Xiao's attack. How can this be? Tong Xiao's expression changed greatly. She subconsciously cried out in disbelief. How can you still have such great power? Weren't you injured? You tricked me? So what if I tricked you? Kerr stood up. Her snow-white robes fluttered in the wind. Her autumn eyes were calm and cold. You've been unwilling to leave. You've always wanted to take risks with me. I found it strange. Although I've saved your life, I didn't expect you to repay me. However, I didn't expect you to be the one I least expected. Not only do you not know how to repay me, you're even biting the hand that feeds you. Kerr's tone was extremely cold. At the same time, the entire cave dwelling was enveloped by a layer of cold air. Boundless icy energy swept out and instantly formed a prison that sealed Tong Xiao within. Boom! Rumble! Tong Xiao was skilled in the law of lightning. Her violent energy wreaked havoc as she tried to break through the law of ice. However, it was futile. Although the difference in strength between her and Kerr's was not large, it was not small either. Big Sister Kerr, I was just joking. Tong Xiao realized that she could not forcefully break through the prison and squeezed out a bright smile. Big Sister Kerr, I'll leave now. I'll get away from you. I gave you a chance. Kerr ignored Tong Xiao's words and said indifferently. At the same time, the moment she finished speaking, the law of ice combined with divine power swept out and froze Tong Xiao into an ice sculpture. Then, with a gentle push of her palm, the ice sculpture turned into powder. I'm Kerr in this life and also Xia Ningxue in my previous life. If it was only the Kerr in this life, she might not be wary of you. However, as the daughter of the Xia family, I've seen a lot of deception and deception. How could I trust you so easily? Kerr looked indifferently at the ice shards that were scattered all over the ground. At the same time, she raised her head and looked outside the cave dwelling. Brother Tian, you have to take good care of yourself. Kerr's love for you has not changed. However, Kerr is no longer the same as before. Kerr will take good care of herself and protect herself. You can rest assured. Chapter 35-32. After comprehending all the profundities from the law of time, Duan Ling Tian allowed his daughter, Duan Siling, to return to his little world. Before that, he told Duan Siling not to enter closed-door cultivation for the time being. He wanted to introduce her and his family to his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Master! Feng Qingyang led Duan Lingtian out of the secret room that contained the law of time. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian, "Now go to the place where I stayed and cultivate. Consume the exploding element celestial fruit and try to become a 10 directions celestial emperor as soon as possible. The environment there is not bad. With the help of the exploding element celestial fruit, you'll be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort." Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian. This was something he had planned for a long time. If the secret chamber that contained the law of time did not reject his disciple, that place would not reject him as well. Although Meng Luo did not cultivate for long in the secret chamber, he has made great progress. "Master, I won't be going there." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "Let's return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven first. After I introduce you to my family and friends, I'll cultivate in seclusion in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Upon seeing the slight frown on his master's face, Duan Lingtian knew his master did not want him to miss out on the opportunity to cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was comparable to the cultivation environment in the realms of gods. "Master, I have a way to enjoy the cultivation environment in the realms of gods." In the end, Duan Lingtian did not tell his master how he could enjoy the cultivation environment in the realms of gods so that Feng Qingyang would not overthink things. Although it was not that he did not trust his master Feng Qingyang, it was better for fewer people to know about some things. Naturally, if his master, Feng Qingyang, asked him about it, he would still tell him the answer. However, Duan Lingtian knew his master, Feng Qingyang, would not ask about it. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. A surprised expression appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, "In that case, I'll bring you back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As the master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and your master, it's time for me to meet your family and friends." Feng Qingyang said. From the beginning to the end, Feng Qingyang did not ask how Duan Lingtian enjoyed the cultivation environment in the realms of gods. However, even though he did not ask, he did not continue to dwell on this issue. It was obvious that he did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. This was also his trust in Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian followed Feng Qingyang out of the Azura Hell and entered the transportation formation in the independent realm of the Azura Hell before they were transported to another Devata realm. It was neither the primeval heaven nor the solitary destructive heaven. After arriving in the Devata realm, the duo used the nearest transporting formation to return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Soon after, they returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the main hall of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang stood at the head of the table while Duan Lingtian stood below him. At the entrance of the main hall, Elder Hua, who was wearing a fiery red robe, stood there as the gatekeeper. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his little world, several figures appeared before him. They were Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rufeng, mother, Li Ro, and wife, Li Fei. "Master, this is my father, this is my father, this is..." After Duan Rufeng and the others appeared, Duan Lingtian patiently introduced them to Feng Qingyang. A rare smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when he saw Feng Qingyang's family and friends. He nodded at Duan Rufeng and the others in a friendly manner. As the saying went, "Love me, love my dog. Father, mother, little Feier, Xiling, Niantian. This is my master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven." Duan Lingtian did not forget to introduce Feng Qingyang to his family and friends. Although he had mentioned Feng Qingyang many times, this was the first time his family and friends were looking at Feng Qingyang in the eyes. Since Duan Rufeng and the others had spent some time in the divine offering land, they did not feel awkward when they saw Feng Qingyang. "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor. I'm Duan Rufeng." Duan Rufeng took the initiative to greet Feng Qingyang. Before the others could say anything, Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Rufeng and said, "Brother Duan, Your son is my only true disciple. It's only appropriate for us to address each other as brothers. It's inappropriate for us to address each other as brothers. Feng Qingyang said with a smile. Yes, big brother Feng. Duan Ruffing was a quick-witted person. Since Feng Qingyang had spoken, he immediately changed the way he addressed Duan Ruffing. At this moment, Li Ro also greeted Feng Qingyang. Greetings, big brother Feng. I'm Li Ro. Greetings, master. Li Fei bowed respectfully at Feng Qingyang. She had long heard about the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and knew he was an extraordinary person. He was even more extraordinary than her grandmaster, who was also a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Greetings, grandmaster. Duan Siling and Duan Yen Tian bowed at Feng Qingyang as well. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Feng Wu Dao did not address Duan Ruffing as Duan Ruffing did. Although the matter between his daughter and Duan Lingtian was settled, they were not officially married yet. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided not to address Feng Qingyang as big brother Feng like Duan Ruffing. Ha ha! Feng Qingyang laughed. Feng Qingyang laughed before he looked at Feng Wu Dao and said, Brother Feng, just like brother Duan, you can address me as brother Feng. I'm also aware of the matter between your daughter, Tian Wu, and my disciple. Tian Wu, is it? Then, Feng Qingyang looked at Feng Tianwu and said with a smile, You should address me as master like little Tian. Speaking of which, you're also a member of the Seven Absolutes sect in the mundane realm. We're family. Feng Wu Dao and Feng Tianwu had already learned about the matter between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian from Hualao. For this reason, he was familiar with Feng Tianwu and Feng Wu Dao. What about us? How should we address you? Little Gold, who was usually carefree, behaved herself in front of Feng Qingyang. You're Little Gold, right? Feng Qingyang looked at Little Gold before he turned to look at Little Black and Little White. The three of you can address me as Junior Uncle. Junior Uncle Feng. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White hurriedly bowed at Feng Qingyang. Soon after, Feng Qingyang's eyes landed on Mu Yi. She's Mu Yi, the successor of the Seven Absolutes sex prophet progeny? Mu Yi seemed extremely uneasy when she saw Feng Qingyang's gaze on her. You, Duan Lingtian sighed. Master, she's junior sister Mu Yi. Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Then, his powerful divine consciousness swept out and entered Mu Yi's soul before he quickly withdrew. He shook his head and said, It's indeed troublesome for her to have an incomplete soul. However, it's said that there are treasures in the realms of gods that can repair souls. However, with her condition, even if her soul is repaired, she won't be able to remember much of her past. After all, her incomplete memories have already disappeared along with that portion of her soul. Feng Qingyang said, There's a treasure that can repair junior sister Mu Yi's soul? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. A hint of anticipation could be seen on his face. Even if Mu Yi could not remember her past, it was still a good thing that her soul could be repaired. At the very least, Mu Yi's intelligence would grow. She would no longer be as childlike as she was now. There's such a saying. As for whether it's true or not, we'll have to go to the realms of gods to verify it. Feng Qingyang said, I'll ask Ling Jueyun about it. Since Mu Yi's soul was about to be restored, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel anxious. After bidding farewell to Feng Qingyang and the others, he made his way to the transportation formation in the Devata realms to return to the primeval heaven. When he arrived in the primeval heaven, he immediately sent a message to Ling Jueyun to ask if he had the treasure. Yes. Ling Jueyun quickly replied to Duan Lingtian. Is that why you came all the way here? Why don't you just ask Sister Huang? Ling Jueyun was confused when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Huang? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He smiled wryly and said, I was too anxious. I only thought about you and forgot about her. The Devata realm's battle of the geniuses has ended, right? Duan Lingtian asked. It ended a long time ago. Ling Jueyun said, "It's been a few months since the Battle of the Geniuses ended. When do you plan to enter the secret chamber in the Tidal Temple's main hall to comprehend the laws?" After some time, "What about you?" Duan Lingtian asked. "I should return in a few days." Ling Jueyun replied. Both of them chatted for a while longer before Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and left the primeval heaven through the transportation formation. He returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It only took 15 minutes for Duan Lingtian to return. When Duan Lingtian returned, he discovered his son, daughter Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold were all holding a brocade box in their hands. "This is..." Duan Lingtian was stunned. "Father, this is a gift from Grandmaster," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he heard this. He looked at Feng Qingyang, but before he could say anything, Feng Qingyang said, "They're just small trinkets. They're not worth mentioning." Small trinkets? Duan Lingtian didn't believe that something that could make his master give him a gift would be some small toy. They were definitely valuable items. "I'll allocate an area for all of you in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You can cultivate there and take a stroll around the heavenly palace. It's quite tiring to stay in little Tian's little world, right?" Feng Qingyang said to Duan Ruffeng and the others with a smile. Chapter 35-33. "Thank you, Brother Feng." Duan Ruffeng and Li Ro thanked Duan Ruffeng profusely. At the same time, Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "There's another successor of the Seven Absolutes sect in your little world, right?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian replied, "It's Xuanai. I've mentioned her to you before, Master. However, Xuanai is currently in closed-door cultivation. I couldn't wake her up when we were in the secret chamber using the law of time. I'll bring her to you when she wakes up, Master." Previously, when they were in the Azura Hell, Han Xuanai had entered a profound state of cultivation. Although Duan Lingtian had tried to wake her up, he could not. Even his divine consciousness voice transmission did not work. Although Duan Lingtian could have forced her to wake up, he did not do so. This was because, based on Han Xuanai's state at that time, if he were to forcefully wake her up, it was very likely that she would suffer from qi deviation or even more terrifying effects. Therefore, under such circumstances, even if he had the opportunity to enter the secret room with the law of time, he still did not wake her up. Apart from that, he had another thought in mind. Even if Xuanai did not enter the secret chamber using the law of time this time, he would have another chance. He was too embarrassed to ask his master, Feng Qingyang. However, he did not hesitate to ask Xuanai since she was also a member of the Seven Absolute sect when she was in the mundane realm. She could be considered as a junior of his master, Feng Qingyang. In terms of seniority, Xuanai would have to address Feng Qingyang as senior uncle at the very least. "There's no hurry. We can meet at any time." Feng Qingyang smiled. He was genuinely happy that he was able to meet so many members of the Seven Absolute sect in the Devata realms. After all, he had lived for more than 10,000 years, and the time he spent in the mundane realms had given him the greatest sense of belonging. The Seven Absolute sect, the Misty Rain Sword Saint, these were the greatest honors of his life. For this reason, even after he ascended to the Devata realms, he still called himself Recluse Yenyu. Based on this, one could see how deep his feelings for the Seven Absolute sect were. Duan Lingtian was also aware of this, which was why he was so fearless. "Where is my other disciple's wife?" Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly and said with a smile, "Not only did I prepare a gift for Xuanai, but I also prepared a gift for my disciple's wife." Duan Lingtian naturally knew that Feng Qingyang was referring to Huan Er. He smiled awkwardly and said, "She's also in seclusion. When she wakes up, I'll bring her over to greet you." "Yes." Feng Qingyang nodded. He quickly changed the topic and asked, When do you plan to go to the Tidal Temple? Apart from the exploding element celestial fruit, the first place in the Devata realm's genius battle would also be given the opportunity to comprehend the laws in the secret room in the Tidal Temple's main hall. Apart from that, the first place would also be given the longest time in the secret room. The lower the ranking, the shorter the time spent in the law chamber. I'll first break through to the 10 Directions Celestial Emperor realm and spend some time with my family before I think about it. Duan Ling Tian expressed his thoughts. Although he was looking forward to exploring the other secret rooms, he knew it was better to be hasty than to be a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. He had to become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor first. Furthermore, he had yet to properly spend time with his family during this reunion. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to properly spend time with his family. In the future, all of them would have to cultivate, and he might not be able to gather all of them. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. Whenever you want to go, just let me know. At that time, I will go with you. He had no choice but to go with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was certain that the Tidal Temple wanted to imprison his disciple, Duan Lingtian, in the Tidal Temple. However, the benefits of the law chamber were too great. With him around, his disciple would be much safer. At the very least, if anything happened, he would be able to save his disciple immediately. Thank you, Master. Duan Lingtian thanked Duan Lingtian. He knew the Tidal Temple was like a tiger's den to him. If it were not for his master, he did not know what the Tidal Temple would do to him. Even if they could not make a move on him in the Tidal Temple, they could still make a move on him after he left. Many titled God Emperors were godly spirit realm experts. Even if he became a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, he would still be no match for the titled God Emperors, let alone the current Duan Lingtian. He was confident that he was as strong as an 8-star god of war after becoming a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. Feng Qingyang arranged a place for Duan Lingtian's friends and family to stay in a vast mountain range in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The mountain range surrounded the mountain range, and there were small valleys in the middle. After Duan Lingtian's friends and family arrived here, they basically had their own valleys. For example, Duan Lingtian's parents, Duan Rufeng and Li Ro, were the first to choose a small valley as their residence. There was a ready-made courtyard within the small valley, and the interior and exterior had already been cleaned up. It was the same for the small valleys. It was clear Duan Lingtian had put in a lot of effort. Tian, it seems like your master has long prepared this place for you. Duan Rufeng sighed. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, Since Brother Feng has treated you so well, you mustn't let him down. Otherwise, I won't forgive you easily even if I'm your father. Don't worry, father. I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. You too. What are you talking about? Li Ro rebuked Duan Rufeng. Don't you know what kind of person our son is? For Big Brother Feng to treat him like this, he will definitely repay him with a gushing spring and not let him down. Mother knows me best. Upon hearing Li Ro's words, Duan Lingtian's smile widened. Meanwhile, Duan Rufeng shook his head helplessly as he sighed. A kind mother makes a bad son. A kind mother makes a bad son. Father, mother, I'll go and see them. After bidding farewell to Duan Rufeng and Li Ro, Duan Lingtian went to another small valley. His wife, Li Fei, daughter, Feng Tianwu, were waiting for him. The valleys that his master, Feng Qingyang, had prepared for him were spacious with many rooms. Therefore, it was not too crowded when Li Fei, Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian moved in. As for Duan Lingtian's son, Duan Lingtian, he planned to stay with Duan Lingtian. Father, where are you staying? I'll stay with you. Duan Lingtian smiled at his son, who was looking at him with admiration. Come with me to look for your grandfather Feng. I'll stay with all of you from now on. The grandfather Feng that Duan Lingtian mentioned was none other than Feng Tianwu's father, Feng Wu Dao. During this time, Duan Lingtian brought Huan and Duan Lingtian's parents to stay in a quiet valley. Ever since Lian Qiu and Du Xian returned from the Saint Province realm, they had been staying in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian arranged for them to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Where's Huan? However, they missed their daughter more than they did. Huan is in closed-door cultivation. I'll bring her to see you when she comes out, Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. After settling Du Xian and her husband down, Duan Lingtian began to set up chain formations that shrouded the residences of his friends and family. With his residence as the center, he began to channel the heaven and earth spirit energy to his friends and family. To be more precise, he was channeling the heaven and earth spirit energy from his little world. With this, as long as he stayed in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, his family and friends would be able to enjoy the cleansing of the heaven and earth spirit energy. With this, their cultivation would be much easier. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not remain idle. He consumed the exploding element celestial fruit and began to focus on his cultivation. His cultivation base was rising with every passing moment. He was getting closer and closer to becoming a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. I'll become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor before I turn 700 years old. Then I'll try to break through to the godly spirit stage. After I become a god, I'll have to work hard to improve my strength. If I'm just an ordinary god after 300 years, I won't be able to bring Kerr away even if I go to the divine offering land. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. In the past, Duan Lingtian did not know much about godly beings. He thought he would be able to rescue Ku-Er after he had ascended to godhood when the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms opened. However, the more he learned about gods, the more he realized how insignificant he was. In the realms of gods, ordinary gods were nothing at all. In the realms of gods and god kings are as common as dogs. Duan Lingtian had heard his master, Feng Qingyang, mention this before. Although there were many celestials in the realms of gods, most of them were natives of the realms of gods. As long as one's innate talent was not too bad, it was only a matter of time before one became a god. Time flew by as one cultivated. When Duan Lingtian successfully broke through the bottleneck of the 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor and became a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, a year had passed. Naturally, a year was nothing to Duan Lingtian. During this time, Duan Lingtian did not spend all his time cultivating. Instead, he would spend time with his parents and his wife, Li Fei. He would also visit Feng Wu Dao and the 3 little ones for a chat. Meanwhile, the 3 little ones were standing in a small valley next to Duan Lingtian's. It's about time. Now that Duan Lingtian had become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, even if he did not attack, the vast celestial origin energy that flowed in his body and the rhythm of the law he had comprehended made her feel as though her strength had improved tremendously. Master. At this moment, Duan Lingtian sent a message to his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Are you free during this time? I'm planning to go to the titled God Emperor realm to receive my reward from the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. When do you plan to depart? Feng Qingyang's reply was very straightforward. Moreover, he indirectly stated that he was free these days. Chapter 35-34. The Tidal Temple's main hall was not located in any Devata realm. It was located in an independent realm. Naturally, the heaven and earth spirit energy in this realm was only comparable to the most abundant heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. It was far from comparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods. Rumor has it that the realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall is located was created by the creator of the Tidal Temple. Some say he's a supreme powerhouse. Others say he's a godly venerable. In order to travel to the Tidal Temple's main hall, one had to go to one of the Tidal Temple's branches in the Devata realms. At this moment, Feng Qingyang, who was traveling with Duan Ling Tian to the Tidal Temple's main hall, told Duan Ling Tian about the Tidal Temple's main hall. I heard the creator of the Tidal Temple is a supreme powerhouse, Duan Ling Tian said. Duan Ling Tian said, even the world-cleansing divine water, the most knowledgeable of the 5 divine elements in his little world, had said the same thing. Then, he must be a supreme powerhouse. Feng Qingyang nodded. If he's a supreme expert, he shouldn't be able to occupy a spot in a realm of gods and create a new realm of gods. The number of realms of gods in this world had always been fixed. There would never be an increase or decrease in the number of realms of gods. Naturally, this did not mean the realms of gods would remain the same. There would always be new realms of gods that would appear. However, the appearance of a new realm of gods meant that an old realm of gods was about to disappear. For example, the ruins of the realm of gods that Duan Lingtian had visited previously was a realm of gods that had once flourished. However, due to the destruction of the realm of gods had fallen. Every time a realm of gods fell, there would be millions of corpses, including god emperors and godly venerables. Generally, the fall of a realm of gods meant the death of the supreme powerhouse who created the realm of gods. After all, the realm of gods would only fall after the supreme powerhouse died. As long as the supreme powerhouse was alive, the realm of gods would not fall because the realm of gods was closely connected to the supreme powerhouse's little world. This is very obvious. Duan Lingtian agreed with Feng Qingyang's words. If a supreme expert was strong enough to create a divine plane, there was no need for him to create a force like the Tidal Temple. Although the Tidal Temple had a lofty status in the Devata realms, it was nothing in the realms of gods. This was apparent based on the way Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple, treated Ling Juyun during the Battle of the Geniuses. We're here. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang arrived at the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. It was similar to the Tidal Temple's branch in another Devata realm that Duan Lingtian had visited before. The two of them hovered in the air outside the Tidal Temple's branch. They did not land outside the Tidal Temple's branch and enter in an orderly manner. Those people were here to obtain their titles. Some of them were here to obtain their titles as titled celestial lords or titled celestial emperors. Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang's arrival attracted some people's attention. After all, they were standing in the air outside the Tidal Temple and looking down at the Tidal Temple. Who are they? Aren't you afraid of angering the Tidal Temple by acting like this in the Tidal Temple? Aren't they too arrogant? At this moment, a burly man with a curly beard flew up to Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang in just a blink of an eye. He said, "Gentlemen, it's best if you come down. Don't stand too high up in the air. If the Tidal Temple blasphemes you, things won't be as simple as it seems." It's said that the people from the Tidal Temple are ruthless. The burly man with a curly beard advised. "Thank you for the reminder." Feng Qingyang looked at the burly man with a faint smile on his face. He did not seem arrogant at all as a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian looked at the burly man with a friendly smile on his face. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had sent his voice transmission to the Tidal Temple to greet the people from the Tidal Temple. It would not take long before someone from the Tidal Temple would lead them to the Tidal Temple's main branch. They would have to pass through the Tidal Temple's branch to reach the Tidal Temple's main hall. Otherwise, they would not know how to reach the main hall. Both of you. The burly man with a curly beard was rendered speechless when he saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang were still hovering in the air and looking down at the Tidal Temple even though they had responded to him. Didn't I remind these two fellows? Why aren't they coming down? Are they seeking death? The burly man with a curly beard and the others thought Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang were seeking death. At this moment, a few figures flew out of the Tidal Temple. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was dressed in a long black robe and had a gloomy expression on his face. He was none other than Yiya, the palace master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian had seen Yiya during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, so he recognized Yiya immediately. As the palace master of a title temple, Yiya actually came out personally? That's right. I've said that master came with me because he didn't look at me. Since he's the palace master of the title temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven, it's only right for him to come out and welcome us. Duan Lingtian felt relieved when he thought about this. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed behind Yiya. 2 old men and an old woman were standing behind Yiya. The 2 old men and the old woman were dressed in black robes as well. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, their auras shrouded the hearts of the people outside the title temple's branch, even though they did not deliberately reveal their auras. The burly man with a curly beard, who had warned Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, hastily descended from the sky. The burly man with a curly beard sighed inwardly when he saw the 4 burly men charging toward the 2 young men. It's over. It's over. These 2 young men are doomed. In his opinion, the burly man with a curly beard thought the 2 young men had extraordinary auras and seemed to be disciples of sects or clans with extraordinary backgrounds. However, in the solitary destructive heaven, apart from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, there was no other force that could go against the title temple. They're doomed. The people of the title temple will not allow anyone to look down on the title temple and blaspheme it. The group of people looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang from afar. All of them felt unlucky. However, in the next moment, the scene before them caused them to be completely dumbfounded. When the 4 people who flew out of the title temple arrived in front of the 2 unlucky young men, they cupped their fists together and greeted them politely. Wind Heavenly Emperor, we meet again. Yiya, the hall master of the title temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven, greeted Feng Qingyang warmly with a smile on his face. Hall Master Yiya. Feng Qingyang nodded in response to Yiya. At the same time, Yiya looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Feng Qingyang, and said, Young master, we meet again. Are you planning to go to the title temple's main hall to obtain the reward from the battle of the geniuses and enter the secret room? Yiya addressed Duan Lingtian as the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven because he was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I've been waiting for a long time, Yiya said with a smile. At the same time, the 2 old men and an old woman behind Yiya stepped forward and bowed at Feng Qingyang as they greeted him, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Then, they introduced themselves as the Vice Hall Masters of the Title Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. Wind Heavenly Emperor, Young Master, please come in. Under Yiya's lead, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang entered the Title Temple. The 2 old men and the old woman followed closely behind Yiya's group. The people outside the Title Temple only regained their senses after Yiya's group disappeared from their sight. Although they were quite a distance away, they were still able to hear the conversation clearly with their hearing. It was precisely because of this that many people gasped when they came back to their senses. Many of them looked at Yiya's group with a fervent expression on their faces. Is that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? No wonder I thought he looked familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. I've seen a portrait of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven before. That person looks exactly like the person in the portrait. However, the real person is much more charming than the portrait. For this reason, I couldn't recognize him at first. I didn't expect to meet the heavenly emperor in my lifetime. Also, did the heavenly emperor address the black-clad middle-aged man as the hall master of the Night Crow Palace? Isn't Yiya the hall master of the Title Temple in the solitary destructive heaven? As expected of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He's the invincible sword celestial. No, I should say the invincible sword god now. Even the hall master of the Night Crow Palace personally came out to welcome him. It's said that the hall master of the Night Crow Palace is a 9-star god of war, a quasi-god. The purple-clad young man next to the heavenly emperor is addressed as the young master by the hall master of the Night Crow Palace. He must be the true disciple the heavenly emperor accepted 100 years ago. His name is Duan Lingtian, the pride of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian is the champion of the recent Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He defeated 2 six-star gods of war in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had ended a long time ago. News of what happened during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses began to spread. Currently, in the solitary destructive heaven, almost everyone knew that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had an outstanding true disciple named Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Devata realms. Chapter 35:35. The strongest person in the Devata realms. This was undoubtedly a great honor. In the past 1,000 years, there was only one person who had won the first place in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses 2 years ago. It was only natural that Duan Lingtian, who had won first place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses not long ago, received this honor. Moreover, this honor would accompany him for 1,000 years until the next Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. In fact, if the winner of the next Devata Realm Battle of Geniuses was not as outstanding as Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian would continue to be recognized as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Devata Realm Battle of Geniuses. In the Devata realms, those below the age of 3,000 were considered to be in the younger generation. Many people felt that, in the next 2,000 years, Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, would remain the strongest person in the Devata realms. Because he was too dazzling, too outstanding. He was not even 700 years old, but he was already a 7-star god of war. After consuming the exploding element celestial fruit, he would definitely become a 10 directions celestial emperor in just a few years. It's said that if this disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven becomes a 10 directions celestial emperor, he'll possess the strength of an 8-star god of war. This is something that the higher-ups of the Tidal Temple personally approved of. After Duan Lingtian and the others disappeared from the entrance of the Tidal Temple's branch in solitary destructive heaven, someone said, a top-notch 8-star war god who was not even 700 years old? Everyone was petrified. As it turns out, one of them is the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, and the other is the heavenly emperor's disciple. The curly-bearded man, who had previously advised Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, was also embarrassed and blushing when he came back to his senses. He never thought that the 2 young men he was worried about would have such a great background. At this moment, even he himself felt that his actions just now were laughable and childish. So what if the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven looked down on the Tidal Temple's branches? Was he not qualified? Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang followed Yiya, the hall master of the Tidal Temple of Solitary Destructive Heaven's sub-hall. Yiya welcomed them warmly in the main hall of the sub-hall. He treated them as guests of honor. Feng Tiandi, are you planning to go to the Tidal Temple's main palace with the young palace master? Yiya looked at Feng Qingyang and asked straightforwardly. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. As far as I know, there's no rule in the Tidal Temple that prohibits seniors from accompanying their disciples to the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Right? That's not true. Night Crow shook his head. I'm just asking. If Heavenly Emperor Feng wants to go with young Palace Master, the Tidal Temple will welcome you with open arms. At that time, even Lord Temple Master will welcome you personally. Duan Lingtian knew Yiya was referring to the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple. Before he came here, his master, Feng Qingyang, had told him that the Palace Master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple was most likely a God King. His strength was so great that he could easily defeat all the powerhouses in the Devata realms. Feng Tiandi, young Palace Master, please wait here for a moment. I'll contact the main palace and ask them to open a portal so I can send you over. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, Yiya left. After Yiya left, he contacted the Tidal Temple's main palace master, Su Konghai, who had presided over the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses not long ago. Vice Hall Master Su. It's just as you've guessed. Feng Qingyang intends to go to the main palace with Duan Lingtian. There's no need to guess. Su Konghai was not surprised by Yi Ya's words. Duan Lingtian has already displayed his mastery of the four Tao of heaven and earth during the battle of the geniuses. First, it was the Space Sword Tao, and then it was the Space Sword Tao. Based on the Tidal Temple's thirst for talented individuals who have mastered the four Tao of heaven and earth, it's only natural that they won't allow Duan Lingtian to come to the main palace alone. Su Konghai's tone was calm when he said Duan Lingtian would be like a lamb in a tiger's den if he went to the Tidal Temple's main palace. If he wants to come with us, let him come with us. This is a good opportunity to test the strength of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Su Konghai said. What should I do now? Yi Ya asked. There's no need for you to do anything. I'll personally bring them to the main palace to show them how much we value the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Su Konghai emphasized the words heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Understood. Yi Ya replied respectfully before he cut off the communication between Yi Ya and Su Konghai. It was a complicated communication formation that could only be used in the Tidal Temple and the main temple. The communication formation could only be used in the Tidal Temple's main temple and the main temple's main temple. The communication formation could be used to send messages across realms. Yi Ya was in the solitary destructive heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms, while Su Konghai was in the Tidal Temple's independent realm. The communication formation could leave a mark on each person. For example, Yi Ya had activated Su Konghai's imprint in the main palace's communication formation through the Tidal Temple's branch palaces. He had contacted Su Konghai through the communication formation in the Tidal Temple's main palace. Should I inform Pavilion Master Rulai of the Yellow Origin Heaven's sub-palace? After cutting off the communication with Yi Ya, Su Konghai, who was in the Tidal Temple's main palace, frowned slightly as though he had recalled something. Previously, after the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses had ended, Rulai had come looking for him. If the main palace was not confident they could capture Duan Lingtian, he could come to the main palace and work with them to figure out a way to capture Duan Lingtian. Truth be told, this was not his first time meeting Rulai during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. In the past, when Tathagata was not yet a god, he had seen Tathagata once. At that time, the feeling that Tathagata gave him was completely different from the Tathagata he had seen the last time. Naturally, he thought Rulai's change was due to Rulai's change. Rulai's temperament had changed because he had become a god. After all, it was not strange for some people to change after they became gods. There were many similar records in the Tidal Temple's main palace's history. Forget it, I should inform him. Since Feng Qingyang came with Duan Lingtian, the main palace is not confident they can capture Duan Lingtian. With this thought in mind, Su Konghai contacted Rulai, the palace master of the Tidal Temple in the Yellow Origin Heaven. In other words, Rulai was referring to Yahiko. Naturally, Su Konghai did not know Rulai was actually Yahiko. Rulai was not human. He was from the Dead Spirit clan in the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian is heading to the Tidal Temple's main palace now? After receiving Su Konghai's message, the Tathagata, who is also Master Yahiko, suddenly brightened up. When are you coming over? Su Konghai asked without beating around the bush. Vice Palace Master Su, it just so happens that I have some matters to attend to recently. I'll finish them in the shortest time possible and head to the main palace before Duan Lingtian leaves. During this period of time, I'll think of a way so that I'll have a plan before I head to the main palace. Yahiko replied to Su Konghai. Meanwhile, Su Konghai frowned. He thought Rulai was unreliable. Why did he have something to attend to? For a moment, Su Konghai did not have much hope for him. After a faint response, he cut off the communication. After Su Konghai cut off the communication, Yahiko did the same and left the Tidal Temple's branch in the Yellow Origin Heaven. This day has finally come. I'll return to the undead world and ask for Big Brother's help. This time, no matter what, I'll possess Duan Lingtian. I'll take over his body and everything about him. Yahiko's eyes burned with passion as he left the Tidal Temple's branch in the Yellow Origin Heaven. It was as though he could already see himself successfully possessing Duan Lingtian. Yahiko was a member of the Dead Spirit Clan. The Dead Spirit Clan was a clan rooted in the undead world. Before they became gods, they could not leave the undead world. Yahiko's bloodline was the purest in the Dead Spirit Clan. He was considered a direct descendant. The current patriarch of the Dead Spirit Clan was his big brother, a God King expert. Like him, his big brother had yearned for the outside world since he was young. However, since he was the successor of the patriarch, he could only dream about it. Later on, when he became the patriarch of the Dead Spirit Clan, it became even more impossible for him to leave the undead world. I hope Big Brother is willing to help me. Yahiko prayed in his heart as he made his way back to the undead world. Although he had mentioned his big brother, the patriarch of the Dead Spirit Clan, at the primordial precipice in the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven, he knew the chances of his big brother leaving the Dead Spirit Clan to avenge him were slim. Also, without anyone informing them, the Dead Spirit race might not have known that he had been killed, given their lack of information. This time, he had personally returned to the undead world and the Dead Spirit Clan to seek help from his big brother. However, he was not confident he would be able to avenge Duan Lingtian, so he could only try his best to convince his big brother to help him. With his big brother's strength, if his big brother agreed to help him, he would be able to possess Duan Lingtian's body. The undead world was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Naturally, the undead world was one of the top 3 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Many powerful titled celestial emperors would enter the undead world in groups to search for treasures in the undead world. In the undead world, it was even more likely that they would be able to hunt for emperor-grade celestial weapons. Chapter 35-36. Of course, although many people dared to enter the undead world, they only dared to wander around the periphery and did not dare to go deep. This was because once they went deep, they would enter the territory of the natives of the undead world. Once they entered the territory of the natives and were discovered, they would most likely die even if they were immortals. If they accidentally entered the territory of some powerful natives of the undead world, even godly kings and godly emperors would not survive, let alone immortals. In the undead world, there was no lack of godly emperors. As for godly venerables, no one knew if there were any. There might be and there might not be. In fact, the Dead Spirit Clan that Master Yahiko belonged to was just an inferior clan in the undead world. The most powerful person in the clan was only a godly king. First, they were limited by their talent. Second, they were limited by their soul. In the history of the Dead Spirit Clan, the most powerful person was an upper-level celestial king. There had never been an immortal lord. Of course, to be more precise, the upper limit of a Dead Spirit Clan member who did not possess a physical body was an upper-level celestial king. It was impossible for them to break through to the immortal lord level. In the history of the Dead Spirit Clan, there were a few Dead Spirit Clan members who possessed physical bodies and broke through to the immortal lord level. However, these people were usually not seen as members of the Dead Spirit Clan. The Dead Spirit Clan had a rule that anyone who possessed a physical body, regardless of whether it was a human body, a demonic beast body, or any other life form, would be expelled from the Dead Spirit Clan. This was the highest rule of the Dead Spirit Clan, and it had been so for countless years. The reason why there was such a rule was because any Dead Spirit Clansman who possessed a corporeal body could use the body as a medium to devour other Dead Spirit Clansmen and strengthen themselves. When that day came, it would be a catastrophe for the Dead Spirit Clan. In the history of the Dead Spirit Clan, there had been such a catastrophe. That catastrophe had almost wiped out the entire Dead Spirit Clan. In the end, the Grand Elder of the Dead Spirit Clan had sacrificed himself to lure the Dead Spirit Clan's treasure to kill the Dead Spirit Clan member who possessed a physical body. This allowed the Dead Spirit Clan to survive. It was also from that time that the Dead Spirit clan became very sensitive to the Dead Spirit clan members possessing physical bodies. Occasionally, some Dead Spirit clansmen would do that, but once they were discovered, they would be executed. Unless they left the Netherworld. Even if he left the Netherworld, if the Ghost clan found out that someone of the same race had possessed a physical body, he would be hunted down by the Ghost clan. Because of this, after possessing Tathagata's body, Yahiko never returned to the Ghost clan. This was because he knew that once the news of him possessing a human's body spread to the Dead Spirit tribe, they would never let him go. Even this time, he did not return to the Dead Spirit clan to seek help from the Dead Spirit clan. Instead, he went to seek help from his big brother. The current chief of the Dead Spirit race was his big brother. With his relationship with his big brother, he was sure that his big brother wouldn't betray him, and wouldn't tell the other Dead Spirit clansmen that he had possessed a human body. Once the news spread, not only would he be hunted down by the entire Dead Spirit race, even his big brother would be affected. Not only would he no longer be the patriarch of the Dead Spirit race, but he would also be implicated by him. In the worst case, he would be killed, and in the worst case, he would be expelled from the Dead Spirit race. In the Dead Spirit race, the person with the most power was the patriarch. However, the true expert and pillar of the Dead Spirit clan was the Supreme Elder, who held the supreme treasure of the Dead Spirit clan. He was also the strongest expert of the Dead Spirit clan, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the upper Divine King level. Big Brother. After returning to the Netherworld, Yahiko familiarly passed through the worts of the Netherworld and arrived near the Dead Spirit race's territory. He immediately sent a message to his big brother, Mi Xian. The Dead Spirit race did not need to use soul orbs to communicate with each other. Within a certain distance, they could communicate directly through soul resonance. The principle was similar to the radio stations on Earth where Duan Lingtian lived in his previous life. As long as the channel was correct, they could communicate. Little brother Yen? After receiving Yahiko's message, the Dead Spirit race's patriarch, Mi Xian, who was in the Dead Spirit race's territory, suddenly trembled with a wisp of green humanoid energy. This was a sign that the Dead Spirit clansmen were agitated. Where have you been? Why have you been gone for so many years? Why haven't you come to see me? Why are you still outside the Dead Spirit race's territory? Through the message, Mi Xian could confirm Yahiko's approximate location. When he asked, his voice was still agitated. After all, he only had one disciple. Although the Dead Spirit race's method of reproduction was different from that of humans, Yahiko had awakened his consciousness at the same time as him. According to the Dead Spirit race, they were blood brothers, just like how humans and Yao beasts had the same father and mother. It was due to this that Mi Xian had special feelings for his younger brother. Big brother, please come out for a moment. If I enter the race, the Grand Elder will definitely discover me. Once the Grand Elder discovers my current situation, he will definitely act and kill me immediately. Master Yahiko said with a sigh. Almost as soon as Yahiko finished speaking, the Dead Spirit race patriarch, Mi Xian's energy body trembled violently again, as if he would be blown away by the wind at any moment. Did you take over another lifeform's body? When Mi Xian spoke again, his voice was trembling. Taking over another lifeform's body was a great taboo of the Dead Spirit race. It was punishable by death. If any other Dead Spirit race clansman dared to do such a thing, as the patriarch of the Dead Spirit race, he would definitely follow the rules of the Dead Spirit race and destroy them. But now, this was his little brother, his blood brother. In the face of Mi Xian's question, Yahiko chose to remain silent. However, Mi Xian's body trembled, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a gust of wind and disappeared from the spot. His speed had reached an astonishing level. Whoosh! A moment later, Mi Xian appeared in front of Yahiko. When he saw Yahiko's current state, he trembled even more. Fool! Fool! You fool! Mi Xian's voice trembled, his tone filled with resentment. You left the Dead Spirit race, left the Netherworld, and wanted to see the outside world. I didn't stop you, I didn't care about you. But what have you done now? You've taken over a human's body. You should know, and there's no way you don't. The dead spirit race's greatest taboo, the first commandment, is not to take over another lifeform's physical body. This is because once you take over a physical body, you can devour your own clansmen to increase your strength and increase your comprehension of the laws. Back then, the dead spirit race was almost wiped out because of this. Why did you come back? Why did you come back? Are you tired of living? Are you tired of living? Mi Xian raged. Big brother. Facing Mi Xian's scolding, Yahiko didn't speak from beginning to end. Finally, he knelt down on the ground and said, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I possessed this person's body for a reason. If I hadn't taken over his body, I would have been killed by him. To protect myself, I had to take over his body. If it were you, big brother, in the same situation on the brink of death, would you ask for death or take over a human's body to survive? Yahiko lowered his head and said hoarsely. Of course, what he said was a lie. When he'd met Tathagata hadn't yet been a god, and he'd already been one. Tathagata hadn't had the power to kill him. From start to finish, he'd made all the decisions himself. Whether it was taking over Tathagata's body or everything else he'd done afterward, it had all been his own decision. No one had influenced or forced him. He'd said this to play the emotional card, so that his elder brother wouldn't blame him. He wanted his elder brother to leave the dead spirit race and the netherworld with him to help him take over the human called Duan Lingtian. Since that's the case, you shouldn't have come back. When Mi Xian spoke again, his voice was much gentler and less aggressive than before. You didn't have to come back. You could have sent someone to send me a message. If I wanted to see you, I could have gone out to see you. It's too dangerous for you to appear here. It's too risky. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Mi Xian's figure flickered and he took Yahiko with him. Like a gust of wind, they left the Dead Spirit Clan's encampment and only stopped when they were quite a distance away from the Dead Spirit Clan. Big brother. You've broken through to Intermediate God King? Yahiko looked at Mi Xian in pleasant surprise. His eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. He felt that he'd made the right choice in coming back. Now that his elder brother had become an Intermediate God King, he was more confident in taking over Duan Lingtian's body. Yes, I broke through some time ago. Mi Xian nodded and said in a low voice, if you want to see me in the future, don't come in person. I can go out to see you. If the venerated elder learns that you've taken over a human's body, he'll definitely punish you personally. Do you understand? Mi Xian's tone left no room for doubt. I understand, big brother. Yahiko replied quickly. Tell me, why did you take the risk to come back to see me? After all, Mi Xian was a member of the dead spirit race who had been born together with honored master Yahiko, and had grown up together with him. Mi Xian knew his disciple better than anyone else. For him to take such a risk to come find him, there must be something. It was impossible for him to have nothing to do with Mi Xian. Big brother. Yahiko smiled awkwardly before he explained. I can't completely take over the current body, so I want to take over a new body. The new body I'm interested in is less than 700 years old, but he's already a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. He has mastered the Space Sword Tao and the Destruction Sword Tao of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Moreover, his attainments in the law of space are high. Chapter 35-37. Little brother Yen, since you haven't fully possessed this body, there's still a way out. As long as you give up this body, you'll still be a member of the Dead Spirit Clan. Mi Xian's eyes lit up when he heard Lord Yahiko's words. Earlier, Mi Xian had thought that there was no turning back for his brother. Once he fully possessed the body, he would not be able to escape unscathed. Even if he managed to escape, he would have to possess another body. This was a characteristic of the Dead Spirit Clan. They would either not possess a physical body, or once they succeeded, they would have to possess another body in the future. Otherwise, it would not take long for them to be reduced to ashes. However, if they failed to possess a physical body, they would be able to escape unscathed. Lord Yahiko's expression froze when he heard this. He finally realized that the emotional card he had played earlier meant that he would be forced to possess his current body. Big brother. At this point, Lord Yahiko no longer tried to hide anything. I'll tell you the truth. There's no turning back for me. I've gotten used to the human body. I like the human body. I don't want to live the life of a dead spirit like before. I want to enjoy everything a human can enjoy. Moreover, if I can successfully possess that new body, given the potential of that new body, my limits in the future will not be limited to the level of High Divine King like the members of the Ghost Race. At that time, I'll be able to break through to the level of a Divine Emperor or even a God Emperor. With the body's talent, it's not impossible for me to become a godly venerable in the future. I might even have a chance to become a paramount expert. A paramount expert is someone who stands at the pinnacle of this world. We, the Spectre clan, are merely an inferior race in the netherworld, let alone in this world, which includes the various planes of gods. Big brother, do you understand me? Lord Yahiko looked at Mi Xian with an impassioned expression. Don't worry. I can guarantee you that even if I possess that person, I won't return to the Dead Spirit clan in the future. Although Lord Yahiko said that he had other thoughts in his mind. Once he had enough strength, he would definitely return to the Dead Spirit clan and devour the souls to increase his strength. That was because it was a shortcut for him to increase his strength after he possessed the body of a human. Of the Dead Spirit clan, the only one he had feelings for was his big brother before him. In the future, other than his big brother, he would not spare the rest of the Dead Spirit clansmen. Standing at the peak of this world, hearing Master Mi Yan's words, Mi Xian was clearly frightened. He didn't expect his disciple to have such lofty ambitions. At this moment, he didn't even know how to refute his younger brother. Asking him to turn back, wouldn't that be cutting off his future? Are you sure that the body you're about to possess has that kind of potential? Mi Xian asked with a serious expression. You should know that the Dead Soul race only has one chance to completely possess a life. Once we use this chance, we can only possess the body in the future. We cannot possess anything else in that body. Big brother, I know this. Naturally, I won't use that chance recklessly. Lord Yahiko said confidently. He was very confident in the body of the young man called Duan Lingtian. Once he completely possessed him with his foundation, his cultivation speed would be faster than the young man's. Big brother, help me just this once. Lord Yahiko continued to persuade him, just this once. In the future, I won't trouble you anymore. Lord Yahiko continued to persuade him, even bringing up some of the past between him and Mi Xian, including how he had once saved Mi Xian's life. Being brought up again, Mi Xian's emotions became restless again, but he finally agreed. All right, I'll go with you. Wait for me here. After I return to the clan and settle some matters, I'll come find you and leave the netherworld with you. I'll help you obtain the body you want. After bidding farewell to Lord Yahiko, Mi Xian left. After receiving Mi Xian's agreement, Lord Yahiko's eyes lit up like the bright stars in the night sky, dazzling and dazzling. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of what was happening in the netherworld. Currently, he and his master, Feng Qingyang, were waiting in the Tidal Temple's sub-temple of the Solitary Destructive Heaven when they finally met Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the Tidal Temple. Vice Palace Master Su. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised to see Su Konghai again. However, Feng Qingyang remained calm as though he was not surprised at all. Wind Heavenly Emperor, Duan Lingtian. I'm here to bring you to the Tidal Temple's main temple. Unlike the solemn expression he had during the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, Su Konghai had a polite smile on his face when he spoke to Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. Thank you for your trouble, Vice Palace Master Su. Feng Qingyang nodded. He was not as casual as he was when he was with Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Feng Qingyang did not do this on purpose. It was just that he was used to being like this. He was different in front of Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian was his only true disciple. As for the others, they were nothing in Feng Qingyang's eyes. Even if the hall master of the title temple was here, he would still act the same, let alone the vice hall master of the title temple. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With Su Konghai leading the way, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang were transported to the main temple of the title temple through the transporting formation in the solitary destructive heavens sub-temple's main temple. The heaven and earth spirit energy in this realm was very rich. It was comparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Most importantly, the heaven and earth spirit energy was everywhere. At the very least, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang had never been to a place where the heaven and earth spirit energy was thinner when they traveled with Su Konghai. Duan Lingtian, the secret chamber of laws, is an important place in the main temple of the title temple. Although I'm the vice palace master of the title temple, I still have to go through some procedures if I want to lead you into the secret chamber of laws. Su Konghai said to Duan Lingtian, who had also come to a halt when they arrived in front of a palace that occupied a vast area. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not surprised by this. After all, the secret chamber of laws was one of the most important places in the title temple. It was only natural that there were many rules. Wind Heavenly Emperor, do you want to come with us? Or do you want me to arrange a place for you to rest? Su Konghai asked as he looked at Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang looked at Su Konghai meaningfully before he said, I'm fine with anything. In that case, I'll lead you to a place for you to rest. Su Konghai smiled faintly, as though he did not see Feng Qingyang's meaningful gaze. Then he sent a message to someone. After a dozen breaths, a figure appeared at lightning speed. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a dark green robe. His appearance was ordinary, and his build was average. However, he exuded a terrifying murderous aura. It was clear he was not a simple person. Elder Luo, this is the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Bring him to the courtyards in the title temple. He can choose any courtyard he wants, Su Konghai said. Yes, Vice Palace Master. Then, he looked at Feng Qingyang and said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, Heavenly Emperor Feng, please follow me. Thank you. Feng Qingyang nodded before he left with the middle-aged man. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian followed Su Konghai to the title temple. Duan Lingtian remained calm as he followed Su Konghai to the title temple. He did not seem worried at all. Although his master, Feng Qingyang, was not with him, it was a fact that he was in the title temple. If the title temple wanted to do anything to him, they would have to consider his master first. After all, even the title temple would not be willing to bear the wrath of a god. Moreover, his master's clone was only here with the law of earth. Even if his master stayed here, he could still exact revenge on the title temple. If the title temple wanted to do anything to him, they would have to consider the consequences. Moreover, the title temple might not know his master's true strength, but he knew his master could break through to the God King stage at any time and become a God King who was above the gods. For this reason, he was not worried at all. Along the way, Su Konghai did not do anything suspicious. After he led Duan Lingtian through the title temple, he asked, Duan Lingtian, do you plan to stay with the Heavenly Emperor for a few days before entering the title temple, or do you plan to enter the title temple now? I'll enter now. Duan Lingtian replied without any hesitation. The sooner he finished his business, the sooner he could leave. All right. Su Konghai nodded. As the winner of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, you'll be able to stay in the title temple for the longest time. Since you're the winner, you can choose 2 title temples. However, you'll still have to stay in the title temple for 3 months. Su Konghai paused for a moment before he added, well, the title temple only has title temples that contain the laws of the 5 elements. Duan Lingtian had long known about this, so he was not surprised. Which 2 title temples do you plan to choose? Su Konghai asked again. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate when he heard Su Konghai's question. He said bluntly, "I'll choose the title temple for the law of fire and the title temple for the law of earth." Whether it was the law of fire or the law of earth, Duan Lingtian had studied them for a while, so he had a good understanding of them. Moreover, his master, Feng Qingyang, was also skilled in the law of earth. His master could give him a lot of pointers when it came to the law of earth. Chapter 35-38. Before coming into contact with the law of space, Duan Lingtian's forte was the law of fire. For this reason, apart from the secret room that contained the law of earth, he would enter the secret room that contained the law of fire as well. Due to the limited time, he was confident he would be able to master the two profundities within 3 months. Of course, during these 3 months, while mastering all the profundities of these two laws, if he had free time, he would continue to meditate and comprehend the fusion of the profundities of these two laws. Once you've made your decision, you can't change it. Are you sure? Are you sure about the secret rooms that contain the law of fire and the law of earth? Su Konghai asked again. I'm sure. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already made up his mind before he came here. There was no need for him to change it. After obtaining Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Su Konghai brought Duan Lingtian to the secret rooms in the Title Temple's main hall. The secret rooms in the Title Temple's main hall were protected by layers of formations. If one had not been here before, one would not be able to discover anything even if they used their divine consciousness. This was because the secret rooms were too well hidden. There were many concealment formations and other formations set up in the secret rooms. There are only 5 secret rooms in the Title Temple, and they correspond to the laws of the 5 elements. Currently, a disciple of the Title Temple is meditating in the secret room that contained the law of earth. You can enter the secret room that contained the law of fire first. He'll come out in a month at most. It won't affect you when you enter the secret room that contained the law of earth later. Su Konghai said to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he brought Duan Lingtian to the 5 secret rooms in the Title Temple. The 5 secret rooms were located on a high platform in 5 different directions. The high platform looked more like an altar. It was covered with complicated veins and diagrams. If one looked at it, one would feel dazzled. If one used their divine consciousness to look at it, it would cause one to fall into a daze. The secret rooms in the Title Temple seemed to be created by the powerhouse who founded the Title Temple. Sister Shui said only supreme powerhouses have the ability to create secret rooms. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart skipped a beat. Of the 5 law chambers in front of him, any one of them looked simple and unadorned, unlike the law of time chambers left behind in the land of inheritance that his master had brought him to. They were as resplendent as palaces. You can arrange your time. You can stay in the secret room that contained the law of fire for the next 3 months. However, after 3 months, you won't be able to enter the secret room. Su Konghai said to Darum, yes. Duan Lingtian. You with the law of time. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian of with the law of time. Duan Yu. Duan Lingtian of fire of Lingtian of time. Duan of Tian of Duan of Dun, was of the Duan of the time was a of to Duan of the Duan was of the of time of the was of the of Duan. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded again. You may enter now. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. I'll come and get you when the 3 months are up. Su Konghai said. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian nodded. Su Konghai turned around and left, leaving the 2 old men standing guard in the middle of the secret rooms. At this time, Duan Lingtian entered the secret room that contained the law of fire as well. Since he had entered the secret room that contained the law of time before, Duan Lingtian was very familiar with the process. It seems like my plan won't work. Duan Lingtian felt as though someone was spying on him even though he was in the secret room. Moreover, it felt as though someone was deliberately trying to make him aware of it. This feeling also made him realize that someone was monitoring this law chamber. Initially, he had planned to summon the Chaos Divine Flame from the 5 divine elements to see if it could help him steal some of the profundities from the law of fire into his little world. After all, the world-cleansing divine water had told him that he could do that. However, now that he discovered someone was spying on him, his plan was doomed to fail. Duan Lingtian had thought about bringing his friends and family to the secret room in the Tidal Temple to obtain the profundities from the law of fire. However, he quickly dismissed the idea since he was certain the Tidal Temple would have a way to prevent him from doing that. Apart from Huaner and Xuanai, who had yet to wake up from their cultivation, Duan Lingtian did not bring his friends and family to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. After all, it was risky for him to leave the heavenly palace of Duan Lingtian. For safety's sake, he would feel more at ease if his friends and family were in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I should focus on obtaining the profundities from the law of fire. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian focused on obtaining the profundities from the law of fire's secret room. Due to his experience in the secret room that contained the law of time, he was able to obtain the profundities from the law of fire's secret room. I have 3 months to obtain all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth as soon as possible. Meanwhile, after leaving the secret room in the Tidal Temple, Su Konghai went to see the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple. The Hall Master of the Tidal Temple was a middle-aged man dressed in a long blue robe. He was tall and burly, and there was a bloody scar between his eyebrows that resembled a bright moon. At this moment, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple sat at the top of the stairs in the great meeting hall of the Tidal Temple. He looked like a king who had descended from the heavens as he looked down at the people below him. Su Konghai, who had just arrived, was among them. Apart from Su Konghai, there were 3 other old men present. One of them was the Vice Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, while the other 2 were Grand Elders of the Tidal Temple. All of them were godly spirit powerhouses in the Tidal Temple. Lord Hall Master, Duan Lingtian has entered the secret room. Su Konghai reported Duan Lingtian's whereabouts as soon as he spoke. As for Feng Qingyang, I've already arranged for him to stay in one of our guest courtyards. Good. The Hall Master of the Tidal Temple nodded before he looked at the 3 old men. Is it worth it to risk offending Feng Qingyang for Duan Lingtian? Feng Qingyang, it should only be his law clone, Feng Qingyang said. It's easy to kill Duan Lingtian, and it's easy to destroy Feng Qingyang's law clone. However, this will definitely anger Feng Qingyang. Currently, we don't even know where Feng Qingyang's true body is. Even if he can't defeat the Tidal Temple, he can still make a move on our branch. The Hall Master of the Tidal Temple pointed out the key points as soon as he spoke. Hall Master. One of the old men stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian isn't even 700 years old, but he has already mastered the Space Sword Dao and Control Dao of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. Moreover, his attainments in the law of space are quite high as well. Currently, he's suspected to be as strong as an 8-star god of war. There's a high chance he has some secret that allows him to master the 4 Dao of heaven and earth so easily. If the Tidal Temple is able to obtain this secret, we might be able to create a group of people who are similar to him. Moreover, the Tidal Temple has always been searching for people who have mastered the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. Someone like Duan Lingtian is someone the Tidal Temple is willing to pay a huge price to recruit. It's just Feng Qingyang who just recently became a god. Do you think that our Tidal Temple should be afraid of him? If he dares to make a move on our branch, I'll immediately teleport over and kill his true body. The old man was one of the supreme elders of the Tidal Temple. Although his cultivation base was not as high as the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, he was still a greater god. His strength was much stronger than Su Konghai, the Vice Hall Master of the Tidal Temple. For this reason, I suggest we imprison Duan Lingtian. It's fine if Feng Qingyang gives in. However, if he doesn't, do you think the Tidal Temple should be afraid of a brat who has only recently become a god? The old man had lived for more than 60,000 years. In his opinion, Feng Qingyang, who had only lived for slightly more than 10,000 years, was no different from a brat. That makes sense. Another old man, who was also a supreme elder of the Tidal Temple, nodded in agreement. The dignity of the Tidal Temple can't be blasphemed by a mere lesser god. He's just a lesser deity. Even if he's out of his mind to take revenge on our Tidal Temple, as long as we're prepared in advance, we can send out intermediate deities and above to kill him before we suffer heavy losses. If he dares to cause trouble, I'm willing to make a move myself and kill him. The old man's face was filled with ruthlessness as he spoke. What do you think? After hearing what the two supreme elders of the Tidal Temple had to say, the temple master of the Tidal Temple shifted his gaze to Su Konghai and the remaining old man. Both of them were vice-temple masters of the Tidal Temple, and they were intermediate gods. Vice Hall Master Su, why don't you speak first? The old man looked at Su Konghai and said, You've interacted with Feng Qingyang more than I have. I haven't seen him before. Su Konghai nodded. Then, he looked at the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple and said in a deep voice, Hall Master, I can understand the Supreme Elder's feelings. However, I have a feeling that Feng Qingyang is not as simple as he seems. I'm afraid he's not as simple as a lesser god. Even if it's just his clone made from the law of earth, I have a strong feeling that I might not be able to defeat him. Su Konghai voiced his concerns. Before the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple could say anything, one of the two Supreme Elders spoke first. Vice Hall Master Su, I'm sure you're wrong. He's just a brat who has only become a god a few hundred years ago. Do you think he'll be able to improve and become an intermediate god or even a greater god in just a few hundred years? What a joke! Chapter 35-39. I think it's time to make a decision. Don't tell me you want what happened to Feng Qingyang to happen again? The Supreme Elder of the Tidal Temple said. What happened to Feng Qingyang? As soon as the Supreme Elder of the Tidal Temple finished speaking, everyone, including Su Konghai, fell silent. Although the Tidal Temple had been around for a long time, it was sad that no one in the current generation, including the Temple Master, had grasped any of the four Tao of heaven and earth. Although this was very common in the history of the Tidal Temple, it still made the current generation of Tidal Temple rulers feel sad and anxious. Although there were comprehensions of the four Taos of heaven and earth in the Tidal Temple, they were all comprehensions left behind by the ancestors of the Tidal Temple in the past. They were all written down and depended on one's comprehension ability. No one in the Tidal Temple was capable of personally teaching the four Tao of heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, the Tidal Temple shifted its focus to the people outside. Anyone who could be confirmed to have mastered one of the four Taos of heaven and earth would be captured so that the Tidal Temple could personally teach them. Back then, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had risen like a shooting star. He had even mastered the destruction sword Tao, one of the four Tao of heaven and earth. In the beginning, the Tidal Temple had only sent someone to test the waters. That person was Tang Sanpeo's master, a high-ranking official of the Tidal Temple who was currently in seclusion. Although he was no longer in the Tidal Temple, he was still working for the Tidal Temple. However, when he challenged Feng Qingyang, he defeated Feng Qingyang. During that battle, the Tidal Temple discovered that Feng Qingyang had grasped the destruction sword Tao. Based on Feng Qingyang's attainments in the destruction sword Tao, it seemed like Feng Qingyang would continue to improve. For this reason, the Tidal Temple decided to wait for Feng Qingyang to master the destruction sword Tao before making a move on Feng Qingyang and bringing him to the Tidal Temple. Mastering the destruction sword Tao and mastering the destruction sword Tao were two completely different concepts. Since Feng Qingyang was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the Tidal Temple was not in a hurry to capture him. Therefore, the Tidal Temple decided to wait for Feng Qingyang to become a god before capturing Feng Qingyang and forcing him to hand over his comprehension of the destruction sword Tao. Now, Su Konghai and the others who were present were very patient and wanted to wait a little longer. However, before Feng Qingyang was about to become a god, they heard that Feng Qingyang was in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. At that time, they had regretted not making a move earlier. At that time, they thought Feng Qingyang, who was trapped in the Azura Hell, would definitely die. After all, the Azura Heaven and Earth was the God King, the Azura Heaven and Earth, the Azura God Azura. Just like its name, the Azura Heaven and Earth was hell. However, when Feng Qingyang returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and killed the new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, hope rose in their hearts again. Then they sent Tang Sanpeio's master to test Duan Lingtian again. This time, Tang Sanpeio's master was defeated miserably. Not only has Feng Qingyang mastered the destruction sword Dao, but I can't even see through his destruction sword Dao. Moreover, he's already a god. Moreover, he's only a clone from the law of earth. His true body and his strongest clone from the law of destruction aren't in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When they heard Tang Sanpeio's master's words, they knew it would be difficult for the title temple to make a move on Feng Qingyang. Even a god, a lesser god, was not someone they could easily control. At the very least, they did not have the perfect method to force a god to do something against his will. If a god wanted to commit suicide, they could stop him. However, they did not have the ability to completely control a god. We should have made a move earlier. At that time, they still regretted not making a move earlier. That's right. At the same time, another supreme elder from the title temple chimed in. We can't afford to hesitate any longer. We only have one chance. If we miss this opportunity, it'll be difficult for us to kill Duan Lingtian in the future. Feng Qingyang should be thankful that we didn't make a move on him. It'll be fine if he knows what's good for him. However, if he doesn't, we'll turn him into a stray dog without waiting for him to make a move. The supreme elder from the title temple who had spoken earlier said in a deep voice as his eyes glinted coldly, Temple Master. At this moment, even Su Konghai and the other vice-temple master of the title temple felt their blood boil when they heard the supreme elder's words. They turned to look at the temple master of the title temple in unison, waiting for his opinion. The temple master's opinion would be final. What do the two of you think? The temple master of the title temple looked at Su Konghai and the other vice-temple master as he asked, Now that the two supreme elders have made their stand, what do the two of you think we should do? Temple master, I agree with the two supreme elders' words. The other vice-temple master was the first to speak up. Su Konghai smiled bitterly. Even if I told you not to make a move on Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop you, temple master. Right? If I'm not mistaken, you've already made up your mind, temple master. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the other three old men turned to look at the temple master of the title temple in unison. Let him stay. The temple master of the title temple master said indifferently, just as the two supreme elders have said, Do you think the title temple is afraid of Feng Qingyang, a mere heavenly emperor who has only become a god a few hundred years ago? After we let Duan Lingtian stay, it'll be fine if he doesn't act recklessly. However, if he acts recklessly, we'll make him suffer. The temple master of the title temple finally made up his mind. When do we make our move? Su Konghai asked. Let's wait until Duan Lingtian has spent enough time in the secret room of laws. The temple master of the title temple pondered for a moment before he said, Who knows? He might be able to comprehend something in the secret room of laws and improve his 4 Tao of heaven and earth. If that's the case, it'll be more beneficial to the title temple. Your wise temple master. The other vice-temple master's eyes lit up as he flattered the temple master of the title temple. At this moment, both Duan Lingtian and his master, Feng Qingyang, were unaware that the title temple had decided to target Duan Lingtian. It took slightly more than a month for Duan Lingtian to leave the secret room of laws of fire and enter the secret room of laws of earth. Then, he stayed in the secret room of laws of earth for 3 months before he came out. Time's up. When the time was up, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, he felt a huge force pushing him out of the secret room of laws of earth. Duan Lingtian, who was pushed out of the secret room of laws of earth, had a calm expression on his face. However, inwardly he was very satisfied with his gains this time. After all, he had successfully comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth. Moreover, he had comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth to the mastery stage. At this point, he had comprehended all the profundities from the law of earth to the mastery stage. The law of space, the law of time, the law of fire, the law of earth. Both of you, please help me contact Vice Temple Master Su. It's time for me to return with my master. After being pushed out of the secret room of laws, Duan Lingtian stood quietly in the same spot for a while before he looked at the two people outside the secret room. These two people were the elders of the Tidal Temple who were in charge of guarding the secret room of laws of earth. When they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they nodded. At the same time, one of them sent a message to Su Konghai. "I'll send a message to the Vice Temple Master for you. Please wait for a moment." The Tidal Temple elder who sent the message to Su Konghai said, "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he sent a message to his master. "Master, I've come out. I'll wait for Vice Temple Master Su to bring me to you. After that, we can leave." "I'll wait for both of you." Feng Qingyang nodded. At the same time, he asked, "Did it go smoothly?" "It went smoothly." Duan Lingtian smiled. "I've comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth to the mastery stage. Next, I'll have to fuse their profundities. It'll be similar to the law of time that I comprehended earlier." Naturally, Feng Qingyang praised Duan Lingtian's words. "Not bad. I can impart some of my experience with the law of earth to you as well. However, you'll have to rely on your own comprehension of the law of earth, just like my sword Dao." "I know that," Duan Lingtian replied again. At the same time, his eyes flashed as he saw a figure flying toward him from afar at lightning speed. "Master, let's continue our discussion when we meet later. Vice Palace Master Su is here." "Duan Lingtian, do you plan to stay in the Tidal Temple for a while longer to comprehend the law of fire and the law of earth while the iron is hot? Or do you plan to return?" Su Konghai asked with a smile when he arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. "Thank you for your kindness, Vice Temple Master Su. But I plan to return after meeting up with my master." Duan Lingtian replied. "All right, I'll bring you to your master." Su Konghai nodded and did not say anything else. Under Su Konghai's lead, Duan Lingtian soon met his master, Feng Qingyang. At this time, his heart that had been hanging in the air was completely put down. In the end, it seemed like the Tidal Temple did not intend to do anything to him, let alone keep him alive. At this moment, before Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang could speak, the sound of wind whistling in the air suddenly rang in the air. It was piercing to the ears. Whoosh! At the same time, Su Konghai, who was originally standing near Duan Lingtian, rose into the air and hovered in the air. At the same time, the other four figures also appeared in a timely manner. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other three were old men. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.